Liang Qiubai has recently received a promotion and a salary increase, and a dinner invitation from his beautiful boss is imminent. However, he unexpectedly perishes and finds himself transmigrated into the role of cannon fodder faux heir in the lavish novel, The True Young Master's Rebirth and Counterattack. Bound to the gossip system named Little Melon, he merely desires to survive and amass wealth, contemplating a hasty escape under the cover of night. Yet, upon beholding the luxury cars, he suddenly yearns to recline and enjoy a life of leisure. Just as he critiques the deceitful tactics of the true young master, the expressions of his biological parents shift dramatically. Having just envisioned the scandalous affair of his eldest sister's fiancé, his entire family storms into the hotel to catch him in the act. Liang Qiubai is left bewildered. Did I utter those thoughts aloud? Certainly not. It turns out that the Liang family possesses the uncanny ability to eavesdrop on his innermost thoughts and the gossip broadcasts. The hypocritical facade of the true young master is gradually stripped away, revealing orchestrated soup spills and framed debts against his adoptive parents. The worldview of his affluent parents and 5 stunning sisters is continuously challenged and redefined. Confronted with the reborn young master bent on revenge and the fragrant allure of tea, Liang Qiubai, wielding the human-shaped, self-propelled gossip golden finger, decides to embrace a life of apathy. The feuds of your affluent families are your own concern. I shall recline, munch on gossip, and perhaps inherit a fortune worth billions. Surely that is not too much to ask. Yet, how has the plot unraveled to the point where even my biological mother fails to recognize me? Wasn't it foretold that the cannon fodder would meet a tragic end? Why does my family's gaze upon me increasingly seem askew? Even the daughters of the great families can now hear my thoughts, and their glances toward me have become rather suggestive. Liang Qiubai remarks, "Little Melon, where is this supposed wicked life you promised? This trajectory feels all wrong." Little Melon responds, "Host, winning by lying low is also a form of wickedness, you know." Chapter 1. Transmigrated into a faux heir, the sky has fallen. Are you saying that I have transmigrated into a novel titled The True Young Master's Rebirth and Counterattack? And you are an entity known as Little Melon, a gossip system? Liang Qiubai's expression transitions from bewilderment to a mischievous excitement of understanding. Bingo, that's correct. Host Little Melon's voice carries a playful electronic tone. Oh my heavens! Liang Qiubai slaps his thigh, his face devoid of sorrow, instead resembling the countenance of one who has discovered a new continent. As a diligent, earnest individual on the cusp of a promotion and salary increase, who is also set to dine with a beautiful boss tonight, you inform me that my life script has been switched? I've been thrown straight into the channel of affluent family feuds. He strokes his chin, his eyes twinkling with intrigue, and immediately dons a businesslike smile. Well then, Little Melon, shall we negotiate? My lavish takeaway hasn't arrived yet, and the dinner with my beautiful boss has fallen through, which is rather unfortunate. How about you take the trouble to send me back? I shall cover double the shipping fees. The Little Melon emitted a personified sigh, saying, Host, please remain alert. You have honorably succumbed to exhaustion after an arduous 72-hour work marathon in your original world, and resuscitation was futile. Yearning to return? Unless you can persuade King Yama to grant you a VIP passage for a queue-jumping reincarnation, you must now endeavor to live well in this realm. The Little Melon shifted its tone, laced with temptation. As long as you are willing, with your handsome visage and my guidance, you still have the opportunity to garner the admiration of the beautiful boss in this world. Liang Qiubai was momentarily taken aback for 3 seconds, yet his smile not only remained intact but bloomed even brighter as he abruptly clapped his hands, exclaiming, Oh my, Little Melon, why didn't you say so earlier? It's all a misunderstanding. I am not lamenting your tardiness. Rather, I am exhilarated to the point of incoherence. This world, abundant with opportunities, fills me with overwhelming passion. He placed his hands on his hips, gazing skyward, and released a laugh reminiscent of the clang of a barbell. How splendid it is to traverse into a story. To hell with the 996 work culture. Beautiful boss? Bring on the next. Once he finished laughing, he rubbed his hands together with an obsequious expression. By the way, Little Melon, since I am within a narrative, what is my identity? Given the title, The True Young Master's Reversal of Fortune After Rebirth, I must undoubtedly be the illustrious True Young Master, trampling on villains while cradling beauties. I am well versed in this script. The little melon fell silent for 2 seconds, its electronic voice tinged with a barely perceptible note of compassion. No, host, you are mistaken. You have transformed into a false young master. What? A false young master? Liang Qiubai's smile instantly froze, and the surrounding air seemed to still in disbelief. He dug into his ears, raising his voice. Damn system. Are you certain you haven't mistakenly selected the wrong script? I, Liang Qiubai, with my striking demeanor and extraordinary intellect, am destined to be the protagonist. You are telling me I am the cannon fodder false young master, who will be ruthlessly eliminated by the true young master? Indeed, host, you are the false young master, and you share the same name as him. The little melon stated with unwavering certainty. What the hell? What are we waiting for? Little melon, the winds are fierce. Hurry, gather your belongings and flee. When the true young master returns in glory, discovering this impostor remains here, will I not be turned into a delectable roast duck wrap? The color drained from Liang Qiubai's face, his earlier bravado evaporating in an instant, as he clutched his heart with trepidation. Although I possess the skills of a mere novice, I cannot contend with a reborn powerhouse, who is backed by a formidable family. The little melon conjured a spectral figure in Liang Qiubai's mind, exasperatedly advising, host, I strongly recommend you calm down and review the plot. It is not too late to decide whether to flee or simply recline and observe. In the impoverished outskirts of Luocheng, a narrow alleyway reeked of sewage and emitted a complex aroma. Darling, do we really live in such a place? The affluent matron, Liang Qiubai, was stripped of her usual grace and composure at that moment. Holding her nose, she precariously navigated the slick, uneven bluestone path with the assistance of her husband, Liang Qiubai. Her expensive custom-made Hermes heels were now sullied, and her hat sat askew, rendering her quite disheveled. Liang Qiubai surveyed the surrounding dilapidated shanties, heaps of refuse, and wary gazes, his brow furrowing in agitation as an unnamable fury churned within him. Damn Lulan, if it weren't for that heartless wretch, how could our own flesh and blood be suffering in such a wretched place? Lulan, the housemaid of the Liang family 18 years ago, had been swayed by greed and, in a moment of treachery, had abducted Liang Qiubay's 3-month-old son from the hospital, discarding him in a desolate corner. Fortunately, fate had not completely abandoned the child. He was discovered and adopted by a destitute couple, unable to conceive, who made a living through scavenging. Coincidentally, the adoptive father also bore the surname Liang. This couple scrimped and saved, dedicating their all to raise the child to be tall and fair, naming him Liang Zihan. Alas, the good fortune was short-lived. When Liang Zihan turned 16, his adoptive parents succumbed to illness from overwork, leaving him all alone. Had it not been for the Liang couple exhausting their efforts to finally uncover the lead, it seems certain that he and his true kin would remain eternally separated in this vast sea of humanity. By the way, darling, where's Qiubai? Wasn't he following behind just now? Liang Qiubai turned to look, only to find 2 silent bodyguards. Liang Qiubai sighed, his tone laced with subtle fatigue and disappointment. That boy probably refuses to walk because he finds the path too filthy. Meanwhile, Liang Qiubai was hiding in a relatively clean corner, fervently engaging in a mental dialogue with the little melon about the script. Little melon, I've figured out. I am the false young master who was picked up to take the fall. Now the question arises. Liang Qiubai bore an expression of curiosity. How did I come to be picked up into the treacherous lair of the Liang family? Surely, Liang Qiubai and his wife did not simply pluck me from the market because of my remarkable bone structure? The little melon succinctly replied, host, quite literally. 18 years ago, the true young master went missing, throwing the Liang family into disarray. Coincidentally, someone abandoned you, an infant of similar age, at the Liang family's doorstep. The Liang family, in their desperate quest to recover their son, overwhelmed by grief, mistakenly embraced you as the returned Liang Zihan and raised you. It was only recently, through a DNA database comparison, that the error was uncovered. What? Liang Qiubai nearly leaped from his seat. You infernal system. Are you implying that not only am I an imposter, but also an enigmatic gift? Is the difficulty level of this scenario not somewhat excessive? Calm yourself, host, Xiao Guo reassured. At the very least, you have not suffered during these 18 years of luxury. The immediate priority is to devise a strategy to survive the first episode under the shadow of the resurrected true young master, Liang Zihan. Liang Qiubai's spirit immediately sagged. He was acutely aware of the plot. Once the reborn, vengeance-driven, true young master, Liang Zihan, crossed the threshold of the Liang residence, he, the usurper, would swiftly become a thorn in his side and a target for disdain. With both overt and covert attacks and an avalanche of slanderous accusations, he would soon be perceived by the entire family, especially by those 5 biased sisters, as a wretched creature embodying the worst traits of rascal, thief, liar, pitiful wretch, and pretentious charlatan. Chapter 2. The Debt Collection Incident and the Bonds of Filial Piety. Yet, this was merely the beginning of his misfortunes. The most harrowing incident occurred on a tempestuous night. Less than a year after his return to the Liang family, he found himself the victim of Liang Zihan's meticulous scheming, enduring a furious beating from Liang Jingchuan, who hung him up for a thorough thrashing, followed by a punishment of kneeling in the courtyard. In a fevered haze, he was sent off by Liang Zihan with feigned concern, masquerading as a tragic suicide. Gasp! Liang Qiubai inhaled sharply, realizing that passivity was not in his nature. To rescue his precious life, he had to take the initiative. Let us go, little melon, to meet that destined prince. He dashed towards the Liang Jingchuan couple with fervor. At the entrance of a dilapidated shed, the atmosphere was saturated with poignant sorrow. Child, my dear child, I am your biological mother. Lu Jiaoyi gazed at the tall, handsome young man before her, whose appearance bore the scars of hardship, tears streaming down her face. It has been 18 long years, and I have searched for you in vain. Child, I am your father. We have wronged you. We made you suffer. Liang Jingchuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice thick with emotion. Reborn, Liang Zihan stood before the very parents who had owed him so much in his past life, now finally reunited with him. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to embrace this belated familial affection, envisioning a heart-wrenching reunion while silently applauding the forthcoming tale of vengeance that awaited him. Suddenly, a figure appeared as though teleported. Liang Qiubai sprinted towards Liang Zihan, and before the latter could register the shock, he enveloped him in an exuberant embrace. Oh dear, my beloved brother, though not of blood. You are like a true sibling to me. Liang Qiubai's voice boomed, capable of startling the sparrows roosting under the eaves. As he patted Liang Zihan's back with unrelenting vigor, producing a series of resounding thuds. At last, you are home. I have waited for this day until the flowers withered. Welcome back. From now on, I shall protect you. Each slap sent Liang Zihan's blood boiling, nearly suppressing the tears he had carefully cultivated. Liang Zihan could barely breathe, his back searing with pain, as a torrent of frustration swept through him. Who the hell are you calling your brother? What nonsense is this impostor up to? Yet, with his biological parents present, he was compelled to stifle his anger and discomfort, forcing a smile that barely masked his true feelings, managing to utter, I'm very happy too. Internally, he grumbled, happy my foot. Just wait, I will be the first to eliminate you. Liang Qiubai, seemingly oblivious, continued to hold him tightly, his actions unrelenting, embodying the spirit of brotherly affection. It wasn't until Lu Jiaoyi noticed Liang Zihan's face turning pale that she tenderly interjected, All right, Qiubai, we understand your excitement, but let go of Zihan. You're squeezing him too tightly. Oh, my apologies. Liang Qiubai, as if awakening from a dream, released Liang Zihan, wearing an expression of innocent remorse. Zihan, my excitement got the better of me. Are you all right? Cough, cough, cough. Liang Zihan's words were abruptly interrupted by a violent bout of coughing, his face flushed. Qiubai, look what you've done. Lu Jiaoyi reproached Liang Qiubai with a glaring look, her tone revealing an evident bias as she rushed to pat Liang Zihan's back gently. Zihan, don't hold it against your brother. He simply lacks restraint. Now, let me introduce you. This is your brother, Liang Qiubai. From now on, you two will live under the same roof. Liang Zihan finally managed to calm his coughing, lifting his gaze to briefly assess Liang Qiubai. A fleeting glimmer of coldness and calculation flickered in his eyes, akin to a viper poised to strike. Oh, how curious. Even before formally entering the family, his biological mother has already begun to protect her cub? Is the bias against me this blatant? Are these two merely decorative? Didn't they see the way that genuine young master looked at me, as if he wished to devour me alive 100 times over? The murderous intent of a reborn individual is palpable. Liang Qiubai mentally lamented. Ding. Attention host. Initial contact completed. The mask of brotherly affection has been donned. Friendly reminder. Upon stepping through the threshold of the Liang residence, Liang Zihan's trap gift pack will automatically activate. Please fasten your seatbelt and prepare for the impending storm. Wishing you good luck. Little Melon provided an appropriately timed announcement, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Liang Qiubai rolled his eyes internally. Thank you very much. Liang Qiubai furrowed his brow, sensing that someone had spoken just now. The voice bore a resemblance to Qiubai's, yet something felt amiss. Lu Jiaoyi glanced around, puzzled. Hallucination? Or perhaps too much excitement? Dad, Mom, I've missed you so much. Liang Zihan seized the moment, stepping forward swiftly, his voice quavering with emotion as he embraced Liang Qiubai and Lu Jiaoyi. This embrace instantly dispelled any lingering doubts Lu Jiaoyi had harbored. Child, I've missed you too, she exclaimed, clutching her long-lost son tightly, her body trembling with sobs. Observing the touching scene of the three embracing and weeping, Liang Qiubai crossed his arms and stood to the side, helplessly rolling his eyes, mentally critiquing. Fiancé. A grand reunion drama unfolding. Reborn individuals certainly know how to act. Tears flow as if summoned, and the Oscars owe you 10 little golden statuettes. Liang Qiubai comfortingly patted his wife's back, addressing Liang Zihan. Now that your mother and I have found you, we will ensure you never endure even the slightest hardship again. Come, let us go home. Your 5 sisters are eagerly awaiting to meet you. They have been counting down the days since they learned of your return. Liang Zihan lifted his head, his cheeks still streaked with tears. But a smile of uncontainable anticipation and happiness illuminated his face. Ah, indeed, true kinship always surpasses counterfeit bonds. Just minutes into our reunion, the distinction is stark. Not to mention, the 5 elder sisters at home are practically obsessed with their younger brother. A chill crept over Liang Qiubai's heart. This is it, the beginning of a hellish difficulty. From this day forth, I fear I shall have to navigate the crevices of survival amidst the fragrant tea leaves while mastering the art of breath-holding. As he lamented internally, Liang Qiubai and Lu Jiaoyi simultaneously stiffened, their gazes instinctively drawn towards Liang Qiubai. They once again distinctly heard Liang Qiubai's voice, even though his lips were firmly sealed. The couple exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. They could hear Qiubai's thoughts. Why are these two suddenly staring at me? Their gazes are quite unnerving. Liang Qiubai felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be they are displeased with my counterfeit presence and intend to dispose of me right now to make room for the true young master? Little Melon, protect me. I sense hostility. Host, remain calm. Detecting unusual emotional fluctuations from the target individuals, Liang Qiubai and Lu Jiaoyi, but no direct intention of physical aggression. It is advisable to maintain a smile and observe the situation. Little Melon quickly assessed. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Liang Zihan noticed the sudden rigidity in his parents and the shift in their gaze. He looked at them in confusion, then followed their line of sight to Liang Qiubai, his own expression flashing with a trace of subtle darkness and inquiry. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Liang Qiubai forced a smile. No, it's nothing, Zihan. Your mother and I are simply overwhelmed with joy. Before he could finish his sentence, a cacophony of approaching footsteps and shouts interrupted them. Liang Zihan, you better come out here. You've owed me money for a year. Every time I come looking for you, you say you'll pay later. Do you think I'm running a charity? If you don't pay up today, I'll tear this place down. Chapter 3. Pay him. Amidst the raucous cacophony of vulgarities, a man in his 20s, bearing a menacing scar across his face, emerged from the depths of an alley. Wielding a wooden stick as thick as a bowl, he was flanked by 4 unruly thugs with bleached hair, their demeanor brimming with bravado. The scarred man leapt onto the earthen steps of Liang Zihan's home with an air of aggression, upon catching sight of the group standing at the entrance. Notably the elegantly dressed Liang Qiubai and his wife, accompanied by 2 towering bodyguards, his audacity faltered. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he mustered the courage to demand, "Who are you?" "I'm here to collect a debt from Liang Zihan. Those who are unrelated should step aside." Yet, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the formidable bodyguards, a flicker of trepidation igniting within him. Standing behind Lu Jiaoyi, Liang Zihan's countenance turned pale in an instant, his fingers instinctively curling. "Little Gua, who is this scar-faced fellow? He looks fiercer than a wild dog from the slums." Liang Qiubai immediately shifted into spectator mode. Host, this individual, nicknamed Scar Brother, is the local leader of a notorious loan shark gang, known for his ruthless nature and abysmal reputation. A year ago, Liang Zihan borrowed 50,000 yuan from him in a moment of desperation, and due to interest, that amount has now more than doubled. Scar Brother has attempted to collect the debt multiple times without success. Little Gua swiftly relayed the intel. Oh, a loan shark? So our reborn protagonist begins with a debt? This narrative is becoming intriguing. Liang Qiubai's interest deepened. Liang Qiubai, a seasoned titan of the business world, quickly regained his composure and stepped forward, exuding an authoritative presence. "I am Liang Zihan's biological father. I have come to take him home. What business do you have with him?" His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Scar Brother and his cohorts. Scar Brother was momentarily daunted by Liang Qiubai's imposing aura, But upon hearing the phrase biological father and witnessing the couple's commanding demeanor, his eyes gleamed with avarice as if he had stumbled upon a gold mine. The fleeting hint of fear was swiftly supplanted by greed, and he abruptly turned to Liang Qiubai, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Well, Liang Qiubai, so you've got yourself a wealthy and powerful father, yet you still pretend to be poor. So you acknowledge your father when it comes to wealth, but refuse to repay your debts. Huh? What do you mean by this? Are you playing me for a fool? He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring Liang Qiubai and his wife could hear every word. Young man, please clarify. What debt? Liang Qiubai inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. What else could it mean? The creditor has come to collect. Can't you see that? Mr. Liang, perhaps it's time for you to invest in a pair of reading glasses? Liang Qiubai's inner voice dripped with sarcasm. Lu Jiaoyi, unable to contain herself, let out a soft chuckle. Liang Qiubay's expression twitched in irritation as he shot a fierce glare at Liang Qiubai. Oh dear, did that old fellow just glare at me? His gaze is decidedly unfriendly. Little Gua, I feel targeted. Host, remain calm. Analysis suggests that Liang Qiubay's glare is likely a response to your inner voice rather than direct hostility. You have garnered his attention. I advise caution in your speech. Little Gua's voice chimed in. Liang Qiubai instinctively shrank back, adopting a meditative pose, pretending to observe the ants on the ground. Seeing this, Scar Brother assumed that the Liang couple was disbelieving and quickly adopted a demeanor of a desperate man. I'm a straightforward person. This fine gentleman appears respectable, so I'll give him face. Liang Qiubai, he pointed at Liang Qiubai, borrowed 50,000 yuan from me a year ago. There's a written agreement with his thumbprint. He promised to repay within 3 months, yet here we are, a year later, and I haven't seen a dime. My brothers need to eat too. If the money isn't repaid today, this matter won't end here. His 4 cohorts stepped forward in unison, baring their teeth. Liang Qiubai, sensing the dire situation, quickly donned a tearful expression and stepped forward, his voice trembling. Dad, Mom, please don't listen to his nonsense. I had my reasons for borrowing money. At that time, my adoptive parents were gravely ill, and we were in dire straits. I had no choice but to borrow money to buy medicine to save them. I swear, every penny was spent on my adoptive parents. His eyes reddened, tears welling up as he delivered a performance worthy of an Oscar. Lu Jiaoyi, witnessing her son's pitiful display of filial piety, felt her heart soften and was about to speak. However, Liang Qiubai's infuriating inner voice punctured the emotional bubble. TSK, TSK, TSK. This sounds truly touching. Tears come easily. Even the Oscars owe you a little golden statue. Little Gua, what's the intel? Host. Based on data analysis and local information cross-verification, Liang Qiubay's adoptive parents had been deceased for 6 months at the time of borrowing. The funds were primarily used for purchasing a new smartphone, designer clothing, and to partially settle his gambling debts at another underground casino. Little Gua's electronic voice carried a hint of disdain. Lu Jiaoyi's expression of compassion froze, morphing into shock and a hint of indignation at being deceived. She whirled around, glaring furiously at Liang Qiubai. How could this adopted son so maliciously speculate and slander his brother? Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Liang Qiubai blinked innocently. Lu Jiaoyi's chest heaved with emotion, but ultimately she said nothing, merely turning away in disappointment, her heart rejecting Liang Qiubai's inner voice. Untrustworthy. He must be jealous of Qiubai. Liang Qiubai observed both his wife's reaction and Liang Qiubai's inner voice, a storm of suspicion brewing within him. He decisively interrupted the farce. Enough. How much is owed? Let me see the IOU. Scar Brother, unprepared for such compliance, quickly fished out a crumpled debt note from his pocket, the amount clearly inscribed as 49,800 yuan, with the date and thumbprint intact. See, boss? It's not much, just 49,008. The principal plus a reasonable year's interest. I, Scar Brother, am fair in my dealings. Without scrutinizing the note, he had no faith that this thug would calculate reasonable interest. Liang Qiubai gestured to a bodyguard beside him. Qiang, give him 50,000. Have him write a receipt and retrieve the original IOU. Yes, sir. The bodyguard, Qiang, promptly extracted 5 stacks of crisp bills from his briefcase and handed them to Scar Brother, his gaze icy. Scar Brother, elated by the unexpected windfall, hastily penned a receipt, relinquishing the IOU, bowing and scraping. Thank you, boss. You're magnanimous. Liang Qiubai, you've landed such a good father. Don't forget about us when you hit it big. Forget it. We're leaving. Fearing complications, he quickly departed with his 4 underlings, pocketing the money. After walking a short distance, Scar Brother suddenly recalled. Liang Qiubai's adoptive parents? Hadn't they been dead for quite some time? The money was borrowed a year ago. Scratching his head, he wore a befuddled expression. Damn, the world of the wealthy is truly incomprehensible. As this little interlude concluded, Chapter 4, Tea with a hint of bitterness began. Lu Jiaoyi gazed at Liang Zihan's seemingly aggrieved yet understanding demeanor, completely dismissing Liang Qiubai's slanderous inner voice. Her face once again radiated maternal warmth. All right, it's all resolved. Zihan, don't take it to heart. Come home with me. Two understatedly luxurious black Maybachs sped away from the dilapidated slums, heading towards the most prestigious villa district in Luocheng. Liang Qiubai shared a vehicle with Liang Zihan. The atmosphere inside the car was eerily quiet. Liang Zihan reclined in the leather seat, closing his eyes in apparent tranquility, yet within, he was rapidly devising a plan to systematically undermine the annoying impostor upon returning to the Liang household. The sufferings of his past life would be repaid 100-fold in this one. Meanwhile, Liang Qiubai feigned sleep, secretly engaging in a fervent strategy session with Little Gua in his mind. Little Gua, once we arrive home, what will Liang Zihan's first move be? Scalding water? Shattering cups to frame me? Or will he simply wail about my bullying him? Based on behavioral pattern analysis and environmental predictions, the most probable scenario is the soup-serving segment in the dining hall. Target individual Liang Zihan has an 87.6 probability of proactively serving you soup, and upon your acceptance, will intentionally spill it on himself, subsequently accusing you of deliberately causing harm out of jealousy. This maneuver aims to tarnish your first impression in the eyes of the Liang couple, evoke sympathy, and initially isolate you. Goodness. Is he truly audacious enough to douse himself with hot soup? Does he not fear disfigurement? Host, do not underestimate a reincarnate's fervor for revenge and their self-assessed endurance. Suggested course of action: maintain distance, counter his moves, or strike first. I have my own ingenious strategies. Watch as I turn the tables on him. In another vehicle, Liang Jingchuan and Lu Jiaoyi were engaged in hushed conversation. Darling, did we truly just hear Qiubai's innermost thoughts? And that of the little one? Lu Jiaoyi's expression was complex. Given the circumstances just now, it seems likely. Liang Jingchuan's brow furrowed. Troubled by Qiubai's slanderous thoughts about Zihan, it was indeed unjust. Even if Zihan had borrowed from unscrupulous lenders, there could be extenuating circumstances. However, Lu Jiaoyi recalled the gambling debt information disclosed by the little one, her heart weighed down by a heavy stone. The authenticity of the information needed verification. Regardless, Liang Jingchuan grasped his wife's hand, stating that the two children would be living under one roof henceforth. As parents, they must not be biased or credulous. Upon returning home, they should observe and communicate more, striving to foster harmony between the brothers. Yet, he resolved to have someone thoroughly investigate the matter concerning Scar Brother and that loan. The vehicle entered a villa district resembling a royal garden, finally halting before a grand European-style manor. The massive, intricately wrought iron gate slowly swung open, allowing the convoy to enter, weaving past fountains and meticulously manicured gardens, arriving at a parking area comparable to a five-star hotel lobby. The vehicles parked there were either Bentleys or Rolls-Royces, with even a couple of limited-edition supercars. Upon disembarking, Liang Qiubai's eyes nearly bulged. Wow, little one. Is this truly the aura of a wealthy family? This parking lot is larger than the entire house I used to rent. Look at those car brands. He resembled a gopher that had stumbled into a treasure trove, mouth agape in astonishment, drooling over the dazzling luxury cars. In stark contrast to Liang Qiubai's naive demeanor, Liang Zihan appeared remarkably composed. He merely cast a casual glance at the luxury vehicles, his gaze serene and undisturbed, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such sights, even exhibiting a subtle sense of scrutiny and belonging. He displayed none of the shock or awkwardness one would expect from a youth emerging from the slums upon entering the upper echelons of society. TSK. Look at his psychological fortitude. Reincarnates are truly remarkable, behaving as though they have returned to their own backyard. Liang Qiubai mentally scoffed, but with so many luxury cars, why should I stubbornly fight against this? Isn't it more appealing to lounge about as a freeloader, occasionally taking a luxury car for a spin? Host's thoughts are quite unique. Little one supports the idea of you making a hasty retreat in a luxury car to enjoy life. Little one. Are you an artificial intelligence or an artificial fool? If I run away, how would I drive a luxury car? What would I enjoy? Liang Qiubai grumbled as he trailed behind Liang Jingchuan and his wife, entering the palatial villa. Upon stepping into the nearly 10-meter-high luxurious hall, Liang Qiubai was once again awestruck. Wow, he resembled a country bumpkin entering a city for the first time. Gazing up with his mouth agape at the enormous chandelier made of countless crystals and diamonds, shimmering like a cascade of stars, while also taking in the surroundings, where the Italian marble walls gleamed with embedded gold lines, and beneath his feet lay a Persian carpet so plush it felt as though one could sink into it. The inner child within him was rolling with excitement. The joy of the wealthy. I finally understand. How splendid. Host, please rein in your drool and be mindful of your image. The little one advised, exasperated. Liang Qiubai and Lu Jiaoyi exchanged subtle glances at Liang Qiubai's rustic astonishment. This child had lived in the Liang household for 18 years. Why did he appear as if it were his first visit? Was he overwhelmed? Liang Zihan observed Liang Qiubai's unsophisticated display, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Truly, he is not fit for the Liang family. Such a character hardly deserves to be called a young master of the Liang household. Lu Jiaoyi, feeling sympathy, gently took the somewhat reserved, though internally unfazed, Liang Zihan by the hand and led him to a conspicuously expensive imported leather sofa at the center of the living room. Speaking softly, Zihan, from now on, this will be your home. You need not worry about hunger or cold anymore. If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell your father and mother. We will fulfill your requests as long as we are able. Liang Zihan displayed a sweet, yet slightly astonished smile. Yes. Thank you, mother. You are truly kind. After a moment, he furtively glanced at Liang Qiubai nearby, lowering his voice with just the right amount of feigned grievance. Mother, does my brother not like my return? Will it affect him? If he is unhappy, I can understand. The scent of tea wafted through the air, and Liang Qiubai, overhearing, felt goosebumps erupt all over his body, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 5 Liang Qiubai, you bumpkin. Lu Jiaoyi was immediately touched by his thoughtful words and hastily reassured him. Silly child, how could Qiubai dislike you? Do not overthink it. Her tone was one of unwavering protection. Liang Qiubai also patted Liang Zihan's shoulder. Zihan, you have 5 older sisters, each of whom is exceptional. Your second sister is an internationally acclaimed pop star and actress, currently on a global tour and unable to return today. Your eldest sister, he gestured upstairs, manages half of the group's enterprises, over 100 companies, I believe, and is extremely busy. Your mother has already informed her, and she will arrive shortly. Your third sister. He looked around. Hey, Kursin, Qianyu, Yinqing, were they not supposed to be waiting at home? Little one, quickly, introduce me to my 5 legendary sisters. Are they all beauties? Liang Qiubai's ears perked up with curiosity. Host, your 5 sisters are indeed all stunningly beautiful, each possessing distinct charms. Regarded as the creme de la creme of the socialite circle in Luo City. However, the little one paused. Due to your faux young master status and your rather unconventional behavior over the years, your relationships with your 5 sisters are generally quite superficial, especially in the eyes of your third sister Liang Kursin, who runs a high-end chain of beauty salons, fourth sister Liang Qianyu, a fashion designer in Milan, and fifth sister Liang Yinqing, a spicy little firecracker. You are essentially viewed as a nuisance. Please temper your expectations, plastic or not, as long as they are pleasing to the eye. I wonder what my eldest sister is like. Liang Qiubai rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Lu Jiaoyi removed her Chanel sunglasses, her fingertips restlessly tracing the crocodile leather pattern of her Hermes Birkin bag. This morning, I expressly instructed all family members in the group to prepare for Zihan's welcoming. And now, here we are, and they are not answering their phones or replying to messages. Where have these little devils scurried off to? She pulled out her phone and pressed it with force. Instantly, a remarkably childish and catchy ringtone echoed from the second floor. Wah, the phone is about to call the police. It says if you ignore it any longer, it will run away to find a new owner. Quickly answer the phone and comfort this baby. The abrupt ringtone reverberated through the spacious, luxurious hall, rendering it particularly ludicrous. Liang Qiubay's expression darkened as he let out a resigned sigh, raising his voice towards the polished glass railing on the second floor. Third, fourth, fifth. Your brother has returned. What are you doing still lounging upstairs? Hurry down to welcome him. What a disgrace. On the second floor, beside the gleaming glass railing, 3 stunning young women, Liang Yinqing, Liang Kursin, and Liang Qianyu, were huddled together, leaning slightly forward as they peered through the transparent balustrade. Their gazes, imbued with unabashed scrutiny and a hint of disdain, fell upon their new brother, Liang Zihan, standing at the entrance below, alongside the troublesome Liang Qiubai, whom they had never particularly favored since childhood. Their heads almost touching, they whispered in hushed tones, their words resembling the delicate chime of shattered ice in the still air. Is this the one they retrieved from the slums? He certainly looks the part. The third sister, Liang Kursin, adorned in a Chanel ensemble, her makeup so immaculate it seemed she had just stepped off a magazine cover, curled her lip in disdain. Though he appears presentable, an unmistakable whiff of poverty wafts over from such a distance. Clean, yes, but taste? Abysmal. Trying to pass off street market goods as haute couture? The fourth sister, Liang Qianyu, her long hair casually tied up, donned a loose yet expensive linen dress. Clutching an electronic pen as her discerning eyes scanned Liang Zihan's attire with the scrutiny befitting a designer. He better not lower our family's aesthetic standards. I haven't even finished my Milan haute couture draft, and now I'm called down to greet guests. Her tone was laced with palpable impatience. So what if he has blood? He is just a troublemaker drowning in debt. His return spells nothing but misfortune. The youngest sister, Liang Qiubai, clad in a punk-inspired leather skirt and smoky eye makeup, chewed gum with a rebellious scowl. What were our parents thinking? Why bring him back? Is our home not chaotic enough? My band's rehearsals are being disrupted. Renowned for her sharp tongue and unfiltered honesty, she was unrelenting. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone erupted from her pocket, shattering the clandestine atmosphere of gossip. The trio jolted, straightening their backs in surprise, exchanging wide-eyed glances. A chorus of delicate hands instinctively pressed against their hearts, fearing that the shock might ruin their freshly done treatments. Before they could recover, their father, Liang Qiubai, issued a deep and commanding voice that pierced through the air. Everyone, come down. What a disgraceful display. They exchanged glances of mixed reluctance and annoyance before slowly, albeit begrudgingly, making their way down the spiral staircase. The sound of their high heels striking the marble steps echoed with evident reluctance. As they reached the polished tiles of the first floor, their mother, Liang Qiubai, her voice tinged with mild annoyance, proclaimed, "You sisters have thrown decorum to the wind? Your brother is home. Why are you not down here to greet him? Why are you all hiding upstairs?" Liang Qiubai rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, just loud enough for her sisters to hear. "So he's here. It's not like he's a rare guest. Do we need to roll out the red carpet for him? My spa appointments are booked until next week, with VIP clients waiting for me." Her complaints were light as feathers, swallowed by the room's atmosphere. Liang Qiubai furrowed her meticulously drawn brows, her voice low yet unmistakably impatient. "Oh dear, my haute couture design drafts must be finalized and sent to Milan today. They are pushing for it. If you're excited about the brother's return, why not spend time reminiscing with him?" The underlying implication was clear. "Leave me out of it." Liang Qiubai frowned, his voice firm. "Is the world going to collapse if you delay your design drafts? Zihan has only just returned, and this is a monumental occasion. Our family should gather together to converse meaningfully." Liang Qiubai fell silent, not daring to retort, yet her vibrant face fell, her lips pressed into a stubborn line, her gaze drifting elsewhere, radiating silent resistance and reluctance, as if the very air had thickened with her discontent. Liang Qiubai scoffed audibly, unreservedly voicing her thoughts. "What brother? He's merely a debt-ridden troublemaker. It would have been better if he hadn't returned. Now, we're expected to cover his debts. This time it's 50,000. Next time, who knows? Maybe 500,000, 5 million. Just because we have money doesn't mean it grows on trees." She was still brooding over the earlier confrontation with the debt collectors downstairs. Chapter 6. Being caught in the crossfire. "Nonsense," Liang Qiubai rebuked sharply. "Zihan borrowed money for his adoptive parents. There's a misunderstanding here. Do not bring it up again." Though he chastised them, a hint of uncertainty in his tone was perceptible, and Liang Qiubai seized on it. She stuck out her tongue, making a face, clearly not fully absorbing her father's words. Seeing her daughter's overt rejection of Liang Zihan, Liang Qiubai refrained from immediate anger, recognizing they needed time to acclimate. "All right, let us all tone it down a bit. Zihan has just returned, and it's natural for there to be some awkwardness. With time, things will improve." Turning to the housekeeper, Zhang Ma, she instructed, "Zhang Ma, please check with Lao Bai on the preparations for the family dinner." "Yes, madam," Zhang Ma responded respectfully, hastening towards the kitchen on the west side. Liang Qiubai watched her efficient retreat, feeling a sense of awe. Ah, this is the power of wealth. Servants at one's beck and call, with gourmet chefs on standby. This life of luxury is tailor-made for me. Delightful. TCH. Liang Qiubai rolled her eyes, whispering, "What an ignorant bumpkin." Liang Qiubai's face remained cold, her disdain practically overflowing. "Indeed. He's clearly from the slums, so petty." Liang Qiubai nodded in agreement. "Right? So tacky it's unbearable. Even the air feels polluted by his presence." Their voices, neither too loud nor too soft, were perfectly pitched for Liang Zihan to hear. Anger simmered within him, yet he remained humble, meekly addressing them. "Sisters, if I have erred in any way or my past actions have upset you, please feel free to criticize me. I will certainly amend my ways." He adopted an exceedingly lowly posture. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Qiubai's unique inner voice echoed lazily, infused with a sense of leisure. "Ah, how wonderful it is to be at ease. No need to appease the boss, no deadlines to meet. Waking up naturally each morning, sipping premium coffee, sitting on the terrace admiring the garden views, napping until sunset. What a blissful life. And at night, feasting my eyes on these 5 stunning sisters. Each uniquely beautiful, marvelous. Then, I'll take my Cullinan for a breezy drive by the seaside. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. Perfect." The host's aspirations are quite lofty. Little Melon wishes to accompany the host on this delightful, lazy journey of life. Little Melon chimed in cheerfully. "Dream on, country bumpkin." Liang Qiubai retorted instinctively. After she snapped back, she suddenly realized something was off. Just moments ago, Liang Zihan had been looking down, appearing pitiful, his lips not moving at all. She shot her gaze upward, eyes blazing, locking onto Liang Qiubai's mouth. Yet, at that moment, Liang Qiubai was curiously examining an abstract oil painting on the wall, his lips firmly sealed. Liang Qiubai was utterly bewildered. What the hell? Didn't he speak? Then who was that speaking just now? The voice clearly belonged to that scoundrel Liang Qiubai. Host. It seems that third sister Liang Qiubai has experienced a significant cognitive shock regarding your existence. Little Melon cautioned. Huh? What shock? Why is she staring at me? Is there something on my face? At this moment, Zhang Ma hurried back to report. Master, madam, Old Bai says the dishes will be ready in 10 minutes. We can prepare to be seated. Liang Jingchuan nodded. Understood. I will go check on the cooking. He gestured for Lu Jiaoyi to accompany him, and the two made their way to the kitchen. Before departing, he turned back and commanded his 3 daughters, who were rooted in place. You 3. Engage in conversation with Zihan and Qiubai. Get acquainted. Sit down. In the living room, only Liang Qiubai, Liang Zihan, and the 3 sisters, who bore expressions of reluctance, remained. Liang Qiubai was still lost in a state of shock from her auditory hallucinations, numbly settling into the single sofa closest to Liang Qiubai. Her gaze flitting over his face as she sought any flaw. Liang Qianyu and Liang Yunqing plopped down at the opposite end of the long sofa, each pulling out their phones and tablets, as if the others were mere phantoms. Liang Qiubai paid little heed to the situation, boldly plopping himself down in the center of what appeared to be an expensive imported sofa, sinking into it with a contented sigh. Wow, so soft. Though it seems a tad too soft, it lacks support for my lower back. That old hardwood stool of mine was far sturdier and better for my lumbar spine. This thing is just ostentatious, but impractical. Uncomfortable? Then get lost. No one asked you to sit. 5th sister Liang Yunqing immediately retorted, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, directing her ire at Liang Zihan. She had concluded that the earlier remarks about discomfort and the country bumpkin's delusions were merely reflections of this newcomer's mischief. Liang Zihan was taken aback by the outburst, wearing a face of confusion and grievance. Yunqing, I didn't say I was uncomfortable? He had done nothing wrong. Why was he suddenly the target? Huh. You've been caught in the crossfire, my friend. Liang Qiubai nearly burst into laughter, internally mocking. But well done, 5th sister. Although you targeted the wrong person, please maintain that animosity. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Host, your schadenfreude is rather conspicuous. Please manage your expressions, the little melon reminded him. Liang Qiubai had been fixated on Liang Qiubai, and finally, upon witnessing the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth and the tightness of his lips, she was fully convinced that those earlier words were indeed his inner thoughts. They could all hear him. This realization filled her with both shock and fury, her heart itching like it had been scratched by a cat. How dare this brat internally insult them as plastic sisters, brainless bimbos destined for doom. It was utterly outrageous. What a pity, Liang Qiubai's inner voice continued. Such beautiful sisters, yet their perceptions are so dull. Here I am, a suave, charming young master, though I'm a mere imposter, and they choose to fawn over that reborn green tea boy instead. Together, the 5 of them possess less wit than I alone. They're being taken advantage of and still counting the money for others, ultimately ending up as mere cannon fodder. How pitiful. Host's analysis is astute. The 5 Liang sisters in the original narrative indeed suffered due to their excessive favoritism towards the true young master, ultimately being exploited to their demise, with particularly tragic outcomes for 4th sister Liang Qianyu, whose design talents were plagiarized and slandered by Liang Zihan, leading to her disgrace. The little melon aptly added crucial plot points. Could this be something a biological brother would do? Liang Qiubai felt flames of rage rising within her, unable to contain herself any longer as she suddenly stood up, pointing at Liang Qiubai. Liang Qiubai, say that again. How dare you call us brainless? The ensuing words were stifled as if blocked by an invisible silencer, reduced to a series of harsh electronic beeps. She was horrified to discover that the content regarding his inner voice simply would not escape her lips. Desperately, she glanced at Liang Qianyu and Liang Yunqing. Qianyu, Yunqing, did you hear Liang Qiubai calling us brainless? What escaped her lips, however, was still just the sound of electronic interference. Liang Qianyu and Liang Yunqing lifted their heads from their screens, wearing expressions of confusion and disdain. 3rd sister, what are you doing? Why are you making those beeping noises? Ha ha. 3rd sister, you sound like a broken alarm clock. Beep beep, beep beep. You're killing me. Liang Yunqing mocked without restraint. Liang Qiubai was so enraged she nearly fainted, unable to articulate her grievances. Undeterred, she quickly pulled out her phone and hurriedly typed in their sister group chat. Listen to me. That brat Liang Qiubai can. Just as she finished typing, Before she could send it, the screen flickered, and the words vanished without a trace. She tried several more times, but whenever it involved his inner thoughts, the keywords would be consumed as if swallowed by a black hole. A chill instantly crept up her spine. This was truly uncanny. What is wrong with these three? Their sense of humor is so juvenile. Just mimicking a telegram sound has them in stitches? Liang Qiubai observed Liang Qiubai and Liang Yunqing, who were doubled over with laughter. And Liang Qiubai, whose face was pale with indignation as she battled with her phone, filled with contempt. Host, your inner voice attacks have drawn an overwhelming amount of hatred points, the little melon noted. Left with no choice, Liang Qiubai lowered her voice, addressing her still laughing sisters. Stop laughing. You too, keep your eyes on Liang Qiubai's mouth. Watch closely. You'll understand what I'm saying. Liang Qiubai and Liang Yunqing, though skeptical, turned their attention to Liang Qiubai's face. Just then, Zhang Ma's voice rang out like a heavenly melody. Madam, young masters and young ladies, the family feast is ready. Please proceed to the dining room. Chapter 7. The Eldest Sister's Shocking Scoop. Gulyalu, both Liang Zihan and Liang Qiubai's stomachs growled audibly, clearly indicating their hunger. As the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, Liang Qiubai swallowed hard. Liang Zihan quickly got up to help serve the food, a gesture noticed by Liang Jingchuan and his wife. However, to the three sisters, it merely appeared as an attempt to gain attention and approval. Food enthusiasts, food spirits. Dining is the hallmark of excellence. As this familiar phrase echoed, fourth sister Liang Qiubai and fifth sister Liang Yunqing swiftly turned their gazes to Liang Qiubai's mouth. To their astonishment, they realized he hadn't spoken, yet they could still hear his voice. Hey, third sister, look. I heard the beep beep. Liang Qiubai exclaimed. Me too. I also heard the beep beep. Liang Yunqing chimed in, excitement nearly causing them to lose their balance. But soon third sister made a shushing gesture, and they immediately fell silent. Unfortunately, Liang Zihan, busy serving the dishes, missed the spectacle. Liang Jingchuan and his wife exchanged helpless glances at their younger daughter's exuberance. Liang Qiubai scratched her head, pondering how she could hear Liang Qiubai's inner voice. It was quite strange. At that moment, eldest sister Liang Mulan strode in, her high heels clicking assertively, her black suit accentuating her commanding presence. Wow, so impressive. Mulan, where's Sun Yu? Lu Jiaoyi inquired. She slowly took her seat. He is on a business trip. Eldest sister. Liang Zihan stood to greet her. Eldest sister Liang Mulan nodded slightly, but did not elaborate. Sun Yu? Who is that? As soon as the words left her mouth, Liang Mulan recognized a familiar voice, turning to Liang Qiubai, just as Liang Qiubai's voice rang out. Eldest sister, listen closely. Instantly, she understood that it was Liang Qiubai's inner voice, yet still found it hard to believe. Little Melon, Sun Yu is your future brother-in-law. And he is also your eldest sister Liang Mulan's fiancé. They are set to marry next month. However, a man who can marry my eldest sister should be no ordinary person. Indeed, he is the eldest son of the Sun family, one of the prominent families in Luocheng. But in comparison to the Liang family, he is merely from an ordinary household. Ordinary household? Unbelievable remarks. By the way, Xiaoguo, what were you about to say? Could it be that there's some juicy gossip? Perhaps you've grown fond of another woman? The entire family instantly perked up their ears, ostensibly focused on their meal, yet genuinely attentive. At that moment, Liang Zihan sprang up, presenting a bowl of soup to Liang Qiubai. Brother Qiubai, this is the soup I poured for you. I hope we can live harmoniously from now on, remaining good brothers for life. Just as Xiaoguo was about to share the anticipated gossip, Liang Zihan's voice interrupted him unexpectedly. This sudden interruption left everyone, aside from Liang Zihan, speechless. How disappointing it is to be interrupted while indulging in gossip. Liang Qiubai glanced at the bowl of soup, then at Liang Zihan's earnest face. Oh dear, my brother is truly a good person. How can I, as his elder brother, accept this? With that, he reached out his hand. Seeing this, Liang Zihan inwardly cursed. You feel too embarrassed to accept? Then why are you reaching out? Just wait until I make you regret it. Meanwhile, the three sisters watched with bright eyes, treating this as entertainment. Liang Jingchuan and his wife wore expressions of discomfort, astonished that their son would actually serve soup to Liang Qiubai. Only the eldest sister fell into contemplation, pondering Liang Qiubai's heartfelt thoughts. Despite doubting that Sun Yu would pursue another woman, her years of life experience led her to feel that something ominous was afoot. Do you really think I care about whether these people like me? Host, confront him directly. Liang Qiubai's lips curled slightly as he slowly extended his hand toward the bowl of soup. Just as he touched the bottom of the bowl, Liang Zihan subtly flicked it, causing the soup to spill all over himself, eliciting a loud cry of pain. Brother Qiubai, how could you do this? You dislike me and fear that my return will overshadow you, but you can't deliberately knock over the soup. After this outburst, silence enveloped the room. Everyone else was stunned. Why is no one checking if he got burned? The thought echoed in Liang Qiubai ears, prompting him to rush over. Zihan, are you alright? Zhangma, hurry and fetch a basin of water. Dad, I'm fine. It's just that Brother Qiubai probably hates me. Maybe I should just return to the slums. Yes, sir. Zhangma hurriedly dashed to the kitchen and filled a basin with water. Wait, Xiaoguo, was this soup hot? Indeed, the soup is warm. Liang Qiubai paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, touching Zihan's hand and discovering it was warm. Realizing he had been caught, Liang Zihan whispered, Dad, I'm truly fine. The soup has cooled down. It wasn't hot. Liang Qiubai sighed in relief. As long as you're okay. Zihan, you should still soak in some cold water. Lu Jiaoyi stated expressionlessly. Thank you for your concern, Mom. Liang Zihan smiled. Yet, internally, he pondered why his parents weren't defending him against Liang Qiubai, and why they weren't blaming him. Everything was so different from his previous life. Liang Qiubai and his wife felt disappointed in Liang Zihan. But since he was their biological son and his adoptive parents were no longer present, they refrained from scolding him. After this minor incident, the family resumed their meal. Liang Qiubai placed a large lobster in his bowl. By the way, Xiaoguo, what about the juicy gossip you mentioned earlier? I want to hear. Certainly, host. Isn't Sun Yu getting married next month? Actually, what you said earlier was correct. Sun Yu found a mistress because Liang Mulan didn't give him what he wanted. And they've been involved for over a year. Moreover, he isn't even in Nan City right now. He's in a hotel in Luo City, with someone named Wang Lily. Staying in a hotel? Is this how the wealthy live? Sun Yu is quite the playboy. What are you talking about? Suddenly, the eldest sister, Liang Mulan, slammed her hand on the table and pointed an accusatory finger at Liang Qiubai. The entire table was startled, and Liang Qiubai was left bewildered. Eldest sister. I didn't say anything. You. The third sister, Liang Qiubai, quickly intervened. Eldest sister, don't get angry. That may not even be true. With her sister's intervention, Liang Mulan managed to calm down, but she could hardly believe that Sun Yu would betray her, let alone seek out a mistress. It felt as though all his previous kindness had been a facade. Oh my, this big-breasted, brainless woman, going mad for no reason. No wonder Sun Yu is keeping a mistress outside. She should reflect on her own character. Who would even like her? The third sister, Liang Qiubai, kicked Liang Qiubai, who looked innocently at her. Sister, what are you doing? Eat more. Liang Qiubai's words were clear, leaving Liang Qiubai utterly perplexed. The three sisters, Liang Qiubai, Liang Xinyu, and Liang Yanqing, didn't believe Liang Qiubai's thoughts were genuine, yet they still felt a chill in their hearts. However, Liang Qiubai was furious, his inner turmoil raging, and Lu Jiaoyi's face paled with anger. The outwardly gentle and obedient person turned out to be a monster beneath the surface. Liang Qiubai, oblivious to the reactions of those around him, continued to eat, as if he had never partaken of a meal before, making it seem as though he had just returned from the slums. Chapter 8. A heart that was once suspended finally perished. After issuing his orders, Liang Qiubai hurried back to the living room. However, to prevent Liang Qiubai from realizing that he could hear his thoughts, he suppressed his anger, pouring himself a glass of water to calm his nerves. In the restroom, Liang Mulan dialed Sun Yu's number, but the phone rang for an eternity without being answered. Undeterred, Liang Mulan continued to call, yet still received no response. Doubts about her trust in Sun Yu began to surface. After half a minute, she made several more calls and sent a few texts. What are you doing? Why aren't you answering my calls? But still, there was no reply. Noticing that the eldest sister had been inside for a while, the third sister, Liang Qiubai, gently knocked on the door. Eldest sister, are you alright? A myriad of chaotic thoughts flooded Liang Mulan's mind, but upon hearing Liang Qiubai's voice, she splashed her face with water, composed herself, and opened the door. Qiubai, I'm fine. Next to her, Liang Xinyu reassured her. Eldest sister, what Liang Qiubai said may not be true. Don't worry, you know that guy is just mischievous. Don't take it to heart. Xinyu, I am aware of your comforting intentions. However, I have dialed Sun Yu numerous times, yet he remains unreachable. My messages go unanswered. Liang Mulan is at a loss as to what to do. Initially, at the dining table, Liang Mulan harbored doubts regarding Liang Qiubai's heartfelt sentiments. But in light of recent events, her conviction has wavered. Despite her sister's reassurances, her heart is fraught with uncertainty. The fifth sister, Liang Yanqing, could only offer consolation, urging her elder sister not to overthink the situation, suggesting that perhaps he was merely preoccupied with returning her calls. Once he is free, you can clarify matters with him. She proposed. No, I would prefer to be left alone for a while. Liang Mulan gently shook her head and descended the stairs. The remaining three returned to the dining room, only to find the table completely cleared of food. A loud burp echoed throughout the living room, prompting disdainful expressions from the trio. Does it seem to you that elder sister has something on her mind? Xiaoguo, can you elucidate? Host. It appears that elder sister Liang Mulan is aware of Sun Yu's situation. How could she possibly know? That shouldn't be. Upon hearing Liang Qiubai's thoughts, the three hastily resumed their seats at the dining table. Liang Jingchuan and Lu Jiaoyi listened intently, maintaining their composure. Meanwhile, Liang Mulan paused at the threshold of her room. Her actions stilled. Host, Xiaoguo is uncertain how she came to know, but she just made a call to Sun Yu from the restroom. Liang Qiubai interjected. He didn't answer, did he? I suspected as much. Sun Yu is quite adept at evasion. An hour has passed, yet Wang Lily shows no signs of respite. It seems she intends to work through the night. Instantly, everyone present, save for Liang Zihan, wore expressions of discontent, accompanied by an undercurrent of menace. Liang Mulan flung the door open and slammed it shut. The resounding bang startled the others. Xiaoguo, do you sense a chill in the air? Indeed, host. It feels quite chilly. Xiaoguo, could you exhibit some normalcy? Liang Zihan is already a scheming character. Must you follow suit? 10 minutes later, Lu Jiaoyi instructed Zhang Ma. Please tidy up Zihan's room. Yes, madam. Zhang Ma replied with a slight bow before hurrying upstairs. Liang Zihan had just indulged in a few pieces of fruit after the meal when Lu Jiaoyi beckoned him. Zihan, come. Let us go see your room with your mother and father. Liang Zihan nodded slightly. Thank you, mother. The Liang residence is an expansive estate situated in a secluded area, equipped with excellent infrastructure. Nearby stands a gymnasium, fully stocked with equipment, and a separate quarters for the staff, making it quite a grand establishment. The second floor houses Liang Jingchuan and his wife, while the third floor accommodates their 5 daughters and Liang Qiubai. Liang Zihan followed Lu Jiaoyi up to the 3rd floor, where the lavish decor of the room elicited an uncontainable joy within him. The other 3 sisters returned to their respective chambers, as did Liang Qiubai, curious about the opulence of his own room. Upon pushing open the door at the end of the 3rd floor corridor, he was greeted by the sight of a large, soft, and inviting bed, accompanied by expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Beside the bed, a small sofa awaited, in front of which stood a large television, along with a coffee table. Goodness! Is this truly just a room? Not a house. What was I living in before? He leapt onto the plush bed, exclaiming, this is sheer bliss. After reclining for a while, he made his way to the terrace, pulling open the sliding doors to reveal a glass railing, a hammock, 2 chairs, and a small table. To the right, exquisite ornamental fish swam amidst a garden of flowers and greenery. He settled into the hammock, gazing at the picturesque view, and gradually succumbed to slumber, enveloped in the leisurely lifestyle of the affluent. Meanwhile, Liang Zihan was equally pleased with his room, now left alone to organize his belongings. Liang Qiubai seemed somewhat off. If he intended to oust him, it would require considerable effort. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, Liang Jingchuan received a message from Qin Fu. Master, Sun Yu is at the Tiansheng Hotel, room number 5201. Understood. I shall be there shortly. Do not alert him. Yes, sir. As Liang Jingchuan read Qin Fu's message, he could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. That scoundrel dares to bully my daughter. He cursed, hastening to his elder sister's door. At that moment, Liang Mulan had just answered a call from Sun Yu. Hello, darling. I was preoccupied earlier with my phone on silent. I apologize, my dear little treasure. What were you so busy with? Liang Mulan inquired, her tone unyielding. Please don't be upset, Mulan. I was conducting an evaluation and engaging with other business owners, so I didn't notice. Hearing this explanation, Liang Mulan felt a slight easing of her anxiety when a knock resonated at the door. She quickly ended the call, stating, I must go, please be safe. Rising to open the door, she was surprised to find her father standing there. Dad, what brings you here? Mulan, I have something to tell you, but you must remain calm. What is it? Liang Mulan immediately associated this news with Sun Yu, her previously relaxed demeanor now tense. Sun Yu is currently in room 5201 at the Tiansheng Hotel. Liang Mulan fell silent, her heart sinking. She collapsed onto the floor, only to be steadied by Liang Jingchuan. Mulan, if you doubt this, we can go to the Tiansheng Hotel. All right, she whispered in response. Liang Jingchuan felt a pang of sympathy, but knew he must help his daughter face reality. Otherwise, the pain would only deepen later. Chapter 9. The Confrontation. Upon hearing the knock, the remaining 3 sisters opened the door to inquire about the situation. When they learned that Sun Yu was indeed keeping a mistress, an eruption of curses ensued. Sun Yu is no decent man. He is a despicable creature. Liang Qiubai fumed. The commotion drew Liang Qiubai from his slumber. Puzzled, he opened the door to investigate. The 3rd sister, Liang Curson, spotted his head peeking out and promptly tugged him outside, leading him downstairs. Once below, Lu Jiaoyi, having grasped the situation, quickly joined the confrontation brigade. The group hurriedly piled into a vehicle, with Liang Qiubai looking utterly bewildered, observing the somber expressions of his companions. He quietly inquired, "Where are we headed?" "Qiubai, Sun Yu has been unfaithful." Lu Jiaoyi replied, "Unfaithful? How does elder sister know?" Liang Qiubai pressed for clarification. Liang Mulan cast a glance at him, though her earlier assertiveness had faded in light of Sun Yu's infidelity. Liang Qiubai diverted his gaze to the window. "Hey Xiaoguo, how do you think they discovered Sun Yu's betrayal? But wait, they aren't even married. Can we truly call it infidelity? It seems more like keeping a mistress." "Host, I am unsure." Liang Jingchuan interjected to quell Liang Qiubai's confusion, explaining, "Qiubai, your elder sister called Sun Yu earlier, but he didn't answer." Concerned, "I sent Chen Fu to investigate." He pressed his forehead and sighed, unexpectedly discovering that this fellow was entangled with a woman named Wang Lily at the Tiansheng Hotel. To be found out so easily, Sun Yu's awareness is rather lacking. If it were me, if you could discover it, I'd consider myself defeated. Upon hearing this, Liang Jingchuan coughed several times, interrupting Liang Qiubai's fantasies. "Qiubai, you shall take the lead." "Oh, what does that mean? Am I supposed to take the lead? Is there any danger involved? This old fellow must think I'm not his biological child, using me as a shield." Lu Jiaoyi quickly explained, "Qiubai, what your father means is that you are big enough to go in first and subdue him, ensuring he doesn't escape." "Well, that seems somewhat reasonable. Host, do your best." Among the four sisters, only the eldest felt heartbroken, yet being a strong woman, she held back her tears. Reflecting on her 2.5 years of relationship with Sun Yu, he had treated her quite well, attending to her every need. She had also been generous towards him, offering both emotional and financial support without reservation. Since childhood, she had maintained a deep respect for her bodily boundaries. She cherished herself, regarding her being as a precious gift to be entrusted with care. Influenced by her parents from a young age, she approached intimate relationships with particular caution, always harboring the thought of preserving her most complete self for the one she would walk through life with. Was such heartfelt and guarded intent truly so difficult to comprehend? Soon, a black Maybach came to a halt in the underground parking lot of the Tiansheng Hotel. Under Liang Jingchuan's lead, they hurriedly ascended. Liang Qiubai, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the first floor of the hotel, he was taken aback. Goodness, is this the realm inaccessible to the working class? Sun Yu certainly knows where to find such places. Liang Kursin pulled Liang Qiubai, who was still in a daze, into the elevator. In an instant, they arrived outside room 5201, and Liang Jingchuan beckoned Liang Qiubai. "Qiubai, go. Why do I feel like I'm heading into battle?" However, Liang Qiubai did not burst through the door immediately. Instead, he gently knocked and said, "Hello, your meal has arrived. Please open the door." "Thank you." The others were left dumbfounded. How could he say that so effortlessly? Was he undergoing some sort of training? A flurry of questions filled their minds. Meanwhile, inside, Sun Yu had just finished and was resting with Wang Lily on the waterbed. Upon hearing Liang Qiubai's voice outside, he was momentarily taken aback. "I don't believe I ordered any food. Darling, did you?" "I didn't." He responded, his tone tinged with fatigue. "Why don't you go check?" "All right." Sun Yu slowly rose, feeling a twinge of pain in his waist. He made his way to the door, bellowing, "Coming." At that very moment he opened the door. Liang Qiubai forcefully pushed it wide open. Sun Yu stumbled back a step, his right hand instinctively clutching his waist. When he saw the familiar face at the door, he was momentarily frozen in place. Liang Qiubai swiftly pinned Sun Yu to the ground. The others stood in shock, and had it not been for Liang Qiubai shouting, "Quick, get inside," they would have remained motionless. They rushed into the room, where Wang Lily, wrapped in a bedsheet, wore an expression of sheer panic. Liang Mulan, witnessing the scene before her, felt her legs weaken and collapse to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Liang Jingchuan, seething with rage, stepped forward and said sternly, "Qiubai, let go." The moment Liang Qiubai released him, Liang Jingchuan seized Sun Yu by the collar and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Bam! Sun Yu staggered back, crashing heavily at Wang Lily's feet. "Goodness, old man, with this strength, why did you have me take the lead? You're even fiercer than I am." "Beast." Fourth sister Liang Qianyu spat in anger, her eyes filled with disdain and fury. "You despicable creature. How dare you treat my elder sister so poorly?" Fifth sister Liang Yunqing's voice was icy and piercing, dripping with undisguised contempt. Third sister Liang Kursin, though initially silent, her tightly pressed lips and cold gaze pierced through Sun Yu like a blade. Wang Lily shrank back, not daring to move. A woman like her, in this moment, had lost even the right to speak. Sun Yu struggled to rise, kneeling before Liang Mulan, his voice trembling. "Mulan, let me explain, it's not what you think." Liang Mulan's gaze was frosty as she raised her hand and delivered a stinging slap. Sun Yu endured the blow, disregarding the pain, desperately saying, "Mulan, hit me. As long as it eases your anger, strike as you wish." "Why? Liang Mulan's voice trembled, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Why would you do this to me? Mulan, it wasn't me. Sun Yu vehemently pointed at Wang Lili, as if grasping at a lifeline. It was her. She forced me. He understood he had to make a choice, and the Liang family was his only escape route. Nonsense. Liang Qiubai stepped forward in fury. Even now, you dare to slander others. Sun Yu, you truly disgust me. Liang Yinqing turned her face away in disdain. The previously silent Liang Qiubai finally spoke, her voice low yet carrying undeniable authority and complete disappointment. Sun Yu, the Liang family has treated you well. To commit such vile acts and attempt to shirk responsibility. Do you think we are all fools? She looked at him coldly. From this day forth, you shall never set foot in the Liang family home again. Chapter 10. The mistake every man will make. Sun Yu felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning as pale as a sheet. He knew Liang Qiubai's words were not a threat, but a verdict. Everything he had painstakingly built crumbled in an instant. He opened his mouth, wanting to make one last defense. Third sister, shut up. Liang Qiubai's roar interrupted him. I am not your sister. 666. This Sun Yu is still not giving up. Just then, a sharp, piercing voice filled with hatred erupted. Sun Yu, you bastard. May you die a miserable death. Everyone turned in shock, their gazes falling upon the source of the voice, Wang Lili, who had been cowering in the corner. She had straightened her posture without them noticing, half of the bedsheet slipping down, utterly uncaring. This startled Liang Qiubai. Goodness, what a fierce reaction. Her face no longer bore mere panic. It was now ablaze with rage and despair, ignited by utter humiliation and abandonment. Her eyes fixed on Sun Yu, bloodshot and nearly bulging. Tears mingled with humiliation and hatred streamed down her cheeks, as if she were weeping blood. It was you. You got me drunk. You deceived me. You promised to support me. And now that trouble has arisen, you dump all the blame on me? Wang Lili's voice was hoarse and piercing, each word seeming to be squeezed from her throat in anguish. Sun Yu, may you never find peace. I will haunt you even as a ghost. Oh dear. That startled me. The third sister is furious too. Sun Yu was once again knocked down to the ground by a punch from Liang Jingchuan. Huh. This beast is worse than a filthy creature, deceiving my daughter's affection. Oh my, another punch bang. How tragic. This adoptive father is truly fierce. Liang Qiubai sincerely admired him. Liang Jingchuan's face was stormy as he turned back, his icy gaze sweeping over the crumpled, weeping Wang Lili, devoid of any sympathy, only filled with fury at being deceived and a resolute intent to clean house. And you, mind your words in today's matter. Otherwise, I shall render you utterly and irrevocably absent. His threat, chilling to the bone, exuded an undeniable potency. Wang Lili's wails abruptly ceased, leaving only the tremors of fear as she clamped her mouth shut, curling into a ball as if she wished to conceal herself within the very seams of the earth. She understood that when Liang Jingchuan spoke, he was certain to act. Subsequently, Lu Jiaoyi assisted the fainted Liang Mulan to her feet, guiding her toward the exit. The others followed suit, leaving the room in a solemn procession. In an instant, room 5201 was left with only Sun Yu and Wang Lili. Inside the sleek black Maybach, everyone consoled the eldest sister, Liang Mulan. Sister, do not grieve. Such a beast is unworthy of your tears. Third sister Liang Qiubai clasped Liang Mulan's hands, resting them on her lap. Indeed, sister. Liang Qiubai and Liang Yinqing nodded in agreement. Mulan, do not dwell on this. Forget him. As a mother. Lu Jiaoyi's heart was a tumult of emotions upon witnessing her daughter deceived. Liang Mulan inhaled deeply, yet her visage revealed considerable weariness. I am fine. You need not worry. It is true that the eldest sister is pitiable, yet Sun Yu too has his own burdens, for Wang Lili is indeed formidable. What man could possibly resist her charms? Does one prefer the lesser? In that moment, all eyes in the vehicle turned toward Liang Qiubai. Startled, he stammered, "Why are you all looking at me?" Noticing the tension, third sister Liang Qiubai quickly interjected, "Why not offer some comfort to our eldest sister?" "Ah, comfort the eldest sister. Indeed, host. You ought to comfort her. Little Gua, why are you meddling? I am not one to console others. Besides, I wish to remain uninvolved beyond this moment. Hurry up." Third sister Liang Qiubai nudged Liang Qiubai with an elbow. Liang Qiubai, observing the fierce look on his sister's face, sighed and muttered, "Fine. A gentleman does not quarrel with ladies." He then turned to Liang Mulan, donning a smile. "Sister, how can you be so sorrowful? This is not your fault. It is a mistake every man makes. Oh wait, it is entirely Sun Yu's fault. You need not bear any guilt." The others were rendered speechless by Liang Qiubai's words. What does he mean by a mistake every man makes? Is that even a reasonable statement? Liang Jingchuan was the first to object, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Jiaoyi before stating with utmost seriousness, "Qiubai, not every man commits such a blunder. Men like your father and I remain steadfastly devoted to our wives, never straying. Oh dear, father, are you getting flustered? Hold on. Let me see what scandal you might have. Instantly, the sisters perked up, including the eldest sister who listened intently. Lu Jiaoyi arched an eyebrow, glancing at Liang Qiubai. At that moment, Liang Qiubai was trembling with fear, his old joints quaking, cold sweat beading on his brow. All right, host, Liang Qiubai currently has no particularly scandalous news. What? No scandal for now? When will there be one? Upon hearing this, the sisters' expressions shifted from eager anticipation to mild disappointment. Liang Qiubai, observing his daughter's reactions, felt an unspoken anguish. He wanted to slap himself for provoking this young man. However, host, next month marks your parents' wedding anniversary, and Liang Qiubai has made arrangements to surprise Lu Jiaoyi. What is that supposed to be? With a sigh of relief, Liang Qiubai revealed a proud smile. Although the surprise had been disclosed, at least he had not divulged any misdeeds. Lu Jiaoyi's face bore a subtle, unnoticed smile. The sisters exchanged amused glances toward their parents. Even the eldest sister, Liang Mulan, appeared less troubled by the earlier events. As the black Maybach came to a halt in the underground parking lot, the family finally returned to the Liang family estate. Upon entering, they were greeted by Liang Zihan, who ran over excitedly. Dad, Mom, you're finally back. Where did you go? Liang Qiubai replied. Ah, Zihan, your parents didn't go far. We merely attended to some matters, and your siblings accompanied us. Lu Jiaoyi chimed in with a beaming smile. At the time, you were resting, so we didn't want to disturb you. Oh, is that so? Liang Zihan's hands tightened around the hem of his clothing, his gaze darting toward Liang Qiubai, thinking, that detestable Liang Qiubai, I shall drive you out of the Liang family, humph. Liang Qiubai paid him no mind. Striding past to the sofa where he sat and immersed himself in his phone, Lu Jiaoyi waved her hand. Zhang Ma, please prepare dinner. We must all be famished. Yes, madam. Zhang Ma responded respectfully before hurriedly entering the kitchen to prepare the meal. Chapter 11, High-End Evening Gown Design Draft. Having instructed Zhang Ma regarding dinner, Liang Qiubai and Lu Jiaoyi ascended to their room. Eldest sister Liang Mulan also rubbed her temples as she made her way upstairs, her voice tinged with fatigue. I'm going to lie down for a while. With a resounding bang, the door closed, and the living room fell into a profound silence. On the sofa, the three sisters were lost in their own worlds. Liang Zihan's gaze flitted over them, finally settling on fourth sister Liang Qiubai, who was intensely focused on her tablet, her electronic pen swiftly sketching. An idea sparked in Liang Zihan's mind. This was his chance. He leaned closer to Liang Qiubai, feigning innocence. Fourth sister, what are you working on? May I take a look? Liang Qiubai seemed oblivious, her brow furrowing as she repeatedly traced the pen across the tablet. She was revising a draft for a vintage haute couture gown from Milan, the overall silhouette already taking shape. However, the intricate artistic patterns clashed with the gown's retro elegance, leaving her at a creative impasse. Liang Zihan caught a glimpse of the screen, memories from his previous life flooding back with questions and solutions regarding this draft. He felt a surge of confidence, ready to speak up. Meanwhile, Liang Qiubai discreetly glanced in their direction. Little Gua, what is the situation with my fourth sister Liang Qiubai? Host, she is tackling a design draft for a vintage haute couture gown from Milan, currently struggling with the integration of patterns. Soon, Liang Zihan will offer her guidance. Guidance? Goodness, this seems to be the rhythm of wooing my fourth sister. If all my sisters fall for him, I, the mere cannon fodder, shall meet my end. No, I must find a way to escape. Host, do not panic. The core issue lies in the mismatch between the pattern's essence and the gown's design. Changing the pattern will resolve it. Change the pattern? Doesn't she realize that? Liang Qiubai pondered. Liang Qiubay's fingers paused momentarily, her brow tightening further. How dare this brat underestimate me? Host, it's not that she cannot see it. Her design style leans towards the assertive, often infusing sharp elements into delicate designs. This gown requires a pure external softness, yet the pattern is too harsh. Oh, I see. It's a professional flaw. A spark of inspiration ignited within Liang Qiubai. She abruptly lifted her gaze, an involuntary smile gracing her lips, then lowered her head as her electronic pen danced rapidly across the screen, ideas flowing like a torrent. Beside her, third sister Liang Qiubai and fifth sister Liang Yunqing exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that their sixth sibling, Qiubai, had struck again. As Liang Zihan observed Liang Qiubay's sudden smile, he assumed his guidance had borne fruit, and a sense of relief washed over him. Seizing the moment, he pointed at the intricate vine patterns displayed on the screen. Look, the lines of these Byzantine scroll motifs are far too sharp, clashing entirely with the soft, ruffled hem of the dress. It's akin to. He paused momentarily, searching for an apt metaphor, like pairing a spirited military drum with a gentle serenade. The rhythm and ambience are utterly mismatched. Nonetheless, Liang Qiubai was completely engrossed in her modifications, disregarding his lofty discourse, her smile only deepening. Liang Zihan, however, misinterpreted her expression as validation of his insights, swelling with pride, and even cast a provocative glance toward Liang Qiubai. Humph, Liang Qiubai, do you see this? This is true prowess. At that moment, Liang Jingchuan's voice rang out. Zihan. Liang Zihan immediately shifted to a jubilant expression and turned around. Liang Jingchuan handed him a hefty set of car keys. These are for you, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Parked in the garage. Thank you, Dad. Liang Zihan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as he eagerly accepted the keys. He deliberately weighed them in his hand, flaunting them before Liang Qiubai. Damn, I really want to shove that smug face of his into the sofa. A luxury car. Who wouldn't he want to drive a beautiful girl around in one? Ugh, I'm so envious. Host, please remain calm. You have a car. I have. Do I? How come I'm unaware of it? Although there are many cars in the parking lot, still. Please, host, recall the details of the plot. Liang Qiubai paused momentarily, then quickly rummaged through his memories, his eyes suddenly brightening. Wait, Cullinan. Ha, well done. My precious. The three sisters looked at the rapid transition on his face from envy to exuberance, finding it oddly amusing, their lips curling into barely perceptible smiles. Liang Jingchuan surveyed the two children with satisfaction, a warm smile gracing his face. Zihan, shall we go see your new car now? Liang Jingchuan proposed. Yes, Dad. Liang Zihan replied eagerly, following his father outside, glancing back to cast a victorious look at Liang Qiubai. How dare he look back and show off? Who does he think he is? It's infuriating. Please, host, mind your language. Mind my manners? How can one maintain civility in front of such a show-off? Not cursing is already a testament to my character. Seeing Liang Qiubai's face shift from pale to flushed with anger, Liang Curson, Liang Qiubai, and Liang Yinqing exchanged glances, unable to suppress their light laughter. What are they laughing about? Liang Qiubai looked bewildered. Little Melon. Speechless. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Ma's resounding voice echoed in the dining room. Madam, young masters and young ladies, dinner is ready. Got it, Zhang Ma, came Lu Jiaoyi's voice from the second floor. The few people on the sofa rose and made their way to the dining room, just as Liang Jingchuan returned with a beaming Liang Zihan. Master, young master. The meal is prepared, Zhang Ma said respectfully. Lu Jiaoyi descended the stairs, supporting a visibly rejuvenated Liang Mulan. Soon, the family gathered around a sumptuous dining table. Liang Qiubai, quick to act, speared a large chicken leg with his chopsticks and unabashedly began to feast. Mulan, how are you feeling? Liang Jingchuan inquired with concern after taking a bite of his food. Dad, I'm fine now, Liang Mulan replied, her gaze regaining its former sharpness. As for Sun Yu, I will ensure he pays for his actions. Go ahead, I support you, Liang Jingchuan replied with a steady and powerful tone. Wow, truly my formidable elder sister. What a presence. Glad to hear you're well. Here, have a big piece of rib, Lu Jiaoyi said tenderly, placing it in Liang Mulan's bowl. Eat more to replenish your strength. Thank you, Mom, Liang Mulan nodded. Liang Jingchuan set down his chopsticks, turning his gaze to Liang Qiubai and Liang Zihan, his tone leaving no room for argument. By the way, Qiubai, Zihan, you both will go to Jiangxing University together tomorrow for enrollment. Liang Qiubai halted mid-bite, visibly reluctant. Huh? I can go alone. Little Melon, what is going on with this script? Why is Liang Zihan going to the same university as me? Host, protagonist Halo. Basic rules apply, but I'm also quite capable. Host, I never said otherwise. Are you feeling insecure? You cheeky system. Have you learned to tease me now? Liang Jingchuan frowned slightly. Qiubai, don't be willful. Tomorrow, I'll take you both. Seeing his father's resolute stance, Liang Qiubai had no choice but to swallow his discontent, puffing out his cheeks in a display of disillusionment. Liang Zihan, keenly seizing the opportunity, instantly donned a slightly aggrieved expression, quietly saying to Liang Jingchuan, Dad, does my brother not want to be with me? He lowered his eyes, appearing cautious. Liang Jingchuan momentarily found himself at a loss for words, feeling a bit of a headache. Lu Jiaoyi, upon hearing this, wore a stern expression, her voice laced with authority as she directed her gaze at Liang Zihan. Zihan, do not entertain such thoughts. How could Qiubai dislike you? Brothers should look out for one another. She understood that her son was somewhat sensitive and prone to overthinking. Sensing his mother's displeasure, Liang Zihan promptly lowered his head obediently. Yes, I understand, Mom. Yet, internally he harbored resentment. My parents don't trust me enough yet. If this were the past, Liang Qiubai, you would have been thrown out long ago. The four sisters silently observed the dinner, witnessing Liang Zihan's display of theatrics, their brows slightly furrowing, yet ultimately choosing to remain silent. The ensuing dinner unfolded in an atmosphere of superficial harmony. After about half an hour, the family members gradually excused themselves to their rooms, leaving Liang Qiubai leisurely finishing the last piece of meat. With a satisfied belch, he patted his belly, contentedly setting down his chopsticks. "Zhangma, thank you for your hard work," he called towards the kitchen. "Oh, young master, you're too kind. It's all part of the job," Zhang Ma replied with a smile, watching Liang Qiubai's satisfied demeanor and thinking to herself, the young master has a good heart and no heirs. He will surely marry a wonderful wife in the future. Chapter 12. Attempt to escape? No chance. Liang Qiubai hummed a cheerful tune as he sauntered up to his room. With his belly full and his spirits lifted, he temporarily cast aside the irritating visage of Liang Zihan. He pushed open his door and flopped onto the soft bed, letting out a contented sigh. "Little Melon, report the itinerary for tomorrow." Host's itinerary for tomorrow, 9:00 a.m., driven by Father Liang Jingchuan. Will accompany Liang Zihan to Jiangxing University for enrollment procedures. No plans for the afternoon. It is advised that the host familiarize himself with the campus environment or conduct initial financial planning. Planning. Liang Qiubai turned over, his eyes sparkling. Yes. The money-making scheme. Little Melon, quickly scan for any quick and easy money-making opportunities at school or on the way tomorrow. Finding a rare antique. Saving a downtrodden magnate. Or, host, this is a modern urban setting, not a fantastical world. Scanning results show no significant opportunities for quick, low-risk, high-return ventures in the campus and surrounding areas tomorrow. It is advised that the host ground himself and start by understanding campus information gaps and potential needs. All right then. Liang Qiubai pouted, then retrieve a map of Jiangxing University, especially the financial department and nearby commercial streets. Also, what major is that little brat Zihan enrolled in? Liang Zihan applied to the Jiangxing University Business School, majoring in business management. He belongs to the same school as the host, but is from a different department. As expected, the elite path. Liang Qiubai scoffed. All right, got it. Time to sleep, recuperate. For tomorrow there's a tough battle to fight. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows into the dining room. As Liang Qiubai descended the staircase while yawning, he noticed Liang Zihan already dressed impeccably, seated at the dining table, sipping milk with an air of elegance. Upon seeing Liang Qiubai, he immediately flashed a sunny, harmless smile. "Good morning, brother." "Good morning, my foot." Liang Qiubai internally rolled his eyes, yet managed to conjure a feigned smile. "Morning." Lu Jiaoyi and Liang Jingchuan were already seated. Liang Mulan, her expression restored to its usual coolness, was engrossed in financial news on her tablet. His third sister, Liang Kersen, fourth sister, Liang Qinyu, and fifth sister, Liang Yinqing, were also present, the atmosphere subtly tranquil. "Is everyone here? Let us eat, and then we'll head out," Liang Jingchuan stated succinctly as he set down his newspaper. Breakfast proceeded in a taciturn silence. Liang Qiubai buried his head in his food, while Liang Zihan intermittently attempted to spark conversation, but aside from Lu Jiaoyi's gentle responses, the others remained indifferent. Before long, Liang Jingchuan rose. "Let us go, the car is outside." Liang Zihan immediately followed, his movements betraying an almost imperceptible excitement. Liang Qiubai, taking his time to wipe his mouth, trailed behind. The Liang family garage was spacious and well-lit. Liang Jingchuan approached a dignified black Maybach, while Liang Zihan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to a brand-new, sleek, luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom parked nearby, its silver-gray body shimmering under the lights. He instinctively touched the car key in his pocket, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he glanced toward Liang Qiubai. Liang Qiubai unmistakably caught that provocative glance, inwardly sneering. Here it comes, the show-off is in full swing. Just then, a deep, powerful engine roar resonated from the depths of the garage. A massive, imposing black SUV slowly emerged, coming to a halt beside the Maybach. With its robust, angular body and enormous grille reminiscent of the Parthenon, it was none other than the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The window rolled down to reveal the driver, Uncle Chun. With a warm smile, "Young master, your vehicle is ready, fully fueled, and set for use at any moment." In an instant, Liang Qiubai straightened his posture, his face breaking into an extraordinarily radiant smile as he waved to Uncle Chun. "Thanks, Uncle Chun." He then leisurely strolled over to the imposing Cullinan, naturally placing a hand on the hood, producing a resounding thud, akin to patting a brother's shoulder. Turning to Liang Zihan, he donned an expression of pure innocence laced with just the right amount of curiosity. "Oh, Zihan, your Phantom looks truly exquisite, so compact and delicate. Mine, on the other hand, is rather cumbersome, like a clumsy giant. I suppose it's just for the comfort and spaciousness. What can I say? I'm a bit lazy." He sighed theatrically as he spoke. Liang Zihan's smile instantly froze. He gazed at the Cullinan, which utterly overshadowed the phantom in both size and presence. And listening to Liang Qiubai's remarks about being a clumsy giant and seeking comfort, he felt a surge of frustration welling up within him, turning his face slightly pale. Compact and delicate? In comparison to the Cullinan, his phantom indeed appeared somewhat dainty. Liang Qiubai? Liang Zihan inwardly roared. He was deliberate. He was absolutely intentional about this. When did he acquire a Cullinan? Favoritism from the parents. Liang Jingchuan observed the scene, shaking his head in resignation without saying anything, directly opening the rear door of the Maybach. Everyone, get in, let us not waste time. He too was somewhat surprised. When had they purchased the Cullinan? This child, Qiubai, was quite adept at keeping secrets. Suppressing his surging anger, Liang Zihan struggled to maintain his composure as he settled into the back seat of the Maybach. Liang Qiubai, in high spirits, hummed a tune, sliding into the spacious and comfortable back of his Cullinan, not forgetting to instruct Uncle Chun, follow my dad's car. The two vehicles exited the Liang family villa, one after the other, heading towards Jiangxing University. Inside the Maybach, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Liang Jingchuan focused intently on the road. Liang Zihan stared out the window at the fleeting scenery, his heart still tumultuous. Why should he, an adopted son, have the right to drive a Cullinan? That should all be his. In his previous life, clearly. The more he thought, the more discontent he felt. His gaze darkening. He must earn his parents' and sisters' recognition faster. He must accumulate his own capital and connections more swiftly. Jiangxing University would be his first battlefield. Armed with the memories and foresight from his past life, he believed he could soon distinguish himself and trample Liang Qiubai beneath his feet. Little Melon. Target's emotional fluctuations are intense. Corruption value 5. Seated comfortably in the expansive Cullinan, Liang Qiubai leisurely listened to Little Melon's live updates. TSK. Can't handle it already? Poor psychological resilience. Liang Qiubai reclined against the headrest. Little Melon, monitor him at all times. Let us see what tricks he is planning once he gets to school. Understood, host. Meanwhile, at the Liang family villa, the four sisters unusually had yet to depart. Liang Kursin, holding a cup of coffee, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the two cars disappear from view. That Cullinan of the sixth brother is quite intriguing. She took a sip of coffee, her tone playful. Liang Qinyu, engrossed in perfecting her design draft modified after being awakened last night, spoke without looking up. He is skilled at making people angry. Did you see Liang Zihan's face? It was nearly green. Serves him right. Liang Yinxing scrolled through entertainment news on her phone, succinctly commenting. Eldest sister Liang Mulan set down her tablet, her gaze sharp as a blade. That Liang Zihan has ulterior motives. His gaze toward Qiubai harbors a palpable hatred. Our parents feel guilty towards him, making them susceptible to his manipulation. We need to keep a close watch. Indeed, the eldest is correct. Liang Kursin nodded gracefully, her fingertips lightly tapping the table. His little schemes, no matter how deeply buried, are utterly exposed in front of the transparent heart of the sixth brother. However, she shifted her tone. Laced with intrigue, the sixth brother is dead set on escaping, along with that mysterious Little Melon. He is dreaming. Liang Qinyu finally lifted her head from the design draft, a glint of cunning flashing in her beautiful eyes, akin to a calculating little fox. With us sisters around, how could this walking goldmine slip away? His schemes are indeed quite useful. For instance, someone might want to stir up trouble at the university. Her gaze swept across her sisters meaningfully. The three exchanged knowing smiles. An unspoken agreement forming. Once indifferent towards Liang Qiubai, the sisters had quietly woven an invisible net, with the protagonist still blissfully unaware. Seated in the comfortable back of the Cullinan, Liang Qiubai suddenly shivered, rubbing his arms. Is the air conditioning too high? Why do I feel a chill on my back all of a sudden? Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, resembling a majestic black fortress, came to a precise stop in front of the grand southern gate of Jiangxing University. Almost simultaneously, Liang Jingchuan's Maybach parked steadily beside it. The arrival of two top-tier luxury vehicles was akin to a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the surrounding crowd. Gasps of astonishment, murmurs of discussion, and the incessant clicks of camera shutters filled the air as countless gazes converged. As Liang Qiubai pushed open the car door and set foot on the ground, he found himself ensnared by the searing stares from all directions. Instinctively, he recoiled, a wave of discomfort washing over him. This feels akin to being an exhibit at a zoo. Urgent assistance required. Activate a mode as humble as dust. Host. This system has not yet enabled optical invisibility or presence reduction functions. Please gracefully embrace the spotlight effect that accompanies your financial prowess. This is a fundamental principle. What use are you? Failing me at a critical moment. Meanwhile, Liang Zihan alighted from the vehicle with an air of elegance, clearly relishing the spectacle of attention. He wore a meticulously crafted smile of confidence, even taking a leisurely moment to adjust his already immaculate collar, as if he were performing in a grand personal showcase. He cast a disdainful glance at Liang Qiubai, who was desperately attempting to shrink into the ground, and thought scornfully, a country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. Even clad in royal robes, he cannot resemble a prince. No matter how luxurious the car, he cannot shed that aura of poverty. Wow, a Rolls-Royce. Which young master is starting school here? Exclaimed a new female student, her hand clasped over her mouth in astonishment. Oh my, I wish I could sit in the passenger seat of that car. Someone nearby chimed in. Huh, dream on. A boy interjected bitterly. That's the heir of the top-tier Liang family in Luo City. Do you really think he would deign to notice you? Yet, despite his words, he couldn't help but steal a few glances at the two luxury vehicles. Liang Jingchuan also exited the car, observing the starkly contrasting reactions of his two sons, and inwardly sighed, though his face remained impassive. Let us proceed to the business school's registration area. He took measured strides, exuding an invisible aura of authority. As the crowd instinctively parted to create a passageway, Liang Qiubai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hastily followed in his father's wake. Striving to conceal himself within the shelter of that towering figure, Liang Zihan, on the other hand, quickened his pace to stay close to Liang Jingchuan's side, chest held high, as if he were the one truly deserving of the spotlight as the illustrious heir. At that moment, the school gate was approached briskly by a well-dressed, refined middle-aged man, Principal Qiu Mingshu. With a beaming smile, he extended his hand from a distance. Old Liang, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. This way, please. Liang Jingchuan chuckled as he shook his hand. Old Qiu, you're far too kind. Qiu Mingshu's gaze fell upon Liang Zihan, who stood tall beside Liang Jingchuan, his eyes brimming with admiration. He enthusiastically gestured. This must be Liang Qiubai, I presume? Truly possessing an exceptional demeanor, just as expected of a scion of a prestigious family. His tone was affirming, filled with praise. Liang Zihan's previously composed smile froze, his hopeful expression morphing into one of shock and humiliation. A surge of resentment igniting within him. Liang Qiubai? Him again. Why? Old Qiu, Liang Jingchuan interjected with a resigned smile. I mentioned in our earlier phone conversation. Didn't I? This is my recently found biological son, Liang Zihan. He gestured toward the now visibly shrinking Liang Qiubai. The one behind is Liang Qiubai. The smile on Qiu Mingshu's face faltered momentarily, an awkward expression flickering across his features as he hastily remedied the situation. My memory fails me. I apologize sincerely. Liang Zihan. He turned to Liang Zihan, his tone apologetic. Immediately, his gaze was riveted on Liang Qiubai, his enthusiasm surging even higher than before as he approached with fervor. Grasping Liang Qiubai's hand and shaking it vigorously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Liang Qiubai, it is a privilege to finally meet you. Our Jiangxing University is truly honored to have the top scholar from Luo City among us. His voice was animated, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Liang Qiubai, taken aback by this sudden display of enthusiasm, managed only an awkward yet polite smile. Thank you, Principal Qiu, you flatter me. It was merely luck. Look at that. Such humility. A rare quality indeed. Qiu Mingshu lauded him. Liang Jingchuan, unable to contain himself any longer, half-jokingly interjected. Old Qiu, this is my son. Why do I feel like your gaze is trying to steal him away? Haha. Oh Liang, you jest. Everyone has an appreciation for talent. Qiu Mingshu unabashedly admired Liang Qiubai, his gaze akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare gem. Host, are you blushing? Is your social anxiety flaring up? Liang Qiubai felt a prickling unease under the intensity of Qiu Mingshu's gaze, his mind racing with thoughts. Social anxiety, you say? I feel as though this old man has ulterior motives. Is he planning to drag me off for experiments? To dissect the mind of a top scholar? Little melon. The system enters a brief state of speechlessness. Beside them, Liang Zihan watched Qiu Mingshu's fervent interaction with Liang Qiubai, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, his nails digging into his palm. Liang Zihan is also quite exceptional. We welcome you to Jiang University. Qiu Mingshu finally remembered the presence of another individual and offered a courteous remark. This belated, almost condescending greeting made Liang Zihan feel as though he had swallowed a fly. He forced a stiff smile, his voice strained as he muttered. Thank you, Principal Qiu. The business school registration area is over there. Qiu Mingshu indicated a direction. You may proceed with your registration. I have matters to attend to with Principal Qiu, Liang Jingchuan succinctly instructed. Understood, father. Liang Zihan promptly adopted a tone of servility. What a good actor. Liang Qiubai internally rolled his eyes. Liang Zihan turned on his heel, his suppressed fury evident in his brisk stride toward the registration area for newcomers. his back a portrait of indignation. Liang Qiubai leisurely followed behind, inexplicably feeling a sense of satisfaction at his brother's plight. The registration area was bustling with activity. "Hello, senior. I am Liang Zihan from Class 1 of Business Management." Liang Zihan maintained his composure as he addressed a sweet-faced senior with her hair tied in a bun. "Oh, certainly. Please hold on a moment," the senior replied. Turning to her companion, "Could you help this student from Class 1 of Business Management find the necessary documents?" Meanwhile, another senior began sifting through the roster and materials. "And you, what is your major?" the bun-haired senior inquired, looking at Liang Qiubai. "Class 1 of Finance, Liang Qiubai." Liang Qiubai. The senior's eyes lit up instantly, her voice rising in excitement. "You're the top scholar, Liang Qiubai? Oh my goodness. You're incredible." She beamed, swiftly retrieving the documents with deftness. "Here. This is your dorm key and materials. Welcome to Jian University." "Thank you, senior." Liang Qiubai accepted the materials with a polite expression of gratitude. Watching Liang Qiubai complete the process with such ease, earning unabashed admiration and praise from the senior, Liang Zihan felt a surge of blood rush to his head, jealousy and anger transforming his gaze into one that seemed to belch fire at Liang Qiubai. "Hey, little melon, why is Liang Zihan taking so long? Is the roster organized by the strokes of the surname, or what?" Report, host, "It's because he is in Class 2 of Business Management." As soon as the system finished speaking, Liang Qiubai couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sound struck Liang Zihan's ears like the most piercing mockery. "What are you laughing at?" Liang Zihan spun around, his face flushed, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Liang Qiubai, observing his brother's exasperation, felt a mischievous impulse surge within him. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Little brother Zihan, do you wish to know why I am faster than you?" Liang Zihan's chest heaved violently, struggling to contain himself. "Tell me." Hee. Liang Qiubai shook his phone, grinning like a cat that had pilfered a fish. "Curious? How about you transfer me 10 yuan for a bottle of water to soothe my throat?" Liang Qiubai, "Don't push your luck." Liang Zihan's voice trembled with indignation. "Whether you like it or not." Liang Qiubai feigned a departure. "Wait." Liang Zihan, nearly grinding his teeth, pulled out his phone and hastily transferred 10 yuan to Liang Qiubai. "Now can we talk?" Liang Qiubai, satisfied with the notification of the transfer, leaned closer to Liang Zihan's ear and, in a conspiratorial whisper that only the two could hear, with a mischievous glint in his eye, said, "Because you belong to Class 2. No sooner had he spoken than, as if to validate his words, a senior nearby inquired with a mix of confusion and clarity, "Excuse me? Are you certain you are in Class 1 for Business Management? I don't see your name." Liang Zihan, on the Class 1 roster. "Ha." Liang Qiubai could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a hearty chuckle. He patted Liang Zihan on the shoulder, leaving behind a brilliantly infuriating smile, and waved goodbye with flamboyance as he sauntered away. Liang Zihan remained frozen in place, his complexion shifting from red to blue to pale. A spectacle to behold. He felt the piercing gazes of those around him akin to needles pricking his skin. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress the overwhelming sense of shame, nearly forcing the words from his throat as he addressed the senior. "I apologize. I misread. I am in Class 2 for Business Management." "Oh." The senior with the bun suddenly understood, elongating her tone with a hint of realization. "No wonder I couldn't find you. The roster for Class 2 is right here." She bent down to rummage through the materials for Class 2. Liang Zihan stood there, feeling as though each second stretched into an eternity, the humiliation washing over him like a chilling tide, completely submerging him. Grasping the dormitory key, he felt as if a flood was chasing him from behind, nearly bolting from the new student registration area, wishing he could find a crevice to disappear into. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green hills, flowers are blooming. Liang Qiubai's resonant and slightly off-key singing echoed unabashedly in the stairwell of Dormitory 1. In high spirits, the amusing incident of registration temporarily allowed him to forget the watchful eyes of the seniors and the gloomy glare of Liang Zihan. Dormitory number 207. At the end of the second floor, with a click, the key turned, and Liang Qiubai pushed open the door. Suddenly, it felt as if someone had pressed the pause button, and his singing abruptly ceased. Before his eyes lay an expanse of blubbery flesh. A man, visibly over 200 pounds, stood with his back to the door, displaying an exceedingly brazen posture, completely bare from the waist up, wearing only a pair of oversized shorts as he tidied the bed. As he bent over, the rolls of his ample midsection cascaded down, and what drew the most attention was the deep and uniquely shaped navel, particularly conspicuous under the light. What the hell? A shocking display. Liang Qiubai's mind raced. Little melon. Scan. Is that navel for real? Its gaze is even more profound than that of my third uncle. Little melon replied calmly. Suju. That is an exaggerated version of normal human naval morphology. Please note, it does not possess visual capabilities and cannot see you. I know it can't see, but its presence is overwhelming. My eyes can't control themselves. Liang Qiubai felt as though his gaze was firmly ensnared by some mysterious force. The hefty man seemed to hear the door open, slowly turning around, his triple chin quivering slightly with the movement. Upon seeing Liang Qiubai at the door, his face broke into an exceedingly warm and expansive smile, showing no sign of embarrassment despite being exposed. "Oh, our new roommate has arrived. Hello, hello. A warm welcome. I'm Chao Mingpeng," he exclaimed, clumsily waving his pudgy hand. Chao Mingpeng. Liang Qiubai steadied himself, making an effort to divert his gaze from the focal point, dragging his suitcase inside. "Right, Chao Mingpeng," he echoed, as Chao Mingpeng slapped his round belly, producing a muffled thud. "My parents had foresight. I was a heavyweight from birth, so they named me Mingpeng. I'm borrowing a bit of glory from Chao Mingda. Who knows? I might become a prominent figure in the future. Just call me Pongzi." His tone was exuberant, radiating a familiar warmth. Chapter 15. The Controversy of Freshman Groups. Goodness, that name truly reflects the person behind it, fitting and proper. Liang Qiubai thought to himself, yet his face displayed a smile. "All right, Pongzi. I'm Liang Qiubai." This hefty fellow's enthusiasm was akin to a little sun, instantly dispelling any discomfort from the visual shock he had just experienced. Liang Qiubai surveyed the tidy and spacious two-person room, featuring bunk beds with a desk below, a private bathroom, and a decent-sized balcony. The conditions were quite satisfactory. "Are the others not here yet?" he casually inquired. "What others?" Chao Mingpeng plopped himself down on his clearly reinforced chair, which groaned under the strain. "It's just us two. This year's dormitories in the business school at Jiang University are standard two-person rooms. Isn't that great? Two-person room." Liang Qiubai's eyes lit up. "This is fantastic. Back in the day, I was crammed into that shabby six-person room, afraid to turn over lest I push my roommate off the bed." Little Melon interjected at the right moment. "According to historical records, you resided in a six-person dormitory in the computer science department of your 211 university. With an average area of less than 5 square meters, it truly was a cattle-like living environment." "Hey, Little Melon, the point is I attended a 211 university, a prestigious institution, a genius. Do you understand? I became a working stiff later on." Liang Qiubai raged internally. "And also, do not insult me." "Understood." The host's defense of their junior college and indignation over their past cattle-like existence has been recorded. Liang Qiubai stood there, his expression shifting due to the intense exchange with Little Melon. "Huh, by go." Chao Mingpeng waved his plump hand in front of him. "What are you daydreaming about? Are you stunned by the luxury of our dormitory? Oh, it's nothing. Liang Qiubai snapped back to reality, hurriedly dragging his suitcase to his designated spot. "It's indeed quite impressive. The conditions are wonderful. By the way, Pongzi, when did you arrive?" "Hee." Chao Mingpeng proudly shook his head, pulling out his phone. "I arrived yesterday afternoon. Seizing the opportunity, you know?" His fingers flew across the screen, his small eyes sparkling with excitement. And the welcoming seniors yesterday were something else. Plus, the quality was top-notch. Hard work pays off. I even got my hands on the freshly released Jiang University Campus Beauty Rankings. Come on, by go, let me show you. Take a look at our aspirations for the next 4 years. He eagerly handed over his phone with an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Chao Mingpeng had been enthusiastically scrolling through his phone screen, lingering over the images of the beauty rankings, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, as if he had seen something unsightly. His smile vanished in an instant, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked up at Liang Qiubai. "What the hell? By go, you've become famous. Famous across the entire school." Liang Qiubai was hanging a piece of clothing in the wardrobe when he heard this. Without turning around, he replied nonchalantly, infused with a touch of pride, "Oh, wasn't this bound to happen sooner or later? After all, with the crown of the top scholar in Luoqing atop my head. Being low-key is quite the challenge. I'm used to it." No, by go," Chao Mingpeng exclaimed, raising his voice several octaves. "It's not about your status. You've been roasted." A whole crowd of freshmen is going wild in the group. They're practically drowning in saliva. "What?" The coat hanger in Liang Qiubai's hand clattered to the ground as he abruptly turned around, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. Had he been insulted? What had he done to deserve this? Who had he offended? He quickly strode over to Chao Mingpeng, who thrust a phone into his hands, revealing the interface of the Jiangda freshman WeChat group. The chat box was inundated with messages, refreshing at a dizzying pace like a chaotic barrage of comments. "Coke without ice. Just extra charge Liang Qiubai, the top scholar of Luoqing? That counterfeit from the Liang family? Gossiping without spitting seeds, the real young master has returned. Yet he shamelessly clings to his spot. Have some dignity." Keyboard hero, I heard he bullied the genuine young master Liang Zihan. How brazen to occupy what isn't his. The Liang family has truly raised an ingrate. Flipping the salted fish, is this for real? So explosive? Any proof? VIP intruder of the king of hell's court, there's no smoke without fire. The upper crust is indeed treacherous. This fake young master is definitely no good. Liang Qiubai's blood pressure surged as he read the messages, his fingers nearly crushing the screen. Little Gua, level 1 alert. Investigate this immediately. Find out which scoundrel is slandering me behind my back. He seethed inwardly, his rage boiling over. Initiating information tracking module. Please remain calm, host. The calm electronic voice of Little Gua resonated. Despite the overwhelming malice, a few faint yet rational voices struggled to be heard. Clarity in the world bullying? Who witnessed it? Is there evidence? Just words without substance? Rational analyst, the Liang family's parents and 5 ladies have not spoken. Why should you outsiders be so indignant? This is an internal family matter, not for you to meddle in. Law student, a reminder to everyone above. Disseminating false information in a public group chat may constitute defamation, which carries serious legal consequences. Chao Mingpeng cautiously observed Liang Qiubai's darkening expression. Are you really the Liang family's adopted son? Indeed, a bona fide fake young master. Liang Qiubai tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a self-deprecating yet icy smile as he returned the phone to Pang. What's the matter? Afraid that living in the same dorm with me will implicate you? Afraid of what exactly? Chao Mingpeng, upon hearing this, sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his round body rising in indignation. His face flushed as he thumped his solid chest. Though I'm hefty, I have an excellent eye for character. After chatting with you, I can tell you're a forthright person. This situation is clearly someone trying to stir up trouble to tarnish your name. It's so low, so despicable. His small eyes sparkled with righteous fury and loyalty. Speak up, brother Bai. What do you need me to do? Should I confront them in the group? Or should I use my 200+ pounds to block the door and reason with them? Just say the word. Observing the fervor and readiness for battle in Pang, Liang Qiubai felt his anger dissipate by half, almost eliciting a smile. He patted Pang's sturdy shoulder. All right, Pang, you're quite the character. But arguing with a mad dog is futile and only leads to getting splattered with saliva. Such turmoil comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. Let it be. It will cool off naturally. Indeed, Brother Bai is right. The innocent will clear their name. Chao Mingpeng nodded earnestly, like a loyal hound. We shan't stoop to the level of petty villains. Host, tracing complete. Little Gua's voice chimed in timely. The source of the rumors has been identified as Liang Zihan and his roommate Lin Yu. Liang Zihan complained to Lin Yu in the dorm, who then took it upon himself to defend him by initiating defamatory comments in the freshman group and other smaller groups, steering the public narrative. Huh. It's this brat after all. Chapter 16, The Freshman Gala. Liang Qiubai's eyes glinted coldly. They can't wait to undermine me right at the start of the semester? Do they think I am made of clay? Very well, Liang Zihan, this grudge is set. We shall play this out slowly. Host is formidable. Target's darkening value, 5. Little Gua chimed in at the right moment. For the next half hour, Liang Qiubai swiftly packed his belongings while engaging in light-hearted banter with Chao Mingpeng. The latter was quite the character, possessing a witty tongue and broad knowledge, and their conversation flowed seamlessly, filling the dormitory with a lively atmosphere that temporarily overshadowed the earlier gloom. By the way, Pang, Liang Qiubai said, shoving the last book into the shelf. Do you have any plans for tonight? As a newcomer, I'd like to familiarize myself with the campus. Plans? Oh, we have plenty, Chao Mingpeng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up like searchlights. Tonight, the freshman gala. It's the highlight, Brother Bai. He animatedly gestured, his excitement palpable. I'm telling you, this year's lineup is phenomenal. The grand finale features our university's recognized campus beauty, the dream goddess of countless boys, Liang Yunqing. I hear she is going to perform. Tickets are selling like hotcakes. Liang Yunqing. Liang Qiubai's hand paused mid-arrangement. She is our school's. Indeed. Host. Liang Yunqing is currently a third-year student in the Performing Arts Department at Jiangda and is immensely popular on campus. Little Gua confirmed. Speaking of the campus beauty, Chao Mingpeng suddenly recalled something, smacking his shiny forehead in realization, his gaze intensely fixed on Liang Qiubai. Brother Bai, is she your sister? The fifth sister? Yes, Liang Qiubai replied, slightly taken aback by Pang's sudden enthusiasm. She is my fifth sister. Oh woo. Chao Mingpeng let out a suppressed wolf howl. Bounding forward and gripping Liang Qiubai's arm with his chubby hands, a smile plastered across his face, his eyes sparkling like stars. Dear brother, my dear brother, Brother Bai, I implore you, in the spirit of our dorm camaraderie and our instant connection, help a brother out. Just let me take a picture with the goddess. Just one. I promise to behave, absolutely no funny business. I beg you, Brother Bai. You're my kin. He shook Liang Qiubai's arm, his demeanor suggesting that if Liang did not acquiesce, he would perform an impressive slide on his knees weighing 300 pounds. Oh dear, Pang, Liang Qiubai said, a look of distress crossing his face as he attempted to extricate his hand from Pang's grip. It's not that I don't want to help, but my relationship with my 5 sisters is rather strained, quite plastic really. This is quite the challenge. He waved his hands repeatedly, his eyes pleading for mercy. You want me to ask my 5th sister for a signature and a photo? That's like asking a centenarian to hang themselves for wanting to live longer. I'd never do it. Oh, come on, Brother Bai. Chao Mingpang persisted, transforming into a relentless echo, shaking Liang Qiubai's arm vigorously. The force from his weight made Liang feel like a rag doll. Just one will do. I promise not to embarrass you. Please, Brother Bai, you're my dear brother. Hey, Pang, stop. My bones are about to fall apart. Liang Qiubai exclaimed, feeling dizzy from the shaking, his breakfast threatening to resurface. Stop. I agree. Isn't that enough? Let go. Quickly. Upon hearing this, Chao Mingpang immediately released his vice-like grip, his chubby face breaking into a radiant smile, almost bursting with joy as he exclaimed, Fantastic. Brother Bai, you're truly my brother. Tonight, I'll treat you. Hot pot. All you can eat. Coughing, Liang Qiubai clutched his chest where he had been squeezed, gasping for air. Goodness, this hefty fellow has quite the grip. I almost met my end. As night fell, the two hastily finished their dinner and joined the throng heading towards the brightly lit venue of the freshman gala. The venue was already a sea of people, buzzing with excitement. In a corner of the venue, Liang Qiubai and Chao Mingpang finally managed to secure 2 vacant seats. Just a few minutes after they settled in, the evening festivities commenced with the host's impassioned opening remarks. The opening act featured a group dance in antiquated style, with flowing garments that were quite pleasing to the eye. However, the subsequent performances left much to be desired, ranging from poetry recitals to cliched skits. As time ticked away, yawns echoed throughout the hall, and many attendees began surreptitiously scrolling through their phones, with some even quietly preparing to slip away unnoticed. Liang Qiubai found himself utterly bored. Chao Mingpang, battling drowsiness, fought back tears as he yawned, his chubby face contorted in a frown. The hypnotic effect of the event was more potent than that of his calculus teacher. Indeed, Liang Qiubai felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and idly suggested, Shall we leave? No way. Chao Mingpang snapped back, instantly alert, his eyes widening like a startled cat whose tail had been stepped on, resolutely declaring, Not a chance. For the sake of the goddess's photo, I, Chao Mingpang, will endure this until the grand finale, even if it means falling asleep right here. Liang Qiubai replied. All right then, your chubby logic prevails. After what felt like an eternity, the host finally elevated his voice to announce, Next, let us extend the warmest applause to our pride from Jiang University, the goddess in the hearts of countless students, Liang Yunk. The audience erupted into a frenzy. All prior lethargy vanished, replaced by a tumult of screams and cheers that resembled the roar of a storm. Liang Qiubai felt as though his eardrums were buzzing. Beside him, Chao Mingpang transformed into a human megaphone, cupping his hands around his mouth, veins bulging in his neck as he hoarsely shouted, Liang Yunk, Goddess, I love you. His fervor seemed capable of lifting the roof off the venue. Whoa, easy there, fatty. You'll burst along. Liang Qiubai winced at the sonic assault so close to him. This level of fervor rivals that of a cult gathering. In the center of the stage, a platform began to rise slowly. A spotlight descended with precision, illuminating the breathtaking figure of Liang Yunk. She donned a resplendent, bright yellow haute couture gown that accentuated her snow-like skin. Her high ponytail added a touch of crisp elegance, enhancing her innate charisma. As the hem of her gown parted, a pair of long, flawless legs, as white as jade, became tantalizingly visible, igniting a surge of hormones throughout the audience. The screams reached a new crescendo. Even Liang Qiubai, accustomed to the beauty of his sisters, couldn't help but gasp at the sight of his 5th sister on stage. Is this too stunning? She is like a walking moonlight. One glance, and it feels like an eternity. No wonder the fatty is beside himself. Liang Yunk slightly nodded in acknowledgement, delicately lifting the microphone to her lips. Miraculously, the hall fell silent, with countless breaths held in anticipation. As the prelude began to play, the familiar strains of Decent filled the air. She sang with an ethereal voice that bore just the right hint of rasp, artfully conveying the song's themes of regret and release. Almost as soon as she began to sing, the male audience members were swept away, joining in a heartfelt chorus that melded into a sea of emotion. The freshman gala had transformed entirely into Liang Yunk's personal concert. Departing can also be dignified, ensuring that these years have not been in vain. Love fiercely and earnestly. But do not let obsession ruin yesterday. I loved you decisively and cleanly. Farewell, and may we not squander our encounter. As the final note lingered in the air, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, and once more, the chant of Liang Qiubai resounded. With a smile, she raised her hand, gently pressing down, and like a switch had been flipped, the hall was plunged into silence. At this moment, the host, beaming, stepped onto the stage. Thank you, Qiubai, for that mesmerizing performance. Next, we have a little interactive segment. Please direct your gaze to the big screen. On the massive screen, a rapidly spinning prize wheel appeared, densely packed with seat numbers. A lottery? Selecting a lucky audience member? Whispers rippled through the audience. The host explained, this wheel will randomly select one fortunate student. That student will have the chance to sing a duet with our goddess, Qiubai. Let us ensure that tonight leaves no regrets. Wow, a duet with the goddess. Chao Mengpeng was so exhilarated he nearly jumped out of his seat, hands clasped in prayer, eyes shut tight, as he fervently implored, Buddha bless. Jade Emperor, show your spirit. Hallelujah. Pick me. Pick me. You must choose me. Liang Qiubai's lips twitched at his friend's fervent beliefs. The wheel spun rapidly, captivating the hearts of thousands in attendance. 3, 2, 1. Stop. The wheel gradually came to a halt, a colossal number locking into place on the screen. 26. Congratulations to the student seated in number 26. Please come to the stage. The host's voice rang out across the hall. 26. Where is seat 26? The crowd stirred, heads bowing to check their seat numbers. 26, 26. Chao Mengpeng mumbled, suddenly glancing down at his ticket stub, which read 25. He froze as if struck by lightning. In the next moment, he turned to Liang Qiubai, his eyes wide as saucers, and then erupted in ecstatic joy, delivering a resounding slap to Liang Qiubai's back. Brother Bai, it's you. Number 26 is you. Oh, the force of the slap nearly sent Liang Qiubai tumbling forward. Fatty, you cough, cough. Liang Qiubai gasped for breath. What the? Are you trying to murder me? Congratulations, host. You've won the chance to sing with the goddess. Came the voice of Xiao Guo, filled with glee. You can take your congratulations and shove it. Why is it me of all people? Xiao Guo, did you orchestrate this? Liang Qiubai raged internally. Xiao Guo responded with a cheeky emoji. Hey, Brother Bai, I'm just thrilled for you. So excited. Chao Mengpeng chuckled foolishly, shoving Liang Qiubai out of his seat. Get up there. Go for it. Even though you see her every day, I still hope you can steal a few more glances at the goddess. Oh, and don't forget to sing well. Liang Qiubai stumbled forward, disoriented by the spotlight and the attention of the audience. His expression one of sheer despair as he shuffled toward the stage. His silhouette evoked a poignant sense of tragic heroism. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the venue, Liang Zihan observed Liang Qiubai's awkward ascent to the stage with a smirk that conveyed both triumph and a cold demeanor. Liang Qiubai clumsily made his way onto the stage, the blinding spotlight making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Instinctively, he glanced toward Liang Qiubai, who, upon noticing him, seemed to slightly arch her beautiful eyes and curl her lips into a faint, yet undeniably present, smile. Did she just smile? Liang Qiubai pondered. Was that just my imagination? Or is it the stage lights playing tricks on me? Based on micro-expression analysis, Liang Qiubai indeed displayed a brief and subtle smile. Possibly perceiving your entrance as comical, Xiao Guo interjected with precision. Xiao Guo, I'm going to get you. Liang Qiubai's inner turmoil reached its peak. The host timely extended the microphone. This fortunate student seems a bit nervous, huh? No need to be anxious. Please take a moment to introduce yourself to everyone. Liang Qiubai took a deep breath, striving to muster a smile that was more painful than tears, and spoke into the microphone, his voice slightly dry. Hello everyone. I am Liang Qiubai. Liang Qiubai. Is he the infamous fake young master of the Liang family, the one who bullied the true heir? How did he get up here? Wait, he's the non-blood-related brother of the campus belle, Liang Yanqing. What an audacious outsider to dare step on the face of the legitimate young master. The murmurs from the audience surged like a tidal wave, buzzing with skepticism, disdain, and the thrill of gossip. Backstage, a dashing man in a crisply tailored black suit caught the whispers, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This man was Hu Qichuan, the president of the university's student council. I knew it. I knew it would turn out this way. A grand scene of social embarrassment. Little Guo, quickly. Investigate if that scoundrel Liang Zihan is behind this mischief. Liang Qiubai felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. Bingo. Host, your insight is commendable. Little Guo responded promptly. The source has been identified. It was arranged by Hu Qichuan, the student council president, who is in charge of tonight's proceedings and the lottery. Hu Qichuan, who is this person? Liang Qiubai was utterly bewildered. He is the young master of the Hu family, a prominent name in Luoqing. Although his family's influence is slightly inferior to the Liang family, they are still quite affluent. This man has been fervently pursuing Liang Qiubai, yet he has been repeatedly rejected. Liang Zihan approached him, claiming that you harbor inappropriate feelings for Liang Qiubai, given that there is no blood relation, and that it troubles you greatly. Qiubai, consumed by jealousy, devised this scheme to humiliate you in front of your goddess and the entire school. I like Liang Qiubai. Does that scoundrel Liang Zihan spread rumors without a draft? She is my sister. Liang Qiubai was fuming, nearly cursing aloud. Legally, there is no blood relation. Little Guo reminded calmly. Whose side are you on? Liang Qiubai felt his blood pressure surge. Meanwhile, standing beside Liang Qiubai, Liang Qiubai, whose lips were previously curved in a rehearsed smile, momentarily tightened her expression upon hearing the audience's comments about the fake young master bullying the true heir. As Liang Qiubai's inner thoughts and Little Guo's dialogue regarding Qiubai and Liang Zihan's conspiracy echoed in her mind. A fleeting chill of realization and anger flickered in her beautiful eyes. Qiubai, was he the one orchestrating this? Liang Zihan sowing discord, claiming Qiubai harbors feelings for me? Liang Qiubai's heart scoffed. What a cunning scheme. As the host struggled to regain control, the audience grew increasingly unruly. Liang Qiubai suddenly stepped forward, drawing closer to Liang Qiubai. She donned a captivating smile that could sway the hearts of many, yet her eyes conveyed a sense of reassurance. Speaking into the microphone, her voice rang clear and authoritative. Everyone, please quiet down. Like a royal decree, the bustling venue fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping echoing through the air. All eyes were fixed on the goddess on stage. Liang Qiubai slightly tilted her head, gazing at the still-dazed Liang Qiubai beside her. Her crimson lips parting as she asked softly, yet clearly through the microphone, what would you like to sing? Her flawless, radiant face was mere inches away, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Liang Qiubai was momentarily taken aback by her sudden proximity and inquiry, his heart skipping a beat, his face flushing crimson. Mind blanking as he blurted out, something a little sweet, perhaps. Yes, good, Liang Qiubai nodded, signaling backstage to prepare the accompaniment. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. Liang Qiubai exhaled in relief. But Fifth Sister's aura is entirely different from that of our home's loudmouth, who always argues. It's as if they are two different people on and off the stage. You little rascal. Liang Qiubai's perfect goddess smile froze momentarily, her lips twitching slightly. How dare he call me a loudmouth? Very well, Liang Qiubai. You are in for it. An invisible chill emanated from her. While the audience perceived her as more aloof, unaware of the brewing reckoning aimed at Liang Qiubai, oblivious to the impending storm, Liang Qiubai felt the temperature around him drop a few degrees. As the familiar and youthful prelude of a little suite began to play, Liang Qiubai instantly gathered her thoughts. Her face adorned once more with that enchanting, stage-perfect smile. She gently parted her lips, her ethereal voice cascading forth. Pick an apple. Waiting for you to pass by the door, to quench your thirst, I will deliver it to your hand. Liang Qiubai took a deep breath, striving to suppress his nerves, and continued to sing. Like summer's cola, like winter's cocoa, you are the right time, the right role. His voice held a barely perceptible tremor, yet it remarkably blended a tender freshness, resonating clearly through the speakers to every freshman's ears. The murmurs from the audience gradually subsided. The once judgmental gazes were now captivated by the pure and pristine melody. The two of them sang in a surprisingly harmonious duet. Liang Qiubai began to relax, lost in the melody and his own voice, as if forgetting the thousands of pairs of eyes below and the previous criticism. As the song reached its climax, their voices intertwined, brimming with power and emotion. You let me see a flower bloom in the desolate desert. You inspire me to write a love song for you every day. With the most romantic chorus, you softly echo, our choice is unwavering. The audience erupted with fervor. Nearly everyone joined in the chorus, the roaring sound nearly lifting the roof off. On stage, the two of them, under the spotlight, exchanged glances unconsciously. At that moment, the atmosphere created by the music made them appear genuinely affectionate. Did you see that? That is my brother. My Baigu. He is singing with the campus bell. Chao Mengpang exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, waving his pudgy arms, his voice piercing through the crowd, even reaching Liang Qiubai clearly. Whoa, you fatso, why are you yelling so loud? You startled me. Almost made me sing off key. Liang Qiubai mentally scoffed, yet he maintained the rhythm steadily, crafting the most blissful style with care. As the final two lines of the duet fell, the lingering sound resonated in the air. The entire venue erupted into thunderous applause and wild cheers. Liang Qiubai wore a flawless smile, naturally extending her hand to grasp Liang Qiubai's wrist, not holding hands, pulling him to the center of the stage. The motion was fluid, exuding an undeniable sense of control. Liang Qiubai, taken aback, felt dazed as his wrist was seized. Fifth sister, what are you doing? Pulling me? holding my hand. This is it. My animosity points are maxed out. Those wolves in the audience are going to tear me apart. Help. Host, your concerns seem quite valid, Little Guo concurred. Liang Qiubai appeared to have heard his thoughts. The perfect arc of her smile deepening just a fraction, hinting at a mischievous triumph. Wow, fifth sister's wrist is so smooth and carries a faint fragrance. Liang Qiubai's thoughts inadvertently drifted. Liang Qiubai's fingers, which held his wrist, tightened imperceptibly for a moment, only to release it as if nothing had happened. Her fair earlobes, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, subtly flushed with a delicate shade of crimson. That scoundrel! How dare he critique her in his mind? Truly, he must be itching for trouble. While her smile remained unaltered, her thoughts were already devising a plan to deal with her audacious brother. The two stood side by side at the center of the stage, bowing deeply to the audience below. The applause and cheers surged once more to a crescendo. Release your grip on our school's flower, Liang Qiubai, she exclaimed. A sense of inexplicable joy stirred within her. What a delightful predicament. Incestuous sibling romance. What nonsense. Such thoughts would only lead to ruin. I care not. The atmosphere is simply divine. It is sweet. Oh no, she has truly stirred a hornet's nest this time. I must slip away as soon as we leave the stage. Alarm bells rang within Liang Qiubai's mind. Liang Qiubai cast him a discreet glance, her eyes seemingly conveying, think you can escape? Not a chance. The host hurried onto the stage to regain control, preparing to deliver closing remarks. Seizing the moment as they rose from their bow, Liang Qiubai attempted to make his escape, but Liang Qiubai's movements were swifter. She deftly seized the hem of his sleeve, akin to a chick being carried, resolutely pulling him down the stage. Hey, fifth sister, slow down. Where are you dragging me off to? Liang Qiubai stumbled after her, attempting in vain to break free. Chapter 19. A windfall of 5 million. Liang Qiubai paid him no heed, her intentions clear as she dragged him backstage. Below, Chao Ming, upon witnessing the scene, was transfixed. Casting aside all else, he darted from his seat like a cannonball, fervently pursuing the direction in which the two had vanished. Backstage, chaos reigned. The student council members were busily gathering props and equipment. Meanwhile, Hua Qichuan stood in a corner with a sullen expression, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Upon spotting Liang Qiubai's arrival, a courteous smile instantly adorned his face, but it froze, shattering into pieces upon realizing she still held Liang Qiubai's sleeve. His eyes gleaming with venomous hostility directed at Liang Qiubai. A palpable chill and animosity enveloped Liang Qiubai in that instant. What an intense aura of hostility, he shuddered. Who was that with the murderous glare aimed at me? Did Liang Jingru give him courage? Host, your self-assessment seems somewhat skewed. Furthermore, that fierce gentleman is none other than the mastermind behind your imminent social demise tonight, the president of the student council, Hua Qichuan. Dog system, which side are you on? Liang Qiubai raged internally. Under Hua Qichuan's glare, which seemed capable of eviscerating him, Liang Qiubai remained unperturbed. Gripping Liang Qiubai's sleeve as she proceeded through the bustling crowd backstage, exiting through a side door. Once outside, having escaped the clamor of backstage and Hua Qichuan's death stare, Liang Qiubai finally released her hold. She turned to face him, arms crossed, regarding the dazed Liang Qiubai, who bore the expression of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. With a sly smile playing on her crimson lips, we are having an internal dinner organized by the student council shortly. You are coming with me. A dinner? An internal student council affair. Liang Qiubai's mind immediately conjured Hua Qichuan's sinister visage, and he shook his head vigorously like a rattle. No, fifth sister. You see, I'm new to Zhejiang University and unfamiliar with my surroundings. Plus it's rather late now. I wouldn't want to intrude on your gathering. Enjoy yourselves. He retreated, intent on making a discreet exit. At that moment, from the shadows near the small door, a figure stealthily approached, none other than Hua Qichuan, who held his breath, ears perked. Liang Qiubai, seemingly oblivious to the lurking shadow, instantly donned a facade of mild disappointment and hurt, acting at its finest, her tone softening. Although we Haven T communicated much in the past, after living together for 18 years, now that we are in the same school, is it too much to ask for a small favor? Just to let you meet a few people? Her eyelashes cast a faint shadow beneath her lowered gaze, presenting a pitiful sight. Here it comes, the emotional card. Liang Qiubai rolled his eyes internally. Plastic familial ties attempting to ensnare me? Not a chance. He opened his mouth to refuse. Fifth sister, I. Before he could finish, Liang Qiubai abruptly lifted her head, her expression sharpening, her lips parting to release a heart-stopping figure. 5 million. What? Liang Qiubai doubted his ears. What 5 million? I mean, Liang Qiubai locked eyes with him. Her words precise and crystal clear. If you accompany me to this dinner, I will give you 500 million. She waved her 5 delicate fair fingers in front of him. Is this for real? Liang Qiubai's eyes widened in astonishment, akin to two searchlights. Instinctively, he glanced left and right. His demeanor, that of a miser terrified of losing his fortune. 5 million. My heavens. It's 5 million. Liang Qiubai's mind erupted in a fireworks display of excitement. I've struck it rich. Just when I was fretting over where to scrounge up some cash. I never imagined Fifth Sister had a gold mine. If only there were more such dinners, I'd be financially free in no time. Off I go to a life of luxury. Ha. Congratulations, host. You are about to acquire a 5 million escape fund. The little system chimed in with timely congratulations. Liang Yinqing observed his avaricious demeanor, unable to suppress a significant eye roll in her mind. This scoundrel, truly trapped in a money pit. All right then, it's a deal. Fifth Sister, you are my beloved sister. Liang Qiubai's face instantly illuminated with a sycophantic, yet sincere, grin, thumping his chest in assurance, promising to fulfill the task. Just point me in the right direction. From the shadows, Huaqichuan witnessed Liang Qiubai's avaricious display and, upon hearing the mention of 5 million, could no longer contain the seething jealousy and rage within him. He burst forth from the shadows, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Yinqing, this is an internal dinner of our student council. Even if he is your brother, it might not be appropriate to bring an outsider. He attempted to invoke rules to intervene. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. Liang Yinqing coldly retorted without sparing him a glance. Yinqing, please listen to me, Huaqichuan pressed. Hey, Liang Qiubai interjected, springing forth like a protective rooster, positioning himself in front of Liang Yinqing, primarily to shield the 5 million. Pointing a finger at Huaqichuan with a defiant tone. Who are you? Mind your own business. Can't you see we, the Liang family, are discussing family matters? What business do you have here, you outsider? He made a show of rolling up non-existent sleeves, adopting a stance that warned Huaqichuan to watch his words. Dare to cut off my path to wealth? Not a chance. Whoever stands in the way of my 5 million shall be obliterated. Liang Qiubai thought fiercely. Liang Yinqing regarded Liang Qiubai's avaricious protectiveness with both amusement and exasperation, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Just then, an excited, breathless voice approached from afar. Brother Bai? Brother Bai? Where are you, Brother Bai? Fatty? Liang Qiubai's ears perked up. Right. The group photo. I nearly forgot. Perfect timing with Fifth Sister here. Such a rare opportunity. Ignoring Huaqichuan's thunderous expression, Liang Qiubai called out towards the voice. Fatty. Over here. Hurry. Chao Mengpang resembled a rolling ball of flesh, panting heavily as he dashed before the two. And before he could utter a word, Liang Qiubai swiftly grasped him, primarily to steady himself from being nearly bowled over. He then turned to Liang Yinqing, his face adorned with a servile smile. Hey, Fifth Sister, may I discuss a matter with you? Speak. Liang Yinqing arched an eyebrow. Well, my brother here. Liang Qiubai gestured towards the eager Chao Mengpang, who was so excited he could hardly speak. He idolizes you. He simply wishes to take a photograph with you. Would that be convenient? He rubbed his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation for his brother's dream and also for his own promise. Chapter 20. 5 million has flown away again. Chao Mengpang immediately clasped his hands in prayer, his small eyes shimmering with sincere pleading, fervently nodding. Senior Liang, I implore you. Just one photo. That is all I ask. Liang Yinqing's gaze flitted between Liang Qiubai's obsequious face and Chao Mengpang's beseeching countenance. Before her lips curled into a sly, meaningful smile. A photo, you say? Certainly, I can oblige. She readily agreed. Just as Chao Mengpang and Liang Qiubai prepared to cheer, Liang Yinqing's tone shifted, leisurely adding, however, Old Sixth. Old Sixth. Who? Liang Qiubai was taken aback. Host, that's you. You rank 6th, Xiaoguo reminded. Oh, right. It's me. The 500,000 we had just agreed upon will no longer be yours. Liang Yinqing observed Liang Qiubai's expression turn to stone as she smiled sweetly. You will accompany me to the banquet, and in return, I shall take a photo with your roommate. 2 matters, 1 stroke. Fair, wouldn't you agree? What 500,000? Chao Mengpang was utterly bewildered, yet no one had time to address him. Fifth Sister. Liang Qiubai wailed, his face falling. How can you suddenly raise the stakes after we just reached an agreement? How can you change your mind at the last moment? His heart bled as he envisioned countless little bills sprouting wings and flying away. What? Liang Yinqing crossed her arms, surveying him leisurely, feigning a sigh, not willing. Are we? Then so be it. I'm not particularly keen on forcing you to accompany me to such a dreary affair. She pretended to turn and leave. Observing Liang Yinqing's nonchalant demeanor and glancing at Chao Mengpang's face, which was inscribed with desperation for his dream, he recalled the tenacity he had displayed at noon. Ultimately, the camaraderie promised to his brother and a touch of capitulation to Liang Yinqing's imposing presence. triumphed over the agony of relinquishing 500,000. He gritted his teeth, his expression one of tragic resolve. Fine, fine. It's a deal. Splendid. Brother Bai, you truly are my dear brother for life. Chao Mengpeng exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, enveloping Liang Qiubai in a bear hug that nearly suffocated him. Foolish sycophant. You'll end up with nothing in the end. That fatso owes me 500,000. My 500,000. Woe is me. Liang Qiubai lamented internally, tears cascading within. Is the host feeling envious? Xiao Guo inquired tentatively. I envy your sister's backside. My 500,000. So fresh and fragrant, and now it's gone. Can you imagine my fury? My despair? Liang Qiubai raged within. All right, you too. Wait for me here. Liang Yunqing observed Liang Qiubai's desolate expression with great delight, then turned and strode back to the backstage. The often overlooked Hu Qichuan, his gaze dark and sinister, followed Liang Yunqing's retreating figure immediately. Liang Yunqing seemed to anticipate this, halting at the corridor entrance towards the inner chamber without glancing back. Her voice cold and clear, carrying an undeniable warning. Hu Qichuan, I hope you refrain from engaging in any petty schemes in the future. Having said that, she entered, leaving behind a frigid silhouette. Hu Qichuan stood frozen, his complexion shifting from pale to green. She knows? She knows I orchestrated the duet. How could she know? His mind was rife with suspicion, and a surge of fury directed at Liang Qiubai erupted within him. It must be him. That scoundrel Liang Qiubai has slandered me before Yunqing. How despicable. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. His eyes glinting with a venomous glare as he fixated on Liang Qiubai's direction, a twisted, icy smile forming on his lips. Liang Qiubai, just you wait. Yunqing will ultimately be mine. A silent vow enveloped the dim corridor. Half an hour later, Liang Qiubai and the portly Chao Mengpeng, the inseparable duo, trailed Liang Yunqing into a bustling eatery near Jiang University. The air was thick with the aromas of various delicacies and the lively chatter of patrons. Before they could push open the door to the private room, the sounds of laughter and conversation wafted out clearly. Upon entering, they found the core members of the student council gathered. Hu Qichuan stood at the center, wearing a beaming expression as he introduced Liang Zihan to the crowd, assuming the role of a mentor to the younger generation. At that moment, a striking figure captured everyone's attention. A girl with voluminous golden waves, clad in a revealing off-the-shoulder top and ultra-short shorts, flitted towards Liang Yunqing like a jubilant butterfly, her smile sweet to the point of cloying. Yunqing, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you forever. The girl affectionately linked her arm with Liang Yunqing's. Apologies for the delay, Liang Yunqing replied coolly, a faint smile gracing her lips at the sight of her best friend. Chao Mengpeng's eyes widened in awe, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard, his cherubic face radiating astonishment. Liang Qiubai was similarly taken aback by the overwhelming allure of the girl. Wow, this senior possesses an extraordinary figure. She is practically a walking hormone dispenser. Quite the sight. Liang Yunqing, keenly aware of Liang Qiubai's lascivious thoughts, subtly elbowed him in the ribs, effectively disrupting his visual indulgence. Ouch! Fifth sister. What was that for? Liang Qiubai grimaced, nursing his side. Ignoring his grievances, Liang Yunqing continued with the introductions. Yutong, this is Liang Qiubai, my brother. Her tone carried a subtle emphasis. Oh, Mu Yutong elongated her syllables, her large, elaborately made-up eyes sparkling with curiosity and interest as she leaned closer to Liang Qiubai, almost invading his personal space. So you are the illustrious Liang Qiubai, from Luochen. I've heard so much about you. The rich scent of her perfume enveloped Liang Qiubai, who felt a bit flustered by her overwhelming enthusiasm and instinctively stepped back, his ears tinged with crimson. The other one is my roommate, Chao Mengpeng. Liang Yunqing continued with the introductions. Hello, Sister Yutong. Chao Mengpeng stammered, his voice pitched higher in nervousness, his cheeks flushed as he could only manage a silly grin. This girl is a bit wild. The pressure from her voluptuous figure is simply overwhelming. Liang Qiubai's inner alarms blared. But come on, fatty. Can you not drool so openly? It's quite embarrassing. Host, you are no better. Your earlier behavior was hardly commendable, Xiao Guo accurately critiqued. Nonsense. I was appreciating her artistry. The inner beauty. Do you not comprehend? Liang Qiubai retorted defiantly. Chapter 21. How could I quibble with someone of low quality? Liang Yunqing shot him another disapproving glance before continuing. Old Sixth, this is my roommate and confidant, the Minister of the Arts Department, Mu Yutong. You may call her Sister Yutong. Hello, Sister Yutong. Liang Qiubai endeavored to force a smile that could be deemed somewhat presentable. Greetings, dear Qiubai. Mu Yutong laughed exuberantly, her eyes flitting over Liang Qiubai with unabashed interest. Observing Liang Yunqing effortlessly introduce her important friend to Liang Qiubai and engage in lively conversation, Liang Zihan, left to the side, felt an insatiable fury surge within him. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. How dare they? I am the true bloodline of the Liang family. Why does fifth sister only have eyes for that impostor? Very well, Liang Yinqing, since you look down upon me, do not blame your brother for preparing a surprise for you. With his head bowed, Liang Zihan's lips curled into a sinister and icy smirk. Liang Qiubai keenly sensed the malice directed toward himself. He scoffed and deliberately approached Liang Zihan, donning an infuriatingly concerned smile that could provoke anyone. His voice pitched just right for the surrounding crowd to overhear. Oh dear, is that not our esteemed Zihan brother? What brings you here? Pretending to be surprised, he surveyed the surroundings. Didn't President Hui just mention this was an internal student council banquet? Have you, Zihan brother, already become a core member of the council? At this rate, even a rocket couldn't keep up. His sarcasm reached its zenith. Liang Zihan, choked with indignation, retorted sharply, Humph. Aren't you a member of the student council yourself? What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Beside them, Hui Qichuan hastily intervened, plastering a forced smile on his face. Misunderstanding. Zihan is exceptionally talented and has expressed a strong desire to join the student council. As president, I brought him here to familiarize him with our key members, facilitating future collaborations. He endeavored to paint the backdoor entry with a veneer of respectability. Oh, Liang Qiubai feigned enlightenment, his eyes brimming with mockery. So that's how it is. Getting to know you in advance equates to securing a spot, does it? Understood. President Hui truly has an eye for talent and knows how to appoint the right individuals. I'm impressed. Congratulations, Zihan brother. Do look out for us ordinary students in the student council from now on. He clasped his hands together, the sarcasm palpable in his tone. Hui Qichuan and Liang Zihan were left flustered, their faces a canvas of shifting hues, resembling a dying workshop. Hui Qichuan's lips twitched, while Liang Zihan trembled with rage. Enough. Liang Yunqing's cool voice cut through the tension, carrying an undeniable authority. Everyone is here. Please take your seats. Under Liang Yunqing's imposing presence, the crowd complied and settled down. Although a hint of awkwardness and underlying tension lingered in the air, the atmosphere superficially returned to a harmonious scene of clinking glasses and jovial laughter. Seated beside Liang Qiubai, Xiao Mengpeng, having just plucked a glistening piece of roast duck to devour, was instantly overcome with sheer bliss, exclaiming through his mouthful, By go! This roast duck is extraordinary. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and so fragrant. He swiftly snatched another large piece for himself. His movements so quick they left only a blur. You glutton. Liang Qiubai shot him an exasperated glance. Look at your figure, and yet you eat so much. Aren't you worried about breaking the chair? By go! This is just the beginning. An appetizer. Xiao Mengpeng retorted, his mouth stuffed. Just then, a voice laced with disdain emerged from Hui Qichuan's direction, piercingly clear to everyone. Humph, country bumpkin, clearly unaccustomed to the finer things. The speaker was none other than Zhou Jiao, the head of the sports department, who sat beside Hui Qichuan. His robust physique and unabashed contempt were evident as his gaze targeted the gluttonous Xiao Mengpeng. Xiao Mengpeng abruptly halted his chewing, his earlier satisfaction swiftly replaced by fury. He slammed his chopsticks down, his small eyes bulging like an enraged bear, fixating on Zhou Jiao. Hey, who are you calling a country bumpkin? His voice boomed, charged with hostility. The atmosphere in the room thickened instantly. All eyes converged, the tension palpable. Oh, is a fight about to break out? Liang Qiubai felt no stir within himself, even contemplating snacking on seeds. Who is this clumsy oaf daring to challenge my pango? Host. This individual is Zhou Jiao, the head of the student council's sports department and Hui Qichuan's foremost lackey and enforcer in the physical sense. Little Melon promptly relayed the information. Understood. The boss is aggrieved, and the little brother is barking for attention. Liang Qiubai grasped the situation. Zhou Jiao, observing Xiao Mengpeng's significantly more robust stature and his fists as large as sandbags, felt a flicker of apprehension, yet maintained his bravado. Whoever eats in an unsightly manner deserves to be called out. Quite literally. Repeat that, if you dare. Xiao Mengpeng leaped to his feet, his chair screeching in protest. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, his massive fists cracking ominously like a bull ready to charge. Do you believe I could send you crashing into the wall with a single punch? And you be stuck there? This fat guy has some spirit, Liang Qiubai thought, secretly applauding. Zhou Jiao, momentarily intimidated by this display of bravado, found himself at a loss for words, his expression darkening. As the confrontation appeared poised to escalate, Hui Qichuan reluctantly rose once more to play the peacemaker. A feigned smile plastered across his face. Brother Qiao, calm down. Calm down. Jiao has a straightforward personality and speaks without thinking. I apologize on his behalf. Don't take it to heart. He attempted to leverage his position to downplay the insult. Qiao Mingpeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he instinctively turned to Liang Qiubai, his eyes seeking reassurance. Why is this glutton looking at me? Seeking courage? Or wanting me to hand him a weapon? Liang Qiubai was momentarily puzzled. Receiving Liang Qiubai's ambiguous expression, which was actually just confusion, Qiao Mingpeng felt emboldened. He lifted his chin, addressing Hua Qichuan and Zhou Jiao in a tone dripping with irritation. Mimicking their earlier disdain, President Hua, you overstate. I, Qiao Mingpeng, have the capacity to accommodate. Why would I stoop to quarreling with someone whose manners are stuck in the Stone Age, spewing filth? That would lower my own standards. After saying this, he deliberately patted his round belly, wearing an expression of grand magnanimity. Chapter 22. You were drugged in your drink. Why didn't you say so earlier? You. Zhou Jiao's face flushed with rage, ready to explode. Enough. Jiao, sit down. Hua Qichuan barked sharply, his expression so grim it could drip water. He shot Zhou Jiao a fierce glare, compelling the latter to begrudgingly take his seat, though his eyes still glared daggers at Qiao Mingpeng. Next to Liang Yinqing, Mu Yutong leaned close to her ear, lowering her voice, infused with curiosity and gossip. Yinqing, your brother is nothing like the vicious false young master described in the freshman group. He is rather charming. Isn't? Freshman group? What freshman group? Liang Yinqing furrowed her brow, completely unaware of the tumult within the freshman circle. Here, take a look. Mu Yutong handed over her phone, the screen displaying a chat filled with slander against Liang Qiubai. I joined the group to scout for potential handsome seniors. Look, your brother fits the bill perfectly. Handsome and top of his class. Hee, first come, first served. She grinned like a cat who had caught a mouse. Liang Yinqing quickly skimmed the vulgarity in the group chat, her expression darkening as she tossed the phone back at Mu Yutong. Her tone resolute. Do not entertain any thoughts about him. Why not? Mu Yutong blinked her large eyes, a look of confusion etched on her face. Hadn't she noticed how much Liang Yinqing cared before? Why the sudden protectiveness? Could it be? She deliberately elongated her tone, casting a teasing glance at Liang Yinqing. Shut your mouth. Liang Yinqing retorted, raising her hand to gently tap Mu Yutong's smooth forehead with her knuckles. In any case, he is off limits. Keep your distance from him. I don't believe it. Unless you have feelings for him? Mu Yutong grinned mischievously. Get lost. A faint blush crept onto Liang Yinqing's face, barely perceptible yet indicative of her frustration. How could I possibly have feelings for that little rascal? Then why can't I pursue him? Give me a reason. Liang Yinqing paused, scrambling for a lame justification. He doesn't like your type. Too loud. I don't believe it. You're lying. The two strikingly different beauties exchanged playful banter, pushing and pinching each other, their faces adorned with bright smiles, forming a beautiful scene that starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere at the nearby table. Meanwhile, Liang Qiubai, the focal point of their discussion, was locked in a culinary battle alongside his good friend, Qiao Mingpeng. They appeared to be ravenous reincarnations of gluttons, their chopsticks flying as they launched relentless assaults on the feast laid before them. All grievances and intrigues were cast aside in the face of such gastronomic delight. Within the private room, the two were the most engrossed, the most oblivious, embodying the essence of pure food enthusiasts. Amidst this seemingly harmonious dining moment, Liang Zihan and Hua Qichuan exchanged a knowing glance. Hua Qichuan wore a subtly triumphant smile as he slowly stood, holding 2 glasses filled with red wine, his face adorned with an impeccable apologetic expression, making his way over to Liang Yinqing. Yinqing, he spoke in a low voice, infused with just the right amount of sincerity. I must apologize for my earlier words in the backstage that may have led to your misunderstanding. I sincerely hope you can forgive me. He steadily extended one of the glasses toward Liang Yinqing. She regarded him, then glanced at the enticingly glimmering red wine beneath the light. Considering that they were both colleagues in the student council and that Hua Qichuan had indeed been diligent in his duties, her previous impression of him was not that of a villain. Perhaps she had truly misjudged him? After a brief moment of hesitation, she accepted the glass. Let bygones be bygones, Liang Yinqing stated evenly, clinking her glass with his before tilting her head back and drinking the wine in one gulp. Not far away, Liang Qiubai, munching on a rib, stole a glance at the unfolding scene. Xiaoguo, what game is Hua Qichuan playing? A combination of sympathy and charm? Host, level 1 alert. That glass of wine is tainted. Liang Yinqing has been drugged. Xiaoguo's voice was laced with unprecedented urgency. Drugged? What the hell? Liang Qiubai's heart sank. What kind of drug? Laxative? Sleeping pills? Detected substances have strong aphrodisiac and consciousness-altering effects, commonly known as love potion. What the hell? Liang Qiubai nearly choked on the rib. I knew it. He and Liang Zihan were laughing so sinisterly. I thought he was having a change of heart. Scoundrel. If that's the case, should I secretly follow them? Who knows, I might witness something. Ahem, learn a thing or two. Sounds a bit thrilling. Host. Please cease these dangerous thoughts immediately. Rescue is of utmost urgency. Xiaoguo issued a stern warning. Almost simultaneously with Xiaoguo's confirmation, an overwhelming sense of disorientation washed over Liang Qiubai. As she set down her glass, her body involuntarily trembled. A wave of indescribable heat surged from deep within her. It's really the drug. Liang Qiubai's heart plummeted, engulfed by a whirlwind of panic and fury. That little brat. He knew all along. Why didn't he say anything? Planning to watch the live show? Liang Qiubai, you're dead meat. Her mind raced with expletives. Yet she realized she had to escape this perilous place immediately. She attempted to stand but found her legs weak, the heat spreading like wildfire throughout her body. Her heartbeat quickening as if desperate to escape her chest. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Huo Qichuan had been intently watching her. And upon seeing the enticing flush on her face and the sudden daze in her eyes, he felt a surge of triumph as the drug took effect. He reached out to steady her wobbling form. Qiubai, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let me help you to rest. Get away. Liang Qiubai summoned all her strength to shove his hand away, her voice tinged with a barely discernible tremor and sharpness. She clung to her last shred of clarity, staggering out of the private room like a frightened deer, desperate to escape this trap. Qiubai. Huo Qichuan feigned surprise, but a sly grin danced in his eyes. The prey was fleeing? Impossible. He wasted no time in pursuing her. Meanwhile, Mu Yutong, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally sensed something amiss. Liang Qiubai's condition was far from mere drunkenness. Her expression shifted, and she immediately sprang up to follow. Qiubai, wait for me. Outside the restaurant. Neon lights flickered amidst the clamorous crowd. Huo Qichuan burst through the doors, only to find the bustling throng, with Liang Qiubai nowhere in sight. His gaze darkened as he scanned the crowd, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Has she run back to the dorm? How naive. Without hesitation, he strode purposefully toward the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Liang Qiubai, clinging to the last remnants of her rationality and survival instinct, did not head toward the clearly defined target of the dormitory. Instead, she stumbled into the relatively secluded, currently deserted backstage of the freshman party. Chapter 23, The Wolfish Fifth Sister. She shut the door behind her, though it may have little effect, leaning against the cold wall as she slid down. The flames within her threatening to consume her, her consciousness beginning to blur. Trembling, she fumbled for her phone, summoning the last vestiges of her strength, relying on muscle memory to dial Liang Qiubai's number. The call connected almost instantly. Hello? Fifth sister? Are you okay? Liang Qiubai's voice resonated, tinged with a hint of amusement. Come to the backstage. Liang Qiubai's voice was intermittent, heavy with panting and stifled moans. Please, I beg you. Huh? Why go to the backstage? For a live demonstration? Liang Qiubai's mind was still playing. Liang Qiubai felt an urge to lash out, but her discomfort left her with only one card to play. 5 million. Hurry. 5 million. The voice on the other end shot up an octave, infused with the allure of money. Okay, fifth sister, give me a minute. I'll be there right away. The call was promptly disconnected. Money-hungry little brat. Liang Qiubai listened to the busy tone, tears nearly spilling from her eyes as she weakly cursed into the air, her body curling uncontrollably as she desperately rubbed against the cold wall. Inside the restaurant, fatty. Stop eating. Something big has happened. Liang Qiubai yanked Chow Mengpeng, who was still engrossed in his meal. Huh, what's up, brother Bai? I haven't finished my duck leg yet. Liang Qiubai dragged Chow Mengpeng out of the restaurant. Fifth sister has been drugged by that scoundrel Huo Qichuan. Aphrodisiac. If we don't act now, it will be too late. Liang Qiubai stated succinctly. What? Chow Mengpeng erupted, his chubby face shining with furious indignation. Huo Qichuan, you bastard. How dare you lay a hand on our campus goddess? I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Let us go. He instantly unleashed a speed that belied his size, dragging Liang Qiubai out the door with him. On the road, Liang Qiubai swiftly recounted the situation to Chow Mengpeng. That scoundrel, Liang Zihan, is no better than a beast, colluding in wickedness. He deserves an inglorious end. Chow Mengpeng was so enraged that his corpulent body trembled with fury. Enough of the nonsense. Step on the gas, you fatso. No, move your legs faster. Liang Qiubai urged. Just after they burst out of the restaurant, they collided with the anxious Mu Yutong, who was desperately searching for them. Qiubai, have you seen Qiubai? I know. Follow us. Liang Qiubai had no time to explain as the three of them rushed towards the backstage of the event with the speed of the wind. Pushing open the ajar backstage door, which Liang Qiubai had lacked the strength to secure, the sight before them made them gasp in horror. Liang Qiubai was curled up on the floor in a corner, her gown disheveled, the straps having slipped down to reveal a large expanse of pale skin tinged with pink. Her gaze was dazed, her cheeks flushed, as she unconsciously tugged at her collar, emitting muffled, pained whimpers, resembling a shrimp thrown into boiling water. Exuding a blend of fragility and lethal allure. Liang Qiubai's face turned crimson in an instant, his heart racing. Chow Mengpeng was even more exaggerated, his eyes wide as saucers. Mouth agape, a suspicious glistening liquid trickling slowly from the corner of his mouth. This scene is too stimulating. Liang Qiubai felt a heat rising in his nostrils. Host, do not behold the indecency. Saving her is paramount. The little melon shouted with righteous fervor. You two, get out. Immediately, Mu Yutong was the first to react. Both anxious and furious, shouting at the two dazed boys. Liang Qiubai and Chow Mengpeng snapped back to reality, scrambling out of the backstage and shutting the door. Leaning against the wall outside, they gasped for breath, both their faces flushed with an abnormal hue. You're drooling, fatty. Liang Qiubai pointed at the corner of Chow Mengpeng's mouth, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Bai, your face is as red as a baboon's backside. Chow Mengpeng retorted, wiping his mouth defiantly. No kidding. Who can withstand this? Liang Qiubai internally raged. Sister Wu is already a handful, and now this is practically a nuclear weapon. Inside the backstage, Mu Yutong quickly rushed to Liang Yunqing's side, struggling to support her soft and feverish body. Yunqing, hang in there. We're going to the hospital right away. Hurry, go to the hospital. Liang Yunqing's eyes were unfocused. Yet a sliver of her remaining consciousness had her gripping Mu Yutong's arm tightly. All right, let us go to the hospital. Mu Yutong hurriedly helped her adjust her clothing, covering her exposed skin, and shouted towards the door. You two, come in and help. Liang Qiubai and Chow Mengpeng immediately pushed the door open again. Qiubai, you carry Yunqing. I'll get a taxi. Mu Yutong instructed urgently. Huh, me? Liang Qiubai stared at Liang Yunqing, who was gazing at him with sultry eyes, twisting restlessly, his scalp prickling. What if she suddenly throws herself at me? I cannot withstand such a test, as a virtuous gentleman. How can you still be joking at a time like this? Mu Yutong stamped her foot in frustration. I can't carry her. The fatso is too big. You're the most suitable. Hurry. Fine. Liang Qiubai steeled himself, stepping in front of Liang Yunqing, gritting his teeth as he lifted her onto his back. Her feverish body instantly pressed against him, her arms instinctively wrapping tightly around his neck, her warm cheek resting against his neck, her heated breath fanning against his skin. This is deadly. Liang Qiubai froze. Forget the taxi. Sister Yutong, take my car. Quickly. Liang Qiubai decisively shouted, turning to Chow Mengpeng. Fatty, go to the parking lot. Get my Cullinan out. Hurry. He tossed the car keys to Chow Mengpeng. Cullinan. Chow Mengpeng paused, then quickly realized, got it. I'll complete the task. He grabbed the keys and bolted towards the parking lot like a cannonball. Liang Qiubai hurriedly rushed towards the school gate with Liang Yunqing, who was still writhing and unconsciously whimpering in his ear, alongside Mu Yutong. This journey was sheer torture for Liang Qiubai. Liang Yunqing was completely under the influence of the drug, one scorching little hand inadvertently slipping beneath the hem of Liang Qiubai's t-shirt, aimlessly groping his firm lower back. Sister Wu, you put your hand in there yourself. It's not my fault. Liang Qiubai's body tensed like a stone, internally lamenting. What was even more excruciating was Liang Yunqing's warm, soft lips, akin to a child seeking candy, planting random kisses and nibbles on his cheeks, ears, and neck, leaving behind moist traces. Help. Liang Qiubai felt his blood boiling, his face burning hot enough to fry an egg, his steps starting to feel unsteady. Uffed. Mu Yutong, glancing at Liang Qiubai's flushed face and his struggle to maintain composure, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Chapter 24. Woohoo, the 5 million has returned. Sister Yutong, stop laughing. Help me. Quickly pull her away. I can't hold on any longer. Liang Qiubai's voice trembled with desperation. Mu Yutong stifled her laughter and hurriedly tried to pull Liang Yunqing's restless little head away from Liang Qiubai's neck, but with little effect. The three of them finally reached the school gate amidst this extremely bizarre and ambiguous atmosphere. Chow Mengpeng was already waiting there in the imposing black Cullinan, and upon seeing them, immediately opened the back door. Liang Qiubai practically tumbled as he shoved Liang Yunqing into the back seat, collapsing him beside her. Mu Yutong swiftly took her place in the front passenger seat. Fatty, to the nearest hospital. Hurry. Liang Qiubai gasped. Hold on tight. Chow Mengpeng slammed on the gas. The Cullinan roared with a deep growl, shooting into the night like an arrow. In the VIP ward of the hospital near Jian University, the lighting was soft. The doctor had already administered the antidote and a sedative to Liang Yunqing, who had fallen into a deep sleep, her flushed skin returning to its usual pale serenity, though her brows remained slightly furrowed, as if still fuming even in her slumber. All right, Sister Yutong, Fatty. Liang Qiubai wiped the sweat from his forehead, uncertain if it was from exhaustion or embarrassment. Wei had enough commotion for one night. I'll keep an eye on Sister Wu here. Mu Yutong looked at him suspiciously, a teasing smile on her lips. You'll keep an eye on her? Qiubai? You're not planning to plot something untoward while Yunqing is asleep, are you? By heaven's grace. Liang Qiubai immediately swore, his face righteous. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state? I am a virtuous gentleman. I abhor the despicable actions of individuals like Hua Qichuan. Yet in his heart, he mused, the 5 million hasn't been secured yet. How could I offend the golden patron? Fatty, take my car back and come pick us up tomorrow morning. All right, brother, bye. Qiao Mingpang took the keys, casting a reluctant glance at the sleeping goddess in the hospital bed, and cautioned, Brother Bai, you must take good care of my goddess. Don't bully her. Otherwise, I'll be furious with you. Enough already. Get lost. Liang Qiubai waved his hand impatiently. After sending the two off, the ward finally fell silent. Liang Qiubai pulled a chair next to the bed, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful Sister Wu as she slept. Unable to resist touching the red marks and faint bite impressions on his face and neck, grimacing in pain. Wow, Sister Wu's combat power is simply ferocious. My handsome visage was nearly ruined. He internally scoffed, but, as he thought of the 5 million that had been regained, a smug, crossed out, gratified smile crept back onto his face. It's worth it. The 5 million has returned. Woohoo. Time to take off. Congratulations, host, for successfully guarding the 5 million escape fund. As the timely congratulations from Xiaoguo arrived, Liang Qiubai let out a tremendous yawn, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washing over him. He decided to rest his head on his arms beside the hospital bed, and soon enough, he was softly snoring. In the ward, only the rhythmic sounds of breathing remained, alongside the contentment of Liang Qiubai, who was satisfied with his 5 million. Meanwhile, the slumbering Liang Yunqing, under the influence of medication, remained blissfully unaware of all that had transpired that night, particularly the tribulations endured by her brother, who had carried her through it all. At 7 in the morning, gentle light streamed through the blinds, and a cool morning breeze teased the stray strands of hair from Liang Yunqing's forehead. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she abruptly opened her eyes. The unfamiliar ceiling and the scent of disinfectant flooded her memory like a tidal wave. Last night's drunken revelries, with Liang Qiubai by her side, came rushing back. Fragmented yet vividly clear images filled her mind. She had clung to Liang Qiubai's back like an octopus, her heated hands roaming beneath his clothing, her lips uncontrollably kissing and nibbling on his face and neck. Those mortifying scenes played back in her mind like a high-definition slow-motion reel. Boom. A wave of heat surged from her feet straight to the crown of her head. Liang Yunqing felt as though all the blood in her body had rushed to her face, her ears burning as if they could bleed, and her cheeks felt so hot they could fry an egg. She abruptly covered her face with the blanket, her heart screaming, "What on earth did I do last night? How could I behave that way towards sixth brother? I'm utterly humiliated. I can't face anyone." At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from the ward door. Knock, knock, knock. Liang Qiubai, who had been sleeping soundly at the bedside, was startled awake, rubbing his eyes drowsily. He glanced up just in time to meet Liang Yunqing's gaze, which peeked out from beneath the covers, filled with both shame and anger, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wow, fifth sister is awake so early? He mumbled to himself, groggily getting up to answer the door, feeling rather jovial. Outside stood Qiao Mingpang and Mu Yutong, holding breakfast in their hands. Morning, fatty, Sister Yutong. Liang Qiubai moved aside to let them in. Good morning. Mu Yutong greeted with a smile, her gaze immediately landing on Liang Yunqing in her bed, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. Oh, our beautiful lady has awakened. How are you feeling? All well now? She emphasized the words beautiful lady. I'm fine, really. Liang Yunqing feigned calmness, attempting to suppress the blush on her face, but the vibrant hue could not be concealed, only heightened by her efforts to hide it. Liang Qiubai and Qiao Mingpang discreetly stepped aside. Brother Bai, Qiao Mingpang nudged Liang Qiubai with his elbow, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Look, isn't the school belle's face a bit flushed? Like a ripe peach. Yes, it does seem a tad so, Liang Qiubai replied, lowering his voice, his gaze drifting toward Liang Yunqing. Tisk, fifth sister's face is so red it looks like it could bleed. Liang Qiubai mused internally. She must be recalling how I gallantly endured last night's advances. Hee. Oh, fifth sister, you might as well enjoy this. Thankfully, it was I, a man of integrity, who carried you last night. If it had been that rascal Hua Qichuan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He felt a twinge of pride in his heart. Liang Yunqing clearly heard this internal monologue, and the heat on her already blazing cheeks surged once more. Clenching the blanket tightly, she gritted her teeth. That little rascal. taking advantage of the situation and acting coy. How dare he tease me in his thoughts? I'm furious. Ding. The untimely reminder from Xiao Guo chimed in. Host, please be advised. Your 5 million operational fund has not yet been credited. There exists a risk of default. Please expedite collection. Oh right. Almost forgot about that. Liang Qiubai instantly shifted from his state of self-satisfaction to one of greed, his eyes brightening with excitement. Chapter 25. A token of affection. He quickly donned a sycophantic and somewhat infuriating grin, rubbing his hands together as he approached Liang Yunqing's bedside, his voice dripping with sweetness. Fifth sister, you see. This person is awake and seems to be in good spirits. About that promise you made last night. As he spoke, he expertly made a universal gesture for counting money, his eyes brimming with a voracious desire for wealth. Liang Yunqing, witnessing his money-hungry expression and recalling his earlier self-satisfied teasing, felt the remnants of her previous embarrassment instantly morph into palpable anger. Her face shifted from crimson to an ominous shade of black, veins throbbing at her temples as she forced out a few words through gritted teeth. You will get what you deserve. Her tone was cold, as if laced with ice. That is splendid. That is splendid. Fifth sister's word is her bond. I trust you completely. Liang Qiubai wholly disregarded her almost murderous glare, lost in the glee of the impending 5 million, grinning widely. Mu Yutong, observing the peculiar tension between them, though unaware of the context, instinctively sensed Liang Yunqing was on the verge of exploding. She hurriedly intervened, placing the breakfast on the table. All right. Let us have breakfast first. Yunqing has just recovered. She needs to regain her strength. Liang Yunqing huffed in response, grabbing a bun and biting into it with a sense of frustration. After a simple breakfast, confirming that Liang Yunqing's health was stable and the doctor agreed to her discharge, the group prepared to leave. Just then, Liang Qiubai's phone chimed with a particularly concerned notification. He pulled it out to see a message from the family group chat. Lu Jiaoyi, mother everyone, my darlings. Please pay attention. Today is Yunqing's birthday. We have prepared a birthday dinner at home tonight. Everyone must be on time. No one is allowed to miss it. There will be plenty of cake. Love you all, followed by a flurry of fireworks and cake emojis. Fifth sister's birthday. Liang Qiubai was taken aback. Host, birthday gift. Birthday gift. Xiao Guo immediately chimed in. It's just a birthday, Liang Qiubai thought to himself. What should I gift? It's the thought that counts. Do you understand the essence of sentiment? Can monetary value truly equate to heartfelt intentions? He instantly found himself a perfect excuse to save money and avoid effort. Liang Yunqing, who had just been assisted to her feet by Mu Yutong, caught a glimpse of Liang Qiubai, checking his phone from the corner of her eye. Her heart secretly hopeful. Surely that little rascal noticed my birthday message? What surprise might he have in store for me? But the next second, she heard his miserly declaration about the importance of sentiment, and her anticipation evaporated in an instant. A surge of uncontainable anger flared up within her. She abruptly shook off Mu Yutong's hand, swiftly donned her shoes, her expression stern, her voice icy. I'm leaving. With that, she turned on her heel and briskly exited the hospital room, as if a flood of beasts were chasing her. Liang Qiubai, staring at her visibly furious back, was utterly perplexed. Why the rush? Is she in a hurry to reincarnate? He scratched his head and turned to Chao Mengpang. Fatty, could you drive them back to school? Be careful. What about you, brother Bai? Me? Liang Qiubai waved his hand dismissively. I have some important matters to attend to. Remember to take good care of the two beauties, especially fifth sister. She might not be in the best mood today. He meaningfully patted Chao Mengpang's sturdy shoulder. Don't worry, brother Bai. I've got it covered. Protecting the school bell, I'll brave any danger. Chao Mengpang patted his chest in assurance before dashing out. Liang Qiubai proceeded to handle the discharge paperwork and stepped outside the hospital doors. The morning sun radiated warmth, yet he felt troubled. Plopping down on the edge of a flower bed at the hospital entrance. TSK, a birthday gift, sentiment, he muttered irritably, ruffling his hair. Xiao Guo, I'm in dire need of assistance. What is fifth sister truly like? Let us not indulge in the superficial. I desire something economical yet heartfelt. Host, to my knowledge, Miss Liang Yunqing harbors a rather extravagant hobby. Xiao Guo replied leisurely. Extravagant? Then forget it. Let us consider another option. Liang Qiubai's demeanor shifted to one of caution. She possesses a fervent passion for racing. There exists a winding road near Jiang University, colloquially known as Little Qiuming Mountain, where she holds the record for the fastest lap time. Racing? Liang Qiubai felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Can heartfelt intentions resolve this? Just one tire could send me into bankruptcy. Are you jesting with me? Xiao Guo, do not be hasty, host. Xiao Guo's tone shifted, laced with temptation. Due to your successful activation of the guardian goddess's hidden plot, we are offering a special welfare mission. Upon completion of this mission, you shall receive a top-tier reward, a globally limited edition purple Bugatti Veyron Supersports. This vehicle was purchased last year in Monaco by a mysterious tycoon for nearly 100 million euros. A Bugatti, the only one in the world. Liang Qiubai's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly salivating at the thought. If this car were mine, wouldn't my escape be akin to the wind? Who would care for the Liang family's meager fortune? Please be advised, host. Xiao Guo doused his enthusiasm with cold water. This vehicle is a task-bound item, with usage rights exclusively reserved for Liang Yinqing herself. It is equipped with the most advanced facial recognition, iris scanning, fingerprint identification, and a DNA rejection system for the host. What the heck? You treacherous system. Are you toying with me? Liang Qiubai nearly leapt in outrage. So, all my hard work on this task is merely to serve fifth sister? And DNA rejection? Must you be so ruthless? Calm your anger, host. Consider the 5 million. Imagine Liang Yinqing's heartfelt gratitude upon receiving the car. Envision your elevated status within the Liang family. Xiao Guo coaxed persuasively, contemplating the impending 5 million. Liang Qiubai took a few deep breaths, suppressing his ire. Fine. For the sake of that 5 million. What is this ridiculous task? Speak. The task is exceedingly simple. Xiao Guo's voice brimmed with encouragement. Proceed to the Liang group and deliver a homemade lunch to the eldest young lady, Liang Mulan, who is currently working overtime on matters concerning the Sun family. While she dines, sincerely recite the following comforting lines. Loading lines. Big sister. That scoundrel Sun, you brought this upon himself. If any other dimwit dares to upset you, just let me know. I may not possess other talents, but I guarantee I will be the first to call the police and swiftly find a serene, signal-rich refuge for us to hide together. Professional escapism, safe and sound. No deception involved. What do you think? Task requirements. The lines must be recited verbatim, with great emotion. Chapter 26, Michelin Chef. Liang Qiubai felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rooted to the spot before finally regaining his voice. Xiao Guo, are you certain this is comforting? Or is it a path to ruin? Who is the eldest sister? The queen of Luoqing, who can trample Sun Yu underfoot. You want me to suggest we hide together? And professional escapism? I fear that before I finish speaking, she will throw me from the 88th floor president's office, deeming me a lunatic. Moreover, who crafted these lines? So cowardly, so obnoxious, so fitting. Liang Qiubai mentally berated, already envisioning the tragic scene of being stomped into the ground by his elder sister in high heels. Rest assured, host. Xiao Guo insisted confidently. This system has performed precise calculations, and in a specific context, these lines will have a miraculous effect on Liang Mulan. The success rate is an astounding 999. Trust in Xiao Guo. Liang Qiubai glanced at Xiao Guo's cheeky expression, then considered the Bugatti he could only admire from a distance and the soon-to-be-acquired 5 million. Sighing heavily, he stood up with a sense of tragic determination. If I must die, then let it be for fifth sister's birthday gift, the car. I shall go all in. He hailed a taxi, embodying the tragic heroism of a warrior embarking on a one-way journey, flinging open the door. Driver, to the Liang family estate. Step on it. I'm in a rush to deliver my head. The taxi navigated through the steel jungle of the city, racing towards the Liang family's grand residence. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingpeng parked his eye-catching Cullinan steadily at the entrance of Jiang University. Liang Yinqing and Mu Yutong exited the vehicle, preparing to enter the campus. When they were intercepted by a familiar figure, Hua Qichuan. He had donned a seemingly more sophisticated attire, yet his pretentious demeanor remained unchanged. The anxiety from his fruitless search for Liang Yinqing the previous night compelled him to linger here at dawn, hoping for fortune. Upon spotting Liang Yinqing and Mu Yutong disembarking from the Cullinan, Hua Qichuan's eyes sparkled with interest, quickly adopting a worried expression as he approached. Yinqing, are you all right? You looked quite unwell last night. I was very concerned for you. His tone dripped with feigned care. Do not trouble yourself, President Hua. Mu Yutong interjected before Liang Yinqing could respond, her tone dripping with unmasked sarcasm. Yinqing is just fine. She had Brother Qiubai by her side all night. She deliberately emphasized the phrase by her side. What? You spent the entire night with Liang Qiubai? Hua Qichuan's expression soured instantly, his voice shifting to one of disbelief and intense jealousy. Are you sure he didn't? Liang Yinqing, already harboring an aversion towards him due to the previous night's events, found his insincere facade even more grating. She coldly interrupted, her gaze as sharp as an icicle. Hua Qichuan, that is my brother. What could possibly happen between us? You are overstepping. With that, she dismissed him with a glance and pulled Mu Yutong, who seemed poised to deliver another jab, past the paralyzed Hua Qichuan, striding briskly into the campus. Hua Qichuan, as if struck by a spell, stood frozen at the school gate, his complexion oscillating between green and white. Liang Yunqing's icy words and Mu Yutong's implications swirled chaotically in his mind. An entire night of close companionship? Nonsense. They share no blood ties. A lone man and woman. Could Yunqing have been swayed by that boy? No, that cannot be. With Mu Yutong present, it should be impossible, yet that Cullinan belongs to him. His inner turmoil raged, jealousy and suspicion gnawing at him like venomous serpents. Ultimately, he could only depart, filled with resentment and twisted emotions. Half an hour later, the taxi came to a halt before the imposing gates of the Liang estate. Liang Qiubai tossed a bill to the driver and alighted with an air of nonchalance. Entering the spacious and bright hall, he found Aunt Zhang meticulously polishing the gleaming coffee table. Aunt Zhang, Liang Qiubai called out softly, "Where are my parents?" "Oh dear. The young master has returned." Aunt Zhang quickly straightened, responding respectfully. "The master and mistress left early, saying they wouldn't be back for lunch." "Oh," Liang Qiubai nodded, his steps unbroken. "Who else is home?" "The third and fourth young ladies are in their rooms upstairs." "All right, understood," Liang Qiubai acknowledged, his target clear as he headed straight for the kitchen. "By the way, Aunt Zhang, I'll be preparing lunch today. Let Uncle Bai take a break." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang hurriedly followed him, her expression disapproving. "Oh no, young master. Such menial tasks should not fall to you. Leave it to the staff." "It's fine, Aunt Zhang. I insist. Trust me," Liang Qiubai interjected, already opening the refrigerator. The refrigerator was brimming with a splendid array of fresh ingredients, resembling a miniature gourmet supermarket. "Wow, is this fridge Doraemon's pocket? It's stuffed to the brim. Aren't you worried about spoilage?" Liang Qiubai was momentarily taken aback by the opulence of the household's daily provisions. "Host, this is the food prepared for the 5th Miss S birthday banquet tonight, freshly procured today." "All right then, what a lavish display." Liang Qiubai pouted and began rummaging through the pile of ingredients. Soon, he triumphantly extracted a thoroughly cleaned 3 yellow chicken and a prime cut of ribs. Scallion oil chicken and sweet and sour pork ribs. Perfect. After a moment's thought, he also dug out several plump, red tomatoes and a few eggs, adding a tomato and egg drop soup to the mix. A delightful balance of meat and vegetables, ensuring nutritional harmony. Splendid. Without further ado, Liang Qiubai tied on an apron, albeit somewhat clumsily, and transformed into a culinary adept. He commenced by chopping the chicken into pieces for marination. While the ribs were coated with sauce to infuse flavor, his movements swift and adept, clearly indicative of experience. Next, he heated oil in the pan, the sizzling sound eliciting joyful anticipation. As the marinated chicken pieces slid into the bubbling oil, an enticing aroma of crispiness erupted. Xiaogua couldn't help but bubble over. "Host, your tossing skills suggest a potential for becoming a master chef, perhaps even a Michelin-starred one. You pesky system. Can't you keep quiet?" Liang Qiubai flicked his wrist, sending the chicken pieces soaring gracefully through the air before they landed back into the pan with precision. "If I set my mind to it, even a Michelin 3-star chef would have to yield their position to me. I'm merely charting a clear career path for you," Xiaogua retorted cheekily. "Get lost. Don't interrupt my flow." Liang Qiubai focused intently. The rich fragrance wafted like an invisible lure, drifting its way up to the 3rd floor. Chapter 27. This flavor should only exist in heaven. Engrossed in their own worlds, Liang Cursin, dressed in cool, ultra-short shorts, and Liang Qinyu, in a delicate spaghetti-strap nightgown, simultaneously caught a whiff of the aroma. "Third sister, do you smell that? It's divine." Unlike the usual fare prepared by Uncle Bai, Liang Qinyu's eye sparkled. Liang Cursin paused her activity, inhaling deeply. "Indeed, it's exceptionally fragrant. Shall we go see?" The two reached a silent consensus, stealthily following the enticing scent like two cats drawn to a feast, creeping up to the kitchen door. There stood Liang Qiubai, his back turned, one hand holding the pan while the other deftly flipped the contents. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the chicken pieces soared once more, glistening golden under the light, before obediently landing back in the pan with a satisfying sizzle, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. His focused silhouette exuded an air of culinary prowess. Liang Qiubai was wholly absorbed in the rhythm of cooking, entirely oblivious to the two spectators at the door. Liang Qinyu, captivated by the aroma and his skilled movements, leaned in closer, genuinely exclaiming, "Wow, it truly smells amazing." Just then, Liang Qiubai was startled by the proximity of the voice, his wrist nearly faltering. "Fourth sister? Can't you walk quietly? You nearly scared me to death." Turning around, he met Liang Qinyu's curious gaze and the equally intrigued Liang Cursin leaning against the doorframe, drawn in by the fragrance. "Goodness, third and fourth sisters. Your home attire is rather revealing. A benefit agency? Hee. The little voice in Liang Qiubai's mind began to stir again. "But are you two part feline? You made not a sound." Liang Cursin and Liang Qinyu caught the first half of his remark, ready to retort about his lewdness. Yet they were soon diverted by Liang Qiubai's impressive tossing technique, completely forgetting their annoyance, watching him as if witnessing a remarkable performance. When the last pot of tomato and egg drop soup was finished, the rice cooker beeped in timely fashion, signaling that the rice was ready. Liang Qiubai turned off the heat and, upon glancing back, noticed the two spectators still stationed at the door, their eyes fixed intently on the culinary creations on the counter. Ahem, third sister, fourth sister? Liang Qiubai tentatively called. Are you all right? Oh, we're fine. The two snapped back to reality, a touch embarrassed. Liang Qiubai quickly responded, taking a step forward. Let me help you serve the dishes. Her tone carried a hint of barely concealed eagerness. I'll help too. Liang Qiubai chimed in, eager not to be outdone. All right. Liang Qiubai stepped aside, swiftly packing the food prepared for his eldest sister into an insulated container. Liang Qiubai carefully lifted the fragrant, golden scallion oil chicken, just as she set it down. She couldn't resist pinching off a small piece from the edge and quickly popping it into her mouth. Liang Qiubai looked at her expectantly. Liang Qiubai's eyes widened in amazement, her face alight with delight as she fervently nodded at Liang Qiubai, mumbling incoherently, hurry, try it. It's incredible. Liang Qiubai promptly grabbed a piece for herself, and in the next moment, her expression mirrored Liang Qiubai's, eyes blissfully squinted in happiness. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the sheer ecstasy that could only be likened to heavenly ambrosia. By the time Liang Qiubai had finished packing the insulated container, washed his hands, and settled at the dining table, the scene before him left him utterly speechless. His two typically elegant and aloof sisters had transformed into ravenous tigers, chopsticks flying, zeroing in on the scallion oil chicken and sweet and sour ribs with unbridled enthusiasm. Their eating habits were decidedly audacious. Ugh, Liang Qiubai's lips twitched. If someone didn't know better, they might think the Liang family had gone bankrupt and hadn't eaten for 3 days. Host, could it be that your cooking is so delectable that they temporarily cast aside their genteel facades? Xiaoguo attempted to explain. How could that be? Liang Qiubai rolled his eyes internally. What rare delicacies haven tea they tasted. They must have hit their heads today, or their taste buds malfunctioned collectively. Xiaoguo fell silent. Liang Qiubai and Liang Qiubai were completely immersed in a culinary paradise. Oblivious to Liang Qiubai's inner monologue, including the bit about them hitting their heads. In their eyes, there existed nothing but the exquisite dishes before them. No way. At this rate, I want to even get a sip of soup. A sense of urgency washed over Liang Qiubai, and he swiftly grabbed his chopsticks to join the fray. Thus, within the opulent dining room of the Liang household, an unspoken yet fierce competition for food ensued. 3 pairs of chopsticks danced in a whirlwind, elegant table manners flung aside, as the air filled only with the sounds of chewing and satisfied hums. After indulging to their heart's content, mainly on the dishes, Liang Qiubai and Liang Qiubai languidly collapsed onto the spacious, plush sofa in the living room, their faces flushed with satisfaction, gazes vacant as if they had undergone a spiritual transcendence. All words melted into silent enjoyment, lingering in the aftertaste of the delicious meal. Liang Qiubai contentedly let out a burp, calling out, Aunt Zhang, please tidy up. I have urgent matters, so I'll take my leave. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, young master, you're busy. It's no trouble at all. Aunt Zhang replied with a smile. Liang Qiubai picked up the insulated container he had prepared for his eldest sister and hurried toward the door. As he passed through the living room, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to the 2 languid and graceful figures lounging on the sofa. Wow, such fair legs and impressive length. A purely appreciative thought flitted through his mind, devoid of any ulterior motives, or so he claimed. Thankfully, at that moment, Liang Qiubai and Liang Qiubai, still basking in the afterglow of the meal, did not catch wind of this perilous inner monologue. Otherwise, a sisterly brawl in the Liang family's living room would surely ensue. Liang Qiubai continued on, with the insulated container in hand, hastily vanishing beyond the threshold. The taxi wove through the bustling streets, finally coming to a smooth halt before the Liang Group headquarters, a towering edifice reminiscent of a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. The building's 88 stories glimmered with a cold, icy sheen under the sun. Liang Qiubai stepped out, gazing up at the soaring glass facade, his heart surging with tumultuous excitement. Wow, the height, the grandeur. In the past, standing atop such a place and surveying the world below would have been the ultimate dream of my lifetime. I never imagined I could reach it just by scanning my face. What a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating. Host, please temper your unrefined expression. Mind the demeanor befitting a scion of a wealthy family, came the slightly disdainful electronic voice of Xiaoguo. Damn it, you cheeky little system. Have you been feeling particularly mischievous lately? Haven't you heard that 3 days without a beating makes the house go to ruin? Do you believe I could locate your codebase and format you? Xiaoguo merely provides optimal image suggestions based on data models. Are you so transparent? You just want to see me make a fool of myself. Chapter 28. Safe and secure, fair to all. Liang Qiubai straightened his, non-existent, collar and strode confidently into the revolving door. The cool air, mingled with a luxurious fragrance, enveloped him. The lobby gleamed like a mirror, bustling with employees in tailored suits, moving with purpose. Almost every employee who recognized him immediately paused, slightly bowing, and respectfully greeted him. Good day, young master. Liang Qiubai nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining an outward calm while internally bursting with joy. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is the power of wealth and status. What a rush. Ah ha ha, this feeling is more exhilarating than riding a roller coaster. Xiaoguo quietly noted. The host appears to be experiencing a temporary logical short-circuit due to excessive excitement. He expertly made his way to the exclusive elevator that required special access, scanning his face to enter. The elevator ascended smoothly and swiftly, the numbers flickering rapidly. When the number 88 illuminated, the doors slid open silently. Liang Qiubai took a deep breath, holding the insulated container, and approached the heavy frosted glass door of President Liang Mulian's office. He did not push the door open immediately, as he could faintly hear voices within. Crouching slightly, he pressed his ear against the door seam, attempting to catch snippets of conversation. Through the partially obscured glass edge, he glimpsed a tall, commanding woman standing before Liang Mulian's desk, delivering a report. Clad in a perfectly tailored black wool suit dress that accentuated her poised silhouette, her white shirt was meticulously buttoned, adorned with glimmering pearl buttons. Her 7-centimeter black patent leather stilettos clicked rhythmically on the floor, exuding an air of authority, while a slender black leather chain around her neck echoed the metallic cufflinks at her sleeves. She radiated a chillingly elite aura, rivaling even the imposing presence of Liang Mulian seated in the expansive office chair. Liang Qiubai was entranced, nearly drooling, as he stood frozen in place. President Liang. The Sun Group is teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Chairman Sun personally called, practically begging for another chance. A cold huff escaped Liang Mulian, her fingertips impatiently tapping the desk, dismissing them to fend for themselves. Xiaoguo, quick look. Who is that sister? She's stunning. That aura, that figure. A true goddess of the mortal realm. Liang Qiubai's mind raced with fervent admiration. Host, please wipe your drool. Xiaoguo replied with a hint of exasperation. That is Yi Ziyuan, President Liang's chief secretary, exceptionally capable and Liang's right hand. A secretary? Liang Qiubai's eyes sparkled even brighter. Secretaries are marvelous. If I ever run away, I must have a secretary just like her. That life would be quite delightful. Ha ha ha. This sudden outburst of fervent admiration and lewd fantasies rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, clearly reaching Liang Mulian's ears. Her fingers, holding the pen, hesitated imperceptibly, surprise flashing in her eyes before she swiftly regained her customary icy composure. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as an eagle's, precisely locking onto Liang Qiubai's figure, his backside sticking out as he pressed his ear against the door. Discovered. Oh no, that look from my sister could kill. Liang Qiubai's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. Host, focus. You are here to deliver a heartfelt lunch and complete your task. A clear conscience fears no shadows. What is there to be afraid of? Xiaoguo promptly reminded him. Right? What am I afraid of? I'm here to bring warmth, not to eavesdrop. Liang Qiubai straightened his posture, bolstering his confidence. He inhaled deeply, plastering a benign smile across his face as he pushed open the heavy glass door. Please leave. Liang Mulian instructed Yi Ziyuan, her tone inscrutable. Yes, President Liang. Yi Ziyuan nodded slightly, gracefully striding past Liang Qiubai, her high heels echoing crisply in the spacious office. Liang Qiubai's gaze was magnetically drawn to Yi Ziyuan's swaying figure, lingering until the office door gently clicked shut, leaving him to unconsciously chuckle to himself. Have you seen enough? The cold voice sliced through the air like a frosty blade, abruptly pulling Liang Qiubai back to reality. No, I wasn't, he instinctively replied, then suddenly realized, shaking his head vigorously. No, sister, you've misunderstood. I wasn't looking at anything. How could a paragon of virtue like me engage in such behavior? He wore an expression that screamed innocence, yet was transparently guilty. Liang Mulian regarded his shameless demeanor, her temples throbbing with irritation, and chose to bypass further banter. Diving straight into the matter, what brings you here? Haha, sister. Liang Qiubai immediately donned a sycophantic smile, presenting the insulated container onto the expansive desk as if offering a precious treasure. I noticed you've been so preoccupied with that scoundrel Sun Yu that you hardly have time to eat. As your most considerate and understanding brother, I couldn't bear to see you distressed. Thus, I personally prepared some home-style dishes to warm your stomach and express my humble consolation. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, primarily for the task reward. Liang Mulian's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze flickering between the container and Liang Qiubai's face, which was practically begging for compliments. Cooking for me? Consolation? What scheme is this little brat concocting? Although she caught wind of his intentions regarding the gift task, the word consolation coming from him felt utterly unreliable. The meal has been delivered. You may leave now, Liang Mulian stated coolly, effectively issuing an eviction notice. Please, sister. Liang Qiubai exclaimed, flustered. I haven't even recited my lines yet. Xiaoguo, quick, cue the teleprompter. Lines loaded. Please deliver them with fervor. Xiaoguo promptly projected golden virtual subtitles before Liang Qiubai. Liang Mulian caught the word lines, and her inner alarm bells began to ring. Lines? What lines? A sense of foreboding crept in. Clearing his throat, Liang Qiubai instantly switched to a heartfelt mode, as if reciting a Shakespearean play. Sister. His voice resonated with emotion. That scoundrel's son, you brought this upon himself. He is nothing but a blind fool. If any other oblivious wretch dares to upset you, just say the word. I may lack other talents, but I guarantee I will be the first to call the police for you. In addition, let us swiftly seek out a picturesque locale, replete with pristine mountains and flowing waters, where we can hide away together. A professional escape, devoid of worry, with no deception to the young or old. What do you think? Chapter 29, following? As he spoke, he accompanied his words with a gesture of patting his chest in assurance, his gaze imbued with sincerity. Liang Mulan. An eerie silence enveloped the vast office. Liang Mulan sat poised in her leather chair, her expression impassive as she regarded her exuberant younger brother, as though he were an extraterrestrial being. Call the police? Hide away together? A professional escape? No deception to the young or old? Had this boy's mind been caught in a door, or had he been bewitched? Even Queen Liang, accustomed to tempestuous storms, felt a profound sense of helplessness and absurdity at this moment. Did I truly require his assistance to call the police? Did I need to hide with him? Was he under some misapprehension regarding comfort and capability? She rubbed her throbbing temples, feeling more exhausted than when dealing with the bankruptcy case of the Sun family. Enough, enough. I appreciate your sentiment. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Her tone, laced with fatigue, bore an unmistakable finality. All right then, take your time, dear sister. I'm off. Liang Qiubai, as if granted a reprieve, immediately fled with remarkable speed. Mission accomplished. Task complete. Oh yeah. Just before the door closed, Liang Mulan distinctly heard his jubilant inner voice. Little melon, hurry. Fifth sister's Bugatti. Let me take a look. Liang Qiubai's thoughts brimmed with impatience. Ding. Task completed. Rewards have been allocated to virtual space and can be materialized at any time. The voice of Little Melon conveyed a hint of triumph in completing the task. Listening to the gradually receding footsteps outside, tinged with a hint of glee, Liang Mulan let out a resigned sigh. She surmised the source of her brother's erratic behavior was his intention to prepare a birthday gift for fifth sister. Shaking her head, she temporarily cast aside the absurd notion of a professional escape, allowing her gaze to rest upon the simple thermos. A meal prepared by hand. This boy can cook. A faint yet enticing aroma, a blend of scallion oil and sweet and sour sauce, was valiantly seeping through the crevices of the thermos, creating a stark yet alluring contrast in the office, which was otherwise permeated with the scents of ink and coffee. Liang Mulan set down her pen, her slender fingers reaching for the thermos lid. Gently twisting it open, a wave of even richer, more assertive fragrance erupted forth, enveloping the entire space like a warm tide. The savory aroma of scallion chicken mingled with the robust sauce, while the sweet and sour ribs exuded a tender juiciness, accompanied by a whisper of refreshing tomato. This flavor, unpretentious yet possessing a soul-stirring warmth, struck a chord deep within. Liang Mulan's stomach involuntarily emitted a soft growl. After a morning of intense work, she was indeed famished. Yet, this aroma seemed to tantalize her appetite more than any Michelin-starred restaurant or private chef's creation she had ever encountered. She picked up the silver chopsticks set beside her, curiosity and skepticism mingling as she pinched a piece of golden, glistening scallion chicken. The morsel was neither too large nor too small, its edges imbued with a slightly crispy texture. As she brought it to her mouth, her teeth gently sank in, producing a barely audible crisp sound from the perfectly fried chicken skin. Immediately, an overwhelming wave of succulent juiciness surged forth. The savory scallion sauce seeped beautifully into every fiber, bursting with rich scallion aroma and a hint of ginger, exploding on her taste buds. It was an exquisite, pure indulgence, devoid of complex seasoning, showcasing the harmonious collision of the ingredients and cooking technique. In that instant, Liang Mulan's usually sharp eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of astonishment flashing deep within her pupils. Her movement stilled. She momentarily forgot to chew, simply savoring the explosive deliciousness as it flooded her mouth, washing away the numb taste buds dulled by coffee and paperwork. This flavor felt so familiar, yet strangely foreign. Familiar in its warmth. Foreign in the realization that it had been crafted by her younger brother Liang Qiubai, that little rascal who only indulged in play and leisure in her recollection. She began to chew slowly, cherishing each bite. With every morsel, more juice and fragrance were released. Uncontrollably, she reached for a piece of sweet and sour ribs. The deep amber sauce enveloped the tender ribs, the perfect balance of sweet and sour awakening her palate. Her teeth easily tore through the soft exterior, while the meat within retained an astonishing tenderness, the sweet and sour sauce blending perfectly with the meat's aroma, utterly ungreasy, instead whetting her appetite further. Finally, she scooped up a spoonful of the clear, shimmering tomato egg drop soup. The golden egg flowers floated like clouds in the rosy tomato broth, and upon tasting, the natural sweet and sour freshness of the tomato, combined with a hint of egg aroma, gently soothed her taste buds that had been overwhelmed by the rich flavors. Serving as a perfect conclusion, Liang Mulan was wholly absorbed in this simple, yet exquisitely delightful lunch. She forgot the mountain of paperwork, the troubles with the Sun family, and even her brother Liang Qiubai's ludicrously unconventional words of comfort. At this moment, her world was solely comprised of the 3 home-cooked dishes in that thermos. She ate not in haste, but with a near-reverent meticulousness. Each bite was savored, and the icy, austere lines of her face gradually melted away, replaced by a focused, almost childlike satisfaction. In the vast office of the CEO, only the gentle sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls and plates remained, accompanied by the serene sight of a once commanding queen being utterly conquered by her brother's lovingly prepared lunch. Liang Mulan swallowed the last spoonful of soup, gazing at the empty thermos with an expression of complex emotions, well hidden. This culinary skill could indeed serve her brother well as a chef, it seemed. An absurd yet somewhat reasonable thought flitted through her mind. She gently replaced the lid on the thermos, her fingertips lingering as if still warmed by the food. It appeared that, thanks to this delightful surprise, the evening's birthday celebration for fifth brother might become even more interesting. Meanwhile, Liang Qiubai had just stepped out of the impressive revolving door of Liang Corporation, his mind wholly occupied with visions of the Bugatti Phantom Blue waiting for him in the parking lot, his steps imbued with a buoyant excitement. Bugatti, Daddy's coming. Hee hee. Should I take it for a spin first, or find a pretty girl? He was happily musing, the grin on his face still unrestrained. Warning. High-threat tracking targets detected. Quantity, 7. Location, dark alley to the left rear. Little Melon's cold electronic voice was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, instantly extinguishing his fantasies of racing cars. Following, Liang Qiubai abruptly halted, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. Which fool has come out to test their courage against your Liang grandfather? His mind roared, adrenaline surging, yet he forced a facade of calm, as if he had seen it all before, subtly glancing toward the direction indicated by Little Melon. Chapter 30, Police Sister. Liang Qiubai discreetly turned into a relatively secluded street, his peripheral vision keenly capturing several shadowy figures lurking at the entrance of the dark alley behind him. 7 individuals, like hyenas fixated on their prey, locked their predatory gazes upon him. He did not halt his steps, but silently altered his course, heading toward an even narrower, seldom traversed alley. Xiaoguo quickly scanned. What level are those few fish behind us? Liang Qiubai internally called for support. Analyzing target threat level, please hold on, host. Xiaoguo replied in a mechanical voice with a hint of simulated delay. Analysis complete. The enemy's overall combat capability is assessed to be that of a 5th-rate fighter. The host's mediocre skills should be sufficient to handle them, theoretically. Dog system. What do you mean by mediocre skills? I am a seriously trained individual. Liang Qiubai instantly flared up. Host, the last time you trained, was it during the 3 days you attended the Tai Chi Push Hands interest class down the street? Or was it a half-hour experience at the chiropractic clinic? Xiaoguo precisely struck back. You are far too cruel. Once I deal with this bunch of riffraff, I will take care of you. Liang Qiubai angrily blocked Xiaoguo in his imagination and plunged into the selected dead end. The 7 pursuers, upon seeing this, immediately accelerated and swiftly cornered Liang Qiubai at the end of the alley. With his back to them, Liang Qiubai stood with his hands behind his back and his back straight, exuding an aura of calmness and solitude, as if preparing to unleash a devastating strike. Xiaoguo, did you see that? My presence. Have I intimidated them? Liang Qiubai felt a surge of pride. Host, based on the target's micro-expressions and body language, they are merely puzzled as to why you voluntarily walked into a dead end and are contemplating the most convenient way to strike. Xiao Gua ruthlessly shattered his illusion. Liang Qiubai snorted, blending disdain with feigned bravado, slowly turning around. His gaze swept over the 7 encroaching individuals. 5 of them were clearly street thugs. Brandishing steel pipes or wooden sticks, their eyes fierce, while the 2 at the back were hiding behind inferior plastic masks. Uffed. Liang Qiubai nearly laughed aloud. Do these 2 fools think I wouldn't recognize them just because they are wearing masks? I could identify Hua Qichuan's flamboyant stance and Liang Zihan's timid demeanor even if they turned to ashes. Host, your discerning eye is remarkable. Target identities confirmed. Hua Qichuan. Liang Zihan. Xiao Gua offered a compliment. Hey, President Hua, and my dear brother Zihan. Liang Qiubai lazily addressed them, pointing at the 2. What are you 2 wearing masks for on such a hot day? Aren't you feeling stifled? Take them off. With your demeanor. It doesn't matter whether you wear them or not. You're still conspicuous. Liang Zihan, having his identity exposed, trembled in fear, instinctively glancing at Hua Qichuan. President Hua. We've been exposed. What do we do? Hua Qichuan's face turned pale beneath the mask, enraged and humiliated as he ripped it off and threw it to the ground. So what if we've been exposed? We have the numbers. He fixed an intense gaze on Liang Qiubai, his voice twisted with anger. Liang Qiubai, tell me, what did you do to Yinxing last night? Last night. Liang Qiubai dug at his ear, feigning innocence. I was indeed with my 5th sister last night. As for what we did, he deliberately elongated his tone, showcasing an ambiguous and suggestive smile. What do you think a lonely man and a woman might do? Naturally, it's what you're imagining. He perfectly replicated Hua Qichuan's worst fears. Oh, getting anxious, are we? It seems you're here to settle the score for last night's unfulfilled desires? Host, it may also purely be jealousy of your handsome and talented self and the impending 5 million. Xiao Gua analyzed. Nonsense. Hua Qichuan roared, disbelieving. With Mu Yutong around. You 1T succeed. Zihan, don't waste words with him. Attack. Teach this arrogant brat a lesson. He completely tore away the pretense. Did you hear? Attack. Break his legs. Liang Zihan commanded the thugs with feigned authority. The 5 thugs grinned wickedly, swinging their clubs as they slowly closed in. Kid. Blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have. Brothers, take him down. Humph. Provoking the wrong person? Liang Qiubai scoffed, adopting what he believed was a cool fighting stance. Little brats, prepare to face your king's wrath. Tremble. He thought dramatically. He focused on the first thug charging at him, nimbly sidestepping the whistling steel pipe, while his right leg shot out like lightning. A piercing scream echoed through the alley, as the thug arched his back like a cooked shrimp, clutching his groin. His face turning pale as he collapsed on the ground convulsing. Liang Qiubai, you despicable coward. Hua Qichuan's eyelids twitched in shock and fury. The remaining thugs were startled by the brutality of the attack, but emboldened by their numbers, they shouted and lunged forward. Just at that critical moment. Stop. A crisp yet authoritative female voice echoed at the alley's entrance. Everyone froze, instinctively turning toward the sound. There stood a tall, graceful woman silhouetted against the light. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and casual shorts, she wasn't in uniform, yet her bright eyes were sharp as an eagle. Instantly assessing the chaotic scene within the alley. Before Liang Qiubai could get a good look at her appearance, he felt a powerful grip seize his arm. Suddenly, the world spun. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. Liang Qiubai felt his back crash against the hard concrete ground, nearly displacing his organs. The pain forcing him to grimace and see stars. What the hell? Who is this? An ambush? He internally lamented, before he could struggle to rise. A cold, hard object pressed against his temple. Simultaneously, the woman's icy voice echoed above him. Police. Everyone, hands on your heads. Squat down. Do not move. Police. Hua Qichuan, Liang Zihan, and the remaining thugs were instantly dumbfounded. Faced with the dark muzzle of her gun and the righteous aura she exuded, they dared not resist. They quickly crumpled, hands on their heads, squatting down in unison like a pile of limp clay. Liang Qiubai, with a gun pointed at him, felt his soul leave his body, desperately suppressing the pain in his back and dizziness, managing to muster a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. His voice trembling. Police sister. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. I'm a good person. They were going to beat me. I was just defending myself. He hastily mimicked the others, hands on his head, posing correctly. Enough chatter. I told you to stay still. Xia Bing, the woman, maintained her gun's aim, her gaze scanning the area warily. Yes. I want to move. Absolutely not. Liang Qiubai instantly transformed into the most obedient quail. Seizing the moment when Xia Bing quickly dialed for backup with her other hand, Liang Qiubai dared to sneak a glance at this police goddess who had descended from the heavens. TSK. His internal thoughts sparked to life. This police sister is truly impressive. Beautiful face, outstanding figure. The right curves in all the right places, cough, and her skills. That shoulder throw just now. Ouch, that really hurt. But it was so cool. Perfect. Simply a battle goddess among goddesses. Sitting beside him, Xia Bing, who was responsible for keeping watch, visibly stiffened, her fingers tightening around the gun. She suddenly turned, her sharp gaze locking onto Liang Qiubai like a searchlight. Chapter 31. Interrogation by the police sister. Liang Qiubai felt a chill run down his spine under her scrutinizing gaze and quickly put on an innocent and ingratiating smile. Xia Bing frowned tightly. He didn't speak. That voice just now rang directly in my head. Hallucination? Or, behave yourself. Look around again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Xia Bing forcefully suppressed the inner turmoil and maintained her icy demeanor as she reprimanded him. I wouldn't dare. Police sister, I'm sorry. Liang Qiubai instantly wilted. Xiaogua, I need help. What is the background of this goddess police? Hurry and check. Liang Qiubai's mind was in turmoil. Retrieving target information, please hold on. The electronic voice of Xiaogua resonated with a hint of gravity. The unmistakably clear thoughts of Xiaogua and the retrieval of information surged into Xia Bing's consciousness once more. Her pupils constricted, and cold sweat began to bead in her palms gripping the steering wheel. Xiaogua? Retrieving information? Who on earth is he? Why can I hear his thoughts? Retrieval complete. Xiaogua's voice bore a trace of imperceptible satisfaction. Host. Target name. Xia Bing. Occupation. Officer of the Los Angeles Criminal Police Unit. Undercover status. Surface identity confirmed. Is that all? Nothing more explosive? For instance, body measurements. Hidden identity. Liang Qiubai expressed his dissatisfaction. Loading hidden identity, Xiaogua seemed to roll its eyes. Xia Bing, the legitimate daughter of the prestigious Xia family in the capital. She renounced her family's arrangements in pursuit of personal ideals, assuming a false identity and joining the police in Los Angeles. The Xia family. Liang Qiubai's heart sank. The one that rivals the Liang family in size. Goodness, what a background. Additional information. Xia Bing is currently on leave. She is near the crime scene because she arranged to meet Liang Mulan. Sister. She's meeting my sister for something? Liang Qiubai was even more bewildered. Could it be that my sister is in trouble? Is she being summoned for tea? Host, please remain calm. Xia Bing and Liang Mulan are good friends. Good friends? At this moment, Xia Bing's shock surpassed that of Liang Qiubai, her true identity, the reason for coming to Los Angeles. Even her private schedule for today, these top-secret details were laid bare by this seemingly frivolous fellow, or rather, that entity in his mind called Xiaogua, in an astonishing manner. Who is he? What is Xiaogua? A superpower? A listening device? Or something else? Xia Bing felt her worldview shatter like never before, her hands trembling on the steering wheel. Yet years of training as a criminal officer compelled her to maintain an outward calm, though her expression grew increasingly cold and severe. The sound of police sirens grew nearer, and two police cars swiftly arrived at the alley. Under Xia Bing's command, Liang Qiubai, Hu Qichuan, Liang Zihan, and the 5 thugs, including the one clutching his groin and howling, were escorted into separate police vehicles. Liang Qiubai was fortunate enough to share a car with Xia Bing. Sitting next to her, feeling as if he were on pins and needles. The journey was devoid of conversation, filled only with oppressive silence and Liang Qiubai's frantic internal monologue, along with Xia Bing's forced reception of information. Soon, the group was taken back to the Los Angeles Police Department's Criminal Police Unit. Liang Qiubai, Hu Qichuan, and Liang Zihan were led into different interrogation rooms. The cold lighting, iron tables and chairs, and stifling environment turned Hu Qichuan and Liang Zihan's faces pale. Although Liang Qiubai felt a twinge of fear, he was more preoccupied with devising an escape plan. The interrogation was about to commence. The harsh glare of the interrogation room's lights fell upon Liang Qiubai's face, and before him sat the officer with an icy demeanor and striking features, Xia Bing. She sat upright as a pine, her freshly donned police uniform immaculate, her sharp eyes beneath the brim of her hat locking onto him like searchlights, seemingly capable of piercing through his playful facade to reach his inner core. What is your name? Xia Bing inquired, her voice not loud, yet imbued with a metallic hardness that echoed in the confined space. Hey, officer. I'm Liang Qiubai. Liang from Liangshan, Autumn from Autumn, and Bai from Flawless White. You can call me Xiaobai or Qiubai. He instinctively flashed his characteristic grin, a mix of charm and mischief, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with the beautiful connotations of his name. Stop the frivolity. Xia Bing slammed her hand on the table, the sharp sound resonating like thunder. Understand your surroundings. This is a police station, not a place for your banter. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes, her long-standing confrontations with evil emanating a palpable chill, like solid ice daggers. Liang Qiubai recoiled at the sudden pressure, nearly sliding off the rigid plastic chair, his smile freezing into a look of shock. Wow. Although the police officer looks like a celestial being, Her temper is explosive. I'm terrified. His heart raced wildly. Xia Bing narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes, her scrutinizing gaze slicing through Liang Qiubai's handsome face like a scalpel. Liang Qiubai? Her thoughts raced, recalling the fake young master of the Liang family who had usurped his position. A trace of amusement flickered in her eyes. Less chatter. Straighten up and recount the events as they transpired. No omissions, no exaggerations. Sure thing, officer. I assure you, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. I'll lay it all out for you. Not a drop of water added. Liang Qiubai straightened up, adopting an earnest demeanor, and began to recount his self-perceived valiant fight, gesticulating animatedly as he spoke. That's how it was. Officer, I was merely acting in self-defense. Those thugs struck first. I was merely reacting. He concluded with sincerity in his gaze directed at Xia Bing. Xia Bing's pen raced across her notepad, producing a rustling sound as she recorded his wildly flawed, yet somehow vivid confession. Without lifting her head, she matter-of-factly stated, I've recorded your statement. We will verify it with the other parties involved. If the circumstances are largely consistent. She paused, looking up at Liang Qiubai. You may notify your relatives to handle the formalities and take you home. What? I need relatives? The sincerity on Liang Qiubai's face shattered instantly, his heart wailing in despair. Where am I supposed to find relatives? The Liang family? Ugh, sister. Yes, my sister is the closest. I just brought her a heartfelt lunch, though it was a bit of a journey, but she ate my food. She should at least begrudgingly come to rescue her little brother, right? After all, it's a matter of life. Host, please cease your unrealistic fantasies. Xiaogua's cold electronic voice doused him with a bucket of cold water, based on the personality model analysis of Liang Mulan. Her probability of personally coming to the police station to bail you out is less than 5. Prepare yourself psychologically for an overnight stay in the detention room. Damn system. You excel at kicking someone when they're down. Liang Qiubai ground his teeth in frustration. Chapter 32, Severing Ties? Xia Bing lowered her head slightly, seemingly focused on organizing her notes, but Liang Qiubai's internal despair mixed with a facade of bravado, a tumultuous emotional journey, echoed in her ears word for word. From sending heartfelt lunches to begrudgingly, to little brother and dog system. Her fingers gripping the pen paused imperceptibly, the corners of her tightly pressed lips finally betraying the faintest upward curve, a minuscule yet genuine smile. This boy was nearly bursting with laughter. She thought it best to inform Mulan about this lad's situation. Xia Bing closed the final note, her brows slightly furrowed. The statements appeared consistent. Liang Qiubai was the victim, defending himself against a group of thugs. However, the hasty release of Hua Qichuan and Liang Zihan, along with the flickering eyes of the thugs, left her with an uneasy feeling that the matter was far from straightforward. However, at present, the evidence is insufficient, and Liang Qiubai indeed did not inflict any serious harm on the other party, aside from that unfortunate fellow with the broken egg. So she had no choice but to temporarily release him. She took out her phone and dialed Liang Mulan's number. Hello, Mulan. Xia Bing. What's the matter? I'm just about to head out, came Liang Mulan's cool voice. There has been a bit of an unexpected situation. Xia Bing deliberated over her words. I was almost at your company, intending to go shopping with you during my day off, but I stumbled upon a brawl on the way. And your brother Liang Qiubai was involved. Liang Qiubai? Liang Mulan's tone noticeably darkened. What trouble has he caused now? Another brother of yours, Liang Zihan, was also present. Xia Bing added. However, the investigation is basically clear now. A group of thugs was seeking trouble, and they were passively involved, acting in self-defense. Your brother Liang Qiubai is not in any major trouble. You just need to come and sign a document to take him home. All right, I'll be there shortly. Liang Mulan replied decisively. By the way, Xia Bing quickly seized the opportunity. Once the case is handled, don't you dare stand me up for our shopping trip. I rarely get a day off just to see you. She was eager not to miss the chance to observe Liang Qiubai, this unique individual. Liang Mulan was just about to select a birthday gift for Liang Yunqing, so she agreed. Okay, see you soon. After hanging up, Liang Mulan immediately instructed Ji Yuan. Prepare the car and head to the city police station. Yes, President Liang, Yi Ji Yuan responded efficiently. The luxury car of the Liang group smoothly stopped at the entrance of the municipal police station. As Liang Mulan stepped out, she spotted Xia Bing waiting at the door. Mulan. Xia Bing approached eagerly. Liang Mulan nodded, her gaze sweeping through the lobby. There sat Liang Qiubai, nonchalantly occupying a chair in the waiting area. His long legs stretched out, engrossed in his phone, occasionally muttering under his breath, damn, is this jungler raised on dung? The wild area is completely wrecked. And they still won't support. Are you blind, marksman? The opposing mid laner has roamed 3 times already. Report. I must report. A bunch of useless players. He was utterly absorbed in his gaming world, oblivious to everything around him. Xia Bing. Liang Mulan withdrew her gaze and inquired. Wasn't Liang Zihan also here? Where is he? He and that fellow named Hua Qichuan were bailed out before you arrived, Xia Bing replied, her tone laced with a hint of barely concealed disdain. The procedures were completed in a flash. My notes are still not fully wrapped up. Though she did not articulate it, she implied that there might be something amiss. Liang Mulan's gaze turned icy. The Hua family? And Liang Zihan? She nodded subtly and strode towards her brother, still immersed in his gaming battles. A familiar shadow, imbued with a chilling fragrance, loomed over Liang Qiubai, prompting him to instinctively sniff the air. This scent seems familiar, like the one in my sister's office. He pondered. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a cold yet firm hand precisely seized his ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Liang Qiubai sprang up from his chair, nearly dropping his phone, grimacing in pain. Sister, easy there, easy there. My ear is about to come off. Liang Mulan released her grip, her expression impassive, seemingly quite engrossed. Let us go? Liang Qiubai rubbed his reddened ear, casting a woeful glance at Liang Mulan, his eyes brimming with accusation. Liang, Lan, you tyrant. So ungrateful. I just delivered a heartfelt lunch to you, and you're already yanking on my ear. So harsh. If you weren't a woman, just wait and see what I would do. His inner voice raged. Host, stay calm. Think of the mission. Think of the Bugatti. Think of the 5 million. Xiao Guo urgently intervened. Calm down. All this is your fault for this cursed mission. Besides, the Bugatti is a birthday gift for fifth sister. And the 5 million is also from her. It has nothing to do with you, sister. Liang Qiubai fumed. From this day forth, I shall sever all ties with Liang Mulan. No more talking to her. He angrily turned his back to Liang Mulan, physically manifesting his resolve to sever their relationship. Xiao Guo expressed exasperation. Standing a few steps away, Xia Bing clearly heard Liang Qiubai's inner turmoil and his unilateral declaration of severing ties. Observing his sulky demeanor, nearly protesting with the back of his head, she almost couldn't suppress a laugh. She hastily pressed her lips together, biting the soft flesh inside her mouth to restrain her rising smile. This Liang Qiubai was far too amusing and immature. Liang Mulan regarded her brother's obstinate defiance with a sense of unexpected pleasure. It turned out that teasing this seemingly carefree, yet internally dramatic brother was an incredibly entertaining endeavor. A subtle smile graced her lips as she spoke again, her voice still frosty. Let us go. With that, she turned and strode out. Xia Bing stifled her laughter and quickly followed Liang Mulan. Liang Qiubai hesitated for 3 seconds before ultimately trailing behind, head bowed in resignation, while cursing inwardly. A wise man avoids immediate losses. It was best to exit this contentious place first. 10 minutes later, Liang Qiubai lay sprawled in the spacious back seat of the luxury car, utterly despondent. To his further dismay, Officer Xia, too, had entered the car and occupied the front passenger seat. Liang Mulan was driving. The vehicle smoothly merged into the flow of traffic. In the front seat, Liang Mulan and Xia Bing conversed like long-lost friends. Discussing updates and amusing work anecdotes, Xia Bing conveniently omitted Liang Qiubai's inner thoughts, creating a relaxed and jovial atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Liang Qiubai felt like a transparent entity, completely overlooked in the corner, radiating a palpable sense of resentment. Xiao Guo, Liang Qiubai internally lamented, what is going on? Why is Xia Bing here too? Where are they taking me? Am I invisible? Reporting to the host, the navigation indicates that the destination is Huanyu Tiandi, the largest high-end commercial center in Luoqing. They are going shopping, Xiao Guo reported accurately. Shopping. Liang Qiubai's vision darkened as if he had glimpsed the gates of hell swinging wide open. Chapter 33, Going shopping as labor. No, just kill me. Shopping with women? Especially two? That is sheer torture. A marathon combined with a triathlon. They can shop for 8 hours straight without a break. I will be crushed under those shopping bags. Trampled by high heels. Tormented to death by endless fitting room waits. Help. I want to get out. Let me off. His inner monologue spiraled into a tragic drama of Liang Qiubai meeting his demise at the shopping center. Sister, Liang Qiubai mustered his courage, clinging to the front seat, striving to feign a smile. Officer Xia, where are you headed? I suddenly remembered I have something urgent at school. Liang Mulan glanced at him through the rearview mirror, her tone teasing. Didn't you say you were ignoring us? Sister, this is an injustice. Liang Qiubai immediately protested, his expression earnest and exaggerated. How could I possibly ignore you? You are my esteemed elder sister, like a mother to me. My admiration for you flows like the endless Yangtze River. He scrambled to flatter her. At this very moment, I wish I could open the car door and jump out. Even rolling on the ground would be better than accompanying them shopping. His heartfelt proclamations starkly contrasted with his true sentiments. We are going shopping at Huanyu Tiandi. Xia Bing turned her head, her face beaming with delight, her bright eyes sparkling with a light that Liang Qiubai couldn't decipher, but sensed it was ominous. Of course, you should come along too. And, Please don't call me Officer Xia. Just call me Sister Xia Bing. Xia and Sister Bing. Liang Qiubai's expression had completely fallen. How can I not go? I promise I won't run away. I'll just wait for you in the car. I swear. No way. Both Xia Bing and Liang Mulan replied in unison, then exchanged a knowing smile that, to Liang Qiubai, brimmed with malicious intent. Laborers must possess a sense of self-awareness. Liang Mulan added nonchalantly. Liang Qiubai thought to himself, this is it. I've been clearly assigned my role. The vile face of capitalism. Exploiting labor. He slumped back onto the rear seat, gazing at the ceiling, resembling a salted fish bereft of dreams. In the vast expanse of the world, at the pinnacle of luxury in Luocheng, the polished marble floors reflected the brilliance of the crystal chandeliers, while the air was infused with the scent of high-end perfumes and the aroma of wealth. Well-dressed men and women flitted about, and this was the temple of consumerism. Liang Qiubai, like a duck forced onto a rack, trailed dejectedly behind Liang Mulan and Xia Bing, the two strikingly beautiful women, one exuding cold elegance and the other radiating spirited charm, quickly became the center of attention in the mall. Meanwhile, the handsome young man trailing behind them, with an expression of desolation as if his soul had been hollowed out, became a peculiar sight for passers-by. Their first stop was the premier jewelry brand. Tears of the Stars. Welcome. The impeccably made-up sales associate greeted them with enthusiasm. Liang Mulan, with unwavering determination, headed straight for the VIP section, showcasing high-end bespoke jewelry. Xia Bing, on the other hand, gazed with interest at the sparkling diamonds in the display window. Liang Qiubai, entirely uninterested in the glimmering stones, leaned against a nearby column in utter boredom. What use are these stones apart from being expensive? Can they be eaten? Can they help me escape? They're less practical than my instant noodles, he grumbled inwardly. Xia Bing caught this thought, and her mouth twitched slightly as she quickly pretended to admire a necklace to mask her amusement. This blue diamond has a commendable cut and clarity, Liang Mulan remarked, pointing to a ring while addressing the sales associate. Miss Liang, you have impeccable taste. This is one of our store's treasures, a top-grade cornflower blue diamond from South Africa. Weighing 501 carats, the sales associate elaborated. Liang Qiubai stole a glance at the price tag, and the long string of zeros made his pupils dilate in shock. What the hell? 55 million. For a rock? Is she out of her mind? That money would be so much better in my hands. It could fund my escape around the world 800 times over. He felt his heart bleed. Upon hearing that familiar thought, Liang Mulan turned back and shot him a faint glance. Liang Qiubai immediately forced a smile that conveyed, feel free, I support you. Xia Bing picked up a simply designed diamond necklace, modeling it on her neck, and asked Liang Qiubai, does this look good, Qiubai? He glanced over and replied perfunctorily, it looks great. Sister Xia Bing looks good in anything. Isn't it just a chain with a piece of glass? What's the difference? His thoughts betrayed him. Xia Bing silently set down the necklace, deciding not to subject herself to further humiliation. They proceeded to a high-end ready-to-wear store, a luxury handbag boutique, and a designer brand shop. Liang Mulan and Xia Bing moved through the stores like tireless warriors, sweeping through one after another. Liang Qiubai's role swiftly downgraded from a follower to a mere human shopping bag stand. His arms soon bore the weight of numerous shopping bags adorned with extravagant logos. Dior's paper bag brushed against Chanel's box, Hermes' orange bag pressed down on LV's monogram, layering over each other until he felt nearly submerged. Help! It's so heavy my arms are going to break. How much has she bought? Did she empty the entire mall? Sister Xia Bing looks so cool. How can she shop so much? That belt costs 80,000. Is it made of gold? Little Gua? Quickly, find me the nearest resting area. At this rate, I'm going to perish on the front lines of shopping. Liang Qiubai's mind screamed for help, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. In 50 meters, turn left. There is a high-end cafe that offers comfortable sofas and charging services. Little Gua's considerate navigation came to his rescue. Liang Qiubai, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, mustered his last ounce of strength to weakly protest. Sister Xia Bing, I request a 5-minute break. Just 5 minutes. To recharge. Otherwise, I might miss tonight's birthday banquet. His voice was frail, and his eyes pleaded as if he were about to faint at any moment. Liang Mulan and Xia Bing halted, turning to look at Liang Qiubai, who was buried beneath shopping bags and appeared utterly exhausted. They could no longer contain their laughter, which rang out in the bustling mall, drawing the attention of passers-by. Suppressing her laughter, Liang Mulan feigned seriousness and nodded. Considering you've been somewhat diligent today, I'll allow it. There's a cafe ahead. Let us rest for a bit. Yet, a hint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. Watching her brother's plight seemed more enjoyable than the shopping itself. Xia Bing also smiled and nodded. Let us go. I'll treat you to coffee as a reward for our hard work. Liang Qiubai thought. Hard work. I'm clearly the victim. His heart brimming with indignation. His body, however, obediently moved toward the cafe, longing to collapse onto a soft sofa. Chapter 34, Ming Dynasty Cellar. Liang Qiubai practically threw himself into the soft sofa of the cafe, feeling as if every bone in his body was groaning. He lay there like a puddle of melted ice cream, not even wanting to move a finger. Meanwhile, Liang Mulan and Xia Bing gracefully approached the counter to place their orders. Before long, Xia Bing returned with 2 steaming cups of aromatic coffee. Seating herself across from Liang Qiubai and pushing 1 cup towards him. Here you go, Qiubai, you've worked hard. Have a cup of coffee to perk you up. Xia Bing's smile was radiant. Liang Qiubai struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his gaze foggy. Thank you, Sister Xia Bing. He fought to sit up straighter, accepting the coffee and cautiously taking a sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, rich and bitter with a hint of sweetness, instantly awakening his dull taste buds and near-collapsing nerves. He let out a satisfied sigh, feeling his parched soul being slightly nourished. This cup of coffee is truly today's redemption. Life is worth living. Host, Little Gua wants some too. Energy is low. Little Gua protested in his mind. Drink oil instead, Liang Qiubai retorted irritably, but then quickly shifted his thoughts. No, I need to think of a way to slip away. At this rate, they're bound to continue shopping. If this goes on, I might very well meet my end in the mall. Little Gua, think of a reasonable excuse. However, his thoughts of escape were broadcasted clearly to the 2 ladies across from him. Liang Mulan elegantly settled down with her coffee. Liang Qiubai's eyes darted, and he plastered on a flattering, yet guilty, smile, tentatively suggesting, Hee, big sister, Sister Xia Bing, you must be tired after shopping for so long, right? How about we call it a day? Recharge and fight another day? Next time. Before he could finish, Xia Bing cheerfully interrupted, Qiubai, how can we do that? Mulan and I are usually so busy that we hardly have a moment to ourselves. It's rare for us to be together today. We must make the most of it. Her tone was light, yet her eyes held an undeniable insistence. Liang Mulan chimed in, glancing at her costly watch. It's still early, just past 3. Besides, I still need to pick a birthday gift for Yinqing. She surveyed Liang Qiubai's instantly deflated expression, and a flicker of mischievous delight crossed her mind. As Liang Qiubai beheld the 2 adeptly collaborating female tyrants before him, a sense of desolation enveloped his heart, akin to a flickering ember of hope, ignited by coffee, being ruthlessly extinguished. Alas, my life is forfeit. Little Melon, rescue me. I am about to be crushed by shopping bags. He silently lamented in despair. Host, please confront the challenges of life independently. Little Melon shall offer you spiritual support. Little Melon deftly deflected responsibility. Wretched system, what use are you? Aside from spectating and berating me, what else can you do? You falter at crucial moments. Liang Qiubai fumed internally, his frustration palpable. Ding. Host's intense survival instinct detected, presenting a freshly unearthed scoop. Little Melon seemed to have a moment of conscience, her tone suddenly taking on an air of mystery. What scoop? Liang Qiubai's spirits surged. Speak quickly. What is it? Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. The Land Trading Center of Luo City will host a significant bidding event for a parcel of land adjacent to Huanyu Tiandi, designated as LY07. Land. What sort of scoop is that? Liang Qiubai's interest waned. Patience, dear host. In the original storyline, this parcel will be successfully acquired by Liang Mulan and subsequently developed into one of the most prosperous commercial centers in Luo City, its value multiplying several times over. Several times? Liang Qiubai's eyes sparkled with interest, though he soon scoffed. And what of it? No matter how much she earns, it is all for my sister. How does that pertain to my escape plan? The crux is yet to come. Little Melon's voice brimmed with temptation. According to my in-depth geological scans, beneath this seemingly ordinary parcel lies an undiscovered Ming Dynasty treasure. Preliminary detection indicates the presence of at least 5 well-preserved blue and white porcelain jars, 3 silk-based colored paintings by renowned northern song artists, as well as various gold, silver, and jade artifacts. Conservatively estimated, unearthing just 1 piece would suffice for you to live in leisure for half a lifetime. A Ming Dynasty treasure? Blue and white porcelain? Masterpieces? Liang Qiubai's heart raced uncontrollably, as if he could envision countless coins sprouting wings and flying toward him, the earlier fatigue and despair instantly replaced by overwhelming elation. Heaven is aiding me. Little Melon, you've finally done something worthwhile. I adore you. From now on, more of such treasures, please. His expression management utterly unraveled. His lips stretched into a wildly radiant and somewhat foolish grin, as if he had been electrified. Liang Mulan paused imperceptibly, her hand holding the coffee momentarily stilled. She keenly registered the keywords Ming Dynasty treasure, blue and white porcelain, and masterpieces, stirring turbulent waves within her heart. A treasure lies beneath? What exactly is this little melon in his mind? How could it even detect such things? She stifled her astonishment, maintaining an impassive exterior while observing Liang Qiubai's suddenly exuberant demeanor, a flicker of comprehension and deeper intrigue flashing in her eyes. Planning to flee? Yearning to unearth treasures? Huh, you little rascal, dream on. She elegantly sipped her coffee, the corners of her mouth curling into an almost imperceptible smirk. Beside her, Xia Bing was utterly dumbfounded. As a detective, she possessed an innate sensitivity and skepticism towards information about underground treasures. Yet, the unwavering conviction and ecstasy in Liang Qiubai's voice, coupled with Little Melon's unfathomable detection abilities, compelled her to believe to some extent. Could there truly be so many artifacts underground? Her intrigue was not born of greed for treasure. The Xia family lacked for nothing, but rather astonishment at the source and authenticity of this information, along with the enigma surrounding Liang Qiubai. Ahaha, treasure, my treasure. Wait for me, dear ones. I shall soon rescue you from the darkness beneath the ground. Liang Qiubai reveled in the grandiose fantasies of wealth, feeling as though the shopping bags he bore had lightened considerably. Wretched system, you've finally proven reliable. From now on, please inform me at the earliest opportunity of any prospects for wealth. I relish them. Observing Liang Qiubai seated there, his gaze vacant and adorned with a dreamlike grin, nearly stretching to his ears, Liang Mulan and Xia Bing exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously rising to their feet. Dear Qiubai, Xia Bing's voice was laced with mirth, pulling him from his treasure-laden reverie. Are you recharged? We must continue our journey. Liang Qiubai snapped back to reality, noticing the two overseers prepared for departure, and instinctively sprang up, a lingering flush of excitement on his face. Oh, let us go. Onward. I shall guarantee the completion of our task. He deftly refilled his shopping bags, his energy levels transformed, as if he were an entirely different person. For the treasure, let us go all out. Consider it a weighted training exercise. He internally motivated himself, marching behind the two ladies with an air of confidence, as if they were not embarking on a shopping spree, but rather a quest for gold. The trio plunged once more into the shopping frenzy. Chapter 35, Chief Aesthetic Officer. Although Liang Qiubai still felt fatigued, the prospect of treasure served as a spiritual pillar, significantly enhancing his endurance. He even began to actively seek opportunities for gossip. Little Melon, spill some more tea, will you? For instance, does Sister Xia Bing have any earth-shattering secrets? Or are there any hidden truths about my sister? He struggled to move his feet while fervently summoning within. Host, the system's gossip function is limited by the relevance to the plot and the depth of character interaction. Little Melon elucidated. Xia Bing is an extraneous character, and the information pool is limited. As for Liang Mulan's gossip, it requires you to interact more with her or trigger relevant event nodes to unlock. In simpler terms, do you wish to indulge in more exciting gossip? Little Melon summarized. Please engage more with high-status individuals, especially your sisters, and actively participate in the storyline. The field of gossip will naturally yield bountiful harvests. Liang Qiubai immediately felt deflated. Is it really so troublesome to enjoy some gossip? I just want to lay back and relish the ready-made. Unbeknownst to them, the trio wandered into a premier luxury women's clothing store. The soft lighting, soothing music, and the air filled with the fragrance of high-quality fabrics enveloped them. Liang Qiubai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, promptly locating the most comfortable-looking sofa and collapsing onto it with his shopping bags, transforming once again into a languid sloth. The well-trained sales consultant immediately recognized the considerable value of the bags Liang Qiubai was carrying and eagerly approached Liang Mulan and Xia Bing. The two ladies, with clear intentions, began to select items. Liang Mulan's gaze was drawn to a uniquely designed French countryside floral dress. Its delicate base color was adorned with exquisite small flowers, exuding a fresh and romantic aura that starkly contrasted with her usual icy professional demeanor. She picked up the dress and strode directly into the fitting room. Xia Bing, on the other hand, was captivated by a champagne gold off-the-shoulder haute couture gown. Its fluid cuts and exquisite pearlescent fabric radiated understated luxury. She too took the gown into another fitting room. Moments later, the fitting room curtains were drawn back in succession. Liang Mulan emerged first. Liang Qiubai instinctively looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape as if struck by a spell. I can't believe it. Is this really my sister? He internally screamed. That floral dress is absolutely stunning. It's as if she's transformed into a completely different person. What a domineering CEO. This is clearly the gentle and graceful neighborly sister. The feeling of first love. My wife. He. The intense visual impact rendered him speechless. Upon hearing the word wife, even Liang Mulan, usually composed, found her ears tinged with an imperceptible blush, quickly replaced by a wave of indignation. "You little rascal. Mind your tongue. I am your elder sister." She feigned calmness, yet her eyes flickered slightly. Shortly thereafter, Xiaobing emerged as well. The champagne gold gown clung exquisitely to her tall, athletic frame, the off-shoulder design accentuating her graceful collarbones and shoulder line. Beneath the flowing skirt, a pair of long, slender legs, perfectly sculpted, peeked out tantalizingly. Stripped of her police uniform's crispness, she now resembled a socialite stepping out from an elegant soiree, radiant and striking beyond compare. Liang Qiubai felt as though his breath had momentarily ceased. "Goodness gracious," he mentally exclaimed in a mouse-like squeal. "Sister Xiaobing, are you certain you're a police officer? That physique, that aura, those legs are simply unfair." He sensed a warmth creeping into his nostrils. Xiaobing caught his nearly offensive thoughts, a hint of amusement dancing across her features as she gracefully approached Liang Mulan. The two of them akin to supermodels on a runway. "Qiubai, what do you think?" Xiaobing asked with a charming smile, twirling lightly with Liang Mulan before him. "Which of our outfits do you find more appealing?" Liang Qiubai was momentarily dazzled by their dual beauty, struggling to regain his composure. They both looked stunning. "Sister, you exude such gentle elegance, while Sister Xiaobing radiates nobility and brilliance. A perfect match. Absolutely perfect." He ransacked his mind for adjectives, his gaze honestly flitting between the two, brimming with pure admiration and a hint of infatuation. A visual feast. An undeniable visual feast. This excursion was worth every moment. He fervently applauded internally. "Host, please manage your expression. Drool is about to drip onto the shopping bag." Little Melon reminded him mercilessly. The upscale boutique transformed into a personal runway for Liang Mulan and Xiaobing. They eagerly selected an array of distinctly styled garments, tailored suits, elegant dresses, sultry evening gowns, and relaxed resort wear. One after another, they tried on outfits, gliding before Liang Qiubai, as if on a catwalk, seeking his appraisal. Liang Qiubai was reluctantly appointed as the chief aesthetic officer. Despite his physical fatigue, his spirit soared with exhilaration. He observed with utmost seriousness, expertly wielding the art of verbal flattery while his thoughts diverged. "This suit really enhances your presence, sister. You look like a goddess." While internally he mused, "So handsome. Sister in a suit is simply stunning. I could kneel for this." Out loud, "Sister Xiaobing, this dress complements your complexion beautifully, fresh and unique." Inwardly, he acknowledged, "That waist-to-hip ratio. Those legs. Unbelievable. Sister, the police is the best." Out loud, "This gown is lovely as well, so noble and graceful." Internally, he gasped, "That deep V in the back are too much to handle." His critiques remained at the surface level of beautiful, nice, and well-matched. Yet his inner commentary was vibrant and colorful, vividly portraying the visual impact of each attire, full of the most primal and genuine admiration. Meanwhile, the two ladies reveled in the joy of their wardrobe changes and their brother's superficial compliments, while simultaneously grappling with his overly candid inner monologue. Their expressions facing a severe test. Liang Mulan endeavored to maintain her aloof demeanor, while Xiaobing frequently had to lower her head to stifle her laughter. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour slipped away amidst this delightful fashion showcase. When Liang Mulan raised her hand to check the time once more, the hour hand pointed to 6 in the evening. She finally called an end to this dressing game. "It's time to head back," Liang Mulan informed Xiaobing. Xiaobing nodded in agreement. "Yes, I should return to the team. I have a report to write this evening." She cast a slightly apologetic glance at Liang Qiubai, expressing regret that she could not attend Yunqing's birthday banquet, asking him to convey her birthday wishes. The three exited the boutique, and Liang Qiubai transformed back into a human shopping cart, though this time his steps appeared considerably lighter, perhaps due to a sense of liberation or the dual satisfaction brought by treasures and visual delights. Liang Mulan first escorted Xiaobing to the vicinity of the police station. As they bid farewell, Xiaobing exchanged a meaningful glance with Liang Qiubai, her eyes seemingly conveying, "We shall meet again." This left Liang Qiubai feeling slightly unsettled. After parting with Xiaobing, the luxury vehicle turned towards the Liang family estate. The setting sun cast warm rays through the car window, illuminating Liang Qiubai as he gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, his mind flitting between the gleaming blue and white porcelain and the stunning fashion showcase of the two sisters. Reflecting on the day's exhilarating ups and downs, rich in reminiscence. Meanwhile, Liang Mulan, seated in the driver's seat, observed her brother's dreamy expression through the rearview mirror, and the normally aloof and commanding figure of hers betrayed a hint of a knowing smile. Chapter 36, A Living Star? Half an hour later, the car smoothly entered the Liang family estate's brightly lit underground parking garage. As she pushed open the heavy door, a warm, lively atmosphere mingled with the aroma of food enveloped her. The living room was ablaze with lights, teeming with shadows and vibrant laughter. "Wanshi, you're back." Liang Mulan immediately spotted the radiant figure at the center of the room, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible delight. Hearing her elder sister's voice, Liang Qiubai, who was striving to extricate himself from the state of being a human shopping cart, followed her gaze. There, lounging languidly on the leather sofa, was a woman clad in a meticulously tailored crimson haute couture gown, resembling a burning flame against her snow-white skin. Beneath her exquisite makeup, her features bore an alluring intensity, tinged with a hint of fatigue from a long journey. It was none other than Liang Wanshi, the Liang family's second sister and a top-tier star in the entertainment industry. She had evidently just returned from an important event, not even having had the time to change out of her gown. "Yes, sister, I just landed not long ago." Liang Wanshi replied with a bright smile, rising to greet Liang Mulan. Her captivating gaze soon fell upon the slightly disheveled young man behind Liang Mulan, laden with shopping bags. Their eyes met, and Liang Qiubai stood frozen, as if paralyzed, his eyes wide as saucers, and his mouth agape in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. "Holy moly! Little melon, quick, pinch me. I can't be dreaming, can I? Is this really my second sister? Alive, breathing?" The top-tier star Liang Wanshi. His mind erupted with a groundhog-like scream, nearly bursting with excitement. "Host, remain calm. Target confirmed. Liang Wanshi, your second sister, profession, actress, and top-tier star." Little Melon's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Liang Wanshi clearly heard the phrase living star, and even though she had been warned by her sisters in advance, hearing such peculiar thoughts in person caused her eyes to widen momentarily in surprise and curiosity. She quickly regained her composure, donning a flawless business smile, though a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flitted through her eyes. In her established impression, Liang Qiubai didn't quite fit this narrative. "Oh my, this is a living top-tier star right before my eyes. I must seize this rare opportunity. I have to shake her hand. This is capital that could last a lifetime." Liang Qiubai resolved instantly, a radiant and somewhat foolish smile breaking across his face as he hurriedly approached Liang Wanshi. In a split second, before anyone, including Liang Wanshi herself, could react, Liang Qiubai made an air-freezing motion. He abruptly knelt on one knee. The action was a bit forceful, nearly colliding with the coffee table, tilting his head back, his hands reaching out reverently towards Liang Wanshi, his eyes gleaming like searchlights. "Sister, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your name is well known, and to see your true form today is a stroke of luck. Might I be so fortunate as to shake your hand, to commemorate this moment?" The atmosphere brimmed with fervent enthusiasm akin to that of fans meeting their idols, yet tinged with a sense of caution. The entire living room fell silent for a brief moment. The other four sisters, Liang Mulan, Liang Qiubai, Liang Qianyu, and Liang Yunqing, though mentally prepared, could not help but twitch their lips at the extravagance before them, turning their faces away, shoulders shaking suspiciously. Mu Yutong covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Liang Wanshi found herself somewhat dazed by this sudden grand gesture, gazing at her brother, who knelt before her, eyes sparkling like a large dog looking up at its owner, an overwhelming sense of absurdity washing over her. Was the silent, somewhat sullen Liang Qiubai truly the same person as this lively character before her? Unconsciously, she extended her fair, slender hand. Liang Qiubai immediately cradled it in both of his hands, indeed, cradled it, as if holding a rare treasure, shaking it gently up and down. "Ha! I touched the hands of a top-tier celebrity. The sensation is exquisite, as soft as jade. Worth it. This lifetime is worth it. Ha!" The little man inside him was going wild with joy, setting off fireworks and rolling in glee. "Host, please cease this infatuated behavior and maintain your image." Xiao Gua issued a stern warning. Liang Wanshi distinctly felt the searing warmth from his palm and the nearly overflowing excitement emanating from him. Upon hearing the term infatuated behavior, her commercial smile finally faltered, morphing into an expression of helpless amusement. This brother was indeed a revelation. Liang Qiubai reluctantly released her hand. It felt as though he had lost a fortune, and stood up contentedly. A casual glance around, however, quickly chilled him as he spotted Huaqi Chuan, attempting to diminish his presence in the corner. What is this ill-fated fellow doing here? Did fifth sister not kick him out? Liang Qiubai's brows furrowed. The sequence of events was simple. Huaqi Chuan had successfully rebranded himself as a sincerely repentant young man through his silver tongue and meticulous care for Liang Jing Chuan and Lu Zhaoyi, along with Liang Zihan's timely compliments, softening the hearts of the two elders, allowing him to stay temporarily. Though Liang Qiubai and Liang Qianyu were well aware of the situation, they refrained from making a scene, opting instead to observe coldly due to the circumstances and parental presence. Liang Yunqing was engaged in conversation with Mu Yutong and momentarily overlooked the tension. Liang Qiubai chose to ignore Hua Qichuan, turning his attention back to Mu Yutong, his face reassembling a cheerful smile. "Ah, Sister Yutong, you're here too. How could my best friend miss Yunqing's birthday?" Mu Yutong giggled, playfully throwing him a flirtatious glance. "What's this, Brother Qiubai? Missing your sister after just a few hours?" Liang Qiubai was caught off guard by her directness, his face flushing. Liang Yunqing, not amused, tugged at Mu Yutong's arm, signaling her to tone it down. Embarrassed, Liang Qiubai swiftly redirected his focus to the true target. He turned his head, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by unabashed mockery as he addressed Hua Qichuan loudly. "Oh, is that not our esteemed President Hua? What winds have blown this revered figure here? Tonight is a private family dinner for the Liang family. Your uninvited presence seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" Hua Qichuan's forced smile froze immediately, and just as he opened his mouth to retort, Liang Zihan leapt to defend him like a loyal dog. "Brother Qiubai? President Hua is here specifically to apologize to Fifth Sister. He has truly recognized his mistakes. Mom and Dad have allowed him to stay." He emphasized that Mom and Dad had agreed. "Brother Qiubai?" Liang Qiubai felt as if he had swallowed a fly, disgusted beyond measure. "Damn it. Who's your brother? Calling me so affectionately. It's enough to make one's skin crawl. Do you think you're some delicate little girl? How revolting. Get lost." "Oh? Is that so?" Liang Qiubai elongated his tone, his gaze icy as it swept over Hua Qichuan. The apology was delivered, and he had been allowed to stay. The sentiment had been expressed. "President Hua, considering the late hour, shouldn't you take the hint and leave? Are we supposed to send you off in a car?" He issued an unceremonious dismissal, leaving no room for pity. Uft. Liang Qiubai was the first to succumb to laughter. Liang Qianyu and Mu Yutong quickly lowered their heads, stifling their amusement. Chapter 37, Double Standard Dog? Hua Qichuan's face turned a deep shade of purple, fury roiling in his eyes, fists clenched tightly at his sides, yet he dared not unleash his anger within the Liang household. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a gentle voice infused with soothing authority interjected. "All right, Sixth." It was Liang Wanxi. She stepped forward, lightly patting Liang Qiubai's shoulder with the composure of an elder sister, her gaze signaling him to temper his response. "Regardless of past grievances, today is Little 5's special day. Let us enjoy our meal first. No matter how monumental the issues, they can wait." Her tone was warm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Liang Qiubai looked at his second sister's radiant face, listening to her gentle yet firm voice. And the earlier hostility dissipated considerably. He pouted, casting Hua Qichuan a look that conveyed a sense of relief for him, and fell silent. Hua Qichuan secretly exhaled, forcing a stiff smile back onto his face as though the earlier embarrassment had never occurred. "Dinner is served." Lu Zhaoyi's voice resonated from the dining room, imbued with warmth, shattering the tension in the living room. "Coming, Mom." Liang Wanxi was the first to respond, smiling as she linked arms with Liang Mulan and led the way to the dining room. At Liang Mulan's discreet signal, everyone followed suit into the dining area. The massive round table was already adorned with a dazzling array of delicacies, the aroma wafting through the air, even more lavish than the night Liang Zihan returned home. According to Liang family tradition, they would first indulge in the feast, followed by gift-giving and blessings, and finally, singing birthday songs and cutting the cake. Liang Qiubai promptly transformed his indignation into appetite, finding a seat and picking up his chopsticks, diving into the food with the fervor of a tempest. His chopsticks danced like butterflies flitting through flowers, deftly navigating the dishes, as his bowl rapidly transformed into a small mountain of food. The atmosphere at the table gradually warmed, filled with clinking glasses and cheerful banter. Even Hua Qichuan made an effort to engage in conversation, attempting to salvage his image. "Wanxi, my dear." Liang Jingchuan set down his spoon, looking kindly at his radiant second daughter. "You've returned after such a long time. Do catch up with Zihan. After all, they are siblings by blood and should grow closer." His words hinted at a desire for family harmony. "I understand, Dad." Liang Wanxi elegantly dabbed the corner of her mouth, revealing an impeccable smile. Liang Qiubai, deeply engrossed in his meal, perked up at the mention of Liang Wanxi's name. "Star sister?" Big scoop. While chewing on a piece of abalone, he mentally called out, "Xiaogua, Xiaogua. Quickly scan. See if my second sister has any earth-shattering news. Preferably something delicious." "Got it." Host, initiating deep gossip radar. "Please hold on." Xiaogua's voice carried a hint of excitement. At the table, aside from the puzzled Mu Yutong, Liang Zihan, and Hua Qichuan, the rest of the Liang family, Liang Jingchuan, Lu Zhaoyi, Liang Mulan, Liang Qiubai, Liang Qianyu, Liang Yunqing, nearly simultaneously paused their actions. They subtly adjusted their seating, ears perked like radar, holding their breath in anticipation of that familiar and peculiar voice announcing sweet tidings. Ding! News alert. A juicy scoop. Nonetheless genuine and well-preserved. Xiao Guo's voice took on a serious tone. Quick, spill the beans. Liang Qiubai urged internally. Your second sister, Liang Wanqi, will encounter a frenzied stalker, an extreme fan, on her way back to the hotel after attending a university reunion tomorrow night. This fan exhibits highly unstable emotions and possesses a corrosive liquid with malicious intent. According to projections, there is a significant risk that your sister may suffer severe facial injuries. The electronic voice of Xiao Guo conveyed a chilling undertone. In an instant, clatter, the silver chopsticks in Lu Jiaoyi's hand fell onto the bone china plate, emitting a crisp sound, and her face turned as pale as a ghost. Liang Jingchuan, holding the soup, suddenly jolted, splattering a few drops of scalding broth onto his hand. Yet he remained oblivious, his gaze sharp as a blade. Liang Mulan tightened her grip on her wine glass, her knuckles turning white, the red wine within it swaying slightly. Liang Curson and Liang Qinyu exchanged incredulous glances, their actions frozen in shock. Liang Yinxing gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and dread. Even Liang Wanqi herself trembled imperceptibly while holding her napkin, a chill racing up her spine. Disfigurement. For a top-tier star who relies on her looks and acting skills, this would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Liang Wanqi's hand brushed against her gown, her expression laden with worry. After all, the incident involving her elder sister was real. Thus this must also be true. The atmosphere in the restaurant felt as if it had solidified, with only the melodious background music flowing, creating a terrifyingly oppressive ambience. What is happening? Why has everyone stopped eating? Is the food unpalatable? Liang Zihan perceptively sensed the discord in the atmosphere and feigned concern, breaking the eerie silence. Lu Jiaoyi was the first to regain her composure, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and forced a smile. And no, it's nothing. Everyone eat up. This soup is just a bit too hot. She pretended to pick up the chopsticks. The others, as if awakening from a dream, hesitantly resumed their meals. But their movements were markedly stiff, their eyes exchanging silent horror and anxiety. Disfigurement. Liang Qiubai was equally taken aback by the gravity of the news. So ruthless? If my sister's career peaks were to be ruined, that would be the end of it. He instinctively glanced at Liang Wanqi's flawless face. Host, the danger level is exceedingly high, Xiao Guo emphasized, as if that needed saying. A surge of righteous indignation welled up within Liang Qiubai. My sister is a living star, beautiful and kind-hearted, at least for now. How can this be tolerated? Absolutely not. Xiao Guo, lock onto that scoundrel's information. His gaze turned resolute. I must take action, to turn the tide, to rescue my sister from peril, to show her what a reliable brother truly is. This declaration resonated clearly in the ears of his sisters. Liang Mulan, Liang Curson, Liang Qinyu, and even Liang Wanqi herself, all exchanged glances filled with comfort and warmth. In a critical moment, this little brother could indeed be counted upon. However, just as this warmth lingered for a fleeting second, it was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected chill. Liang Yunqing's hand tightened around her knife and fork, the sharp blade scraping against the expensive bone china with a piercing sound. She lifted her gaze, her eyes as sharp as icicles, directed at Liang Qiubai, who was lost in fantasies of heroically rescuing his sister. Her gaze filled with accusation and a strong hint of bitterness. So you wish to take the initiative to help my sister? Yet you demand 5 million for helping me? Liang Qiubai, you hypocritical dog. An invisible aura of menace instantly enveloped Liang Qiubai, just as he was daydreaming about how he would valiantly save his sister. He shivered abruptly. Why do I suddenly feel a chill on my back? Is the air conditioning too high? He rubbed his arms in confusion. Xiao Guo. Hee, gleeful anticipation of the unfolding drama. Chapter 38, Eternal Heart. The ensuing birthday banquet proceeded in a subtly harmonious atmosphere, laden with unspoken understanding. Liang Zihan and Hua Qichuan seemed to have temporarily ceased their antics, which calmed the undercurrents at the dining table considerably. Finally, the much-anticipated gift-giving segment arrived. Almost as soon as Hua Qichuan finished speaking, he sprang up, moving swiftly as if fearing someone would steal his thunder. A flawless, gentle smile adorned his face, aimed squarely at winning the favor of Liang Jingchuan and his wife, the heads of the Liang family. Yinqing, happy birthday. His voice was rich and infused with just the right amount of warmth, as he retrieved a velvet-wrapped, exquisitely crafted gift box adorned with platinum edges from his suit pocket. He gracefully approached Liang Yunqing, presenting the box before her, his demeanor as elegant as one offering a rare treasure. A small gift, I hope you like it. Would you care to open it? Xiao Guo, quickly, scan. What on earth did this rascal gift? It looks so dazzling and expensive. Liang Qiubai feigned indifference while picking his teeth, yet his inner radar was fully alert. Ding. Scan complete. Target item, a jewelry-grade diamond necklace. Brand, Cartier. Series, classic eternal heart. Meaning, symbolizes unwavering eternal love. Host, Mr. Huaqichuan has indeed invested significantly. Xiao Guo's electronic voice carried a tone of professional appraisal. Eternal heart. Goodness. That name is so cheesy it makes my teeth ache. Liang Qiubai mentally scoffed. Unwavering love? A toad wishing to eat swan meat, dreaming beautifully. Fifth sister is my golden thigh, the one who has given 5 million. How could I allow you, this sticky plaster, to cling to her? Not a chance. Liang Yunxing gazed at the beautifully packaged, profoundly meaningful gift box, distinctly hearing Liang Qiubai's disdainful thoughts about the toad wishing for swan meat, and felt a wave of physiological discomfort wash over her. Her fingertips twitched, showing no intention of accepting it, and her polite smile faded slightly. Just at that moment of subtle tension, a figure lunged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Oh dear, President Hua, you are too polite. Such a valuable gift. How could we trouble fifth sister to open it herself? Liang Qiubai swiftly snatched the gift box from the space between Huaqichuan and Liang Yunxing with lightning speed. Wearing a smile that was almost sycophantic, his eyes sparkled with mischievous delight at having thwarted the moment. Let me, the brother, take the honor of helping fifth sister appreciate it. Before his words had fully settled, he eagerly began to unwrap the exquisite packaging. Qiubai Gij, Liang Zihan immediately called out, her voice rising slightly, tinged with an unnoticeable sharpness. How can you do this? The gift should, of course, be opened by the birthday star for good luck and fortune. That is the rule. She attempted to impose the rules, her gaze anxiously scanning Liang Jingchuan and Lu Jiaoyi, hoping they would uphold justice. However, Liang Jingchuan merely lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it, as if studying the color of the tea. Lu Jiaoyi elegantly picked up her napkin to dab at her lips, her gaze softly resting on Liang Qiubai, who was eagerly unwrapping the box. The other sisters, including Liang Mulan, maintained a tacit silence, their eyes filled with interest in the unfolding drama. At the dining table, only Huaqichuan's smile appeared somewhat stiff, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes, along with Liang Zihan's barely concealed frustration. Liang Qiubai paid no mind to any of this, swiftly peeling away the layers of wrapping. Inside the velvet lining lay a necklace, adorned with a large central diamond surrounded by smaller stones, quietly resting under the dazzling lights, reflecting a brilliant fire. It was indeed the invaluable eternal heart. Liang Qiubai exaggeratedly gasped, his eyes widening like saucers, employing his overly dramatic acting skills to exclaim, "Wow! Fifth sister, you must see this. Is this the legendary, the one and only eternal heart? Oh my heavens! How many little goals must this be worth? It's dazzling. It has blinded my titanium alloy eyes. Fifth sister, do put it on and give it a try. It will undoubtedly steal the show and outshine all others." As he spoke, he naturally extended the necklace towards Liang Yunxing, his gaze so sincere it could almost drip with sincerity. A few muffled chuckles erupted around the dining table. Liang Mulan raised her glass and took a sip, attempting to conceal the upward curve of her lips. Liang Wanshi turned her head directly, her shoulders suspiciously shaking. The previously tense expression on Huaqichuan's face transformed from cloudy to clear in an instant upon hearing Liang Qiubai's heartfelt, albeit poorly acted, praise. He straightened his back, his eyes reigniting with eager anticipation as he gazed fervently at Liang Yunxing, as if silently urging her, "Hurry up and wear it." Even Mu Yutong chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, Yunxing, such a beautiful necklace paired with your gown tonight is simply perfect. Do wear it so we can see." Liang Yunxing stared at the necklace before her, a symbol of eternity, and recalling Huaqichuan's intentions, instinctively felt the urge to refuse. The shadow of last night's turmoil had yet to fully dissipate. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Liang Qiubai had already acted with lightning speed. "Oh, fifth sister, don't be shy. Allow your brother to assist you," he exclaimed, his hands swiftly encircling Liang Yunxing's neck, moving with the swiftness of a flash. Liang Yunxing felt a sudden chill at her neck, and before she could react, the cool metal of the necklace was already snug against her skin, the clasp clicking shut with a deft motion. The speed rivaled that of a professional pickpocket. "You!" Liang Yunxing exclaimed, both shocked and furious. Her delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment, casting an indignant glare at Liang Qiubai. "This rascal, always doing this. He never allows anyone the chance to refuse. Haha, done." Liang Qiubai internally reveled, whistling in delight. "I must say, this piece is truly dazzling." Although Huaqichuan harbors ill intentions, his aesthetic sense is certainly intact. Fifth sister looks splendid in it, truly a sight to behold. Liang Yunxing instinctively lowered her gaze, her fingertips brushing against the icy diamonds. The necklace's design was indeed exquisite and opulent, the the radiant brilliance accentuating her slender and fair neck. She momentarily paused, feeling a flicker of irritation dissolve upon recalling that her brother had lovingly placed it around her neck. Well, if it must be worn, then so be it. However, just as she began to feel a warmth of sibling affection, Liang Qiubai's familiar, calculating thoughts seamlessly intruded. Fifth sister's expression seems rather agreeable. Perhaps she secretly likes it. But given that it was gifted by that scoundrel Hu Qichuan, she must feel embarrassed to wear it for too long. Haha, clever me. Now that the necklace is adorning her neck, it has served its purpose. Chapter 39. Reselling the Heart of Eternity. Once the event concludes, I shall tell fifth sister, Sister, this necklace is far too valuable. It might attract thieves. It would be wiser to entrust it to me for safekeeping, perhaps at a pawn shop. Then I shall sell it. And, voila, I will possess everything I desire. What a profitable venture. I could even take a few sisters out for a joyride. Uff, cough, cough, cough. Liang Yunqing's face instantly turned beet red. From her ears down to her neck, she glared at Liang Qiubai in indignation, wishing she could shoot daggers at him with her eyes. Liang Qiubai, you scoundrel. She internally roared. So this fellow had such intentions. How foolish she was to feel even a hint of emotion just moments ago. What a waste. Ha! The second sister, Liang Wanqi, erupted into uncontrollable laughter, her parents stifling their own chuckles, and the other sisters casting curious glances filled with mischief and glee. Left Liang Qiubai bewildered at the center of the storm. His mind was filled with question marks. Has the second sister gone mad? Is her sense of humor this low? And what are these looks everyone is giving me? Is there something on my face? Or was my performance just so exaggerated that it evoked awkward laughter? He instinctively touched his face, glancing down to ensure everything was normal. Little Gua, quick. Urgently analyze. What is the second sister laughing about? Is Hu Qichuan's necklace too tacky? Or is my pose while wearing it too ridiculous? Liang Qiubai frantically called for external support, eager to uncover the source of the bizarre laughter. Host, this is a heavenly secret, not to be disclosed. Little Gua can only hint. Your spirit of frugality seems to have evoked a certain, strong resonance? The electronic voice of Little Gua held an enigmatic, teasing tone, even mimicking a shrug. Resonance, my foot. You useless system. Failing me at a critical moment. What good are you? Liang Qiubai mentally berated Little Gua. But observing Liang Wanqi's near breathless laughter, along with the other sisters clearly stifling their chuckles, he scratched his head. Oh, forget it. Let them laugh. After all, laughter adds years to life, right? Who knows, if I pass away someday, there may be no chance left to laugh. He quickly dismissed the small incident, attributing it to a collective bout of familial eccentricity. However, upon hearing the word pass away, the Liang family immediately fell silent, especially Liang Jingchuan, the head of the family, whose grip on his teacup tightened, knuckles whitening from the pressure, causing the tea to tremble slightly within the cup from the sudden force. The others mirrored his reaction, save for Hu Qichuan, Liang Zihan, and Mu Yutong, who remained puzzled by the sudden shift from laughter to solemnity. Liang Zihan, noticing Liang Yunqing's flushed cheeks and Liang Wanqi's exaggerated laughter, suddenly grew serious, completely at a loss, thinking Liang Qiubai had done something offensive to embarrass fifth sister. A flicker of disdain and schadenfreude crossed his eyes. Subsequently, everyone suppressed their laughter and began presenting their gifts. Liang Wanqi gifted a limited edition Rolex watch, dazzling and resplendent. The other sisters' gifts were equally unique and valuable. When it was Liang Zihan's turn, he presented a modestly wrapped box containing a handmade, abstract ceramic vase. It exuded childlike innocence and sincerity. Fifth sister, I made this with my own hands. It took a lot of time. I hope you like it. Liang Zihan's tone held a hint of barely perceptible nervousness and eagerness to please. Thank you. Liang Yunqing accepted the box, her expression unreadable, her eyes devoid of any ripples of surprise or emotion. She casually placed the box atop the towering pile of gifts beside her. Ha! Liang Qiubai's inner self burst into laughter. Look, Little Gua. Liang Zihan's precious little vase has been tossed aside like trash by fifth sister. It's now gathering dust in the corner. Ha! What a disparity. What a contrast. It's simply delightful. Serves you right for pretending to be virtuous and pitiful. Host, based on the value assessment system scan, the market value is approximately 0. Ha! Heir. Little Gua, you are too savage. But I love it. Spot on. Liang Qiubai's inner self was rolling on the floor with laughter. After all that effort, it turns out to be worth nothing. Ha! The slap in the face is resounding, even more satisfying than if I had done it myself. Seeing Liang Yunqing place his gift aside, a flicker of visible disappointment and resentment flashed in Liang Zihan's eyes. He abruptly turned to Liang Qiubai, who was leisurely enjoying the moment as if detached from the situation, and raised his voice with clear provocation. Brother Qiubai? Everyone has finished giving their gifts, and you are the only one left. Elder sister cherishes you the most. Your gift must be extraordinarily special and immensely valuable indeed. He deliberately emphasized the words special and valuable, his gaze brimming with malicious anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding farce. Liang Qiubai had been awaiting this moment. He leisurely set down his juice cup, his face blossoming into an exceedingly radiant and self-assured, almost infuriating, smile. As if the spotlight had suddenly illuminated him. Of course, he elongated his tone, rising to his feet, and with an air of gravitas, adjusted his collar, clearing his throat as if about to announce a monumental prize. The birthday gift I, Liang Qiubai, present to my dearest, most beautiful, and most gentle. Here omitted are 10,000 words of flattery. Elder sister must be a surprise that astounds the heavens and weeps the spirits. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Guaranteed to leave her screaming with delight and fainting from joy. This exaggeratedly grandiloquent opening statement instantly captured the attention of everyone at the table. Even Liang Mulan set down her wine glass, her interest piqued. Liang Yunqing's momentary indignation was swiftly replaced by a potent sense of foreboding. Her eyelids twitched. What scheme is this rascal concocting? Why do I feel a chill creeping down my spine? Host, please commence your performance. The little one is prepared to document this historic moment. Just watch me, Liang Qiubai thought to himself, feeling triumphant. Elder sister, prepare for a moment that will quicken your heartbeat. He took a deep breath. Under the collective gaze of anticipation, curiosity, and amusement, he drew in his energy. And with all his might, he bellowed the name that instantly froze the air. Elder sister. My gift is a Bugatti Veyron Supersport, a globally limited edition, the mightiest hypercar on Earth. Right now, it lies in your underground parking lot, waiting for you to unleash its power and conquer the stars and the sea. The entire banquet hall descended into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 40. How did this car come about? How should I respond? Upon hearing the words Bugatti Veyron Supersport, Liang Yunqing's mind went blank, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. Her beautiful eyes widened. Her rosy lips parted slightly, her face a canvas of pure, disbelieving shock. The Bugatti Veyron Supersport. The very car, rumored to exist in only one instance globally, which was auctioned off for nearly 100 million euros by a mysterious mogul in Monaco. Liang Yunqing's heart screamed. As a seasoned car enthusiast, this vehicle held a sacred status in her mind. She had gazed upon it countless times in magazines and videos, never daring to dream of ownership. And now, this brother of hers, who was perpetually disheveled, claimed he would gift it to her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he sold the entire Liang group, he wouldn't be able to afford it. What cosmic joke is he playing? Is it truly that purple Bugatti? That legendary beast? A slight tremor laced Liang Yunqing's voice as she fixed her gaze on Liang Qiubai, as if searching for any trace of deception on his face. She even uttered the car's nickname among enthusiasts. Certainly. Liang Qiubai raised his chin, puffed up with pride, slapping his chest in assurance that it was indeed that one of kind. Sky-high auctioned purple beast. From this day forth, it shall be my elder sister's exclusive chariot. His tone was unwavering, as if declaring an indisputable fact. Beside him, Liang Wanqi, not as fervent about cars, yet familiar with the vehicle's legendary status, was equally astonished. Old Sixth. Wait a moment. My heart can hardly bear this. Wasn't that car purchased by a mysterious mogul? How did you acquire it? It can't be quicker than robbing a bank, can it? She voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds, her gaze fixated intently on Liang Qiubai. This question doused Liang Qiubai's blazing bravado with a splash of cold water. His smug expression froze in an instant, his lips twitching slightly. Oh no, they've hit a nerve. He internally wailed. Little one, help. What should I say? I can't possibly say. Oh, it was simple. I made lunch for the eldest sister, comforted her a bit, even though I nearly froze under her glare. And then a Bugatti just fell from the sky, can I? Who would believe that? I'd be labeled a lunatic and locked up. Liang Qiubai stammered, his gaze wandering, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his brain racing to concoct a plausible excuse. Eldest sister, lunch, comfort. These clear and resonant keywords struck like an invisible current, instantly hitting every Liang family member within earshot. Whoosh. Several pairs of eyes abruptly focused, brimming with intense curiosity and mischief, precisely on the elegantly poised figure of eldest sister Liang Mulan. Liang Mulan's fingers, which held the wine glass, trembled imperceptibly, causing ripples in the liquid within. Her perpetually frosty visage, akin to a millennium of ice, flushed with an exceedingly rare, rosy hue reminiscent of dawn. She instinctively lowered her head, attempting to conceal the unnatural blush with her cascading hair, yet her crimson ears betrayed her. The formidable Liang Queen. who usually commanded attention with an aura of 2 meters and 8, now revealed a rare glimpse of almost bashful fluster. Third sister Liang Qiubai and fourth sister Liang Qiubai instantly understood. They exchanged knowing glances, their lips curving into identical, meaningful smiles. Their gazes flitting between Liang Mulan and Liang Qiubai, filled with mischief and revelation. Liang Qiubai elegantly lifted her teacup, sipping to mask her amusement. Liang Qiubai, unabashedly resting her chin on one hand, watched with keen interest as her eldest sister found herself in an uncharacteristic predicament. Even Liang Jingchuan and Lu Jiaoyi, seated at the head of the table, couldn't suppress their gentle smiles, tinged with a hint of paternal pride. Liang Jingchuan even cleared his throat, attempting to disguise his amusement. "Little one, are you dead? Hurry, give me a plausible excuse to deflect this. Otherwise, I'll face the consequences with you." Liang Qiubai was frantic, mentally kicking and screaming for offstage support. "Host, the little one is merely a weak, pitiful, and helpless system. Fabricating lies is not within the service scope. Please exercise your initiative. You can do it." Little one's inner voice. "Damn it, you treacherous system. Kicking me when I'm down. I want to uninstall you. Format you." Liang Qiubai raged inwardly at the little one, feeling as though his life had plunged into darkness. This brief, bizarre silence, lasting less than half a minute, was filled with unspoken exchanges of a myriad of messages. Every expression on each face was a spectacle, yet shared a tacit understanding. "Brother Qiubai, why are you silent?" Liang Zihan's voice, laced with evident glee and malice, pierced through the delicate atmosphere. "Second sister just asked how you acquired the car." He keenly sensed Liang Qiubai's embarrassment, akin to a shark catching the scent of blood, immediately pouncing to tear him apart. "Brother Qiubai, you can't possibly be at a loss for words, can you? Or—" He deliberately elongated his tone, his voice rising sharply with pointed accusation. "Did you acquire this car through some dubious means? Theft? Robbery? Deception? Brother Qiubai, that constitutes a serious crime. If that's the case, you must return it immediately. We cannot let the Liang family be implicated." Hua Qichuan seized the opportunity without hesitation, adopting a facade of feigned sorrow and concern for the Liang family. He furrowed his brow and echoed, "Indeed, Qiubai, it is understandable for the youth to cherish their pride. Yet there must be a line when it comes to action. To court Yunqing's favor by taking reckless risks is utterly foolish. Yunqing, you must not let him deceive you." The two engaged in a duet, their glances frequently darting towards Liang Jingchuan and his wife, attempting to apply pressure. "Damn, these two conniving scoundrels. They are conspiring to frame me. Just wait. I will settle the score with you both sooner or later." Liang Qiubai seethed inwardly. Yet his expression swiftly transformed into one of innocence tinged with a hint of grievance, even displaying a wounded look as if to say, "How could you think such things of me? Oh dear, brother Zihan," he cooed, his voice deliberately soft and syrupy. "How revolting. I can hardly bear this tone." Internally, he was frantically mocking, but on the surface, he maintained his composure. "Your words truly hurt my feelings. How can you tarnish my reputation without any basis?" He abruptly shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening as it bore into Liang Zihan. "Stealing? Robbing? Cheating? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Or do you possess evidence?" TSK, TSK, TSK. Chapter 41. You can't possibly be an accomplice. He shook his head, feigning sudden realization. "Brother Zihan, if I truly committed such acts, and you, having witnessed them, did nothing to stop me, but instead aided me in covering them up, wouldn't that make you an accessory? Even a co-conspirator? This charge is far more serious than mere car theft. You are in grave danger." Liang Zihan was taken aback by the unexpected accusation, his face flushing crimson. "You speak nonsense. I was merely speculating. Reasonable speculation." He emphasized the word speculation in a tone that bordered on desperation. "Oh, so it was merely speculation." Liang Qiubai exaggeratedly elongated his tone, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were genuinely colluding with President Hua to execute some grand scheme. Thank goodness it was just speculation. That's a relief." He deliberately emphasized the words colluding with President Hua, casting a pointed glance at Hua Qichuan, whose face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. Observing Liang Zihan and Hua Qichuan's expressions, which resembled that of someone who had swallowed a fly, Liang Qiubai felt a surge of delight, though he maintained a serious demeanor. "Rest assured, fifth sister." He turned to Liang Yunqing, his tone imbued with utmost sincerity, or at least it appeared so. "The source of this vehicle is absolutely pristine. It is as clean as daylight, more immaculate than my own face. All documents are in order, and it can be transferred at any time. If you doubt it, we can go see it right now. I have the keys with me." With a flourish, he produced a sci-fi styled car key that glimmered with a cold sheen. Liang Qiubai had already heard his heartfelt musings regarding her eldest sister's lunch. Though the process was absurd, the source was unequivocally clear, a system reward, and thus, she trusted him completely. Moreover, it was the coveted Zidian she had longed for. An overwhelming joy obliterated all her doubts. All right, she nodded without hesitation, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. Let us go see it now. And so, the group made their way to the underground parking lot. Liang Zihan and Huo Qichuan, though their faces were ashen, gritted their teeth and followed, eager to see what Liang Qiubai would conjure up. Upon reaching the VIP 001 parking space, Liang Qiubai nonchalantly pressed the key. A deep, resonant hum erupted, akin to a beast awakening, and then, whoosh! Two extraordinarily sharp beams of purple light sliced through the dimness of the underground garage. It was Zidian awakening. The crowd instinctively squinted against the glare, and soon, a supercar resembling a slumbering purple mechanical beast gradually unveiled its breathtakingly perfect form. At the front, the enormous horseshoe-shaped grille resembled a gaping abyss, exuding an air of dominance that seemed to consume all. The slender, sharp LED headlights resembled the cold, piercing pupils of a ferocious creature, glimmering with a chilling brilliance. The body lines were striking and unparalleled, each contour seemingly sculpted by lightning, brimming with explosive power. The massive carbon fiber rear wing, the robust quad exhausts, and the iconic continuous tail lights illuminated like a flowing purple river of stars. Every detail silently declared its extraordinary and ferocious nature. Fifth sister Liang Qiubai was utterly mesmerized. She held her breath, stepping forward as if on a pilgrimage, extending her slightly trembling hand to caress the cool, smooth purple paint, feeling the terrifying power that lay beneath the car's surface. For a true racing enthusiast, this was the holy grail, the ultimate dream. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, nearly bordering on obsession. Liang Qiubai solemnly placed the key, a symbol of power, into Liang Qiubai's palm. Thank you. Liang Qiubai's voice choked slightly, as she tightly gripped the key, as if holding the entire world. She eagerly pulled open the car door and sank into the enveloping embrace of the racing seat, savoring the sensation of the top-tier materials and the rich, artistic essence of premier machinery. Liang Jingchuan and Lu Zhaoyi observed this scene, watching their youngest daughter's face light up with an unguarded smile, as pure as that of a child who had received their most cherished toy. Glancing at the troublesome adopted son, though his methods were indeed peculiar, who had truly fulfilled their daughter's dream, they exchanged a glance filled with warmth and satisfaction. Liang Wanqi cheered, the first to fling open the passenger door. Yinqing, take me for a spin. Third sister Liang Kursin and fourth sister Liang Qinyu could not contain their curiosity either, hopping into the back seat to experience the interior of this magnificent beast. Even Mu Yutong excitedly leaned in from outside the window. Yinqing, let me feel it too. The expansive underground garage instantaneously transformed into a joyous arena for Liang Qiubai and her sisters. The low, thunderous roar of the engine ignited the enthusiasm of all. Only Liang Zihan and Huo Qichuan remained like forgotten shadows, their expressions dark enough to drip with bitterness, as the alluring purple beast and the laughter surrounding it pierced their hearts like needles. It was evident to all that Liang Qiubai's gift had struck a chord deep within Liang Qiubai's heart. Liang Qiubai stood to the side, watching his, formerly, Bugatti Veyron being ignited by fifth sister, listening to that enchanting roar, his heart bleeding. My Zidian, my charm tool, my status symbol, just like that. It's gone. Woe is me, why is it only fifth sister who can drive it? The system is biased. The gift-giving segment concluded amidst the resounding roar of the Bugatti's engine. Returning to the hall, they sang birthday songs, made wishes, blew out candles, and cut the cake, creating a warm and festive atmosphere. The smile on Liang Qiubai's face never faded, and her gaze towards Liang Qiubai held a newfound warmth. Around 10 o'clock, as the festivities came to a close, Liang Qiubai personally saw her friend Mu Yutong off. Liang Zihan and Huo Qichuan, the two who had endured a night of humiliation, stood in the shadows outside the mansion, their faces dark as they whispered to each other, occasionally glancing at the brightly lit house, filled with resentment and bitterness. Meanwhile, our naive Liang Qiubai shook his head, casting aside the sorrow of the Bugatti, humming a little tune, and walked briskly towards his room. Forget it, forget it. Out with the old and in with the new. Little melon, what's the reward for the next mission? Give me something even more dazzling. Perhaps something that can fly? Suju, Jing Yin in Shan Shi Shitsui, Mengli Sha Doyo. Go away. He pushed open the door to his room, ready to indulge in a long, hot bath to wash away the weariness of the day, primarily the emotional fatigue, and then began to ponder how to secure the eternal heart necklace from fifth sister for his escape fund. He was counting on it. Chapter 42, Broadening Horizons. 15 minutes later, Liang Qiubai emerged from the steamy bathroom, his damp black hair tousled and a white towel loosely wrapped around his waist. Raindrops glistened on his sculpted chest and defined abdominal muscles, tracing the contours of youthful vitality. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he caught the deliberate yet clear sound of conversation in the corridor. Liang Qiubai's ears perked up instantly, akin to a vigilant feline, as he stealthily approached the door and pressed his ear against the cold door panel without hesitation. Host, eavesdropping is unbecoming of a gentleman. The electronic voice of Xiaohua carried a hint of disdain. Silence. You wretched system. This is merely information gathering. Do you understand? Liang Qiubai retorted internally, holding his breath and focus. Outside, Liang Zihan's voice was tinged with obvious flattery and caution. Elder sister, may I accompany you to tomorrow's East City Project bidding meeting to learn? He paused, softening his tone further. I know I lack experience. I just want to stay by your side and gain some insight. Liang Mulan's voice was cool and calm, devoid of emotion. Yet an invisible barrier was palpable even through the door. The bidding meeting is fast-paced and high-pressure, involving commercial secrets. It is not suitable for newcomers to observe. You should handle some basic matters at home with your father. Oh dear. A smirk crept onto Liang Qiubai's lips as he pressed against the door. This little brat, Liang Zihan, must have received more words from elder sister today than ever before. Hoping to sneak into the bidding meeting? Look at how decisively elder sister rebuffed him, leaving him no chance at all. TSK, what a pity. A mischievous thought sparked in his mind, brimming with prankish excitement. Since elder sister doesn't want to take him, I shall lend a hand. Let us see what this kid is up to. And perhaps add a bit of frustration for elder sister? Sounds splendid. With me around, he won't stir any trouble. Resolute in his decision, Liang Qiubai's grin widened as he flung open the bathroom door. Splash. The two figures outside were caught off guard, both startled. Liang Mulan looked up, her gaze colliding with the bare, steaming chest of a man. The taut muscle lines and glistening droplets caught the light. Her mind momentarily blanked, before a blush spread rapidly from her elegant neck to her ears. Instinctively, she averted her gaze, her breath hitching. Oh my, elder sister is blushing again. Liang Qiubai keenly noticed that charming flush, his inner self instantly celebrating. How many times is this today? TSK, TSK, TSK. The contrast of elder sister's icy demeanor blushing. Who could resist that? The fortunate soul who marries her in the future is surely blessed beyond measure. He remained blissfully unaware of how striking his own appearance was at that moment. Why on earth did you come out like this? Liang Mulan managed to regain her composure, though her voice trembled slightly, internally cursing. This insolent brat. No sense of decorum at all. What nonsense is he spouting now? Liang Qiubai seemed oblivious to elder sister's embarrassment, his face adorned with a radiant, yet infuriating, smile as he boldly approached, casually draping a solid arm around Liang Zihan's stiff shoulder. Oh dear elder sister, just let brother Zihan accompany you. His voice boomed with undeniable enthusiasm. Look how eager brother Zihan is to learn. Such ambition. The bidding meeting is the perfect opportunity for young people to broaden their horizons. Right, brother Zihan. He patted Liang Zihan's shoulder with such force that the latter nearly stumbled. Though the slap stung, Liang Zihan was filled with uncertainty over Liang Qiubai's unexpected assistance. However, this opportunity was too precious to squander. He quickly climbed aboard the bandwagon, forcing a grateful smile. Yes, yes. Elder sister, brother Qiubai, is absolutely right. I only wish to broaden my horizons and promise not to cause any trouble. Please grant me this opportunity. Liang Mulan observed the two, particularly Liang Qiubai's seemingly sincere yet mischievous expression and his still damp, nearly bare torso, the veins at his temples subtly throbbing. Her gaze flicked between Liang Qiubai's cheeky grin and Liang Zihan's earnest face, lingering on Liang Qiubai's cool attire for a moment. Seeing this rascal was determined to push Liang Zihan into the fray, she furrowed her brow and coldly commanded, very well. Zihan may go. Her tone shifted, her sharp gaze piercing Liang Qiubai. You shall accompany him as well. What? Liang Qiubai's smile froze instantaneously. I'm going? I was just contemplating how to persuade elder sister to let me sneak in. This script isn't right. You can go as well, Liang Mulan, seemingly reading his thoughts, added in a flat tone, broaden your horizons. He understood. I promise not to embarrass elder sister. Liang Qiubai quickly donned a sycophantic grin, patting his chest in assurance. Liang Mulan gave him a penetrating look, said nothing more, and turned to stride away, the sound of her heels echoing as she departed, leaving behind a cool and noble silhouette. The corridor on the third floor fell into silence, leaving only the towel-clad Liang Qiubai and the fluctuating expression of Liang Zihan. Liang Zihan was the first to break the tension, shrugging off Liang Qiubai's arm from his shoulder, his voice low and laced with malice. Liang Qiubai. If you know what's good for you, get out of the Liang family right now. You, an outsider, have overstayed your welcome for 18 years. Isn't that enough? Now you want to compete with me? Liang Qiubai's sycophantic grin vanished in an instant, replaced with unabashed sarcasm and provocation. He crossed his arms defiantly, tilting his chin slightly, his tone dripping with contempt. Oh, I relish it. I'm staying. What are you going to do about it? Infuriate you? You. Liang Zihan's face turned pale with rage at this blatant provocation, his chest heaving with fury. Fine. Just wait. You'll have your moment of despair. He spat, shooting Liang Qiubai a venomous glare before whirling around and slamming his door shut with a resounding bang. Ding. Host has successfully suppressed the protagonist's arrogance, inciting strong retaliatory intent, in accordance with the core logic of the antagonist's counterattack. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden mission. Xiaogua's cheerful, electronic voice chimed in Liang Qiubai's mind. Hidden mission? Liang Qiubai's eyes lit up. Quick, Xiaogua, see what delightful rewards await me. Is it the ability to print money or a supercar? Before he could finish that thought, a sudden sound interrupted him. Creak. Without warning, the door diagonally across swung open. Liang Wanshi, clad in a silk nightgown, languidly leaned against the doorframe, the soft corridor light illuminating her graceful figure and striking profile. Her gaze landed squarely on Liang Qiubai, who stood against the wall, clad only in a towel. Chapter 43. Second sister, please continue. Liang Qiubai instantly straightened up. Second sister? His tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment at being caught. Liang Wanshi's gaze was like a hook, leisurely traversing his exposed torso, particularly lingering on the chiseled contours of his abdominal muscles. Her crimson lips curled into a smile imbued with profound meaning, tinged with a hint of appreciation and playful intrigue. Goodness, why does this smile from my second sister feel somewhat perilous? Liang Qiubai felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Is she gazing at me like a curious child with a new toy? Or is she simply hungry? Instinctively, he tightened the towel around his waist. Liang Wanshi approached him with an elegant, feline grace, the sound of her high-heeled sandals striking the floor resonating sharply in the quiet corridor, emanating an invisible sense of pressure. Oh no, my second sister is coming closer. That gaze is as fierce as a wolf's. Liang Qiubai's inner alarms blared. Could it be that she has been starved for excitement in the entertainment industry and now sees her own handsome brother? Help! My reputation is at stake. Host, your imagination could be a touch more vivid. The cheeky little melon interjected, just as Liang Qiubai contemplated a strategic retreat to the bathroom. Liang Wanshi had already reached him. Her long, fair fingers, cool to the touch, unexpectedly pressed against his well-defined abdominal muscles. She even playfully poked at them. Ah! Liang Qiubai jolted back as if electrocuted, nearly losing his towel while he clumsily covered himself. Second sister, what are you doing? His voice had changed pitch. What was there to hide? Liang Wanshi withdrew her hand, crossing her arms as she regarded him with an even broader smile, laced with mockery. What haven't I seen in my life? What kind of physique hasn't he crossed my gaze? I just didn't expect. She purposefully paused, her eyes sweeping over his abs again. My little brother has developed quite well? Oh no, it's confirmed. My second sister is indeed thirsty. Help! Liang Qiubai's inner thoughts screamed in panic. Host, cease your overthinking. Clearly, your second sister is merely teasing you. The little melon lamented in frustration. Second sister. I'm scared. Liang Qiubai's face was a mask of dread. I fear for my innocence. Humph. Liang Wanshi was amused by his exaggerated expression, rolling her eyes at him. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Even if I were to make a move. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice with a hint of seduction. It would be a significant gain for you, wouldn't it? Liang Qiubai blinked in surprise. That does seem to make a bit of sense. The terror on his face swiftly faded, replaced by a foolish grin of realization. Hey, second sister, you're right. So, shall we continue? He even puffed out his chest, adopting an air of noble sacrifice. Continue? Not a chance. Liang Wanshi was both irritated and amused by his rapid mood swing, lightly smacking his arm. I'm here to discuss serious matters. She composed herself, stating earnestly, tomorrow night. I have a university alumni gathering. You are accompanying me. A university gathering? Liang Qiubai was taken aback once more. Wait a moment. His internal alarm bells rang again. What kind of bizarre luck is this? First, I didn't seek out my eldest sister, yet she actively sought me to drag me to the bidding event. Now my second sister is voluntarily coming to whisk me away to a gathering? What a coincidence. Little melon, out with it. Did you orchestrate this? Have you been secretly manipulating the plot from behind the scenes? Wrongfully accused, host. The little melon's voice was filled with innocence, and perhaps a hint of barely detectable guilt. This system strictly adheres to operational rules and has no authority to interfere with the plot. This is purely coincidental. Coincidence. Fair enough, Liang Qiubai pondered. With this useless system of yours, aside from providing commentary and assigning ridiculous tasks, what else can you do? I must be overthinking it. Yes, a university gathering. Liang Wanshi nodded, taking in the myriad expressions flitting across his face, effectively interrupting his internal storm of thoughts. I'm taking you out to broaden your horizons. Huh, broaden my horizons. Liang Qiubai was utterly perplexed, recognizing the familiar phrase. Damn, the eldest sister just mentioned broadening horizons, and now the second sister is at it too? Have you both conspired beforehand? Or is it a KPI for the sisters of the Liang family to take their brother out for enrichment? Liang Wanshi, overhearing his mental tirade, stifled the urge to roll her eyes in exasperation, opting not to elaborate further, decisively declaring, all right, it's settled. I'll send you the time and location via WeChat tomorrow. Dress smartly, don't embarrass me. With that, without allowing Liang Qiubai to voice any further objections, she pivoted with efficiency and returned to her room, the door clicking shut behind her. The corridor was left with only Liang Qiubai, wrapped in a towel, looking bewildered. He shook his damp hair, scratching his chin. Whatever, it works in my favor. I can protect my second sister closely and thwart that stalker's scheme. Perfect. He dismissed his worries, humming a little tune as he sauntered back to his own room. As soon as he closed the door, Liang Qiubai eagerly called out, Little Melon, hurry, what was that hidden task from earlier? Is it something super exciting? Reporting to the host, hidden task activated. The Little Melon's voice brimmed with anticipatory excitement. Task name, the Flower Guardian's Faux Boyfriend Edition. Task details, at tomorrow night's alumni gathering. Your second sister Liang Wanshi will be publicly harassed and humiliated by her obsessed former suitor, Zhao Mingjie. It's your moment to shine as her fake boyfriend. Making a grand entrance. Block the unwanted advances, confront the scoundrel, and protect your second sister at all costs. Make sure your rebuttal is resounding and your presence commanding. Fake boyfriend. Liang Qiubai nearly leapt off his bed. Isn't this akin to placing me on a roasting spit? If some unscrupulous person captures this and posts it online, titling it the Liang family's adopted son turns on his own sister, I'd become a target for online abuse. Social death awaits. Host, remain calm. The Little Melon hurriedly reassured him. Task completion reward, basic combat skills, advanced level. From now on, you need not worry about, being bullied online. Liang Qiubai felt his head spinning. Little Melon, are you speaking in human language? Online abuse. Do you understand? It's verbal harassment that can drown someone. It's not about physical confrontation. What good is combat skills to me? Am I supposed to crawl through the internet and confront keyboard warriors? Well, skills are never superfluous. What if those keyboard warriors challenge you to a face-off offline? The Little Melon attempted to argue. I'll challenge you instead. Liang Qiubai was infuriated, contemplating smashing the system. By the way, a light bulb went off in his head. This hidden task must be triggered by that Zhao Mingjie, who was colluding with Liang Zihan to suppress me. Could it be that this scoundrel and that scoundrel, Hua Qichuan, conspired to embarrass my second sister? Bingo. Congratulations, host. Your intellect has been activated. Chapter 44, Another Toad Approaches? The Little Melon cheerfully confirmed. Indeed, it was Hua Qichuan and Liang Zihan's joint scheme. Intending for Zhao Mingjie to embarrass your second sister at the gathering and use it as an opportunity to undermine you. Damn, I knew it. Liang Qiubai's eyes ignited with fury. Those two conniving scoundrels. They can't go a day without stirring up trouble, can they? Fine, I accept this task. Tomorrow night. Let me show that Zhao fellow what I'm made of, and give those two scoundrels a taste of their own medicine. The following morning, the sun's rays filtered through the luxurious sheer curtains, lazily draping over Liang Qiubai's face, attempting to rouse the young master from his slumber. Beep beep beep. Host. The sun is shining on your backside. Wake up. The Little Melon's energetic digital voice echoed like a siren in his ears. Shut up. If you keep blabbing, I'll dismantle your core code and use it as marbles. Liang Qiubai growled back in frustration, burying his face deeper into his pillow. All right, I'll behave. JPG, the Little Melon quickly capitulated. He struggled to open his bleary eyes, unleashing a yawn that echoed through the room, stretching his limbs as if attempting to elongate every bone in his body. Laolu, are you up yet? A voice as crisp and unyielding as ice water pierced through Liang Qiubai's foggy senses. Coming. He groaned, sitting up and tousling his hair, which resembled a nest of feathers, as he cursed under his breath while rolling off the bed. What is this? Even as a young master, I must rise earlier than a rooster. Cursed capitalists. Oh wait, it's my sister. He muttered as he dashed into the bathroom. Host, would you like to check the current time? Xiao Guo gently reminded him. What of 10 o'clock? In the past, I would have already been up toiling like a beast of burden. Now, Rising at noon is the standard for a young master of the affluent. Do you not understand the art of savoring life? Liang Qiubai retorted with indignation. After a hasty wash and donning a somewhat presentable casual outfit, after all, he was not playing the lead. He shuffled down the spiral staircase in his slippers. In the living room, Liang Mulan sat poised on a genuine leather sofa, adorned in a flawlessly tailored black knee-length dress that accentuated her snow-white skin and exuded an air of icy elegance. Her right leg gracefully crossed over her left. The smooth contours of her calves and delicate ankles subtly hinted at beneath her skirt, akin to a cold-toned masterpiece. Wow! Liang Qiubai inhaled sharply. Is that leg of my sister a work of art? It's breathtaking. Who could possibly withstand such a sight? He quickly diverted his gaze, fearing that a lingering look might freeze him into an ice sculpture. Liang Mulan's hand, holding the coffee cup, paused imperceptibly, causing ripples in the liquid. She lifted her expressionless gaze to glance at Liang Qiubai, her eyes seemingly conveying a warning. Look again, and I shall break your legs. Then, as if nothing had occurred, she resumed her focus on the tablet in her hands, though her ears appeared slightly more flushed than before. Liang Qiubai, feeling a shiver of apprehension, hastily retreated to the dining room. Liang Zihan was already seated there, clad in a crisply pressed dark gray suit, his hair meticulously styled in an attempt to cultivate an elite aura. Liang Qiubai plopped down, seizing a sandwich and taking a generous bite, his gaze inadvertently drifting across the table. Wow, Xiaogua, take a look at Liang Zihan's outfit. One who knows might think he's off to a bidding war, while those oblivious would assume he's aiming to be the top salesman at some real estate venture. Host, allow me to remind you, his ensemble is an Italian bespoke creation, valued at approximately the sum of your pocket money for 3 months. What the heck? Hundreds of thousands. Liang Qiubai nearly choked on his sandwich. This guy has only been back for a few days. How can he afford such luxury? This is outrageous. I must devise a plan to coax him into generously sponsoring my pocket money, perhaps by accidentally spilling coffee all over him. 15 minutes later, Liang Qiubai, along with the impeccably dressed and slightly anxious Liang Zihan, settled into the back seat of Liang Mulan's discreetly luxurious Bentley. The air inside was so stifling it felt as though it could freeze. Liang Mulan drove with a focus that rendered her profile as hard and cold as ice. Liang Zihan sat rigidly, his gaze fixed ahead. Liang Qiubai, overwhelmed by boredom, fiddled with his phone. Xiaogua, could you play a song? It's so dull. Host, I suggest you maintain silence. The pressure gauge indicates it is unwise to provoke your sister. Fine. Liang Qiubai resignedly tucked his phone away, staring blankly out at the fleeting scenery. The car glided smoothly to a halt in the underground parking lot of the bidding center in the eastern part of the city. Upon entering the venue, the air was thick with the scent of money and power. Dapperly dressed businessmen conversed in hushed tones, their gazes sharp. As soon as Liang Qiubai settled into the Liang family's designated area, his keen eyes spotted the members of the Hua family not far away. Xiaogua, look, the Hua family has arrived. Who is that beside the balding old man? Liang Qiubai's inner gossip enthusiast ignited. Liang Mulan noticed as well, but she merely cast a disinterested glance, her expression devoid of any ripple of emotion, as if she regarded nothing more than a stone by the roadside. In such minor bidding venues, aside from the Liang family, only the Hua family would eagerly come to join the fray. Beep. Scanning confirmation. Xiaogua responded swiftly. The leader is Hua Huada, head of the Hua family. The young man beside him is Hua Qifeng, his identity, elder brother of Hua Qichuan. Brother of Hua Qichuan. Liang Qiubai's interest peaked. He does look rather presentable, stronger than his brother. Wait a moment. Xiaogua, did he just wink at my sister? That gaze is greasy enough to fry 3 dishes. Ding. Host's observational skills are impeccable. Mr. Hua Qifeng indeed conveyed a rather, personalized friendly signal to Ms. Liang Mulan. Additional information. Hua Qifeng has long harbored unreciprocated feelings for Ms. Liang Mulan, existing in a state of deeply unrequited love. Oh my, another one. Liang Qiubai mentally scoffed. My sister's charm truly attracts all manner of suitors, from that scoundrel Sun Yu to this greasy toad, Hua Qifeng. Both of them. Mere frogs wishing to feast on swan meat. Is the Hua family a wholesale supplier of toads? Always targeting my sister. How shameless. Liang Mulan's fingers, resting on her lap, curled slightly, the knuckles turning pale from pressure. She lifted a bottle of mineral water to her lips, her expression blank as she took a sip, the frigid liquid seemingly unable to extinguish the agitation stirred by the greasy toad's presence. She cast a cold glare in Hua Qifeng's direction, her eyes sharp as daggers, causing him to flinch and quickly avert his gaze. Why do I suddenly feel a chill at the back of my neck? Is the air conditioning too strong? Liang Qiubai rubbed the back of his neck, perplexed. As the host's powerful voice boomed, the bidding begins. The atmosphere in the venue tightened like a taut string. The bidding for the first few ordinary commercial plots proceeded languidly, without a ripple. Liang Mulan remained serenely composed, her eyes closed, breathing steady, as if detached from the proceedings. Liang Zihan, on the other hand, strained to sit up straight, attempting to blend into this elite gathering, yet his gaze kept wandering. Liang Qiubai, bored, began examining the patterns of the chandelier on the ceiling. Xiaogua, when will my treasure LY07 come up? If it doesn't arrive soon, I might just fall asleep. Host, please remain patient. The grand finale is about to be unveiled. But will my sister bid on this piece of land? Rest assured, host. With Xiaogua here, all is well. Xiaogua's inner voice. At last, ladies and gentlemen, the next item for bidding is the focal plot of this event. The commercial land on the eastern side of Huanyutian, numbered LY07. The starting price is 1 million. The host's voice tinged with excitement. Here it comes. Liang Qiubai sat up straight, his eyes alight. Sister, go for it. You must win this for for the Liang family's grand ambitions. Secure it. Host, please be cautious. Your saliva is nearly dripping onto the floor. Shut it. Liang Mulan slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing in their depths. Without needing to turn around, she lightly tapped her fingertip on the armrest of her chair. 1 million. The assistant of the Liang group raised the paddle steadily, his voice resonating clearly throughout the room. Wow, my sister is bidding. My treasure. 2 million. A local developer quickly followed suit. 3 million. 4 million. The bid steadily climbed. Liang Mulan remained unflustered, waiting until the auctioneer's hammer hovered on the edge before signaling her assistant to raise the bid by 1 million. Her calm and commanding presence resembled a queen surveying her domain. Steady, steady. My sister's aura is towering at 2 meters 8. Who could rival her? Liang Qiubai's heart was fervently rallying, urging, Xiaogua, hurry. Scan that bunch of scoundrels from the Hua family. Are their faces ashen? Scanning. Hua Huada appeared calm on the surface, yet the veins at his temples throbbed. Hua Qifeng had just stolen another glance at my elder sister. His gaze bore a hint of obsession, laced with reluctance. Bah? That incorrigible, greasy toad. Liang Qiubai sneered inwardly. He doesn't even have the decency to take a good look at himself. How dare he covet my sister? At that moment, the Hua family, previously silent, saw Hua Qifeng leap to his feet, raising the bidding paddle high with a voice imbued with feigned fervor. 8 million. An immediate increase of 4 million. The venue erupted in a cacophony of suppressed gasps. This surge in bidding not only demonstrated determination, but also exuded a sense of desperation. Liang Mulan's brows furrowed ever so slightly, seemingly taken aback by Hua Qifeng's illogical conduct. She turned her head, casting a cold glance in the direction of the Hua family. Hua Qifeng, meeting her gaze, not only showed no sign of retreat, but also flashed a smile he deemed deeply affectionate, which Liang Qiubai found excruciatingly garish. Even bowing slightly as if to say, look, I'm spending lavishly for you. What the hell? This brat dares to flirt. Does he take me for a fool? Liang Qiubai's temper flared, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. Sister, give him a piece of your mind. Crush him with your wealth. Let him understand the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. The Liang family will teach him a lesson. Host, please remain calm. Impulsiveness is the devil. My sister knows her boundaries. Xiaogua hastily restrained the agitated host. Liang Mulan perfectly ignored Hua Qifeng's nauseating display of affection, her expression betraying not a hint of disturbance. She elegantly raised her glass of water, taking a delicate sip as if savoring a rare vintage, then made a more explicit gesture to her assistant. 10 million. The assistant's voice remained steady, yet it resonated like a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. 10,100,000. Hua Qifeng almost shouted immediately, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His gaze fixated on Liang Mulan with a kind of morbid obsession and provocation. This price had long surpassed the reasonable assessment within the Hua family. The bid soared like a rocket between the two parties, the atmosphere in the venue thick enough to slice through. Other bidders were utterly relegated to mere spectators. 12 million. Hua Qifeng's voice trembled imperceptibly as he raised his paddle once more. He glanced at his father, Hua Huada, whose complexion had turned a sickly shade. Lips pressed into a razor-thin line, shaking his head ever so slightly. All eyes were now on Liang Mulan. She placed down her glass, her movements as composed as if arranging afternoon tea. Her red lips parted, issuing 2 words to her assistant. The assistant promptly raised the bidding paddle, his voice booming like a bell. 20 million. Boom. The venue erupted in fervor. An instant increase of 8 million. This not only represented an absolute financial dominance, but also a ruthless disregard for the opponent. Liang Mulan declared in the most direct manner, LY07 belongs to the Liang family. Any ill-conceived challenges will be utterly crushed. Hua Qifeng's face turned as pale as a sheet, his spirit crushed as he slumped back into his chair. The bidding paddle clattering to the floor. Huahuada closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Ha ha, we won. Sister is magnificent. Exuding dominance. Liang Qiubai rejoiced internally, nearly leaping up to applaud. The Hua family brats must be dumbfounded. Competing with my sister? They might as well go home and sleep. The treasure is mine. Hee hee. Now I can unearth it and make it a family heirloom. Host, please manage your expressions. You look like a simpleton. Xiao Gua doused his enthusiasm with cold water. What do you know? This is the joy of victory. Do you, a mere system, understand the bliss of sudden wealth? Liang Mulan's movement to rise briefly paused. She had clearly caught the phrase about the treasure being hers, and the subsequent, more blatant intent of unearthing it as a family heirloom. Little brat, you think too highly of yourself. She scoffed internally, yet maintained the composure of a victor on the surface. Her gaze discreetly swept over the exuberantly restless Liang Qiubai, carrying a hint of understanding and absolute control. This land belongs to the Liang family. Naturally, whatever lies beneath it is also theirs. Thinking of sneaking off to excavate it without her? Not a chance. She was already contemplating how to bolster security for that piece of land. 20 million, first. 20 million, second. The host surveyed the crowd, finally casting a reverent gaze toward Liang Mulan. 20 million, third. Sold. Congratulations to Liang Group for successfully acquiring the LY07 plot. The crisp sound of the gavel echoed like a victorious anthem. Only then did Liang Mulan slightly lift her chin, a faint yet sufficiently radiant smile of triumph gracing her lips. She rose gracefully, ready to sign the contract for this hard-won prize. Xiaogua, quickly, scan Hua Qifeng again. Liang Qiubai, delighting in the misfortune of others, urged inwardly. Is he now wishing to find a crack in the ground to bury himself? Is his face as green as spinach juice? Let me revel in this. Scanning complete. Target Hua Qifeng, current status, heart ashen, complexion pale, eyes vacant. Suspected to have suffered a significant mental blow. Summary, tragic. Extremely tragic. Tisk, how pitiful. Liang Qiubai lamented insincerely, then immediately broke into a beaming smile. Deserved. Letting that warty frog covet a swan. Chapter 46, PTSD. After signing the contract worth 20 million, Liang Mulan gracefully handed the golden pin to her assistant, as if she had just completed an ordinary afternoon tea order, not a high-stakes land deal. As she turned to leave the money-laden transaction area, her keen eyes caught sight of Liang Qiubai, who was peering back with a face full of skepticism. Following his line of sight, she indeed found Liang Zihan not adhering to the expected decorum. The boy hesitated, sneakily inching towards the corner occupied by the Hua family. His target clearly the recently crushed Hua Qifeng, whose complexion was ashen and gaze vacant. Liang Qiubai's lips curved into a mischievous grin, deliberately raising his voice a notch, tauntingly calling out, Hey, Zihan, what are you dawdling for? The elder sister has finished her business. Why aren't you hurrying up? Waiting to get your lunchbox? The voice, though not loud, pierced Liang Zihan's ears like a needle. He jolted, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, freezing in place. He turned in a fluster, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Brother Qiubai, I haven't gone anywhere. Just admiring the scenery. I'm coming. Before he could finish, he bolted back to Liang Mulan, nearly burying his head in her chest, too afraid to look up. Liang Mulan, walking ahead, showed no sign of interruption, as if the little interlude behind her was merely a breeze brushing against her skirt. However, her fingers, which held the leather folder containing the invaluable contract, tightened imperceptibly, leaving faint yet deep creases on the smooth surface. Liang Qiubai then sauntered over, deliberately slowing down as he passed by Hua Qifeng. He tilted his head slightly, dropping a line in a tone only they could hear, mimicking Hua Qifeng's earlier oily demeanor. Hua Xiao, allow me to extend my condolences. May you find peace in your loss. As Liang Qiubai sauntered away under the piercing gaze of Hua Qifeng, which was rife with venomous fury, his back was inscribed with the essence of a petty triumph. Once settled into the plush rear of the Bentley, the atmosphere grew even more peculiar than before. Liang Mulan maintained her regal demeanor, akin to a finely sculpted ice queen, as she focused intently on igniting the engine. In stark contrast, Liang Zihan huddled in the dim corner like a frightened quail, his expression dark enough to squeeze water from. His gaze flickering in an effort to mask the tumultuous waves of resentment and bitterness roiling within him. Meanwhile, Liang Qiubai was in high spirits, lounging comfortably with his legs crossed, his fingers silently drumming a victorious rhythm upon his knee. Little melon, he eagerly summoned in his mind. Hurry, confess, and receive leniency. What scheme was that scoundrel Liang Zihan concocting when he sneaked off to find that pile of dung? Hua Qifeng. Was it aimed at the coveted LY07 land? Host. The celestial secrets. Liang Qiubai's eyes sharpened, a surge of murderous intent flooding his mind. You insolent system. Are you itching for a fight? If you utter another word about celestial secrets being untold, do you believe I won't seek out an enlightened monk to extricate you from your code and stuff you into a wooden fish to be struck daily? No, no, no. Host, please calm your wrath. Little Melon will confess. The system yielded instantly, its electronic voice tinged with a simulated whimper. Based on the high-energy particle fluctuations captured and a thorough analysis of Liang Qiubai, the reincarnator, behavioral patterns. His covert dealings with Ho Chiefeng are primarily aimed at securing the LY07 land that you covet so dearly. As I suspected, Liang Qiubai's spirit sword. Is that scoundrel attempting to dupe the Ho family into a face-off with my sister for the land, only to be thwarted by her financial might, rendering his plans utterly futile? Ha! Serves him right. Delightful. Host, your perspective needs an upgrade. Little Melon's voice carried a note of exasperation. As a reincarnator, Liang Qiubai possesses the script. He is acutely aware that the value of LY07 transcends its commercial potential. His true plan is to exploit the information gap from his rebirth, skillfully manipulate the Ho family, especially that Ho Chiefeng, who aspires to prove himself as something of worth, and excessively inflate the routine commercial value of LY07, leading the Ho family to foolishly invest vast sums in a bidding war. Once the Ho family falls into this trap, he will seamlessly integrate himself as a strategic partner or a seasoned land consultant, with the ultimate goal of surreptitiously unearthing the long-buried true treasure. Do you comprehend? By heavens, what a stratagem of using another's blade to kill, veiled maneuvers, and burning bridges behind him. How cunning and ruthless, Liang Qiubai realized, his expression shifting as he furrowed his brow. Wait, why not just deceive my sister into acquiring the land directly, and then stealthily excavate it? Wouldn't that pose a lesser risk? You've hit the essence of the matter. Little Melon responded, its tone laced with admiration, or perhaps schadenfreude. This is the crux of the intricacies. Liang Qiubai targets the Ho family instead of the Liang family for 3 reasons. First, having just returned to the Liang family, his foundation is as fragile as paper. Attempting to orchestrate a large-scale excavation under the watchful gaze of the formidable Liang Mulan would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Second, he is well aware that my sister's discerning eyes are akin to X-rays. Should the treasure prove invaluable, if it were to fall into Liang family hands, he would be left with nothing. Better to let the Ho family serve as the scapegoat while he plays the long game. The third reason is the most explosive, the most clandestine of them all. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, Liang Mulan, in her towering high heels capable of shattering a man's pride, completed the final procedures and strode towards the driver's seat with an aura of commanding presence. The crisp, rhythmic tapping resonated within the car, akin to a countdown. Liang Qiubai's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he instinctively glanced towards his formidable sister. What is the third reason? Hurry up and tell me. I'm dying to know. He urged internally. Little Melon's electronic voice took on a tone of inscrutable amusement. As for the third, host, you guessed it, it pertains to the unspeakable secrets. In the fragments of Liang Qiuban's memories from before his rebirth, there seems to be an indelible fear deeply etched into his psyche, particularly regarding the Liang family and, more specifically, Ms. Liang Mulan, stemming from some future event, or perhaps PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. This instinctual dread, ingrained in his very DNA, compels him to recoil from making bold moves within the Liang family territory, opting instead to collaborate with the Ho family, no matter how perilous, to maintain maximum distance from his sister. The specifics of this psychological shadow are classified at level SSS, requiring the host to explore and unlock the narrative on their own. Fear of my sister? PTSD? Ha! Liang Qiubai was taken aback, then nearly burst into laughter from schadenfreude. Karma. Who told him to harbor ill intentions? My sister is formidable, majestic and powerful. Chapter 47. Am I really that fearsome? Liang Mulan opened the car door and took her seat behind the wheel. Just as she closed the door and fastened her seatbelt, her fingertip hovered over the ignition button, and Liang Qiubai's piercingly clear and information-laden thoughts thundered in her mind like a clap of thunder. The buried true treasure, to devour alone. The unspeakable secrets, a deep-rooted, future-derived fear of Ms. Liang Mulan. PTSD. Virum. The Bentley's V8 engine roared to life with a deep, resonant growl, only to be immediately followed by a deafening screech of tires that rent the tranquility of the parking lot. Liang Mulan's hands gripping the steering wheel trembled violently. Those fingers, usually steady enough to sign billion-dollar contracts, turned pale and vain due to the overwhelming shock and the instinctive surge of power. The vehicle jolted forward and backward violently under her unconscious, almost instinctual slam of the brakes. The forceful inertia sent the unsuspecting Liang Qiubai crashing into the leather seat back with a muffled thud. Ouch! Liang Zihan emitted a short cry of pain, clutching his suddenly reddened forehead, bewildered and somewhat aggrieved as he glanced towards the driver's seat. Elder sister? Are you all right? He struggled to maintain the persona of a dutiful younger brother, his voice quivering slightly. Damn, that hurt. What on earth is this woman doing? Internally, he raged. What a pretender, acting all delicate. Such a weakling. Liang Mulan inhaled deeply, as if she were attempting to freeze the tumultuous waves of astonishment and the staggering revelations swirling within her chest. In that fleeting moment of breath, her eyes, sharpened like ice and able to pierce through the very soul, unanticipatedly locked onto Liang Qiubai in the rear seat. Caught off guard, Liang Qiubai found himself ensnared by her chilling, penetrating gaze. The sensation was akin to being doused with a bucket of ice water while nestled in a warm bed, or like being targeted by a lurking apex predator. He flinched, instinctively shrinking his neck, nearly burying his head in his knees, as his heart raced, pounding fiercely as if it might leap from his throat. Little melon, alarm, alarm. Did my sister just cast a glance my way? That look was like a knife. I feel as though she has seen right through my soul. Help. Indeed, host. Target acquired. Ms. Liang Mulan's death stare has been successfully delivered. Surprised? Unexpected? Happy? Little Melon's electronic voice brimmed with gleeful malice. Oh, how delightful it is to witness your utter dismay. Liang Qiubai's inner self roared with fervor. At last, I have comprehended why Liang Zihan, that wretched scoundrel, resembles a rat encountering a cat when confronted by my elder sister. This is no mere gaze. It is an assault on the psyche. It possesses the dual effects of freezing and penetrating. Who on earth can withstand such a force? I feel as though the hairs on my back are standing on end, dancing in fear. Liang Mulan distinctly heard Liang Qiubai's exaggerated lamentations and complaints, particularly that phrase about a psychological attack, with dual effects of freezing and penetrating, and the hair on his back dancing. It elicited the faintest, almost imperceptible upward curl of her lips, akin to a whisper of warm breeze caressing the icy plains. Am I truly so terrifying? This thought uncontrollably flitted through her mind, carrying with it a hint of rare confusion and absurd self-reflection that even she had not previously recognized. Observing the rearview mirror, she noted Liang Qiubai, who seemed desperate to shrink into himself, contrasting sharply with his earlier brazen demeanor, and a peculiar, almost pleasurable sensation rippled through her cold heart like a rare disturbance in a frozen lake. As these thoughts swirled, she gradually released the brake she had been pressing down upon, gently accelerating as the car glided smoothly and silently out of the parking space, merging into the flow of traffic. The entire process took mere seconds, during which her perpetually frosty expression was once more firmly affixed, as if the moment of vulnerability had been nothing more than a collective delusion shared by all. My apologies, my hand slipped. She fixed her gaze ahead and calmly uttered 3 words, her voice steady and devoid of any tremor. Reflecting once more on the treasure, could it be that LY07 harbors a treasure so enticing that Liang Zihan, the reincarnated, would risk everything, even colluding with outsiders to procure it? And what of that profound dread rooted in the future? PTSD. Liang Mulan gradually transitioned from surprise to a subtly perceptible smile. The Bentley V8 smoothly departed from the auction center. I wonder when my elder sister will inspect my treasure-laden land. I must be shameless and accompany her. Moments later, the Bentley V8 came to a tranquil halt at the grand entrance of Jiangxing University. Liang Zihan, as if newly liberated, flung open the car door with fervor, hastily tossing a brief, "Thank you, elder sister. Farewell," towards the driver's seat. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished into the campus like a ghost fleeing, his retreating figure radiating panic. Running off so swiftly? Is he in a hurry to be reborn? Or is he fearful of my reckoning come autumn? What a coward! Liang Qiubai scoffed, stepping out of the car at a leisurely pace. He stretched languidly, offering a casual wave to the car window as a farewell, then shoved his hands into his pockets, striding into the campus with an air of brazen nonchalance, humming a tuneless melody. Through the rearview mirror, Liang Mulan observed Liang Qiubai's perfunctory wave, devoid of any genuine acknowledgement, and his ostentatious swagger, which inexplicably stirred a sense of unarticulated frustration within her. This scoundrel, who once was timid and compliant, now seemed a completely different person, so brazen and cunning. This little rascal, she muttered under her breath, before suddenly slamming down on the accelerator. Vroom! The Bentley V8 roared to life with a long-suppressed growl, shooting forth like an arrow. The powerful thrust pressed her firmly into her seat, the scenery outside racing by, leaving behind only the astonished gazes of a few students at the school gate and a wisp of faint exhaust. Approaching midday, Liang Qiubai's stomach, having long since emptied its reserves, was now protesting loudly. Grr! A prolonged and audibly insistent growl interrupted his attempts at introspection. Ugh, my stomach is rebelling. Liang Qiubai rubbed his protesting belly and decisively declared his destination. The cafeteria. It was time to feast. Striding with an air of indifference, he ambled toward the cafeteria's polished stainless steel doors, barely allowing time for reflection on the day's menu when a rotund, comical figure abruptly obstructed his path. Their eyes met. The plump visage of Chow Mengpeng instantly lit up like a lantern, radiating delight. Brother Bai. A resounding, melodious call, reminiscent of winding mountain paths, accompanied by a fervent embrace, came rushing towards him. Whoa, fatty, get away from me. Your physical assault is lethal. Liang Qiubai reacted with remarkable speed, executing a textbook-worthy leap backward, narrowly evading the onslaught of this meaty projectile. Brother Bai, Chow Mengpeng, missed his target but bore no ill will, chuckling as he patted his bouncy belly. I've missed you so much. Come here, let us hug. Not a chance. Fatty. Liang Qiubai firmly pressed a hand against Chow Mengpeng's chest, as if defending against a wall of flesh. Your affectionate embrace is as destructive as a battering ram. I wish to live a few more years. Chow Mengpeng let out a silly laugh, his beady eyes gleaming mischievously as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Brother Bai, don't just dodge me. I must tell you, you are famous again. What nonsense. Liang Qiubai looked utterly bewildered, 3 enormous question marks hovering above his head. What have I done? Speak plainly. Hee, Brother Bai, it's a long story, but first, let us eat. We'll chat while we dine. Chow Mengpeng exclaimed, pulling Liang Qiubai into the bustling cafeteria. The two of them, laden with mountainous trays of food, finally found a spot in the corner where a fan could reach them. Liang Qiubai barely settled onto the chair before his chopsticks lunged towards a glistening piece of braised pork, his voice muffled as he urged, Hurry up, fatty. What new drama has unfolded? Did someone spread rumors about my dashing good looks? It's even more explosive than that, Chow Mengpeng said mysteriously, pulling out his phone, swiping to unlock. Remember that freshman gossip group? It has exploded. A super extraordinary character has emerged. Who? Self-identified as Liang Zihan's girlfriend. Uffed. Liang Qiubai nearly spat out his food, the piece of braised pork he had just picked up slipping from his grasp. What on earth? Girlfriend? How on earth did that rascal manage to land such a catch? Which girl has gone so far astray? Brother Bai, it's absolutely true. Look. Chow Mengpeng eagerly thrust his phone towards him, revealing an ID adorned with a pink cartoon avatar, nicknamed Little Sprout of Hanbao. Liang Qiubai snatched the phone, his fingers flying across the screen as he scrolled through the chat history. Wow, the audacity. Liang Zihan's girlfriend? She even bombarded the group with dozens of voice messages? Yes. Brother Bai, here comes the kicker. Chow Mengpeng exclaimed, a knowing expression on his face. 9 out of 10 of those voice messages are cursing you. The insults are so colorful, I almost want to award her a prize for her vocabulary. Cursing me? What did I do to deserve this? Liang Qiubai's expression turned absurd. She said that anyone who sees you must inform her immediately. She intends to come personally to teach you a lesson. She even threatened to hit you every time she sees you. Chow Mengpeng imitated her tone perfectly. What the hell? Is this woman on some sort of drug? Or has Liang Zihan enchanted her? How audacious. Little brat. Get to work. Investigate. Who is this crazy woman? Scanning complete. Host. Target profile acquired. Zhou He. Eldest daughter of the Zhou family. Personality tags. Spoiled, impulsive, infatuated, suspected severe. Danger level. 3 stars, primarily due to noise and potential entourage summons. Eldest daughter of the Zhou family? I have some recollection of them. Liang Qiubai, that scoundrel, has returned and immediately entangled himself with a woman of such caliber? Has he bewitched Zhou He? The database indicates, motive unknown, relationship dubious. Hypothesis, Zhou He may have been deliberately guided or manipulated by Liang Qiubai, the reincarnator. Damn system. More conjecture. What use are you? You falter at critical moments. Brother Bai? Brother Bai? Chow Mengpeng's large face loomed before him, waving a hand in front of his eyes. What are you daydreaming about? You're not scared by that crazy woman, are you? Scared? Nonsense. Liang Qiubai snapped back to reality, irritably shoveling a large mouthful of rice. What a trivial matter. Eating. Just as he had picked up a piece of chicken that appeared exceptionally tender, a clear, yet distinctly explosive female voice pierced through the cacophony of the cafeteria, striking him directly. Oh, Liang Qiubai, you truly dare to show your face at Jiangqing University? Quite bold, aren't you? The speaker was none other than Zhou He, the exclusive darling of Hanbao. Liang Qiubai barely lifted his head, treating her voice as mere background noise. He leisurely placed the chicken in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and mumbled indistinctly. Where did this idiot come from? Though his voice was low, it was loud enough for Zhou He, standing close by, to hear clearly. Coupled with Liang Qiubai's complete disregard for her, it instantly ignited a powder keg. Liang Qiubai? Who are you insulting? Zhou He's eyebrows shot up in fury as she stepped forward, audaciously reaching out to grab his arm. Caught off guard, Liang Qiubai was yanked up from his seat. The two found themselves in a confrontational stance. With the distance between them diminished, Liang Qiubai finally discerned her features. A meticulously refined, oval face, her delicate features enhanced by light makeup, exuded an air of spoiled arrogance. His gaze instinctively drifted downward. Clad in a standard Japanese JK uniform, beneath her pleated miniskirt, her legs were encased in sheer white stockings, accentuating her exceptionally fair skin and proportionate form. Oh my, a spicy little JK girl. Those legs are something. Liang Qiubai's inner self whistled in admiration. Host, wake up. This is the enemy target, Zhou He, Liang Zihan's nominal girlfriend. The alarm from the little sprite rang out just in time. Liang Qiubai jolted, immediately swatting Zhou He's hand away as if discarding something filthy, his face swiftly adopting a look of disdain and aloofness. This classmate, in broad daylight, what s with such behavior? Please exhibit some decorum. After all, you are a girl. Liang Qiubai, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on girls? Zhou He's face flushed crimson with indignation. Liang Qiubai couldn't be bothered to engage in further conversation, simply resuming his meal, his actions declaring, "You do not possess the authority to affect my appetite." Liang Qiubai. Zhou He's scream rose an octave, instantly attracting the attention of half the cafeteria. Isn't that the fake young master of the Liang family, Liang Qiubai? Yes. That chubby guy beside him is Chao Mengpang. Who is that girl? Quite pretty. That is Zhou He from the Zhou family. I hear she is now Liang Zihan's girlfriend. The real young master's girlfriend is here to confront the fake one? A real-life drama of family feuds unfolding live. Exciting. Let us see a fight. Whispers surged like a tide, mingled with the clamor of onlookers eager for spectacle. Brother Bai, what should we do? Chao Mengpang nervously swallowed, his eyes betraying a wandering gaze towards Zhou He's legs. Ignore her. Pretend she is heir. Liang Qiubai kept his head down. Zhou He, realizing Liang Qiubai not only insulted her, but now ignored her entirely, felt a surge of old grievances rise within her. Her chest heaved with anger as her petite hands swung dramatically. Instantly, several girls who had been lurking behind her, equally flamboyant in their attire, surrounded them with unfriendly glares. Wow, are they really going to throw down? Zhou He brought her entourage. Liang Qiubai is in trouble. Can that chubby guy hold his ground? Chao Mengpang, though somewhat intimidated by the approaching girls, stood up resolutely, positioning himself in front of Liang Qiubai, forcing a smile, attempting to mediate. Hey ladies, calm down. It's not worth getting physical over this. Teaching him a lesson isn't as fun as teaching me a lesson. I'm tough and can take a beating. He even threw in a flirtatious wink. Zhou He looked at Chao Mengpang's greasy smile and rotund figure, her face displaying unmasked disdain and repulsion. Get lost. You fat pig. You're disgusting to look at. Chao Mengpang's smile faltered momentarily before irritation took over. He puffed out his chest. Oh, you find me disgusting? Then why are you standing so close? You're the one who came over. You. Zhou He was momentarily speechless, her finger trembling as she pointed at Chao Mengpang. Good job, fatty. You've got guts. You really came through at a critical moment. Liang Qiubai silently praised Chao Mengpang in his heart. All right, fatty. Liang Qiubai finally set down his chopsticks, slowly rising to his feet, patting Chao Mengpang on the shoulder. It's beneath me to argue with someone so narrow-minded. Let us go. The air here is foul. He cast a dismissive glance at Zhou He, filled with contempt. As he beckoned Chao Mengpang to leave this hub of chaos, there was a commotion at the periphery of the crowd. By sheer coincidence, the main character, Liang Zihan, squeezed his way in. Clearly drawn by the noise, he arrived only to find Zhou He and Liang Qiubai at the eye of the storm. Zhou He, spotting her savior, immediately flung herself against Liang Zihan, clinging to his arm, pointing at Liang Qiubai to complain. Zihan, you came just in time. I was helping you teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Liang Zihan's gaze flitted between Liang Qiubai and Zhou He, his expression swiftly morphing into one of polite exasperation, presenting Liang Qiubai with a smile that could only be described as overly gracious. Brother Qiubai, I truly apologize. Zhou He is young and impulsive, having offended you. Please, be magnanimous and don't hold it against her. His tone resembled that of a caretaker apologizing for an unruly pet. I've seen more than enough of your nonsense. Silly dog, what kind of brotherly camaraderie is this? The Oscars owe you 10 little golden statues. Host, maintain civility. Exercise decorum. Internally, Liang Qiubai was bursting with sarcasm, yet he feigned a smile that barely concealed his contempt. Zihan, since you understand that your companion lacks decorum, please do ensure she is properly disciplined in the future. He emphasized the word disciplined with a pointed glance at Zhou He, suggesting she refrain from barking and disturbing the peace, as Jiangxing University is a place of learning, not a marketplace. The surrounding crowd erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Who are you calling a dog? Zhou He fumed, her anger palpable. Whoever fits the bill. Liang Qiubai shrugged innocently. Fatty, let us go? I fear I might catch stupidity just by lingering here. All right, brother, bye. Chao Mengpang responded with enthusiasm, puffing out his chest as he followed Liang Qiubai, striding out of the cafeteria amid a parted sea of onlookers. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Liang Zihan's facade of gentle elegance shattered, his gaze transforming into a sharp, sinister glare, akin to a poisoned blade. Fixed firmly on the door through which Liang Qiubai had vanished, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, nails digging deep into his palms. As Zihan continued to shake his arm in dissatisfaction, he declared, "We ought to teach him a severe lesson. He must recognize who the true master of the Liang family is. How dare a counterfeit act so arrogantly?" Liang Zihan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous rage within him, and instantly donned a gentle and indulgent smile, lightly patting Zhou He's hand. "All right, Xiao He, be good. We shall not stoop to the level of such inconsequential individuals. It would merely tarnish our dignity. Come now, what would you like to eat? It's on me." "Oh, Zihan, you are the best." Zhou He was instantly appeased, his face blooming with joy once more as he nestled against Liang Zihan and walked away. The clamor of the crowd formed an invisible curtain, quietly partitioning this corner of the cafeteria. Liang Yinqing sat poised, her slender fingers delicately holding a pair of bamboo chopsticks as she leisurely savored a piece of translucent sweet and sour ribs, her demeanor tranquil, seemingly out of sync with the surrounding noise. Her eyelashes lowered, intentionally ignoring the palpable low pressure that lingered between Liang Qiubai and Liang Zihan not far away. In stark contrast, Mu Yutong, seated opposite her, was a picture of lively curiosity. Leaning on her chin, her bright and spirited eyes sparkled as they openly followed every subtle expression and movement of the two brothers, her lips curling into an unreserved, mischievous smile. Reveling in the spectacle, Yinqing, she suddenly turned her head, her voice laced with exaggerated curiosity, though her gaze lingered on the two brothers. "Which of your two brothers do you favor?" Liang Yunqing's hand motion of picking up food halted midair. Her almond-shaped eyes, usually filled with gentle warmth, snapped up to meet Mu Yutong's gaze, carrying a hint of scrutiny and annoyance. "What do you mean by favor?" Her voice remained soft, yet it resonated with an undeniable firmness akin to a taut string. "I've told you. Do not entertain any ideas about my brother." The grip of her fingers around the chopsticks noticeably tightened. All right. I won't entertain any thoughts about your dear brother." Mu Yutong immediately raised her hands in surrender, elongating her tone, her eyes twinkling mischievously before she deftly shifted the subject. "I merely think that Liang Qiubai fellow is rather intriguing. So vibrant and vigorous." She deliberately pouted, batting her eyelashes innocently, feigning pure admiration. "You." Liang Yinqing's grip on the chopsticks tightened fiercely, the smooth bamboo making a soft sound as it rubbed against her fingers. Her fair cheeks flushed almost instantly, resembling fine rice paper tinted with rouge, the color creeping toward her delicately shaped ears. She glared at Mu Yutong, her expression accusing as if to reveal the latter's ulterior motives. All right. I'm not teasing you anymore." Mu Yutong quickly retreated, adopting a conciliatory smile while playfully waving her hand. Liang Yinqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her swirling emotions. Though the blush had yet to fully fade, she shot Mu Yutong an exasperated glance before lowering her head and poking at her rice with more force than necessary, as if it were the source of her irritation. Chapter 50, Master of Tea Arts. Meanwhile, the dormitory was filled with the unmistakable odor of stale fish, mostly courtesy of Chao Mingpong's sports socks and remnants of potato chips. "By goo, military training starts tomorrow. Have you sorted out your gear?" Chao Mingpang slumped in a chair, rubbing his belly with a look of worry. "Gear?" Liang Qiubai was engrossed in tapping his phone screen. Not looking up, "With my physical condition, do I even need gear? Don't you understand the beauty of sunbathing? A bronzed complexion is the epitome of a man's romance." "Romance? My foot," Chao Mingpang lamented, slapping his own fair face. "Sunscreen. Sunscreen is the way to go. Look at how harsh the sun is. If this handsome face of mine gets sunburned, how many hearts would be shattered in Jiangxing?" He produced a small mirror from somewhere, gazing at his reflection with self-pity. "Huh." Baigo laughed derisively. "Fatty, take my advice and give up. The only difference between your face with or without sunscreen is whether it's a sunburned pig's head or a non-sunburned one. Baigo, you don't understand fashion. You don't understand skincare." Chao Mingpang huffed, turning away like a pufferfish whose tail had been stepped on. Before the 5 p.m. alarm buzzed, Liang Qiubai's phone suddenly erupted with sound. "Hello? Who is it?" he replied lazily. At the school gate came a clear, melodic female voice from the other end, imbued with an undeniable languor, akin to chilled spring water dripping onto a jade plate. Wow, that voice is heavenly. Who is it? A treat for the ears. Host. Wake up. That is your second sister, Ms. Liang Qiubai. Oh, so it's my beautiful, sweet-voiced, impeccably graceful second sister. No wonder. That timbre, that aura, simply extraordinary. Liang Qiubai sprang into action, his lethargy evaporating as he straightened his back, his voice dripping with sweetness. Hee. Second sister. I'll be there shortly. I promise to arrive faster than the delivery guy. After hanging up, he gulped down a glass of water from the table and dashed out of the dormitory like a gust of wind. At the entrance of Jiangxing University, a sleek black luxury car exuding an air of opulence was parked quietly. Leaning against the vehicle was Liang Qiubai, a figure capable of captivating any lens. Her oversized sunglasses obscured much of her face, revealing only a gracefully sculpted jawline and a pair of enticing red lips. Clad in an elegantly tailored off-shoulder evening gown, her silhouette was accentuated, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, as if enveloped in a gentle halo. She leaned casually against the rear door, her right hand propped up, her gaze piercing through the sunglasses, calmly surveying the entrance of the school with an aura that seemed to exude a do-not-approach vibe. Just as Liang Qiubai prepared to wave and call out, "Second sister, I'm over here," a bothersome figure dashed in front of him, intercepting Liang Qiubai with precision. Second sister. Liang Zihan wore a mask of perfectly timed surprise and admiration. "Did you come to pick me up?" His tone was laced with cautious anticipation. "What the heck? Where did this fool spring from? Intercepting right in front of me?" Host, caution. Liang Zihan, the reincarnated one, has a clear objective: to attend his second sister's university gathering, boosting his presence and trustworthiness. Liang Qiubai mentally cursed but quickened his pace. As he approached, he could hear his second sister's clear and charming voice. "Not quite, dear Zihan." Liang Qiubai's tone carried a hint of nonchalance. Her laughter akin to feathers brushing lightly, yet it caused Liang Zihan's smile to falter, the disappointment in his eyes nearly spilling over. "Ha! The clown is right before me. Second sister, you are magnificent." The slap in the face came so swiftly. What a delight. Liang Qiubai inwardly reveled in the spectacle while donning a radiant, albeit mischievous, smile, striding confidently towards Liang Qiubai, his voice booming. "Second sister, I have arrived. I promise I'm not late." Hearing Liang Qiubai's exuberance, Liang Qiubai's lips barely curved into a smile beneath her sunglasses before quickly reverting to neutrality. She responded lightly, acknowledging him. Observing this scene of sisterly affection and brotherly devotion, Liang Zihan quickly realized his own folly. However, as a reincarnated individual, his emotional resilience had clearly been honed through countless trials. He seamlessly transitioned into the obedient younger brother mode, his gaze imbued with a timid yearning. "Second sister, Qiubai brother. Are you two heading to an important gathering? May I join? I promise to be good and not cause any trouble." His tone was sincere, as if he merely wished to broaden his horizons. Indeed, the fox's tail has been revealed, targeting the second sister's university gathering. Little melon. Deep scan. What nefarious schemes is this rascal concocting? Reporting to the host. Motivation analysis. Surface level. Gain the trust of the second sister, establish an emotional connection, isolate the host. Deep level. Possibly leverage the gathering to connect with the second sister's network, or orchestrate an unexpected incident to garner goodwill while tarnishing the host's reputation. Risk factor, 4 stars. A master of tea arts, are we? Seeking to play palace intrigues? I, my dear, have navigated the murky waters of the workplace. What green tea or white lotus have I not encountered? Tonight, watch as I overturn your tea tray. Liang Qiubai listened intently to Liang Qiubai's fervent declaration and tea tray theories, a hint of amusement flickering behind her sunglasses. She was concerned that tonight's gathering might prove somewhat dull. Since her younger brother Zihan also wished to attend, Liang Qiubai parted her crimson lips, her tone still languid yet laced with an imperceptible indulgence. "Then let us go together." Her heels, capable of shattering a man's pride, clicked rhythmically as she gracefully circled to the passenger seat, elegantly opening the car door and settling in, leaving behind a silhouette of noble aloofness. Liang Zihan's eyes sparkled with surprise, hastily pulling open the rear door and diving inside, his movements swift as if fearing she might change her mind. Liang Qiubai stared at the vacant driver's seat, then glanced at the second sister, whose aura radiated confidence behind her sunglasses and crimson lips, momentarily bewildered. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Liang Qiubai slightly turned her head, her sunglasses directed at him, her lips curling into the faintest of smiles. "You drive." Her slender fingers gestured casually toward the central control screen. "The navigation is here." "Me drive?" "Hee hee. Heaven is aiding me." Second sister, this is what you said. Little one, hurry. Play the most exhilarating virtual BGM. Deja vu. I shall transform into the god of Akina Mountain and give our esteemed guest in the back a taste of my prowess. Virtual BGM Deja vu has been loaded. Nitrous acceleration, psychological version, is ready. Host, charge forth. Liang Qiubai's inner self had already pressed the virtual accelerator. Yet he maintained a facade of reliability on his face as he swiftly took the driver's seat and buckled his seatbelt. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel like a pianist warming up this performance beast. In the rearview mirror, Liang Zihan observed Liang Qiubai's sudden excitement. And recalling the earlier mention of the god of Akina Mountain, an ominous premonition surged within him, his complexion paling slightly, instinctively gripping the overhead handle. A mischievous smirk crept onto Liang Qiubai's lips as he gently pressed the accelerator. Vroom. The luxury car's engine roared with a deep growl, the vehicle launching forth like an arrow released from a bow. The fierce thrust pressed Liang Wanqi and Liang Zihan firmly against their seats. Perfect. A flawless start. Second sister. Feel the thrill of acceleration. Younger brother Zihan, did you bring motion sickness medication? Chapter 51. Even a reborn cannot escape motion sickness. Liang Wanqi's eyebrows subtly arched beneath her sunglasses, her body leaning slightly back due to inertia, but she quickly adjusted her posture, remaining elegant and composed. Though her fingertips lightly tapped on the leather armrest, Liang Zihan, however, emitted a short gasp. His face paled further, fingers tightening around the handle until his knuckles turned white. As they merged into traffic, Liang Qiubai's performance officially commenced. He was not a mindless speedster, rather. He expertly treaded the line between stability and thrill. He precisely timed each burst of acceleration at the moment the traffic lights shifted from green to yellow, weaving through the gaps in the flow of cars as smoothly as a fish gliding through water, each lane change imbued with a thrilling fluidity, the car tracing beautiful arcs. Liang Zihan's exclamations erupted uncontrollably from the back seat. Liang Qiubai glanced in the rearview mirror. Lo and behold, Zihan's previously composed face had drained of color, lips tightly pressed, his body swaying like reeds in the wind with each movement of the vehicle, struggling to maintain his balance, a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Is that all it takes for you to crumble? Is this the composure of a reborn? I haven't even begun to drift yet. Little one, place a virtual tag of motion sickness on his forehead. Virtual tag has been generated. Status, mild dizziness, escalating. Ahead lay a section of road slightly uneven from the weight of heavy trucks. Liang Qiubai's eyes flickered, and rather than decelerating, he calmly pressed the accelerator a bit more. Smoothly rolling over. Clang, clang. The car jolted repeatedly. Ouch! Liang Zihan, taken by surprise, banged his head against the cold window, his meticulously styled hair instantly disheveled, leaving him in a disheveled state. The effect is outstanding. Little one, elevate the motion sickness index. Adjusted. Target status, moderate dizziness, accompanied by mild concussion, psychological level. Liang Qiubai laughed inwardly, his face portraying innocence and concern, his tone tinged with the air of an experienced driver. Oh dear, I apologize, younger brother Zihan. This stretch of road is rather poor. The suspension is stiff, quite bumpy. Are you all right? Do you need to pull over and take a breather? His tone was so sincere it seemed as if he had deliberately accelerated moments ago. Liang Wanqi remained silent throughout, her sunglasses serving as the perfect disguise. She listened to Liang Qiubai's mischievous inner monologue and self-satisfied updates, while also acutely aware of Liang Zihan's increasingly labored breathing and muffled groans from the back seat. The curve of her crimson lips appeared to deepen by a fraction, her fingertips silently tapping a rhythm against the edge of the window, a certain delight in her demeanor. No worries, brother Qiubai, you're driving splendidly. Liang Zihan forced out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice so faint it seemed he might faint at any moment. Splendid? I think you might be on the verge of passing out. Keep pretending. The best is yet to come. Host, turn right at the upcoming intersection to enter Binjiang Avenue. The road is wide, traffic is light, and the scenery is splendid. A drifting paradise. Received. The spirit of Akina Mountain, ignite. Second sister, hold on tight. The moment of miracles is upon us. Liang Qiubai's gaze sharpened suddenly. Akin to a hawk fixating on its prey, he seized the opportunity to turn right, the virtual BGM soaring to its most exhilarating chorus. The steering wheel was yanked sharply to the left, and the coordination of the brake and accelerator was flawless, a seamless motion. Screech. The tires screeched against the pavement. The massive luxury car, at an exceedingly sharp and rapid angle, sliced smoothly into the spacious lane of Binjiang Avenue with a powerful centrifugal force. Ugh! The immense lateral G-force slammed Liang Zihan against the door. The seatbelt tightened instantly, nearly suffocating him. He was pinned against the door. His meticulously styled hair transformed into a chaotic mess, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen, his stomach churning violently. And he could hardly suppress the retching sounds rising in his throat. Wow! Even with Liang Qiubai's preparations, her body was jolted toward the door by the sudden powerful drift. She quickly braced herself against the door with her elbow to steady her position, yet her gaze behind the sunglasses brightened with surprise and keen interest. She turned her head sharply, her eyes, like searchlights, locked onto Liang Qiubai, who was intently commanding the steering wheel. It worked. A textbook-perfect drift. The glory of Akina Mountain is now mine to inherit. Younger brother Zihan, how's the thrill of this love-infused spin? Host's masterful operation. Liang Zihan's dizziness status has escalated. Additional effect. Out-of-body experience. Brief. Second sister, the view of the river along Binjiang Avenue is magnificent, isn't it? Liang Qiubai feigned nonchalance as he inquired, an unmistakable air of triumph nearly spilling over from his voice. The view is rather splendid. Liang Qiubai's tone betrayed no emotion. She slowly retracted her hand from the car door, elegantly smoothing a wayward strand of hair behind her ear before lazily reclining against the seat, as if the earlier peril had never transpired, merely absorbed in the shimmering waters of the river outside. Only she was aware of her struggle to stifle the laughter bubbling within her throat, while simultaneously listening with keen interest to Liang Qiubai's internal monologue, akin to a petty tyrant reveling in his triumph. In the back seat, Liang Zihan resembled a fish stranded on land, gasping for air, cold sweat soaking his back, the tumult in his stomach escalating with each passing moment. His gaze, directed at Liang Qiubai's back, was rife with resentment, fear, and a hint of disbelief. This individual, once regarded by him as a fool in his past life, was driving with such ferocity. It was undoubtedly intentional. The realization sent a chill through his core. You think you can stir up trouble at the gathering? Let me first grant you a taste of a one-way ticket to hell. Let us see if you dare to have designs on my second sister again. Host, you are magnificent. Progress assessment, 50. The car fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the growl of the engine and Liang Zihan's stifled breaths. He endeavored to calm himself, attempting to salvage the last shred of dignity before his second sister, his voice weak and tinged with a hint of supplication. Second sister, are we headed to the Cloud Summit Club? I've heard the ambience is exquisite, with a breathtaking view of the night skyline over Jiangxing. He sought to leverage his rebirth knowledge to display his thoughtfulness and insight. Before Liang Qiubai could respond, Liang Qiubai's internal alarm bells rang deafeningly. The Cloud Summit Club? This fellow is indeed aware. Trying to leverage information disparity for proximity? Not a chance. Just watch me. He was about to interject when he heard Liang Qiubai's unique, lazily magnetic yet authoritative voice from the front seat, calmly severing Liang Zihan's probing attempt. No. She slightly turned her head, her sunglasses reflecting the shifting neon lights outside, rendering her gaze inscrutable. Yet her tone was imbued with an undeniable certainty of control. Tonight's gathering will take place at the Star River Hall on the top floor of the Hyatt Hotel. Boom. Her words struck like thunder on a clear day. Chapter 52, Star River Hall, Hyatt Hotel. Liang Zihan was instantly petrified, the last vestige of color drained from his face, his pupils dilating in sheer shock. In his recollection from his rebirth, his second sister's university gatherings had always been at the Cloud Summit Club. How could it possibly have changed to the Hyatt? The overwhelming dissonance in information left his mind in a haze, as if his entire worldview had been upended. Hyatt? Star River Hall. Liang Qiubai was equally bewildered, his grip on the steering wheel trembling momentarily. Little brat, what is going on? Did second sister change the venue? Has Liang Zihan's rebirth script expired? Host. System emergency retrieval. Historical records indicate that Ms. Liang Qiubai has held her university gatherings at the Cloud Summit Club for the past 5 years. Information source conflict. Severe conflict. Warning. Warning. Damn it. Whatever. A happy accident. How delightful. Look at Liang Zihan's dumbfounded expression. Liang Qiubai appeared entirely oblivious to the look of utter shock on Liang Zihan's face reflected in the rearview mirror. Nor did she register the tsunami of turmoil in Liang Qiubai's mind. She merely adjusted her sunglasses with graceful poise, her gaze seemingly penetrating the lenses, landing squarely on Liang Qiubai's side profile, which had stiffened in shock. Qiubai, her voice was not loud, yet it pierced the car's bizarre atmosphere like an icicle, carrying an invisible, heart-stopping pressure. Focus on driving. She paused, her long, fair fingers gently tapping the illuminated navigation screen, her lips parting slightly as she added. Her tone as flat as if discussing the weather, yet each word carried the weight of gravity. Furthermore, it's best if we wrap up the fun soon. If we continue to dawdle, She tilted her head slightly. Her gaze behind the sunglasses seemed to contain an understanding that pierced through all pretense. I will have to take matters into my own hands. Liang Qiubai's palms on the steering wheel instantly broke into a cold sweat. A wave of dread surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. Good heavens. Does she know? How could she possibly know? Is she referring to me driving Liang Zihan, or something else? Host. Detecting an overwhelming mental pressure. Second sister's aura has surpassed critical levels. Little brat's core code is trembling. Strongly advise immediate compliance. Behave. Just be a decent person. Liang Qiubai swallowed hard, the remnants of his previous arrogance evaporating without a trace, replaced by a demeanor bordering on obsequiousness. His foot seemed to press on cotton, cautiously easing off the accelerator as the car's speed visibly decreased, becoming remarkably smooth. Even overly cautious, as if transporting a vehicle full of fragile glass antiques. Ahem. Understood. Rest assured, second sister. He kept his gaze forward. His voice taut with sincerity and reverence. Safety first. Stability first. I guarantee you and Brother Zihan will feel as if walking on solid ground. We'll arrive safely and punctually. In the back seat, Liang Zihan observed as Liang Qiubai transformed from a reckless driver into a driving school model student in an instant. Then turned to glance at his second sister, Liang Wanqi, whose presence seemed to exude an aura powerful enough to rend the very fabric of the Rebirth script. A deeper, chilling fear enveloped him, unlike anything he had ever felt toward this family or his second sister before. The sleek black luxury car, adhering strictly to traffic regulations, glided along Binjiang Avenue at an impressively smooth and compliant pace, heading toward the unknown destination of the Hyatt Hotel's Star River Hall, a location that diverged entirely from Liang Zihan's Rebirth script. The air within the car was thick, punctuated only by the faint hiss of the air conditioning and the rapid beating of two youthful hearts, each racing for different reasons. The vehicle came to a steady halt in the Hyatt Hotel's expansive underground parking lot, akin to a helicopter pad in its grandeur. Liang Qiubai leapt from the car, looking up in awe. Holy cow, he instinctively gasped. The Hyatt Hotel before him resembled not merely a building, but a colossal tower constructed of light. The entire facade was a massive screen flowing with the brilliance of a starry river, dazzling and ever-changing, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. The overwhelming scent of affluence almost seemed to solidify. My goodness, is this even a hotel? It looks more like a futuristic battleship. 100 times more extravagant than our family estate. Just imagine the electricity bill. Host, please manage your expressions. Your mouth could accommodate an egg. Liang Qiubai quickly shut his mouth, following closely behind Liang Wanqi, akin to a country bumpkin newly arrived in the city, his eyes wide and taking in every detail. Wow. The floor is so shiny it could serve as a mirror. The cleaning staff must be paid handsomely. Wow. How many crystals are in that chandelier? It's blinding my titanium alloy eyes. Goodness. Everyone here is dressed as if they are about to walk the red carpet. The scent of their perfumes could suffocate a mosquito. Host, your internal monologue is overly exuberant. It is advisable to lower the volume. Lower my volume? Nonsense. I'm like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. My eyes have been opened. Once I have money, I'll build something like this. I want to live here every day. As he was internally bombarded with thoughts while his eyes diligently scanned every intricate detail of this temple of wealth, suddenly, oh no. A soft yet resilient obstacle unexpectedly collided into his embrace. Liang Qiubai stumbled momentarily but quickly regained his composure. Upon focusing his gaze, he felt as though the radiant lights surrounding him had dimmed slightly. The one who had crashed into him was a young woman clad in a black spaghetti-strap dress. The scant fabric clung to her, exquisitely accentuating her breathtaking curves, her ample bosom beckoning, a delicate waist that seemed to defy grasp, and long, slender legs that tantalizingly peeked from beneath the slit of her skirt. Her exquisitely made-up visage bore an expression of surprise, her slightly parted red lips and glimmering eyes exuding an alluring charm. Holy moly! Holy moly! Holy moly! Liang Qiubai's mind was instantly flooded with these three explosive words. This face, this figure, this proportion, no model would dare create such perfection. Host, nosebleed alert. Hormone secretion exceeded warning. She must be of top-tier status. Her appearance fee must be exorbitant. If she were to be sold, she would command a fortune. Liang Qiubai's thoughts momentarily veered, and an utterly inappropriate remark slipped from his lips. Oh no, it escaped his heart. The ahead Liang Wanqi halted abruptly, keenly catching the astonishing declaration of must be expensive. She slowly turned, her gaze behind her sunglasses precisely targeting the site of the incident. Liang Zihan, puzzled, also turned back. Chapter 53. This must be quite expensive. When Liang Qiubai's inner voice resonated in Liang Wanqi's ears, as if it were tangible, even her remarkable composure faltered. The corners of her lips beneath her sunglasses involuntarily twitched upwards. A soft, almost imperceptible laugh escaped her, nearly drowned out by the ambient noise. She quickly raised a hand to cover her mouth, clearing her throat to suppress her amusement, restoring her icy demeanor. Though her shoulders seemed to betray her with a slight tremor, the stunning woman, perhaps comprehending his unabashed, evaluative gaze, was instantly engulfed by a wave of profound humiliation and disgust. Roke. A sharp rebuke reverberated through the opulent hall. Following that, a resounding slap, a crisp, forceful sound, struck Liang Qiubai squarely on his left cheek. Ouch! Liang Qiubai clutched his face, grimacing in pain as his cheek rapidly swelled with a fiery mark. What the hell? This woman has an extraordinary grip. Is she a bear? Little melon. Is my face swollen? Scanning confirmed. Host's left cheek exhibits minor soft tissue bruising. Degree of swelling. Recommendation: apply cold compress and earnestly reflect on gaze management. Just as Liang Qiubai attempted to explain that it was a misunderstanding, that he was merely contemplating the value of life, the woman offered him no chance, glaring at him with the intensity of someone avoiding a plague, before strutting away on her stiletto heels, leaving behind only a faint trace of expensive perfume and a disheveled Liang Qiubai, who was still clutching his face. Liang Zihan's eyes darted. Noticing that Liang Wanqi seemed disinclined to immediately defend Liang Qiubai, and a smirk of delight crept across his face. Though it was quickly replaced by a mask of concern as he hurriedly approached, his voice dripping with feigned sincerity. Brother Qiubai, are you all right? Does it hurt? How could that woman be so callous as to strike without provocation? He pretended to reach for Liang Qiubai's face, but as his fingers neared the swelling, Liang Qiubai swatted his hand away in disdain. Get lost. Spare me your insincere concern. Liang Qiubai shot him a glare, pressing harder against his aching face. Damn green tea. Such a dramatist. Enjoying my misfortune, are you? Ignoring Liang Zihan's theatrically solicitous demeanor, Liang Wanqi chose to overlook him entirely. As if nothing had occurred, she casually remarked. It's merely a small incident. Let us move on. Her tone was as calm as if discussing the weather. Liang Qiubai, still rubbing his inflamed cheek, begrudgingly quickened his pace to catch up with his sister, internally lamenting, little melon. Who on earth was that woman? Such strength. Insufficient information to pinpoint. However, based on her attire, demeanor, and the limited edition perfume Phantom Night she wore, it can be deduced she is either wealthy or noble, with a fiery temperament. Host, please mourn your losses. Liang Zihan watched the two swiftly retreating figures, his ingratiating smile freezing on his face. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossing his eyes as he could only grit his teeth and hastily follow. After the brief interlude, the trio ascended in their exclusive elevator to the top floor of the Hyatt Hotel. The elevator doors slid open soundlessly, revealing the three resplendent characters of Starry River Hall. Upon entering the hall, despite having just received a stinging slap, Liang Qiubai could not help but gape in awe. Wow! The entire Starry River Hall seemed to have transported the galaxy indoors. The ceiling was a profound starry canopy, with countless tiny lights twinkling and flowing like genuine stars. Enormous crystal chandeliers cascaded like waterfalls of stars, refracting millions of dazzling beams of light that spilled onto the polished black marble floor. The air was infused with the rich aroma of top-tier champagne, the sweetness of exquisite desserts, and the intoxicating fragrance of luxury perfumes, merging into a lavish ambience that was almost dizzying. The hall was adorned with 4 long tables draped in snowy white cloths, set with silver cutlery and crystal glasses. Nearly every seat occupied. Well-dressed men and women engaged in cheerful conversation, their glasses clinking in joyous camaraderie. In the corner, a cozy seating arrangement was flanked by a long dining table overflowing with an array of artistic desserts and fruits. Dining here must shorten one's lifespan by 10 years. It's outrageously extravagant. Liang Qiubai was astounded, but it's truly delightful. As Liang Wanqi entered, it was as if the Starry River Hall had been muted. All conversations, laughter, and clinking of glasses came to an abrupt halt. Countless gazes converged like searchlights, abruptly focusing on the cold, stunning silhouette at the entrance. After a brief silence, an even more fervent eruption ensued. Wanqi, oh my, it's truly you. Sister Shi, over here. We've saved a spot for you. Wow, the star has arrived. Your aura is still unbeatable. Wanqi, it's been too long. I've missed you so much. Almost everyone stood, their faces displaying unabashed awe, excitement, envy, and even a hint of flattery. Enthusiastic greetings surged forth, enveloping Liang Wanqi in a warm embrace. She shone like the most radiant star in the night sky, effortlessly becoming the undeniable and absolute center of this artificial galaxy. Liang Wanqi had already removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of captivating, deep-set eyes that were as chilling as a cold pool, yet irresistibly enchanting. A perfectly measured, aloof social smile graced her lips as she slightly nodded to the eager crowd. Her voice clear and resonant. "Dear old classmates, it has been a while." Her composure and presence were akin to a queen surveying her domain. "Oh my goodness. My sister's presence. It outshines even the neon lights outside." Liang Qiubai's inner self was fervently cheering. "Little Melon, quickly, activate the threat scanner. Focus on that scoundrel named Zhao. Let us see where he lurks, plotting his schemes." Holographic scanning activated. Environmental modeling loading. Target identified. Zhao Mingjie, locked in. Coordinates: 3 o'clock direction, left wing of the dessert table, camouflage failed. Status: heart rate 120, dilated pupils, adrenaline surging. His gaze is fixed on sister, like a hungry wolf eyeing a plump lamb. Danger assessment: extremely greasy and oblivious. Liang Qiubai discreetly followed the navigation provided by Little Melon. Indeed, beside a dessert table brimming with a rainbow of macarons and an ethereal starlit mousse, stood a man clad in a garish burgundy velvet suit. His hair slicked back to the point of being able to slide off a fly. Zhao Mingjie. He was ostentatiously swirling the champagne in his goblet, yet his gaze, fixed greedily and fervently on Liang Wanqi, was a smoldering mix of desire and entitlement, thick enough to fry an egg. Ugh, is that outfit one that just escaped from a circus, resembling a peacock? That look in his eyes. By the way, where is Huichichuan? I hope he isn't lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Reporting, host, Huichichuan's life signal is not within scanning range. Confirmed absent. Oh, he is not coming? Guess he knows better. Chapter 54, A Moving Oil Field. While Liang Qiubai stealthily locked onto his target, Liang Zihan had already swiftly adjusted his demeanor, wearing a harmless and amiable smile as he extended his hand to a few distinguished classmates nearby. "Greetings, seniors. I am Liang Wanqi's younger brother, Liang Zihan. It is a pleasure to meet you all." He adopted a demeanor of utmost humility, striving to cultivate the image of a well-behaved and considerate younger brother. "Oh, Wanqi's brother?" A man sporting gold-rimmed glasses and an astute air scrutinized Liang Zihan, as if assessing him. Hadn't they seen him at previous gatherings? Perhaps he had just returned from abroad? Little Gua. It seems these people are unaware that the second sister is the second miss of the Liang family. Indeed, host, Ms. Liang Wanqi has never proactively disclosed her Liang family background during her time at school or after graduation. Her identity remains a mystery. No wonder. This act is quite profound. I have always been rather introverted and seldom go out, so it is quite natural that everyone hasn't seen me. Liang Zihan replied with a bashful smile, his words meticulously guarded. "I hope to receive your guidance in the future." He deliberately excluded Liang Qiubai, attempting to position himself as the sole representative of Liang Wanqi's brother. Such a performer. Introverted? More like internally wounded. His skin is thicker than a bulletproof vest. Little Gua, keep a close watch on this schemer. Let us see what kind of green tea antics he can come up with. Target Liang Zihan has been marked. Green tea concentration monitoring in progress. Liang Wanqi appeared utterly indifferent to Liang Zihan's subtle maneuvers. She was surrounded by a few close female classmates, gracefully making her way to the central main table, where a coveted seat awaited her. Liang Qiubai was quick as a flash, like a slippery loach, darting in to secure a seat right next to Liang Wanqi. VIP viewing position acquired. Second sister, your safety and culinary enjoyment are under the full responsibility of me. Liang Huahua, the devoted gourmand Qiubai. Host, the task. Focus on the task. Don't just think about food. Catching a glimpse of Liang Qiubai's self-satisfied demeanor and subtle pride, Liang Wanqi's icy gaze flickered with a barely perceptible amusement before returning to its calm composure. She lifted the crystal champagne flute offered by the waiter, delicately cradling its base with her slender fingers, gently swaying it as the pale golden liquid refracted a captivating glow under the dazzling lights. Liang Zihan watched as Liang Qiubai occupied the core position beside his sister with such nonchalance, while he himself was relegated to the periphery of the social circle. His expression briefly stiffened, a shadow of discontent almost spilling from his eyes. Forcing a smile, he settled for a seat close to the main table, yet distinctly secondary, striving to blend in, though his smile bore an unmistakable hint of strain and bitterness. The atmosphere of the gathering gradually warmed under the influence of alcohol, music, and the joy of long-awaited reunions. Glasses clinked as conversations flowed, discussing careers, families, and gossip, laughter ringing throughout. Liang Wanqi occasionally chimed in with succinct responses, spending most of her time quietly seated, her cool demeanor contrasting subtly with the surrounding revelry, only serving to accentuate her unique allure. Liang Qiubai, on the other hand, fully embraced his dual talents as a gourmand and a human commentary machine. Not a single delicacy on the table escaped his notice as he devoured the feast with fervor, his inner monologue running rampant. This caviar, salty and bursting with flavor. The taste of wealth. TSK. That balding uncle over there is boasting about his newly purchased yacht again, for the 108th time. My ears are going to develop calluses. Oh my. That old couple in the corner is secretly intertwining their fingers under the table. Scandal. Little Gua. Quick. Virtual candid camera mode activated. Archive it. Virtual paparazzi mode initiated. Gossip material, old classmates' secret affections, has been recorded. Just as Liang Qiubai reveled in the gastronomic gala, a voice, greasy enough to scrape off 3 pounds of lard, pierced through the harmonious atmosphere like a broken gong. Wanshi. The entire Xinga Hall seemed to hit the pause button. Conversations, laughter, and music came to an abrupt halt. Countless gazes converged like spotlights on the source of the voice. None other than that embodiment of Greece, Zhao Mingzhi. He strode forth, goblet in hand, wearing a smile that he fancied to be deeply affectionate, yet it was rather nauseating, oblivious to the astonished, disdainful, and curious stares of those around him. Strutting towards the main table where Liang Wanshi sat, his gaze clung to her with a tenacity akin to superglue, filled with a raw, repulsive possessiveness and fervor. Here he comes. P.S. approaching with his oil field. Little Gua. Red alert. Level 1 combat readiness. The oil entity is within range. Flower Guardian, action. Alert. Target Zhao Mingzhi's malicious intent is off the charts. Oil level max. Flower protection mission activated. Host, please commence your performance. Ignite your theatrical spirit. In an instant, Liang Qiubai abandoned the half-eaten king crab leg, sitting up straight with a jolt. His eyes, sharp as ice-forged blades, locked onto the approaching moving oil field. The protective instincts of an older brother, mingled with the thrill of a performer, ignited to their zenith. Zhao Mingzhi, entirely oblivious to Liang Qiubai's piercing glare, approached Liang Wanshi's table, leaning forward with one hand braced on the edge, adopting an exaggeratedly familiar tone as he began his performance. Wanshi, my dear, ever since that fleeting glance at the film festival, my soul has been ensnared by you. I think of you day and night. Upon hearing you would be here today, I canceled the dinner with the mayor to come. This sentiment is as evident as the sun and moon. He swayed his goblet, his gaze audaciously traversing Liang Wanshi's exquisite collarbone and graceful neckline. The surrounding classmates frowned, displaying expressions of disgust and embarrassment. Everyone was well aware of Zhao Mingzhi's character and his relentless pursuit of Liang Wanshi. Yet, Liang Wanshi didn't even lift her eyelids. As if confronted by nothing more than a bothersome fly. With elegance, she delicately prodded the raspberry mousse on her plate with a silver fork, her ruby lips parting to deliver words as frigid as the permafrost of Siberia. Mr. Zhao, please conduct yourself with decorum. We are not acquainted. This unrelenting and frigid rejection caused Zhao Mingzhi's greasy smile to freeze and crack in an instant. A flicker of anger and humiliation flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a more potent desire for possession and a furious sense of being publicly rebuffed. Instead of retreating, he boldly advanced another step, his voice rising sharply, laced with malicious provocation. Not acquainted. Wanshi, that statement is excessively ruthless. Back in school, who didn't know of my infatuation for you? The flowers I pursued could fill the playground. You have now ascended to the status of a prominent celebrity. And yet you have turned your back on those who once knew you? Or perhaps, Chapter 55, boyfriend? His gaze, for the first time, bore an unmasked contempt, provocation, and a hint of salacious conjecture, fixated like a venomous serpent upon Liang Qiubai, who sat beside Liang Wanshi, his fists clenched with fervor, eyes ablaze. His voice, sharp and piercing, resonated throughout the venue. Or perhaps your taste has degraded to such baseness. Is it now that you relish this immature pup, who, like a yapping dog, simply trails behind you, wagging its tail for scraps? Boom. This statement plunged into the atmosphere like ice water splashed into boiling oil. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes darted in shock between Liang Qiubai, Liang Wanshi, and the grotesque figure of Zhao Mingzhi, a cacophony of emotions, shock, disdain, curiosity, and schadenfreude, colliding silently. In a corner, Liang Zihan observed this spectacle, a smile creeping onto his lips, his eyes shimmering with delight and anticipation. He mused that this was precisely Ho Chichuan's scheme. After all, he relished the thought of this fire burning even brighter. Incinerating Liang Qiubai would serve him well. How dare you insult me, you wretched cur? To call me a yapping dog? A freeloader? Little one, is the fighting technique ready yet? I intend to show him why flowers bloom so brilliantly. We shall extract every ounce of oil from his body to refine into gutter oil. Please remain calm, host. Your mission remains incomplete. You lack the fighting technique. It is strongly advised to execute the mission first. Identity supremacy is the true path. Use your Liang family's princely aura to crush him. Just as Liang Qiubai was about to erupt in fury, rising from his seat, a cool, soft hand, yet imbued with a steadfast strength akin to rock, gently, yet insistently, pressed upon his tightly clenched fist, the knuckles white with rage. It was Liang Wanqi. She still did not look at Zhao Mingzhi or Liang Qiubai. Her gaze remained fixed upon a small portion of mousse, as if the venomous insult that had just been hurled was but a leaf drifting past a window. However, her fingertips lightly tapped thrice upon Liang Qiubai's taut knuckles. Tap, 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 like a silent code or the initiation of a certain program. Simultaneously, Liang Qiubai felt a resonant hum in his mind, as if he were receiving an invisible signal, a voice imbued with Liang Wanqi's distinctive languid tone, yet laced with mockery and absolute command, entirely a figment of Liang Qiubai's imagination, exploded within his consciousness. You little rascal, keep your composure. Now, the stage is yours. Remember your identity, my boyfriend. Present yourself with the utmost elegance and obliterate him, feeling the peculiar calming energy transmitted through her cool fingertips. And hearing that crystal-clear command in his mind, Liang Qiubai trembled violently, not from fear, but from a sudden ignition of fervor. A blend of immense responsibility and inexplicable exhilaration coursing through him. He inhaled deeply, as if drawing in the resplendent brilliance of the entire Star River Hall. When he raised his gaze towards Zhao Mingzhi once more, his expression had undergone a complete metamorphosis. No longer the angry, reckless youth, but rather one of elevated poise, exuding a noble detachment and bemusement. The corners of his mouth even curled into a chilling, sardonic arc befitting a scion of the Liang family. That gaze seemed to regard Zhao Mingzhi as one might view a cockroach scuttling through a jewelry store. The true performance was only just beginning. Liang Wanqi was utterly petrified, her mind overloaded, leaving only a blood-red, bold barrage of thoughts racing through. I merely sought to calm you, not to have you impersonate my boyfriend. And who permitted you to take my hand? Liang Qiubai? You are courting death. Yet at that moment, Liang Qiubai's gaze was resolute, akin to a martyr about to charge into battle. Without hesitation, he seized Liang Wanqi's cool, delicate hand, now seemingly charged with electricity, and, with the grace of a seasoned actor, pulled her confidently before Zhao Mingzhi, displaying their clasped hands as though they were trophies. He, the touch of my sister's hand, the finest jade, warm and delicate, with a hint of electricity. What a profitable venture this is. Little one, host. Urgent alert. Detecting your sister's emotional wave has reached catastrophic levels. Your inappropriate tactile analysis has deviated significantly from the mission parameters. Cease immediately, or the system will initiate self-destruction protocols to accompany you. You insolent system, speak again. Little one's expression shifted instantly. Host, please continue. Liang Wanqi felt a surge of heated blood rushing to her head. Her fair cheeks flushed with two distinctly suspicious hues, akin to the colors of twilight. The lights of the Star River Hall seemed to mock her. She could distinctly feel her fingertips curling involuntarily within Liang Qiubai's warm palm, like a startled rabbit. What was even more infuriating was that she did not immediately, with all her strength, shake free. Reason screamed. Breaking free now would only escalate the situation further, making it far more embarrassing. She could only bite down on the inside of her lip, using all her acting prowess to maintain the facade of aloofness, while her eyes, gazing at Liang Qiubai, concealed a tempestuous sea of raging emotions, capable of obliterating him. Liang Qiubai, when we return, you shall be digging potatoes in Siberia. No, you will be cultivating Mars. Liang Qiubai seemed impervious to his sister's wrath, his demeanor buoyant, as he raised their joined hands high, flaunting them like spoils of war before the twisted green visage of Zhao Mingzhi. Have you seen clearly? This esteemed lady, Wanqi, is none other than my Liang Qiubai's official, certified, and sole girlfriend. Stamped and sealed. Understand? His tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Beside him, Liang Zihan, who had anticipated witnessing Liang Qiubai being torn to shreds by Zhao Mingzhi and Liang Wanqi's wrath, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, as if a hippopotamus egg could fit inside. He felt as though he had been struck by celestial thunder, reduced to a statue contemplating his own identity. You. Zhao Mingzhi trembled with rage, pointing at Liang Qiubai, ready to unleash a torrent of venomous words he had long prepared. What do you mean, you? Liang Qiubai retorted with lightning speed, his voice booming and reverberating, drowning out the entire venue. Are you comparing yourself to me? In terms of looks? He nonchalantly flicked his non-existent bangs. You are light years behind. In terms of physique, he took a deep breath, puffing up his not-so-muscular chest. You could not even hope to match my silhouette. In terms of wealth, he deliberately elongated his words, his disdain nearly palpable. You are not even worthy to shine my shoes. To conclude, you, in every conceivable aspect, are utterly, comprehensively, and unequivocally outclassed by me. I am handsome. The final 3 words resounded powerfully, akin to a final decree. Chapter 56. I am undeniably more handsome than you. This wretched creature dares to covet my sister? Who granted you the audacity? Ho Chi-chuan. That lad would yield and step aside upon encountering me. With just my face, I could reduce him to cosmic dust. Little one, crank the volume of the beauty-enhancing soundtrack to maximum. Xiaogua. Virtual BGM invincibility is how lonely max volume activated. Host, steady. Do not act recklessly. The murderous intent of second sister is reaching a critical point. This remarkably peculiar, yet grand proclamation left Zhao Mingzhi utterly speechless. His complexion shifting from green to purple and finally to a deep shade of black, as he emitted a sound akin to a windbag, unable to utter a single word. Resembling a lobster on the brink of being cooked by its own fury, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of gasps. Sharp intakes of breath, and scattered, stifled snickers. Sister Cece? A female classmate's voice trembled with immense curiosity and disbelief. Is he for real? Her gaze darted between Liang Qiubai and Liang Wanqi, whose hands were tightly intertwined. Wanqi, you must say something. It's driving me mad. Another classmate urged impatiently. Countless eyes, filled with shock, inquiry, and the anticipation of a spectacle, were fixated on Liang Wanqi. At that moment, Liang Wanqi remained as rigid as an ice sculpture. Her cheeks flushed with a deeper hue than before. Her enchanting eyes, typically captivating, now harbored a tempest of devastation, unwaveringly locked onto Liang Qiubai's profile, which seemed to plead for praise of his cleverness. Internally, the barrage of thoughts was akin to a nuclear explosion. Liang Qiubai, you are finished. Absolutely finished. When I return, you will learn why the flowers bloom red. No, you will understand what it means to wish for death. Yet, the delicate hand he held firmly in his grasp remained stubbornly still, showing no sign of wanting to break free. Caught in a dilemma, she felt as if she were riding a tiger, unable to retreat or advance. If she denied it now, Zhao Mingzhi would undoubtedly pounce like a shark sensing blood, turning the scene into an uncontrollable farce. She could only grit her teeth and force herself to play along. This sensation was more unbearable than swallowing a fly. Liang Qiubai, either astutely or rather obtusely, glanced at Liang Wanqi, noticing her eyes radiating lethal intent, yet her hand still obediently resting in his palm. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Steady as an old dog, second sister truly understands the gravity of the situation. She knows I am the one holding back the tide. My acting skills deserve 10 little golden statuettes from the Oscars. He pressed forward, as if leading an invaluable treasure. In reality, a volcano poised to erupt at any moment, striding towards the pallid-faced Liang Zihan, who instinctively recoiled. The sight of this couple approaching hand in hand, like the grim reapers of fate, sent a chill down Liang Zihan's spine. What do you want? He stammered, his voice betraying his trepidation. Zihan, dear brother, no need to be nervous. We're family, after all. Just confirm whether Wanqi is my girlfriend. Liang Qiubai beamed with a warmth rivaling the sun, which appeared to Liang Zihan as a devilish grin. He held Liang Wanqi's hand firmly, as though showcasing a trophy, while his other hand affectionately and heavily rested on Liang Zihan's tense shoulder. In an instant, his fingers tightened, pressing down on a sensitive point at the junction of the shoulder blades. The force was so intense it seemed capable of grinding bone into dust. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through Liang Zihan, akin to a high-voltage shock, prompting him to emit a short, anguished cry, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. Beads of cold sweat erupting from his forehead. He was nearly curled up in agony. Liang Wanqi, witnessing Liang Zihan's contorted expression of pain, a visage caught between a grimace and a cry, couldn't help but burst into laughter, like a snow lotus blooming on an icy peak. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet laced with mischief. Though she quickly covered her lips with her delicate hand, her shoulders trembled uncontrollably, her cool eyes flickering with a fleeting satisfaction and vindication. Under the dual stimuli of pain and Liang Wanqi's mocking laughter, Liang Zihan's sanity shattered completely. Almost instinctively, he squeezed out 2 distorted words between gritted teeth. No. His voice was hoarse, laden with humiliation and suffering. With the desired testimony secured, Liang Qiubai swiftly released Liang Zihan's shoulder with a dismissive gesture, as if discarding a hot potato, and disdainfully wiped his hands on his trousers, an action minimal in harm, yet steeped in insult. He grasped the still-dazed Liang Wanqi, who seemed to be questioning her very existence, and returned to the spotlight at the center of the crowd. Raising their intertwined hands triumphantly, like a victor's banner, Liang Wanqi's inner thoughts raced, still holding them up. When will this end? My hand is going to break. Liang Qiubai's voice boomed, resonating throughout the Star River Hall. Everyone, did you hear that? Zihan, dear brother, you confirmed it yourself. It is absolutely true. Wanqi is my girlfriend. Despite knowing this was all a ruse to defuse the situation, when the words girlfriend were declared so boldly by Liang Qiubai, Liang Wanqi's body involuntarily shuddered. A powerful surge of mixed emotions, encompassing profound embarrassment, utter absurdity, and an indescribable electric thrill, coursed through her, making her ears burn as if they might ignite. She averted her gaze sharply, her long lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly in a storm, desperately attempting to conceal the blush and murderous intent threatening to break through her icy facade. I don't believe it. Zhao Mingzhi, cornered like a beast at bay, erupted into a desperate, shrill howl. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, as he pointed an accusing finger at Liang Qiubai, trembling with rage. Liang Wanqi, you're lying. I've checked. You don't have a boyfriend. You're just trying to fool me with this nobody, indicating Liang Zihan, and this waste of space. You're insulting me. He completely shattered any remaining pretense, descending into a frenzy of madness and malice. Chapter 57, Aiding the Brother-in-Law. Hey. Liang Qiubai seized upon his words like a shrewd lawyer, raising a finger towards the still clutching his shoulder, gasping in pain. Liang Zihan. Waste. Zhao Mingzhi, mind your language. Everyone heard Zihan's words clearly. Are you questioning him? Or are you suggesting that the Liang family's own words are worthless? He boldly flaunted the esteemed name of the Liang family, its weight palpable. Good. Zhao Mingzhi, livid, forced out the words, each one dripping with venomous contempt. If you Liang family wish to protect this pretty boy, then I shall let the entire Jiang city, the whole internet see. Let them witness the caliber of boyfriend our illustrious star Liang Wanqi has chosen. Let them see the upbringing of the Liang family. Before his words had fully settled, he violently smashed the expensive champagne glass he held, as if venting his frustration. Crash! The shattering glass erupted like thunder. The golden liquid mixed with shards flew in all directions, provoking a chorus of terrified screams from the surrounding crowd as they scrambled to evade the chaos. Amidst the chaos and disarray, Zhao Mingzhi's face contorted in a grotesque manner as he retrieved his mobile phone, unlocked it, and activated the camera. With a frenzied madness intent on annihilating everything, he directed the lens squarely at Liang Qiubai and Liang Wanqi, who stood hand in hand amidst shards of glass and spilled liquor. Click, click, click. The blinding flashes of the camera, akin to a venomous serpent flicking its tongue, flickered maniacally. Liang Wanqi caught sight of Zhao Mingzhi feverishly capturing their images, and her heart tightened in alarm. As a top-tier celebrity, she was acutely aware of the tempestuous uproar such photographs could unleash. Scandal, malicious interpretations, and even potential repercussions on future endorsements and projects loomed ominously. An icy sense of crisis seized her. Instinctively, she sought to free herself from Liang Qiubai's grasp and dash forward to snatch away that accursed phone. Liang Qiubai, perceptive as ever, noticed the subtle movement of her wrist and the sudden intensity in her gaze, sharp as a blade. Is my second sister truly preparing to take matters into her own hands? Humph. Such menial tasks are beneath her. Allow me to handle this. I am the professional here. A confident and exceedingly infuriating smirk curled at the corners of his lips as he promptly released Liang Wanqi's hand. With the grace of a stalking leopard, he crouched low, propelling himself forward. Whoosh! His speed was so astonishing it left an afterimage on the retina. In the next instant, as if a specter, he appeared before Zhao Mingzhi with uncanny precision and swiftly seized the phone aimed at them. The motion was clean and fluid, executed in one seamless action. Hey, what are you doing? Give that back. Zhao Mingzhi exclaimed in shock, instinctively lunging to reclaim it. Liang Qiubai barely lifted his eyelids, simply adjusting his stance with an air of nonchalance, as his right foot casually extended just enough to trip Zhao Mingzhi. Thud! Zhao Mingzhi stumbled and fell, landing in a most unfortunate manner, his expensive suit now sullied by the dust of the carpet, utterly disheveled. My dear brother, Liang Qiubai remarked, effortlessly tossing the prize in his hand, his tone as light as if discussing the weather. We shall safeguard your phone for now. Don't worry. We'll buy you a new one later. He turned, strutting back to Liang Wanqi like a triumphant general, proudly displaying the phone as if it were a prized possession. His eyes sparkling as if to say, praise me. Am I not marvelous? Liang Wanqi observed the whirlwind of events, the astonishing agility of Liang Qiubai, the wretched sight of Zhao Mingzhi, and his current expression, pleading for validation. A throbbing sensation pulsed at her temples. overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness and the absurdity of the situation. Unable to restrain herself, she shut her eyes and released a deep, weary sigh from the depths of her chest. Alas. This sigh encapsulated a multitude of sentiments: exhaustion from the chaotic scene, resignation to Liang Qiubai's blunt methods, and frustration at being ensnared in this farce. Liang Qiubai immediately picked up on her sigh. My second sister is sighing? What does that mean? Have I erred? Am I too handsome for her to handle? Just then, the cheerful electronic voice of the little melon chimed in. Host. Outstanding job. Your movements flowed like water. And your strikes were precise. Task completion at 120. No, that can't be right. Liang Qiubai was convinced. If my second sister is sighing, it means I haven't taught him a sufficient lesson. I need to be more forceful. She must think I'm being too lenient. He understood. Watch me turn up the heat. Let us ensure my sister feels completely vindicated. Believing he had grasped the essence of the situation, he shot Liang Wanqi a confident look, signaling his intent with a secretive okay gesture. Liang Wanqi. Faced with Liang Qiubai's self-satisfied expression and that okay sign, she felt an overwhelming wave of despair wash over her. Before she could utter a word of protest, Liang Qiubai, energized like a supercharged scion, boldly turned on his heel and strode towards Zhao Mingjie, who had just risen from the ground, covered in dirt. What do you want now? Zhao Mingjie stammered, retreating in fright as he beheld Liang Qiubai's return, adorned with a disarming smile that belied his intentions. Liang Qiubai grinned widely, revealing a dazzling set of pearly whites, projecting sincerity. Hey, don't be nervous, my brother. It's just about the money for that phone. He deliberately elongated his tone, directing his spotlight-like gaze towards Liang Zihan, who was watching the spectacle unfold, still in shock. Don't worry. Little brother Zihan will settle it for you shortly. We, the Liang family, are trustworthy. Sitting on the sofa, Liang Zihan was already rendered speechless by Liang Qiubai's antics. And now being singled out felt like a lightning strike, causing him to stiffen and nearly drop his cup. Liang Qiubai turned back, beaming at Liang Zihan with an overly friendly smile. Oh dear, little brother Zihan. I rushed out today and forgot my wallet. Can you cover this for me? I promise I'll repay you with interest later. Sound good? He deliberately emphasized brother-in-law with clarity and weight, ensuring everyone in the vicinity heard it loud and clear. Hearing the grating term brother-in-law and witnessing Liang Qiubai's insufferable grin, Liang Zihan felt an uncontrollable rage swell within him. Liang Qiubai, you shameless scoundrel. Taking such advantage and expecting me to foot the bill? Do you think I'm a walking ATM? His inner turmoil raged as his complexion shifted from pale to green, then to purple, a true spectacle. When Liang Wanqi heard that particularly loud brother-in-law, a vein throbbed ominously at her temple. This insufferable brat was relentless in his scheming, wasn't he? I'll stitch that mouth shut when we get home. Chapter 58. Sister, it's all just an act, don't take it to heart. Liang Qiubai, noticing Liang Zihan's frozen demeanor and his shifting expressions, immediately raised his voice. Resonating like a built-in speaker, little brother Zihan, did you hear that? You wouldn't deny your brother-in-law this small favor, would you? We're family after all. He deliberately emphasized family, turning up the heat on Liang Zihan. Liang Zihan felt a lump of blood rise in his throat, his vision darkening as his heart bled. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, especially Liang Wanqi's icy gaze, he found no option but to acquiesce. With all his might, he managed to squeeze out two barely audible words through clenched teeth. I'll help. His voice was as dry as sandpaper. That's the spirit. Truly my good brother. Magnanimous. Liang Qiubai replied, clapping his hands in satisfaction as though he had accomplished a monumental feat. Compete with me? Child's play. Let us make you bleed. This will hurt. And you thought to ally with that fool Huichuan against me? A pair of clowns. One receives a physical thrashing. The other faces economic sanctions. Perfect. Internally, he reveled in his triumph, feeling like the victor of life itself. With that matter resolved, Liang Qiubai swiftly returned to Liang Wanqi's side, naturally and almost habitually, grasping her wrist once more, leading her toward the exit. The familiar warmth of his calloused touch radiated from her slender wrist, causing Liang Wanqi's breath to catch. Even a top-tier star, accustomed to the spotlight and storms of life, felt two faint but unmistakable blushes rise to her cheeks, as the warmth coursing through her wrist momentarily short-circuited her brain, making her forget to pull away immediately. Apologies, dear friends, for the inconvenience today. As Liang Qiubai pulled Liang Wanqi out, he did not forget to glance back and offer an apology, his expression rife with helplessness. Given the commotion that had transpired, it was best for them to take their leave. Enjoy your meals, drinks, and entertainment, everyone. Liang Zihan watched the retreating figures of the two, hand in hand, as a surge of anger rushed to his head, his vision darkening. and his lungs threatening to burst from indignation. Yet, he dared not unleash his fury. He could only stifle the heart-wrenching pain and overwhelming humiliation. His fingers trembling as he extracted a black card from his expensive crocodile leather wallet, slapping it down on the table before Zhao Mingzhi with a resounding crack that echoed his frustration. With a pallid complexion, he staggered after them. As Liang Qiubai reached the elevator, he caught a glimpse of Liang Zihan's dramatic display with the card. Wow, this kid is truly extravagant. Just tossing around a black card like that? Since when did he amass such wealth? Could he have pilfered from the Liang family's treasury? Xiao Guo promptly reported, host. After a thorough scan and analysis of the Liang family's internal financial flows, Liang Zihan currently possesses approximately 20 million in liquid assets. What? 20 million? Liang Qiubai's insides twisted with envy, almost spilling over with bitterness. On what grounds? I've slaved away to scrape together 500,000 from fifth sister. He has only been back at the Liang family for a few days. How is it that he can casually have 20 million? Is the Liang family's wealth just blowing in the wind? Host, please maintain a balanced mindset. Actively indulge in the gossip, trigger, and complete more hidden tasks. And you will receive substantial rewards, including marrying a wealthy beauty, referring to the 5 million, thus reaching the pinnacle of life. Xiao Guo believes in you. Xiao Guo attempted to motivate him with sweet promises. Humph, I trust you as far as I can throw you. You're a wretched system, always painting grandiose visions. Last time, that martial arts training nearly got me cyberbullied. Liang Qiubai retorted mercilessly. Before the elevator doors opened, Liang Qiubai suddenly noticed that Liang Wanqi was staring intently at him. Or rather, her gaze was fixated on the hand that still gripped her wrist. Her eyes seemed vacant, as if lost in some profound contemplation. What is up with second sister? Am I so dashing that I've left her speechless? Or did my actions leave her stunned? Is she reminiscing about brother-in-law's touch? Xiao Guo interjected, host. Cease your dangerous and narcissistic imagination. Upon hearing Liang Qiubai's errant thoughts, Liang Wanqi snapped back to reality. A chilling aura, laden with palpable menace, radiated from her, causing the ambient temperature to plummet several degrees. Liang Qiubai. Her voice was colder than the Siberian permafrost, each word enunciated with icy precision. Let go. Or else. It's not enough. I mean, it's enough. Task completed. Release my hand. Liang Qiubai's scalp tingled, as if jolted by electricity. And he quickly relinquished his grip, stepping back sheepishly. Second sister. I was merely ensuring narrative continuity. Professional dedication. You understand, right? Second sister's wrist is truly delicate. No. Wait. I mean, this performance is worth it. A return on investment, for sure. He relished the lingering sensation of her soft touch. Liang Wanqi, observing his expression of feigned innocence and delight, felt a wave of frustration wash over her, her temples throbbing anew. Taking a deep breath to suppress the impulse to return him to the womb, she fixed him with a gaze that could freeze the sun and warned. Next time you dare to touch me, you will regret it. I mean every word. Second sister, it's a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Liang Qiubai immediately raised his hands in surrender, his face a mask of righteous indignation as he defended himself. It's all for the sake of acting. For your reputation. To combat our enemies. I'm sacrificing my own interests for the greater good here. You must understand my noble intentions. He endeavored to make his eyes appear pure and innocent. At that moment, Liang Zihan, looking pained and humiliated, as if he had been stripped of all his possessions, finally trudged after them. Seeing Liang Wanqi seemingly reprimanding Liang Qiubai, a warning to release him, he seized this opportunity to salvage his image and undermine Liang Qiubai. He quickly donned the facade of a concerned younger brother, his expression grave as he admonished Liang Qiubai. Brother Qiubai, you truly must not act so impulsively. It's far too reckless. You don't consider the consequences at all. Just look, you nearly caused a disaster. Think of the trouble this could bring to second sister's work. What if those photos actually got leaked? He strained to make his face appear sincere, worried, yet tinged with disapproval. However, Liang Wanqi could hear Liang Qiubai's thoughts, and thus saw through Liang Zihan's petty attempts to sow discord. She merely shot him a cold glance, her lips pressed tightly together, too indignant to waste a word on him. Liang Qiubai disdainfully rolled his eyes at him, letting out a loud, derisive snort that seemed to convey, if you don't like it, go somewhere else. Once again thoroughly ignored and humiliated, Liang Zihan felt a sharp pain in his chest, a metallic taste in his throat, his vision darkening. His expression crumbled, morphing into one of profound despair and indignation at his perpetual victimhood. He stood there like a soulless statue, even the energy to pursue them seeming drained from his being. Chapter 59. The secret plan for a 5 million bodyguard. 1 minute later, with a crisp ding, the elevator doors slowly glided open. The three stepped inside. The cramped space immediately filled with an almost tangible silence. Liang Wanqi shut her eyes tightly, her long lashes fluttering slightly, her delicate brows knitting together involuntarily. At that moment, she regretted ever allowing Liang Zihan to accompany them, and even more so for bringing along Liang Qiubai, the walking embodiment of trouble, to disrupt her tranquil life. All right, Xiaoguo. Liang Qiubai's thoughts suddenly pierced through Liang Wanqi's mind, breaking the elevator's stillness. That little brat aiming to harm my second sister. Can you pinpoint when he might show up? I need a clear answer, and I mean specific. Xiaoguo's voice carried a soothing tone. Rest assured, host. As soon as any suspicious individuals enter the detection range, this system will immediately issue a warning. Precise targeting guaranteed. Huh. Liang Qiubai scoffed internally. You better deliver. If you dare to miss a report and my second sister's stunningly beautiful face gets ruined, I'll pluck you from my mind and use you as a ball to stomp on. I'll squash you flat and format you 100 times over. Meanwhile, Liang Wanqi, overhearing his seemingly crude yet genuinely worried thoughts, felt a warm current wash over her heart, as if a feather had brushed against it. Beneath her tightly shut eyelids, her lips curled faintly. This kid still has a bit of a conscience. Ding. The elevator reached the ground floor. As the doors opened, the three filed out, traversing the opulent lobby towards the resplendent entrance of the Hyatt Hotel. The moment they stepped through the revolving doors and felt the cool night breeze, an invisible sense of crisis seemed to envelop them. Beep, beep, beep. Alert. Level 1 alert. Xiaoguo's urgent electronic voice erupted in Liang Qiubai's mind. Host. 9 o'clock. Black hooded sweatshirt. Target sighted. What? They're coming. Where? Liang Qiubai abruptly halted his steps, akin to a vigilant leopard. His neck stiffening as his keen gaze swept like a searchlight towards the direction indicated by Xiaoguo. In an instant, his eyes locked onto a figure clad in an oversized black hooded sweatshirt, the brim of the hood pulled so low that it nearly obscured half of the face. However, as the individual slightly raised their head, Liang Qiubai caught a glimpse of the murky, bloodshot eyes beneath the hood, resembling two venomous glass beads that glimmered with a mad and sinister light. What was even more alarming was the grotesque, dark red scar running down the left cheek of the man, extending from his cheekbone to the corner of his mouth, resembling a hideous centipede that writhed with each hurried breath he took. Hiss! Liang Qiubai inhaled sharply, his mind racing with a barrage of thoughts. What the hell? Did this visage just escape from a horror film set? That scar, those eyes, 100 times more terrifying than my former homeroom teacher in a rage. With a face like that, how dare he step outside? His mental fortitude is truly remarkable. If I looked like that, I'd have a steel Iron Man helmet welded to my face for sure. Host, is this really the moment to focus on the target's appearance? He possesses dangerous items. Please concentrate. Xiaoguo's tone brimmed with exasperation. Of course, it's precisely because of that appearance that he's even more terrifying, understand? Visual pollution can be a weapon too. Do you grasp the concept of psychological trauma? While Liang Qiubai mentally retorted to Xiaoguo, he remained tense, prepared for any sudden reaction, or perhaps a hasty retreat. His abrupt stop and taut posture startled Liang Wanqi, who was closely trailing him. Instinctively, she attempted to step back to avoid him, but in her fluster, her ankle twisted, and her high heel faltered, causing her to gasp and tumbled directly towards Liang Qiubai. Liang Qiubai reacted swiftly, instinctively extending his arms to catch the off-balanced Liang Wanqi. The fragrant warmth of her body collided against him. Liang Wanqi, still in shock, leaned against his chest, her nose enveloped by the refreshing scent of the boy, tinged with a hint of sun-dried fabric. Her exquisitely beautiful face flushed a deep crimson, spreading from her ears to her neck. No way, second sister? Liang Qiubai was momentarily bewildered. You can trip on flat ground? There's no one around to bump into you. Do your high heels come with an anti-gravity system or something? Liang Wanqi, hearing his innocent inner thoughts, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, shooting him a glare, her voice low and laced with irritation. Humph. If you hadn't startled me like I'd seen a ghost, would I have tripped? If I weren't startled, would I have twisted my ankle? Her heart raced, her face ablaze, the heat within her refusing to subside. Noticing Liang Wanqi's sudden embrace, Liang Zihan's eyes flared with jealousy, and he quickly feigned concern. Approaching, second sister, are you all right? Let me help you. As he spoke, he reached out. Host, the target is approaching, speeding up. Suspected to be retrieving an item from his possession. Xiaoguo's alarm heightened once more. Hee, finally coming. Liang Qiubai chuckled inwardly. Second sister, my plan to charge a fee for rescuing a damsel in distress is finally coming to fruition. Heaven is aiding me. Host, what plan? Xiaoguo's voice was filled with shock and grievance. How could you conceal this from your most devoted and reliable Xiaoguo? The flush on Liang Wanqi's face was instantly replaced by suspicion, her heart skipping a beat. Plan? What plan? What is this brat up to again? Don't move, Liang Qiubai suddenly bellowed. his voice booming like thunder, halting Liang Zihan's outstretched hand and drawing the attention of passers-by. Liang Zihan froze in place, bewildered by the shout. Seizing the moment Liang Zihan was stunned, Liang Qiubai leaned closer to the still-dazed Liang Wanqi, speaking in a hushed tone only they could hear. His expression serious and urgent. Second sister, the situation is dire. Listen to me. I received credible intel, Xiaogua. Someone intends to do you harm. And they are nearby. Look at your ankle. You can't move properly. You're practically a sitting duck. Don't you think that's dangerous? Need a swift and agile bodyguard who can risk their life at a crucial moment? Liang Wanqi was flustered by his mysterious yet serious demeanor. Gazing into his eyes that were so close, filled with sincerity, her heart raced even faster. What do you want to say? Speak plainly. It's simple. Liang Qiubai grinned widely, revealing his white teeth. The truth laid bare. Second sister, as long as you give me 5 million, I guarantee to protect you like a fortress. Not a single hair will be harmed. Honest and fair. Chapter 60. Liang Qiubai, have you fallen into a money pit? Liang Wanqi. Her expression shifted from confusion to that of an elderly person on the subway staring at a smartphone, a dark cloud of frustration looming over her. So all this fuss was about money. You brat. If you wanted money, just say so. Why make it so mysterious and tense, like a spy thriller? Scaring me to death. I thought, ugh. Though internally, she was in a frenzy of complaints, considering her face's worth. Liang Wanqi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Fine. As long as you protect me well. Her tone was laced with the resignation of money being fed to the dogs. Perfect. The plan is a go. Liang Qiubai's inner self danced with glee. Didn't he expect second sister to twist her ankle at just the right moment? It's like divine assistance. The heavens are helping me make money. 5 million. My little treasure. Host. The target has entered a 5-meter range. He is retrieving something. Suspected corrosive liquid container. Danger. Xiaogua's alarm blared. Sharp enough to pierce eardrums. What the hell? So soon. Liang Qiubai was startled. Dog system. Didn't you just say he had just appeared? How are you monitoring this? In response, host, just now you were immersed in the joy of a successful damsel rescue fee plan. Xiaogua couldn't bear to disturb your money-making dreams. Xiaogua's voice carried a hint of innocence. Damn, you deceitful system. This is intentional. I'm docking your pay. Liang Qiubai raged internally, his gaze shooting towards the swiftly approaching shadow, and then glancing at the utterly bewildered Liang Zihan. A brilliant, lacking, idea formed in an instant. He suddenly pointed at the figure in black, shouting towards Liang Zihan with feigned excitement. Hey, Zihan, look. Isn't that your classmate? He looks familiar. Liang Zihan was momentarily stunned by his shout, instinctively looking in the direction he pointed, when he discerned the hooded figure. With a sinister visage, pulling out a suspicious small vial, his pupils dilated in shock. How could Liang Qiubai possibly know my classmate? He is trying to trick me. Wait, that vial is the acid that ruined second sister's face in my past life. In a flash, a thought exploded in Liang Zihan's mind. This was a golden opportunity, a chance to be the hero and save the damsel. If he could block this attack, second sister would undoubtedly be immensely grateful. Without hesitation, he unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, hurtling towards the black-clad figure like a human cannonball. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the two crashed to the ground, tumbling together. The small vial slipped from the man's grasp, rolling aside. Clearly caught off guard by the unexpected interference, the black-clad man quickly retaliated, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle on the ground. Good brother. Thanks. Seeing this, Liang Qiubai grinned widely and swiftly executed a princess carry, lifting Liang Wanqi with ease and dashing towards the waiting nanny van in a flurry of movement. He flung open the door and deposited her inside with urgency. Sister, take a seat. Enjoy the show. He quickly whipped out his phone and efficiently dialed 110. Hello, officer. There's a violent incident occurring right outside the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Someone is wielding a weapon and injuring others. Yes, the weapon is suspected to be strong acid. Hurry. Inside the car, Liang Wanqi watched as Liang Zihan grappled with the assailant outside, dust swirling around them amidst the perilous chaos. Despite her biases, the gravity of the situation gripped her heart, and she anxiously pounded on the car window. Laolu, why are you dawdling? Go help him. At first, Liang Qiubai feigned ignorance, leisurely enjoying the live spectacle. Liang Qiubai? Liang Wanqi, now frantic, resorted to her trump card. If you don't hurry, that 5 million will vanish. Wait. Sister, my dear sister, I'm on my way. Liang Qiubai immediately sprang into action, his previous calm demeanor evaporating, replaced by a look of terror over losing money and a comically tragic resolve. As he opened the door and rushed out, he muttered, Oh no, my little fortune. Wait for me. Watching him dash away like his tail had been stepped on, Liang Qiubai felt a surge of anger. This bastard. Is he blinded by money? Even when lives are at stake, he is only thinking about cash. She slammed her fist against the seat in frustration, her chest heaving. Once this is over, I'll deal with you. Deductions. I must deduct from his 5 million. He rushed to the struggling duo, circling to find an opportunity to intervene. Wow, this fight is intense. That guy looks formidable. What if he still has a weapon? What if he splashes my handsome face with acid? How will I survive without my looks and money? At that moment, Little Gua offered encouragement. Host, please unleash your renowned three-legged cat skills. Believe in yourself. You can surely subdue him, while ensuring your own safety. Little Gua, I feel like you want to betray me and inherit my not yet acquired 5 million. Liang Qiubai thought bitterly. But recalling Liang Qiubai's threat about withholding money, he steeled himself. He seized the moment when the assailant was temporarily subdued by Liang Zihan, sliding forward to firmly grasp the thrashing leg of the black-clad figure, shouting commands. Hey, Zihan, quickly, grab his arm. I've got his leg. Don't let him move. Upon hearing this, Liang Zihan exerted all his strength to seize the assailant's arm. The two worked in tandem, one holding the leg and the other grasping the arm, finally managing to pin the struggling perpetrator to the ground. Just as Liang Qiubai exhaled a sigh of relief, the assailant, a hefty figure, suddenly exploded with strength, violently swinging his arm. Slap. A sharp, resounding slap landed squarely on Liang Zihan's face, who had been diligently holding him down. The force was so great that it left Liang Zihan seeing stars. Half of his face swelling instantly. Unable to contain himself, Liang Qiubai burst into laughter. Wow, that slap sounded like firecrackers on New Year's. Zihan, you truly sacrificed yourself for the greater good. This unrestrained laugh only added fuel to the fire. Liang Zihan, clutching his face and feeling the searing pain alongside the scrutinizing gazes around him, was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation and rage. Liang Qiubai, I will not let this slide. He completely lost his composure, his eyes burning with fury, and with a primal roar, he lunged once more at the assailant. Adopting a reckless demeanor, just as the scene spiraled into chaos, a piercing police siren wailed in the distance. The red and blue lights cutting through the tumultuous night like a beacon of hope. The police had finally arrived. Chapter 61. I truly care for my sister. As the sirens blared, a police car sped onto the scene, screeching to a halt beside the fray. The door swung open, and a stunning figure clad in crisp police attire leapt from the vehicle with agility. She stood tall, her countenance strikingly beautiful yet imposing. Exuding an air of righteous authority, it was Xia Bing. Flanked by two serious-looking officers, she surveyed the chaos with piercing eyes, quickly identifying her target. Without uttering a word, she deftly retrieved a pair of gleaming handcuffs from her belt, swiftly securing the still-struggling assailant with a decisive click. The entire process unfolded with fluidity, radiating an undeniable authority. Take him away, Xia Bing commanded, her voice cool and collected. The two officers immediately moved in, one on each side, firmly controlling the dejected suspect and ushering him into the back seat of the police car. Inside the nanny van, Liang Qiubai watched through the window as the criminal was apprehended, her previously anxious heart finally easing, releasing a long, silent sigh as her tense shoulders relaxed. Liang Qiubai wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and approached Xia Bing, wearing an exaggerated expression of relief. Sister Xia Bing, you've finally arrived. You're my savior. If you had come any later, my handsome life might have been lost here. Standing nearby, Liang Zihan's eyes widened the instant Xia Bing exited the car. He had never encountered such a stunningly capable and beautiful female officer. Seeing Liang Qiubai conversing so casually with her, their apparent closeness ignited a familiar flame of jealousy within him, tightening his chest. Xia Bing glanced at Liang Qiubai, her lips curling slightly in amusement. Not bad, Qiubai. Showing some bravery tonight. Quite impressive. Liang Qiubai immediately straightened up, puffing out his chest proudly. Of course, a mere petty thief? In my presence, he is easily subdued with one hand. Piece of cake. All right, enough boasting. Xia Bing interrupted his self-aggrandizing, her tone turning serious. Come back to the station with me to give a detailed statement. A statement. Liang Qiubai's smile instantly faltered, his demeanor deflating. Oh no, a statement? How long will that take? My sister's foot is still swollen. We need to get her to the hospital quickly. If we delay treatment, it's not just my 5 million at stake. My sister will suffer more pain. Little Gua chimed in with a knowing tone. Ding. Detecting strong anxiety signals from the host. Analysis. 90 due to concern that the 5 million bodyguard fee may not arrive on time. 10 stemming from a minimal concern for the host's sister's ankle injury. Dog system. What do you mean? Liang Qiubai raged internally. Am I the kind of person who only cares about money? I genuinely care for my sister. And my 5 million. Little Gua. The system remains silent in respect. Xia Bing, overhearing Liang Qiubai's not so subtle inner thoughts, harbored a glimmer of understanding in her eyes, though her expression remained stern. Sister Xia Bing, Liang Qiubai shifted to a pitiful expression, lowering his voice. Is there any way I can avoid going? My sister has injured her foot badly. I need to rush her to the hospital. If we delay the optimal treatment time, what if she suffers lasting effects? She relies on her looks and artistry for a living. With a clever glint in his eye, he cast a glance at Liang Zihan. A brilliant idea bubbling to the surface. With a sudden, forceful stride, he advanced, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap upon Liang Zihang's shoulder. The force was so great that it caused Liang Zihang to stumble, nearly toppling over. Ouch! He cried out, his face contorted in pain. Yet, Liang Qiubai paid him no mind, instead donning a radiant smile as he addressed Xia Bing, saying, Sister Xia, what do you think of this arrangement? Let him. He pointed emphatically at the dazed Liang Zihang. Have him accompany you to the station to give a statement. He'll be present the entire time and will assist in detaining that little thief. Meanwhile, I shall escort my second sister to the hospital. I assure you, there will be no delays. A win-win situation, what do you say? Rubbing his aching shoulder, Liang Zihang was about to unleash a tirade of curses when he caught sight of Xia Bing's strikingly beautiful countenance. The prospect of spending time alone with such a stunning police officer, even heading to the station together, swiftly replaced his pain and dissatisfaction with a clandestine thrill, and he found himself harboring a flicker of anticipation. Xia Bing furrowed her delicate brows, appearing somewhat troubled, as if weighing her options. Surely Sister Xia would agree? After all, my sister's injury is of utmost importance. Yes, she must. Liang Qiubai silently prayed. Not far off, in the nanny van, Liang Wanqi overheard Liang Qiubai's heartfelt thoughts with clarity. Upon hearing him refer to Xia Bing as Sister Xia, a hint of suspicion stirred within her. Observing Xia Bing's hesitation, she promptly seized the moment, rolling down the window and calling out, Liang Qiubai, what are you dawdling for? Are we ready yet? My foot is in excruciating pain. Upon hearing Liang Wanqi's voice and noticing Liang Qiubai's eager expression, Xia Bing finally sighed in resignation and waved her hand dismissively. All right, Brother Qiubai. This is not how things are typically done. However, considering your second sister's serious injury, we shall make an exception. You may take Miss Liang to the hospital, but do ensure her well-being. Absolutely. Thank you, Sister Xia. You truly possess a heart of gold. I promise to treat you to a grand meal another day. You may choose the venue at your leisure. Liang Qiubai beamed with joy, expressing his gratitude profusely. Very well, off you go, Xia Bing replied with a faint nod. Liang Qiubai wasted no time, hastily retreating to the luxury vehicle, throwing open the door, and beaming a remarkably eager smile at Liang Wanqi in the back seat. Sister, please hold on tight. We are setting off now. Destination, the hospital. I guarantee a swift and steady journey. No sooner had he finished speaking than the engine roared to life, and the nanny van shot forward like an arrow, leaving behind a trail of exhaust. Xia Bing redirected her gaze to the still-standing Liang Zihang, her tone reverting to the cold professionalism of her role. Let us go. With that, she turned and strode directly toward the passenger seat of the police car. Liang Zihang hurriedly jogged to catch up and took a seat in the back. The police vehicle started, gliding smoothly toward the station. The atmosphere within the compartment was somewhat oppressive. Liang Zihang observed Xia Bing's stunning profile in the passenger seat. His heart racing. Unable to contain himself, he broke the silence in an attempt to strike up a conversation. Officer, hello, my name is Liang Zihang. Xia Bing slightly turned her head, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, her gaze imbued with a hint of scrutiny and understanding. Oh, so he is the true young master of the Liang family recently reclaimed. No wonder he is with Brother Qiubai. She comprehended the situation but offered no outward sign of acknowledgement, merely responding with a nonchalant hum as she closed her eyes, feigning sleep, clearly disinterested in further discourse. Liang Zihang felt stifled by her indifferent demeanor. Yet his resolve did not waver. Moistening his dry lips, he attempted once more, his tone laced with feigned curiosity and subtle probing. Officer, what is your relationship with Brother Qiubai? You seem quite familiar with one another? This time, Xia Bing did not even bother to open her eyes, as if she had not heard him. After being ignored twice, Liang Zihang's composure began to falter, yet he mustered a smile, preparing for a third attempt. Actually, be quiet. Xia Bing abruptly opened her eyes, directing a piercing, icy glare through the rearview mirror, her voice low but laced with undeniable authority. Behave yourself in the police car. Are you here to give a statement or to conduct an inquiry? Don't think that just because you are the young master of the Liang family, you can act as you please in this vehicle. This unexpected reprimand felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Liang Zihang, leaving him chilled to the bone. He instantly shrank back, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he dared not utter another word, resembling a wilted flower. However, just as Liang Zihong wished he could vanish into the ground, Xia Bing unexpectedly spoke again. A subtle, mischievous smile curled at the corners of her lips, her voice clear yet softly laden with a teasing tone. I am Liang Qiubai's girlfriend. So, remain silent and do not speak. Boom. This declaration struck Liang Zihong like a thunderclap above his head. His body jolted, his pupils dilating, and his mind went blank. Girlfriend? Liang Qiubai's girlfriend. How could this be? In his previous life, he had always held the upper hand, a thorough victor. Why? Why had everything changed upon his rebirth? Even a woman of Xia Bing's caliber had become his girlfriend? Overwhelmed by shock, jealousy, and a surreal sense of being toyed with by fate, he felt as though he had lost all radiance, his gaze hollow as he slumped in the back seat, descending into a chasm of self-doubt. Xia Bing, catching a glimpse of Liang Zihong's stunned and disoriented expression through the rearview mirror, found her amusement deepening, a trace of slyness dancing in her features. Humph, Brother Qiubai, consider this a grand gift from your sister. No need for thanks. She then cast a sharp, commanding gaze toward the young officer at the wheel, who had been watching the scene unfold. Upon meeting Xia Bing's eyes, the officer jolted, immediately suppressing all expressions. Straightening his posture and fixating his gaze ahead as if he had seen nor heard anything, his demeanor suddenly as serious as a statue. Meanwhile, in the speeding nanny van, Liang Qiubai gripped the steering wheel, yet felt as if he were sitting on nails, unable to find comfort. The air inside the vehicle seemed to thicken, laden with an unspoken tension. From the back seat, Liang Wanxi's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, pierced through the silence. Old Sixth. Ah, second sister, how may I assist you? Liang Qiubai promptly replied. Liang Wanxi's voice drifted lazily, but her gaze remained sharp, fixated on the back of Liang Qiubai's head. Who is that? You seem quite familiar with her. Why is second sister suddenly asking about Sister Xia? Liang Qiubai's heart skipped a beat, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. Which policewoman? He feigned ignorance, attempting to sidestep the issue. Oh, you mean that officer from earlier? Just a diligent and responsible public servant. I don't know her at all. Just cooperating with the police, you know. Liang Wanxi remained silent, her penetrating gaze seemingly capable of piercing through Liang Qiubai. As if she sought to unravel him, Liang Qiubai felt a shiver run down his spine, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Oh no, oh no. Second sister's gaze is terrifying. What does she intend to do? Should I confess that she is the close friend of my eldest sister? But I feel that admitting it would lead to even more trouble. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. Your inner thoughts have already broadcasted the answer. Xiaogua cheerfully chimed in. Inner thoughts of Xiaogua. Indeed, upon hearing the vital information regarding the close friend of the eldest sister, Liang Wanxi's tense expression visibly softened, a flicker of understanding gleaming in her eyes. She ceased her inquiries, merely uttering a faint acknowledgement before turning her head to gaze out at the fleeting night scenery, falling silent. The carriage once again succumbed to an enveloping silence, leaving only the resonant hum of the engine. Over half an hour later, within the VIP ward of the municipal hospital, Liang Wanxi's ankle had been treated and properly bandaged by the doctor, and she was now reclining on the hospital bed, resting. After briefly outlining a few precautions, the doctor took his leave. Liang Qiubai bid farewell to the doctor, closed the ward door, and immediately donned an exceedingly radiant, yet somewhat sycophantic smile, rubbing his hands together as he approached the bedside. Second sister, the foot has been examined, the ointment applied, and the doctor has assured me there is nothing serious. All you need to do is rest well. Wouldn't you agree, As he spoke, his right hand naturally rose, his thumb, index, and middle fingers skillfully rubbing together to form an internationally recognized gesture for money, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Liang Wanxi regarded his avaricious demeanor and recalled how he had pretended to be clueless in front of Xia Bing, a surge of inexplicable anger igniting within her. Her gaze turning dangerously sharp. Beep, beep, beep. Alert. Detecting significant emotional fluctuations in second sister, anger levels soaring. Host. It is strongly advised that you postpone your debt collection plans. Life preservation is paramount. The alarm from Xiaogua rang in Liang Qiubai's mind. Postpone. What nonsense. Liang Qiubai roared internally. If we don't discuss it now, what will happen when she recovers and refuses to pay? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 500,000. Host, friendly reminder. Verbal promises hold no legal weight. Be serious, you will lose. Xiaogua's voice carried a hint of malicious glee. Damn it. Dog system. Whose side are you on? Are you my system or second sister system? Liang Qiubai was exasperated, listening to the heated debate between one person and one system in his mind. Liang Wanqi's initially rising fury was considerably diffused by the absurdity of the exchange, and she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. "Second sister, what are you laughing at?" Liang Qiubai asked cautiously, bewildered by her sudden mirth. Liang Wanqi suppressed her laughter, casting him an exasperated glance. "Fear not. The money shall not elude you. What I promised you will certainly be fulfilled in due time." She deliberately emphasized the phrase "in due time." Chapter 63. It can't be fifth sister, can it? Ah, second sister, look at what you're saying. Liang Qiubai, sensing an opportunity, immediately seized the moment. "Am I the kind of person who is blinded by money, chasing after you for debts? Absolutely not. I merely wish to remind you, knowing that you are a busy person, lest you forget. I certainly mean no urgency." He patted his chest, his expression earnest. Liang Wanqi, observing his overly conspicuous attempt to conceal his true intentions, was well aware of his little scheme. She drew out her words. "Oh, not urging. Well then, if you are merely reminding me, let us postpone this matter for now." "No, second sister." Liang Qiubai instantly panicked, the mask of sincerity cracking. I am merely concerned for you, my dear second sister. Have pity on me." Watching Liang Qiubai grow frantic, scratching his head in desperation, Liang Wanqi finally succumbed to laughter, her mirth shaking her to the core, even alleviating some of the pain in her ankle. "All right, enough of the antics." Liang Wanqi, having laughed to her heart's content, wiped away the tears of amusement at the corners of her eyes. "As for the money, we'll discuss it later. You shan't go without. I've already informed third sister and the others. They should be arriving shortly. You have class tomorrow, don't you? Hurry back to school and stop being a nuisance here." Upon hearing that they would talk later, although a bit unsettled, Liang Qiubai noticed that Liang Wanqi seemed in good spirits, and indeed, since she had notified the others, his presence was unnecessary. He promptly took his leave, adopting a compliant expression. "Understood. Second sister, please rest well. I shall take my leave now. Call upon me whenever you need." With that, he performed an exaggerated bow towards Liang Wanqi, then scurried out of the ward like a nimble monkey. As if fearing she might change her mind, Liang Wanqi watched his disappearing figure, shaking her head in exasperation, waving at the empty air. "Off you go, little money grubber." The ward finally returned to tranquility. Half an hour later, Liang Qiubai's figure appeared on the dimly lit paths of Jiangqing University. He trudged along with a slightly fatigued yet cheerful gait, humming a tune as he inserted his key into the familiar door of dormitory 207. "Fatty, wake up. Prepare to welcome your esteemed presence." Liang Qiubai burst through the door, his voice booming with the force to rattle the very roof. This sudden shout was akin to a thunderclap. Chao Mengpang, who was engrossed in a fierce battle on his phone while lounging in a chair, was startled by the unexpected bellow, his ample flesh quivering. The hand holding his phone jerked as if electrocuted. "What the hell?" With a startled cry, the phone slipped from his grasp, tracing a perilous arc through the air. In a frantic rush, Chao Mengpang leapt to salvage it, managing to catch it just before it could meet the floor. However, just as he regained his composure, his fingers barely brushing the screen, boom! The screen suddenly went dark. Immediately after, a gigantic, glaring red defeat flashed across the display. The background music echoed with a mournful tone. Chao Mengpang stared at the screen, which bore the humiliating mark of his failed promotion, his face turning the color of liver in an instant. A surge of furious indignation erupted, shooting straight to his head. "My promotion match." He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the doorway, where the culprit stood, his eyes reddening. "By God, give me back my promotion match. Return my stars." No sooner had he spoken than Chao Mengpang, like an enraged boar, sprang from his chair, charging at Liang Qiubai with reckless abandon. The wind generated by his bulk made the dormitory door frame tremble. "Damn, fatty, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil." Liang Qiubai, seeing the mass of fury and flesh hurtling toward him, felt his scalp prickle. With a sharp cry, he deftly sidestepped, executing a textbook evasive maneuver just in time to avoid the incoming mass. Chao Mengpang, propelled by his momentum, nearly crashed into the doorframe. Regaining his balance, he pivoted, roaring in preparation for a second assault. Just as the furious fatty was about to launch himself again, Liang Qiubai, in a moment of quick thinking, unleashed his trump card. He abruptly raised his hand, pointing dramatically at the cluttered desk in the center of the dormitory, his voice dripping with the allure of a savior. "Skewers. Fatty, look, I brought you something amazing." The word skewers acted like a spell. Chao Mengpang, who was ready to charge again, slammed to a halt. His massive frame stopped in its tracks, his eyes suddenly lighting up like two small bulbs. "Skewers? Really, by God?" Liang Qiubai pointed to the large plastic bag he had casually placed on the desk, emitting tantalizing aromas of grease and cumin. Chao Mengpang bolted towards the desk, tearing open the bag and inhaling deeply. His expression resembled that of a starving hyena discovering a carcass. delightfully intoxicating. In the next moment, he abruptly turned around and executed a deep 90-degree bow towards Liang Qiubai, his voice resonant and imbued with emotion. Foster father, brother Bai, from this day forth, you shall be my beloved foster father, though we share neither blood nor womb. Liang Qiubai wrinkled his nose in disdain. All right, enough with the flattery. I'm off to take a shower. I'm drenched in sweat. Remember, leave some for me. If you dare finish it all, prepare to help me collect my remains tomorrow. Rest assured, foster father, I, the plump one, guarantee it on my honor. I will definitely leave some for you. Chao Mengpeng patted his chest in assurance. Yet his eyes and hands were already glued to the skewers. 10 minutes later, Liang Qiubai emerged from the steamy bathroom, wrapped in a towel, his damp hair still dripping, humming a tuneless melody. At that moment, Chao Mengpeng was sprawled contentedly on the bed, resembling a well-fed koala, rubbing his rotund belly while indulging in his phone. Hey, fatty. Still not asleep? It's already midnight. Tomorrow is the first day of military training. Be careful lest the instructor makes you run laps until you puke. Liang Qiubai reminded him, drying his hair. Heh, brother Bai, your cooking is too potent. Chao Mengpeng burped contentedly, feeling stuffed and needing to take it slow. Don't worry, I'll definitely wake you, my esteemed foster father, on time tomorrow. He patted his belly, producing a series of dull thuds. Oh, by the way, brother Bai, Chao Mengpeng seemed to recall something, putting down his phone and lowering his voice conspiratorially. I just saw some insider news on the forum. Apparently, our school has reformed military training this year. The instructors R&T from the military. They are senior students who were recognized as exemplary in previous training sessions. Senior students? Liang Qiubai's hand froze mid-dry, a chilling sense of foreboding coiling around his spine like a venomous snake. No way. Could it be? An image of a graceful figure, sweetly smiling yet radiating an air of authority, flashed in his mind. No way. It can't be fifth sister, right? A shiver raced up Liang Qiubai's spine. Chapter 64. Had I known today, I wouldn't have done it in the first place? Oh no. If fifth sister is the instructor, I'm finished. Last time I swindled her out of 5 million for an escape fund, with her vengeful nature. She would surely make me train until I dropped dead. It would be a mercy if all I lost was a layer of skin. Liang Qiubai envisioned himself under the scorching sun, penalized to run 100 laps, perform 1,000 frog jumps, and crawl until his knees were worn raw. Little Melon. Help. Quickly analyze the probability of fifth sister being the instructor. According to historical data and the recent campus activity trajectory of Ms. Liang Yuqing, codename Thunder Rose, the probability is a staggering 897. Host, please accept your fate. Accept my fate, my foot. It's all your fault. At that time, you congratulated me for acquiring a 5 million escape fund. And now look, the escape fund hasn't been fully spent, and I'm the one who is about to be finished. Little Melon's voice echoed coldly, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Heh, had I known today, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Host, this is all your own doing. You damn system. Are you mocking me? Liang Qiubai roared internally. When I was swindling her money, you congratulated me on acquiring 5 million. Now you're acting like a paragon of justice. Host, please respect the facts. This system merely stated the successful issuance of the task reward. It did not encourage or endorse your actions of swindling fifth sister. Justice, fairness, transparency are the core principles of this system. You're something else. Fine, hurry up. That reward for the flower guarding mission. Basic combat skills. Give it to me. Now. Immediately. I need strength. I need the courage to survive. Understood, host. Basic combat skills. Proficient level. Reward is being issued. Ding. Issuance complete. Buzz. A warm current surged through Liang Qiubai's entire body. It felt as though every cell had been infused with new vitality. His muscle fibers appeared to tighten and strengthen. Simultaneously, a multitude of clear and practical combat techniques, methods of exertion, and evasion steps flooded into his mind, enlightening him as if he had received a divine revelation. Techniques for grappling, locks, and joint manipulation were instantly mastered. Wow, thrilling. I feel like I could take on 10 fat guys now. He instinctively clenched his fist, the knuckles producing a faint cracking sound, a surge of unprecedented power and confidence welling up within him. Ha. Heaven has not forsaken Liang Qiubai. With these skills, even if fifth sister is Thunder Rose, it won't be so easy for her to train me to death. At least I'll keep half my life. Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading from a mediocre martial arts representative to a slightly knowledgeable combat enthusiast. Survival probability increased. 15. Slightly knowledgeable. Little Melon, do you have a death wish? My mediocre martial arts would make Liang Zihan kneel and call me daddy. Time slipped away amid Liang Qiubai's worries, hallucinations about the upcoming military training and his daily banter with Little Melon. The moonlight outside gradually dimmed, And before he realized it, the time on his phone screen had already leaped to 1 o'clock in the morning. Soft snores began to resonate within the dormitory. Liang Qiubai finally succumbed to fatigue, plunging into a bizarre dreamland. In his dream, he seemed to be undergoing a brutal combat training session with a rose fairy clad in camouflage, wielding a pointer, and smiling with an aura of authority. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Ding, ding, ding. The next morning, the jarring alarm clock rang in a relentless succession like a death knell in the silent dormitory. For the first round, Liang Qiubai unconsciously swatted his phone into the crevice of the bed, and the world fell silent. For the second round, Qiao Mingpeng groaned and flipped over, pressing his pillow tightly against his head. As the third and final alarm, akin to the wailing of hellish demons, blared defiantly, Liang Qiubai sprang up from under the covers. His eyes barely opened. He fumbled for his phone, squinting at the screen. What the? It's 7 o'clock. A terrified roar instantly reverberated through the dormitory. Fatty, get up. We have only 10 minutes until assembly. We're doomed. What? 10 minutes? Like a thunderclap striking his ear, Qiao Mingpeng jolted awake, springing from the bed like an electrified pufferfish. The massive movement caused the entire bed frame to creak under the strain. The two scrambled like monkeys with their tails on fire, frantically pulling on clothes, grabbing pants, and searching for socks, even putting them on the wrong feet. At 7:09, the lineup for Class 1 of the finance department had mostly assembled. At the front of the line, a serious-looking boy in a brand-new camouflage uniform was taking attendance with a roster in hand. Just as he was about to call out Liang Qiubai and Qiao Mingpeng's names, reporting, two figures, panting like bulls, burst into the end of the line like cannonballs. It was none other than Liang Qiubai and Qiao Mingpeng. Their hair was disheveled like a bird's nest. Their clothes were buttoned crookedly, and their faces were flushed from their mad dash. Most notably, both had bulging cheeks, moving in sync at a rapid pace, filled with meat buns snatched from the cafeteria's window at the last minute. We barely made it. That was a close call. Liang Qiubai chewed on the scalding bun, still shaken. Host, a friendly reminder. Chewing while panting increases the risk of choking. Survival probability, 10. Scram. At precisely 7:10, silence fell. A deep, authoritative male voice resonated throughout the venue via the loudspeakers. In an instant, all eyes gravitated toward the flag-raising platform. A middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed in a dark suit and exuding an undeniable aura of gravitas, stood before the microphone. He was none other than Xiao Mingxiu, the president of Jiangxing University. His piercing gaze swept slowly over the thousands of camouflaged freshmen. As his eyes inadvertently brushed over the two figures at the end of a line, struggling with their buns, a barely perceptible frown crossed his brow, which he quickly masked. He began to speak with calm authority, his voice clear and powerful. Dear students, welcome to Jiangxing University. Military training is your first lesson in university life. It fortifies your physique and strengthens your spirit. It will eradicate your pampered laziness and forge a unity of purpose. Your instructors are exemplary seniors. You must exhibit respect, obedience, and diligence. I demand, shed blood and sweat, but not tears. Endure hardships without lagging behind. Show your fighting spirit. Now, I declare the military training for the class of 2025 officially commenced. All battalions, commence training. President Qiu's words were as sharp as a blade, each syllable resonating with authority, instantly igniting the solemn atmosphere and marking the official beginning of military training. Gulp. Liang Qiubai struggled to swallow the last bite of his bun. His throat constricted painfully. He anxiously observed the array of spirited instructors approaching them, his heart racing so violently he felt it might leap from his throat. Amidst my fervent prayers, I beseech the heavens. Please, let it not be Sister Wu. Let it not be Sister Wu. Let it not be Sister Wu. He clasped his hands together beneath his camouflage uniform, his heart racing as he searched desperately among the instructors, each clad in identical training attire, yet radiating distinctly varied auras. Cold sweat silently trickled down his brow as the instructors marched confidently toward their assigned formations. Gasps and murmurs erupted across the playground, akin to ripples spreading across a pond. Wow, look, it's Liang Qiubai. It's really her, exclaimed a girl, tugging at her companion's sleeve. Where? Oh my goodness. It's really Senior Liang Yinqing. I've heard so much about her. Liang Qiubai was the paragon of excellence during last year's military training. Absolutely formidable. Oh my, she looks so impressive. This camouflage uniform seems tailor-made for her. Oh no. What if such a beautiful instructor is even stricter? I'd gladly endure any hardship if it meant being trained by Liang Qiubai. These waves of admiration and discussion flooded into Liang Qiubai's ears, causing his anxiety to soar into the red zone. This is it. Mom, I want to drop out. Right now? Immediately. I'm done with this military training. Inside, Liang Qiubai wailed, Yet his gaze, as if magnetically drawn, remained fixated on Liang Qiubai's commanding and imposing figure as she approached the finance department. Beside him, Chao Mingpeng, equally excited, elbowed Liang Qiubai and whispered eagerly, "Brother Bai? Look, it's Liang Xiaohua. Do you think she'll be our instructor for finance class 1? If so, we'd be the envy of all the other classes." Envy? You have no idea what you're in for, you oblivious fool. Liang Qiubai raged internally, wishing to cover the mouth of his chubby friend, yet outwardly maintaining a facade of calm as he gravely cautioned, "Mingpeng, wake up. She's the legendary paragon of excellence. Do you understand what that means? It signifies that the training standards will be so high it will leave you questioning your very existence. If you survive this, I'll consider it a victory." Wait, what? The excitement on Chao Mingpeng's face instantly morphed into panic, his expression betraying a premonition of his grim fate. The discussions from other classes continued unabated. "Hey, did you see the look in Liang Xiaohua's eyes? She seems so fierce. Will we survive her training? Fierce. That's called having presence. Do you not understand? To be scolded by Liang Xiaohua is a privilege. Ugh, you sycophant." Oblivious to the mixture of admiration and trepidation swirling around her, Liang Qiubai walked with steady poise, radiating an undeniable authority as she approached the formations of Finance Class 1 and Business Management Class 2. Finance Class 1, Business Management Class 2. All of you follow me. With that command, the students of both classes perked up, while a chorus of envious gasps and lamentations erupted from the other formations. It's truly her. Oh heavens! What have I done to deserve this? Liang Qiubai's heart sank as he resigned himself to follow the throng, his steps heavy with despair. Liang Qiubai led the two classes to a relatively shady area at the edge of the playground. This special treatment elicited jubilance among the students, their suppressed excitement bubbling over into whispers of admiration for instructor Liang's beauty and kindness. "Brother Bai, look, under the shade. Our beautiful instructor genuinely cares for us." Chao Mingpeng exclaimed in a hushed voice, unable to contain his relief. Liang Qiubai responded with a hollow chuckle, internally pleading, "Sister Wu, given my sincere intentions, I implore you, please go easy on me." He understood his sister Wu all too well. Being an exemplary instructor meant her standards would be even more exacting than those of ordinary instructors. The buzzing conversations of the two classes persisted like an unshakable fly. Liang Qiubai's brow furrowed deeper, her patience wearing thin. Suddenly, she whipped around, her gaze cutting through the air like a blade, and thundered, "Can you all not keep quiet?" Her formidable presence silenced the crowd instantly, leaving only the rustling leaves and the nervous breaths of students. However, in the next heartbeat, a faint but overly startled voice broke the silence. "Oh no, Brother Bai, you scared me to death." It was Chao Mingpeng. Liang Qiubai felt every hair on his body stand on end. "Good grief, you fool, are you trying to be a liability? How could you dare speak at a time like this?" A voice in his mind chimed in with a hint of malicious glee. "Ding. Host, a friendly reminder. You have been locked in the death gaze. May fortune be on your side. Little Gua, can you focus on finding a solution instead of sending emojis? Hurry, think of something. Sister Wu is definitely going to settle the score for that 5 million. Liang Qiubai's mind raced. Based on data analysis, your only viable option is to stand at attention and smile. The voice suggested with little sincerity. Liang Qiubai's body stiffened like rusted metal, and he slowly turned his eyes toward Liang Qiubai. Indeed, his gaze collided with her cold, stormy eyes. "This is it. She is coming. Peng, you've truly doomed me. She will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to exact revenge. Old grievances and new ones will be settled in one go." Liang Qiubai lamented internally. "Stay strong, host. Perseverance is victory. This system is with you in spirit." Little Gua continued to cheer him on joyfully. Listening to Liang Qiubai's panicked voice, filled with thoughts of personal vendetta, Liang Qiubai's lips twitched ever so slightly, nearly betraying her composure. A vendetta? This wretched boy has unwittingly reminded me. She stifled the inappropriate amusement surging within her, her expression as frosty as the winter's breath. Striding with an air of authority directly to Liang Qiubai. "You." Her elongated fingers, imbued with undeniable force, precisely pointed at Liang Qiubai's chest. "Step forward." "Me? Instructor?" Liang Qiubai attempted a futile struggle, conjuring an innocent facade. Who else could it possibly be? Liang Qiubai's voice dropped a degree colder, exuding the oppressive aura of an impending storm. "Yes, instructor." Liang Qiubai resigned himself, his movements stiff yet swift as he stepped forward. Inside, he lamented, not even a moment's reprieve. A sentence of immediate execution. "Fifth sister, you have a heart of stone. Is it truly necessary to hold a grudge over 5 million? 10 laps around the field. Now, immediately, start running." Liang Qiubai's command was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Beside him, Chao Mingpeng cast Liang Qiubai a sympathetic glance, laden with helplessness and brotherly concern. Yes, Liang Qiubai dared not hesitate further. His head hung low as he turned back multiple times, internally screaming in despair, jogging towards the scorching red rubber track that seemed ready to ignite under the relentless sun. Chapter 66. The Fallen Liang Qiubai. Observing Liang Qiubai's tragically heroic figure, as if marching toward his execution, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flitted across Liang Yunqing's eyes. Meanwhile, at the very back of the second class of business management, Liang Zihan, witnessing Liang Qiubai being punished in public, felt an indescribable sense of elation surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He struggled to maintain a calm expression, yet the slight upturn of his lips and the gleam of schadenfreude in his eyes betrayed him. Serves you right, showing off in front of Xiaobing. Taking advantage of it all. Now you must obediently face the consequences before fifth sister. Aren't you just a worthless fool? The words of Xiaobing, asserting that Liang Qiubai was her boyfriend, had instilled a profound sense of defeat in him, which now found a peculiar outlet, granting him a distorted sense of balance. Taking a deep breath, Liang Yunqing steeled her frosty countenance once more, her hawk-like gaze sweeping over the two classes of students, who stood in stunned silence. Afraid to even breathe. All of you, stand at attention. Military posture for 45 minutes. Two classes will supervise each other. If anyone in either class dares to move. She deliberately paused, amplifying her tone. The entire class will add 5 minutes. If anyone whispers or disrupts the order, her voice suddenly heightened. Imbued with the ferocity of battle, you will face the same punishment as him. 10 laps to start. Do you understand? Understood. Instructor. The deafening response reverberated through the shade of the trees. All students instantly straightened like arrows, eyes fixed forward, not daring to even blink, lest they become the next Liang Qiubai. The scorching rubber track radiated waves of heat, the air thick and suffocating. Liang Qiubai felt his lungs straining like a ruptured bellows, each breath laced with agony. Sweat poured from his forehead, temples, and back like a torrential stream, his camouflage uniform thoroughly drenched, clinging to him, heavy and sticky. Salty sweat stung his eyes, blurring his vision as he futilely wiped it away. You fatso, I won't let this go. Fifth sister is definitely doing this on purpose. A vendetta. Is it really necessary to punish me so severely for a mere 5 million and a last piece of braised meat? 10 laps in this hellish weather is tantamount to murder. I feel like I'm about to roast alive. Little Melon, help. Do you have any instant stamina recovery cards? Chilled watermelon juice will do. I'll pay for it. Host, this system S shop currently only offers mental encouragement. Keep going, you are the strongest. I mean, the most capable. Perseverance is victory. Little Melon's voice dripped with sympathy, yet it felt more like watching a show. Under the shade of the trees, Liang Yunqing stood tall as a pine, akin to a flawless statue, meticulously surveying the formation of students. Her sharp gaze swept over each taut body, fingers white from the strain, her icy voice ringing out. Knees back. Keep them straight. Shoulders down. Open up. Do not shrug. Head up. Focus forward. Is there money on the ground? However, beneath her seemingly concentrated gaze, her keen peripheral vision remained locked onto the track, where her brother's steps grew increasingly labored, his figure swaying more precariously. No, I can't go on. My legs feel like lead. I'm so thirsty I might die. Fifth sister, dear sister, have mercy. I truly understand my mistakes. From now on, if you say east, I shall never go west. If you say chase the dog, I shall never catch the chicken. Listening to the endless stream of desperate, pleading, and faintly accusatory murmurs echoing in his mind, Liang Yunqing's tightly pressed lips imperceptibly curved upwards again, only to be swiftly suppressed by an even colder glare. This wretched boy's stamina is truly abysmal, she thought inwardly, a hint of disappointment mingling with the exasperation of someone who had been wronged. Time dragged on painfully in the agony of maintaining military posture and Liang Qiubai's heavy footfalls. The students in the shade began to feel their legs numb, backs aching, the sensation of sweat sliding down their skin akin to torment. Yet none dared to move a muscle. Chao Mingpeng was on the verge of collapse, his face turning a deep shade of purple, his calves trembling uncontrollably, filled with regret. As Liang Qiubai staggered through the 6th lap, nearing the training formation once again, his complexion had turned as pale as a sheet, his lips cracked. Suddenly, he stumbled, his body losing balance, and like a felled tree, he toppled towards the scalding rubber track. Report to the instructor. Liang Qiubai has fallen. A sharp-eyed girl from the 2nd class of business management exclaimed, pointing towards the track. In that instant, Liang Yunqing's heart nearly stopped. Her mind blanked. Yet her body instinctively surged into action with astonishing speed. In the astonished gaze of all the students, The once cold and formidable Liang Academy flower instructor dashed across the grass and track like a bolt of camouflage lightning. Just as Liang Qiubai's body was about to crash to the ground, Liang Yunqing dove forward, her arms like iron clamps, firmly catching his waist and arm, yanking him back from the brink of disaster. Liang Qiubai? Liang Yunqing's voice was laced with unprecedented urgency and tension, the authority of an instructor evaporating, leaving only the pure panic of an older sister. Wake up! Can you hear me? Liang Qiubai felt the world spinning, everything blurred, but he sensed a familiar force, faintly fragrant and refreshing, sustaining him. He managed to pry open his sweat-soaked eyes, seeing Liang Yunqing's face, filled with concern and urgency. So close to him that he instinctively mumbled weakly, "Sister, I feel dizzy. Report to the instructor. I'll get water." Chao Mengpang was the first to react, disregarding any semblance of discipline, yelling as he bolted towards the supply area like a cannonball. "Report. I'll help," a responsive boy from the first finance class shouted. At that moment, Liang Yunqing cared little for maintaining her instructor facade. She half-supported, half-cradled Liang Qiubai, guiding him to a patch of relatively soft grass beside the track, carefully avoiding the scorching ground. She knelt swiftly on one knee, deftly unfastening the 2 buttons that constricted Liang Qiubai's collar, her palm fanning vigorously across his cheek and neck in an urgent attempt to cool him down. Her voice, laced with palpable panic, urged, "Hold on. Don't sleep. Look at me. Water is on its way." The students from both classes stood in stunned silence, bewildered. The once frosty and unyielding drill instructor, who had shown no mercy moments ago, was now half-kneeling beside the fainted student, her movements tender yet frantic, her eyes brimming with genuine concern that could not be faked. This stark contrast left everyone in a state of shock. In Chapter 67, the best strategy is to retreat. Liang Zihan, standing in the ranks, felt a surge of near-cruel satisfaction coursing through him the moment Liang Qiubai stumbled and collapsed, akin to an electric current. He forcibly suppressed the mocking laughter that threatened to escape his lips, pressing his tongue firmly against the roof of his mouth to mask the glee that flickered across his face. Pathetic. He couldn't even withstand a mere 6 laps. Such disgrace for the Liang family. He scorned inwardly, a sense of superiority swelling within him, as if he were the one steadfastly enduring beneath the blazing sun. However, when Liang Yunqing, like an arrow released from its bow, dashed forward without hesitation to support Liang Qiubai, her face betraying an unmasked, almost frantic worry for all to see. Liang Zihan's pupils constricted sharply. The tension, the heartache, the unreserved concern that existed between family members was so stark, so intense. Yet it had never before been so glaringly apparent to him. Liang Zihan. The humiliation of being belittled by Xia Bing in the police car. The frustration of being repeatedly suppressed by Liang Qiubai, and now witnessing this favoritism, all coiled around his heart like 3 venomous vines. A surge of bitterness and jealousy, fierce as volcanic lava, erupted within him, instantly obliterating that feeble sense of superiority. He bit down hard on his lower lip, the sharp pain barely keeping the tears of resentment and the tremors of his body at bay, his nails digging deeply into his palm, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. "Why, Liang Qiubai? What gives you the right? I am the true heir of the Liang family. Why does 5th sister only have eyes for you? Why?" His heart raged in silent screams, the words trapped in his throat, leaving only a voiceless howl and an icy hatred that threatened to engulf him. At that moment, Chao Mengpang finally returned, panting heavily, clutching a bottle of mineral water and a small vial of essential oil tightly in his hands. "Water. Instructor, water is here. An essential oil." Liang Yunqing snatched the mineral water, twisted off the cap, and carefully brought it to Liang Qiubai's lips, gently coaxing him to drink a little more than half the bottle. The cool water soothed his parched throat, restoring a hint of color to Liang Qiubai's pale face as his consciousness slowly began to return. "How do you feel? Where do you feel unwell?" Liang Yunqing's voice softened considerably, though her brow remained tightly furrowed. "I'm okay, just a bit weak," Liang Qiubai replied feebly, his gaze still somewhat unfocused. Observing his frail demeanor, the anger she had harbored due to his stubbornness and financial demands evaporated, leaving only concern and fear in its wake. She maintained a stern expression, yet her tone betrayed an undeniable worry tinged with reproach. "Why push yourself when you're suffering from heat stroke? Your body is your own. Couldn't you have reported it in advance if you couldn't hold on?" In her reprimand, there was no trace of an instructor's authority, only a sister's concern. Liang Qiubai opened his mouth to justify that he could still hold on, but upon meeting Liang Yunqing's eyes, which still held a trace of worry, he swallowed his words and obediently lowered his head. Liang Yunqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She stood up, resuming the calm demeanor expected of an instructor, yet when her gaze swept over Liang Qiubai, The hardness had melted, revealing a barely perceptible softness. She turned to Chao Mengpeng and the other two boys who had offered their assistance. Chao Mengpeng, you three, come here. Help him to the infirmary. Immediately. Ensure the doctor examines him thoroughly. Report any developments at once. Yes, instructor. Chao Mengpeng and the other two quickly stepped forward, carefully assisting Liang Qiubai. Liang Yunqing's attention shifted to the still shocked students, her voice regaining its cold authority, albeit with a slight reduction in severity. Everyone else, rest in place for 10 minutes. Drink water and stretch your limbs. However, her tone sharpened significantly. Remember this. In the ranks, discipline is an unbreakable law. It is a lifeline. I do not wish to witness this again. Any further disregard for discipline or disruption of order, and the sun will shine until dusk. Understood, instructor. The students echoed in unison, glancing at Liang Qiubai's departing figure, then back at Liang Yunqing. Their gazes filled not only with respect, but also with a complex, unspoken emotion. The beautiful and formidable school flower instructor seemed to harbor a fiercely protective heart beneath her cold exterior. Supported by Chao Mengpeng and the two classmates, Liang Qiubai made his way, step by step, weakly toward the infirmary. Just as they were about to turn the corner, escaping Liang Yunqing's line of sight, he subtly turned his head, catching a glimpse of her tall, camouflaged figure beneath the shade of the trees. On his pale, weak face, the corners of his mouth discreetly lifted in a swift, sly arc before he promptly reverted to an expression of pitiful fragility. Once distanced from the oppressive heat of the training ground and Liang Yunqing's piercing gaze, Liang Qiubai quietly cracked his eyes open a fraction, releasing a long, relieved breath. Phew. Thank goodness for my cleverness. That basic combat training yesterday was truly a lifesaver. Not only did it enhance my combat prowess, but it also bolstered my physical stamina. Otherwise, under this scorching sun, I might have genuinely fainted. The annoying voice of Little Melon immediately echoed in his mind. Host, friendly reminder. Faking illness is momentarily gratifying, but leads to a fiery reckoning. Deceiving an instructor, especially your sharp-eyed fifth sister, will have consequences if discovered. Haha, you understand. Understand my foot. Liang Qiubai rolled his eyes internally. As long as I'm not found out, everything will be splendid. You annoying system, keep your pessimism to yourself. 10 minutes later, Liang Qiubai was carefully carried to the entrance of the school infirmary by Chao Mengpeng and the other two classmates. As the door swung open, a rush of air, mingled with the scent of disinfectant, enveloped him like a cascade of icy water, instantly dispelling the sweltering heat that had clung to him. Ah, refreshing. Liang Qiubai shuddered at the sudden coolness, unable to suppress a hearty exclamation of relief. This outburst echoed oddly in the otherwise quiet infirmary. Chao Mengpeng and the other two carriers halted in unison, shooting peculiar glances at Liang Qiubai, who was sandwiched between them, wearing a look of utter contentment. Liang Qiubai's heart sank. Oh no, I got carried away. He reacted swiftly, his expression of satisfaction morphing into one of feigned weakness, weakly adding, I just meant to say how wonderfully cool the air conditioning is. Indeed, it's incredibly comfortable. Chao Mengpeng quickly caught on, eagerly chiming in to cover up. The other two classmates nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, very cool, very cool. In Chapter 68, Extra Training. Please, let me down. I can sit for a bit. Liang Qiubai continued his act of weakness. The three of them carefully set him down on a vacant plastic stool against the wall. Both of you should head back, Liang Qiubai said to his two classmates, striving to make his voice sound weak, yet considerate. Just let Fatty stay here with me. Don't let your training be delayed. The two looked at the cool environment of the infirmary, then glanced outside at the scorching sun, their faces etched with reluctance, as if their feet were rooted to the ground. Hurry back. The instructor is waiting, Liang Qiubai insisted, his tone laced with a feeble firmness. Only then did they reluctantly turn back, glancing over their shoulders as they left this haven from the heat. As soon as the door closed and he confirmed they were far away, Liang Qiubai instantly revealed his true self. He slumped against the cool wall, letting out an immensely satisfied sigh. I'm back to life. This feels incredible. Chao Mengpeng's eyes nearly bulged out as he whispered in disbelief. Brother Bai? You're fine. You were just pretending. Of course. Liang Qiubai raised an eyebrow proudly, lowering his voice. Do I look like someone who easily succumbs to heat stroke? This is a tactical retreat. Wow. Brother Bai, you're impressive. Even deceiving the instructor. Chao Mengpeng was in awe, though a hint of worry crept in. But what if you get caught? What is there to fear? Heaven knows. Earth knows. You know. I know. And Liang Qiubai knows, he said, his gaze sweeping across the infirmary. Goodness. The small space was packed with students in camouflage uniforms, their faces twisted in pain, groans and complaints echoing throughout. Wow. This infirmary is turning into a refuge camp. It's even livelier than a market. TSK, 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 these guys are even better at pretending than I am. Each one more wilted than the last. Xiaogua's voice dripped with disdain. Host, please refrain from laughing at others when you yourself are in the same boat. In the realm of feigning illness to escape training, you and these classmates are akin to thieves in the night, colluding together. Damn. System, are you itching for a fight? Liang Qiubai nearly jumped in indignation. Since you're fine now, where shall we go? Chao Mengpeng leaned in, his small eyes darting mischievously. A knowing grin spreading across his face. How about we sneak back to the dorm? Air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and watermelon. Doesn't that sound delightful? Back to the dorm? Absolutely not. Liang Qiubai shook his head decisively. Once I've rested enough, I'll return to training. Training? Chao Mengpeng exclaimed as if he had heard a fairy tale. Brother Bai, you dared to fake illness to deceive the instructor, yet you're afraid to skip training? Your courage is utterly contradictory. This fat idiot. What does he know? Liang Qiubai thought to himself. Deceiving fifth sister is one thing. Getting caught skipping training is another. If she catches me again, I'd have to run 10 laps and might really die from it. The sun could truly peel skin off. Enough chatter. If you want to leave, go. I'll rest for a bit and then return to training. This is about seeing things through to the end. Liang Qiubai declared with righteous fervor and a hint of guilt as he waved his hand. Seeing Liang Qiubai was adamant about walking into his own trap, Chao Mengpeng had no choice but to accompany him, and the two lingered in the infirmary, soaking up the cool air, dragging their feet for nearly an hour. Finally, under the watchful gaze of the suspicious duty nurse, they slowly got up to leave. Back at the familiar shade of the training ground, which now felt less cool, the two inhaled deeply, straightened their backs, and called out loudly, reporting to the instructor, Liang Qiubai and Chao Mengpeng request to return to the team. Liang Yunqing's icy gaze swept over, pausing for a moment on Liang Qiubai's face, which, though still pale, clearly displayed a vibrant spirit. She understood already. Return to the team. Her voice revealed no hint of emotion. Yes, the two felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hurried back to the ranks. Liang Qiubai stood tall, secretly relieved. Phew, I passed the test. It seems fifth sister didn't realize I was pretending. My acting skills are top-notch. Xiaogua's voice, dripping with schadenfreude, chimed in. Host, don't rejoice too soon. Your good days are numbered. Prepare for your own misfortune. This thought resonated in Liang Yunqing's ears like a precise directive, igniting the suppressed fury within her. Her fingers tightened around the whistle, knuckles turning white. Liang Qiubai? Those three words roared silently in her mind, filled with a cold bitterness. How dare he feign illness to deceive her? Cause her worry? Waste medical resources? She would settle the score for both old and new grievances. 45 minutes later, as the other students finally settled down to rest and enjoy their precious hydration time, Liang Yunqing's chilling voice descended like a sentence of judgment. Liang Qiubai, Chao Mengpeng. Both of them jumped in shock. You two were absent for a full 45 minutes of training. Liang Yunqing's gaze pierced through Liang Qiubai like an icicle. So now, make up for it. Stand at attention. No resting. Water is permitted. A thunderbolt struck. Liang Qiubai and Chao Mengpeng instantly turned to stone, exchanging a look of despair, seeing the same hopelessness reflected in each other's eyes. No way, sir. We still have to stand. Xiaogua, help. I'm going to die. Liang Qiubai cried internally. Host, this is what you call poetic justice, retribution without fail. Enjoy fifth sister's loving extra practice. Xiaogua's voice was filled with delight. Watching this unfold from the grassy ground, Liang Zihan felt an indescribable thrill surge through him. He struggled to suppress the grin threatening to spread across his face, eyes glimmering with delight. Ha ha ha, Liang Qiubai finally got punished. The earlier sting from Liang Yunqing's concern and support seemed to fade under the pleasure of this punishment. For Liang Qiubai and Chao Mengpeng, the afternoon training felt like an extension of hell. Under the relentless blaze of the sun, just after they finished their extra time standing at attention and before they could catch their breath, Liang Yunqing's demonic whisper echoed again. Liang Qiubai, Chao Mengpeng. Your movements are deformed. You both lack spirit. An additional 30 minutes of standing at attention. This was undoubtedly the last straw. Sweat cascaded down Liang Qiubai's forehead, temples, and back like a waterfall, his camouflage uniform clinging to him, heavy as if filled with lead. Sweat stung his eyes, bringing a burning pain, forcing him to squint. Each breath was a searing agony, his legs long since numb, and every slight shift felt like walking on a blade. Chapter 69, huh? Yawning. Fifth sister definitely found out. She's doing this on purpose. Personal vendetta. Retaliation. Liang Qiubai was drowning in tears internally. Host, are you regretting showing off in the infirmary now? Had you known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Xiaogua's voice was smug, as if enjoying a show. Shut up. You, Liang Qiubai, still energetic? Do you still have time to slack off? An additional 5 minutes. Liang Qiubai cold voice boomed like thunder, clearly catching onto the exchange between him and Xiaoguo. Liang Qiubai was terrified, his spirit fleeing, no longer daring to entertain any stray thoughts, clenching his teeth and mustering the meager reserves of energy from his basic combat training, pushing himself to endure. Finally, when the whistle signaling the end of afternoon training blew, Liang Qiubai felt like a puddle of mud completely drained of moisture, lacking the strength to lift a leg. Chao Mingpeng simply collapsed on the grass under the shade, wailing like a pig. Brother Bai, I feel like I've left my 200+ pounds here today. As night fell, several high-powered lights illuminated the playground, dispelling some of the darkness, but the heat rising from the ground during the day had yet to fully dissipate, and the air was thick with the unique scent of sweat and grass. Under the guidance of the instructor, each formation encircled itself, creating grand circles. This was the evening talent showcase of military training, designed to relax and foster camaraderie. In the center of the circle formed by Class 1 of Finance and Class 2 of Business Management stood Liang Qiubai, gently illuminated by soft lights that tempered the sharpness of the day. Clearing her throat, she spoke with an unusual warmth in her voice. Let's unwind a bit this evening. Everyone, please take a seat. Those with talents are encouraged to step forward and add some joy to our military training life. Who will be the first? Be bold. However, after the rigorous training led by Liang Qiubai and the additional demonstrations by Liang Qiubai and Chao Mingpeng, the students from both classes became like startled birds, exchanging glances and deferring to one another, none daring to take the lead. The atmosphere grew tense. Just then, a cool and confident voice shattered the silence. Instructor, I'll go. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the area of Class 2 of Business Management, where Liang Qiubai stood up decisively. His posture was as upright as a spear, and even in the dim light, his strikingly handsome features and the air of arrogance he exuded were remarkably prominent. He surveyed the crowd, and as his gaze swept over Liang Qiubai's weary face, a faint smirk of superiority curled at the corners of his mouth, his disdain unmistakable. Very well. Liang Qiubai nodded slightly. Wow, the young master of the Liang family is about to perform. It must be impressive. Just look at his demeanor. Can he possibly be better than Liang Qiubai with that silly face of his? Murmurs of speculation arose. Liang Qiubai strode confidently to the center of the circle and took his position. Foregoing pleasantries, he announced directly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I will perform a piece of breakdancing, for you all. Breaking. The mere mention of the term sparked considerable excitement. Given the high demands of strength, skill, and stamina required for breaking, could he truly perform it after such grueling military training? His prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, Liang Qiubai's gaze sharpened and focused. He loosened his wrists and ankles before launching into action. He began with several fluid and stylish top rock movements, his steps light and rhythmic, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Following this, he lowered his center of gravity and seamlessly transitioned into challenging power moves. A stunning backspin. His body spun like a top at high speed, tracing perfect arcs on the ground. Wow, so cool. Cheers and gasps erupted. Liang Qiubai's lips curled slightly, his movements unceasing. He transitioned from the backspin into the even more demanding Thomas flare. His legs opened and closed like a fierce windmill, cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. Each swing bursting with explosive energy and astonishing control. Sweat flew from his rapid movements, glimmering under the lights, adding an untamed allure to his performance. The onlookers were entranced, and even Liang Qiubai's eyes shone with unhidden admiration. Did you see that, Liang Qiubai? This is true strength. This is the grace a young master of the Liang family should possess. Liang Qiubai was filled with exhilaration from commanding the audience and a sense of superiority over his rival, his movements growing even sharper and more fluid. He prepared to conclude with the most explosive and visually striking move, a head spin. He planted his hands firmly on the ground, drawing his legs close to his chest, concentrating all his weight and rotational force precisely on his head. The entire figure began to spin at breakneck speed, faster and steadier, like a top poised to ignite the crowd's enthusiasm. This required immense core strength, balance, and skill. Just as he reached the pinnacle of speed and spectacle, ready to perfect his finale and unleash a wave of applause, a resounding yawn erupted from Liang Qiubai's direction. The sound, loud and jarring, seemed to echo like thunder in the stillness, contrasting sharply with the wind generated by Liang Qiubai performance and the collective breath-holding of the audience. It was akin to a flatulent interruption amid a grand symphonic crescendo. The yawn, long and languid, as if the very soul were being expelled, shattered the tension Liang Qiubai had meticulously crafted, obliterating the atmosphere he had built to a climax. In an instant, his poised figure was thrown into disarray, as if the pause button had been pressed on his high-speed spin. The flawless rhythm collapsed. The fluid rotation lost its balance. He felt a sudden force veer him off course, his body uncontrollably stumbling, and he crashed heavily onto the hard ground with his palms and elbows. Though he avoided the humiliation of face-planting, this stark blunder, like a resounding slap, abruptly interrupted his magnificent performance at its peak. The entire circle fell into a profound silence. A silence so deep it felt almost lifeless. The only sounds were the dull thud of Liang Qiubai hitting the ground and his own heavy, incredulous, and furious breaths. Everyone was frozen in shock, mouths agape, eyes wide as searchlights. Their gazes shifted from the now awkwardly collapsed figure of Liang Qiubai to the source of the disruptive sound, Liang Qiubai, who was rubbing his eyes in a post-sleep daze. Sporting an expression of bewilderment and innocent confusion, Liang Qiubai shot up his head, his handsome face twisted with embarrassment and rage, flushed crimson. Veins bulged on his forehead like worms. He glared fiercely at Liang Qiubai, his eyes ablaze with a fury capable of incinerating all. It was an ultimate humiliation, akin to being publicly stripped of dignity and trampled underfoot. At the very moment he had hoped to dominate Liang Qiubai, to earn the respect of all, especially Liang Yunqing. He had been utterly undone by a careless, infuriating yawn. The pain of this humiliation was 100 times worse than a mere stab. Liang Qiubai, startled by the multitude of eyes and Liang Qiuban's predatory glare, jolted awake. He blinked in confusion, scanning the eerily silent surroundings, where his classmates wore expressions ranging from shock, stifled laughter, sympathy, to schadenfreude. He then glanced back at Liang Qiubai, who resembled an injured dinosaur, glaring at him with intensity. Finally, his gaze met Liang Yunqing's, whose icy, piercing look could freeze him in place. Sorry everyone. Liang Qiubai scratched the back of his head, wearing a dazed expression mixed with just the right amount of embarrassment. I was a bit too tired and accidentally dozed off. Hope you all find it amusing. Beside him, Chao Mingpeng quickly added fuel to the fire. Brother Bai? That snoring was quite audacious. It sounded like thunder. Liang Qiubai shot him an annoyed look, whispering, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Chao Mingpeng shrugged innocently. I was so engrossed in watching Qiuban's performance that I lost track of time. Liang Qiubai. He shot back a tremendous glare. The implication unmistakable. You gluttonous fool. You did this on purpose. Liang Qiubai. Liang Yunqing's icy voice pierced through the air, imbued with an undeniable authority. You. Come forth and showcase your talents to everyone. Me? Liang Qiubai pointed incredulously at himself, astonishment etched across his face. No sooner had he spoken than Liang Qiubai, who had been frozen in the center of the venue, seemed to trigger a switch. His previously humiliated expression, interrupted by a yawn, instantly morphed into a facade of feigned enthusiasm, his voice deliberately elevated and laced with incitement. Indeed, Brother Qiubai, your duet with senior sister Liang at the auditorium was absolutely breathtaking, the echoes lingering for 3 days. With such a splendid opportunity today, how can we not have you serenade us again? Don't you all agree? He sought to stir the atmosphere, his gaze fixed unyieldingly on Liang Qiubai, malice simmering beneath the surface like a coiled serpent. Is this fool out of his mind? An alarm rang in Liang Qiubai's mind. Knowing full well that my singing is akin to celestial melodies, he dares to provoke me in his singing? Something is amiss. There's definitely a trap here. At that moment, Xiao Guo's cheeky voice chimed in with a significant revelation. Ding. Hostess Insight is at full capacity. Target Liang Qiubai has tampered with the microphone, installing a high-frequency disruptor. If you sing into this microphone, your voice will be drastically out of tune, akin to a broken gong. His intentions are malicious. Just as I suspected. Liang Qiubai scoffed internally. But to think such trivial tricks could ensnare me? Allow me to turn the tables on you. Liang Yunqing, overhearing Liang Qiubai's thoughts, was initially taken aback by the revelation of Liang Qiuban's sabotage, but then a surge of anger welled up within her, quickly overshadowed by a strong curiosity. That impudent boy, I shall see what schemes you are concocting. With a sudden, dazzling smile that could blind, Liang Qiubai stepped forward confidently, seizing the tampered microphone amidst Liang Qiuban's expectant gaze. Before Liang Qiuban's smile could fully bloom, Liang Qiubai pivoted, singing ISNT out of the question. But the ambience is so delightful tonight that I'd like to offer everyone something fresh. How about a magic trick? I promise it will be more thrilling than a song. Magic. Liang Qiuban's smile froze instantaneously, as if encased in ice. The meticulously planned, out-of-tune microphone meant to humiliate Liang Qiubai had now transformed into a complete farce. A wave of frustration surged in his chest, nearly suffocating him. Magic. What trickery is he up to? Liang Qiuban's inner turmoil surged, his forced smile now rigid like a mask, his eyes brimming with venomous intent. Yet Liang Qiubai appeared oblivious to his rancor, holding the microphone, radiating the enigmatic confidence characteristic of a magician, which Liang Qiubai perceived as infuriating. Dear classmates, under the enchanting moonlight, with the atmosphere so vibrant, I shall present a humble magic trick to elevate our spirits. I need an assistant. He scanned the crowd, his gaze honing in like a precision spotlight on Liang Qiubai, whose face was pale and exuding an aura of do not approach. His smile grew increasingly sincere. Classmate Qiubai, that explosive floor dance earlier was the perfect embodiment of strength and grace. You are undoubtedly the most agile and quick-witted choice for this role. Let us give a warm round of applause for classmate Qiuhai's guest appearance. Instantly, alarms blared in Liang Qiuhai's mind. A weasel offering New Year-esque greetings to a chicken. There were definitely ill intentions at play. His instincts urged him to retreat and refuse. Classmate Qiubai, don't be shy. Let us encourage him with a round of applause. Liang Qiubai wasted no time, clapping enthusiastically, his smile disarmingly innocent yet infuriatingly irritating. The unsuspecting onlookers were quickly swept up, erupting in raucous applause and cheers. Even Liang Yunqin crossed her arms, her eyes glinting with intrigue and a hint of amusement. Nodding slightly, that impudent boy, let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. She even felt a flicker of anticipation for how Liang Qiubai would retaliate against Liang Qiuhai's microphone trap. Under the scrutiny and applause of the crowd, Liang Qiubai found himself in a predicament he could not escape. He shot Liang Qiubai a venomous glare, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If looks could kill, Liang Qiubai would have been reduced to tatters. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth, adopting a tragic expression as if walking to the gallows, and stiffly made his way to the center circle, standing beside Liang Qiubai, his body taut with resistance, every pore screaming defiance. Thank you very much for your heartfelt participation. Classmate Qiubai. Liang Qiubai beamed, seemingly oblivious to Qiuhai's sour demeanor. He performed a sleight of hand, in reality, retrieving from the system space, and produced an utterly ordinary red scarf. For my first trick, I will demonstrate the disappearing scarf. Classmate Qiubai, please examine this scarf thoroughly, ensuring it contains no hidden compartments, mechanisms, or secret clasps. Just an ordinary, unremarkable red scarf. He spoke with a gravitas that was almost theatrical. Liang Qiubai frowned, suppressing his revulsion, inspecting the scarf as if it were a bomb, scrutinizing it meticulously inside and out. Indeed, it was nothing more than an utterly mundane scarf. He scoffed disdainfully, casting it back to Liang Qiubai. Liang Qiubai caught the scarf, crumpling it into a ball and clutching it tightly in his left fist. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. He theatrically blew a breath of mystique onto his fist, then abruptly opened his left hand to reveal it empty. Wow! Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. Xiaogua, did you see that? Basic techniques, smooth and flowing. Impressive, I assent it. Liang Qiubai reveled in his inner triumph. Host. The technique barely passes, but the exaggerated expressions are excessive. It's advisable to tone it down. Xiaogua critiqued professionally. Liang Qiubai smirked. Humph, an old trick. The scarf is surely hidden in your sleeve or pinched between your fingers. His sharp gaze remained fixated on Liang Qiubai's hands. Patience. The allure of magic lies in the unexpected. Liang Qiubai seemed to read his mind, smiling as he dramatically spread his hands wide, displaying both palms and backs to the audience, indeed clean and devoid of any objects. So, where has the scarf gone? A profound smile graced his face, his gaze sweeping over Liang Qiubai, finally landing behind the collar of his crisp camouflage uniform. Let me guess, Liang Qiubai began, suddenly striking with the speed of lightning. His fingers deftly probed behind Liang Qiuhai's collar, and with a flick, the red scarf was yanked forth, emerging as if by magic from the back of Liang Qiuhai's shirt. Wow! The astonishment grew louder. What do you think? The scarf teleportation technique. Seamless and flawless. Liang Qiubai reveled in his internal glee. Fairly mediocre. The transfer technique was somewhat discreet. Xiaogua begrudgingly acknowledged. Liang Qiubai was taken aback by this sudden intrusion, a ticklish sensation coursing through his neck. He instinctively reached back to feel, his face contorting in disgust as if he had swallowed a fly. You scoundrel! When did you sneak that in? Well, was that not miraculous enough? Liang Qiubai triumphantly waved the scarf in his hand, then abruptly adopted a serious expression, his eyes gleaming intensely at Liang Qiubai. But this is merely the appetizer. What follows will be the main event of the evening. I assure you it will leave everyone in awe. His tone grew solemn, his gaze towards Liang Qiubai imbued with a weighty sense of purpose, as if he were about to become part of an extraordinary spectacle. Chapter 71. Pigeon releases pressure. Host. Hold it together. Do not break character. Professionalism. Understand? Xiaogua urgently reminded. Rest assured, I am channeling my inner film emperor. Liang Qiubai responded internally. Qiubai, please relax your body and extend your arms. just as you did when you conquered the stage, showcasing your unparalleled charisma and confidence. Liang Qiubai directed with the authority of a maestro. Inside Liang Zihan's mind, alarm bells rang furiously, however, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. He could only suppress his discomfort and distaste, maintaining a stoic visage as he reluctantly opened his arms, standing rigidly. His eyes locked onto every subtle movement of Liang Qiubai like a hawk, poised for an immediate counterattack. Liang Yinqing leaned forward slightly, watching with keen interest, curious about what tricks Liang Qiubai might conjure next. Excellent. Truly splendid. Maintain that regal posture. Liang Qiubai waved the red silk scarf before Liang Zihan with theatrical flair, entwining it while reciting incantations as if casting an ancient spell. Heavenly spirits and earthly forces, the scarf awakens a wondrous spectacle. Living beings shall appear, do not be alarmed. Everyone, observe closely. Xiaogua, now's the time. Deploy. Liang Qiubai commanded internally. Understood. The peace envoy is ready, accompanied by a biochemical surprise package. Precision airdrop prepared. Before his words fully dissipated, Liang Qiubai forcefully thrust the red scarf into Liang Zihan's outstretched embrace with the speed of a tempest. At the very moment the scarf made contact with Liang Zihan's chest, a cacophony of frantic flapping wings erupted, accompanied by startled cooing. A plump, robust dove, its feathers a pristine white, astonishingly materialized from Liang Zihan's embrace, as if by magic. Clearly startled by its sudden release and the ensuing chaos, the dove flapped its wings in a panic, careening wildly against Liang Zihan's chest, its claws frantically scratching at his camouflage attire. Wow, my heavens! A dove! A living dove! It actually appeared. Incredible! The audience erupted into a frenzy, gasps, screams, and applause crashing like a tsunami. The visual impact of this unexpected living spectacle far surpassed that of the silk scarf. Haha, the effect is explosive. The best moment of the event. Liang Qiubai reveled internally. Host, be advised. The dove is experiencing severe stress reactions. Its physiological systems may soon release pressure. Xiaogua's voice chimed in, laced with anticipation. Liang Zihan stood utterly petrified. His pupils dilated to the extreme, disbelief coursing through him as he beheld the creature flapping frantically at his chest, exuding warmth and a faint avian odor. The soft touch of its feathers, its erratic claws, even the slight itch of feathers brushing against his skin sent chills down his spine. Ah, get away. Repulsive creature. He screamed silently, his body instinctively writhing in a desperate attempt to rid himself of this sudden biochemical weapon. Yet, the true nightmare was only just beginning. As the dove, in its panic, used Liang Zihan's shoulder as leverage to seek higher ground for safety, a soft yet distinctly audible sound, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, reached Liang Zihan's ears amidst the tumult. A warm, viscous mass, emitting an overwhelmingly pungent ammonia stench, the characteristic sharpness of bird droppings, descended like a precision-guided missile, landing squarely on the center of Liang Zihan's pristine camouflage uniform. The accuracy was as if meticulously calculated. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Liang Zihan's expression shattered completely, transitioning from astonished stupor to a grotesque contortion of disgust, culminating in sheer rage and despair. He distinctly felt the warmth, the stickiness, and the heavy weight of the excrement on his chest. The acrid stench enveloped him like a tangible poison, instantly overwhelming his senses. The carefully cultivated image of cool composure he had maintained was utterly and ruthlessly obliterated by a falling mass of bird droppings. The humiliation crashed over him like a tidal wave. A wave of intense nausea rolled through Liang Zihan, his throat convulsing, his stomach churning violently, nearly triggering an explosive retching response. Xiaogua, exceptional assistance. This surprise package's delivery accuracy is max. The effect is outstanding. Liang Qiubai internally lauded Xiaogua. Providing the highest quality of prank services is our mission. The dove, having completed its mission, seemed to exhaust its energies or perhaps felt it was time to depart, flapped its wings and, amidst the stunned gazes of the audience, soared into the dark night sky, leaving behind a few scattered feathers and a frozen Liang Zihan, adorned with a shimmering metal of shame, exuding a biochemical aura. Puffing laughter erupted, shattering the silence that lingered for but a second, as Chao Mengpong's raucous guffaws pierced the air like a thunderclap. Ha ha ha, bullseye. This magic trick is simply delightful. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Help, I'm done for. The entire circle succumbed to uncontrollable laughter. Everyone doubled over, pounding their chests, tears streaming down their faces. Chao Mengpang collapsed to the ground, rolling with laughter. Liang Yinqing was utterly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated Liang Qiubai's magic to take such a turn, nor could she foresee the unexpected, near biochemical level potency of the prank. Observing Liang Zihan's expression of utter despair, as if his soul had vacated his body and his worldview had crumbled, she turned to Liang Qiubai, who stood beside her. Struggling to maintain a serious facade while his shoulders shook uncontrollably, feigning innocence. Oh dear, how could this happen? It was purely accidental. This dove has no manners. She felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, internally berating him. Liang Qiubai, you little rascal, where did you get this dove? And it even has an airdrop feature? This is too malicious. Zihan is on the verge of exploding. She bit down hard on her lower lip to stifle her laughter. Though her mouth and eyes twitched uncontrollably, her temples throbbing. Especially upon hearing Liang Qiubai's self-satisfied thoughts and Xiao Guo's congratulatory banter, she struggled to maintain her authoritative demeanor. Liang Qiubai, nearly bursting with laughter, stepped forward, dramatically extracting a tissue from his clean pocket, feigning heartfelt sorrow and profound regret. Oh dear, Zihan, an unfortunate accident. This dove truly has no sense of decorum. How could it relieve itself indiscriminately? Come, let me help you clean up. I sincerely apologize. As he spoke, he pretended to offer Liang Zihan the tissue. Host, your apology is as phony as can be. The scent of schadenfreude wafts over from 800 miles away. Your grin could stretch to your ears. Xiao Guo quipped acutely. Get away. Liang Zihan swatted the tissue away as if stung by a venomous snake. His body trembling violently, his complexion cycling from crimson to ashen, then to a darkened hue, ultimately settling into a pallid gray. He glared at Liang Qiubai's face, which was etched with feigned regret, his eyes brimming with venomous resentment and murderous intent. The overpowering stench of bird droppings incessantly reminded him of the unparalleled humiliation he had just endured. Every second felt like torture. Liang Qiubai. A piercing and heart-wrenching roar, infused with boundless sorrow and seething rage, erupted from his throat, akin to the anguished howl of a wounded beast. As if it were being forcibly extracted, he could no longer endure even a single second. With a sudden pivot, he clasped his hands desperately over the noxious, shameful brand seeping from his chest, akin to a rocket ignited at its base. Amidst the relentless waves of laughter and Liang Qiubai's painfully sincere apologies, he exuded a potent aura reminiscent of biochemical weaponry. At a speed that transcended all limits, he barreled out of the playground in a frenzied dash. His destination, the nearest restroom. The sight of his disheveled retreat was steeped in a profound sense of tragic indignation. Liang Qiubai, watching him vanish into the darkness, could no longer contain himself. He doubled over, clutching his stomach, and erupted into a raucous, thunderous laughter. Ha ha, little Guo, did you see that? This prank's effectiveness is nothing short of epic. A perfect score. The hatred meter has skyrocketed. Host, you truly have a knack for self-sabotage. I can almost hear Liang Zihan sharpening his knives and the ominous notification of his 10,086 darkening aura. Good luck to you. Liang Yinqing observed the students around her, still unable to stop laughing, and the principal architect of the chaos, who was laughing so heartily, devoid of remorse, and even reveling in his triumph. And she couldn't help but chuckle as well. Chapter 72. Enjoying Sister San's SBA massage. Following a performance that could only be described as a biochemical weapon-grade spectacle, the atmosphere of the talent show transformed into one that was both bizarre and joyous. Although there were subsequent acts of singing and dancing, a subtle anticipation lingered in the air, wondering if something else might emerge. Ultimately, at 9 o'clock in the evening, the event concluded with Liang Yunqing's whistle signaling dismissal. Dragging his seemingly hollow body back to the dormitory, Liang Qiubai floated through his evening routine. A hot shower washed away the sweat and fatigue. He flung himself onto his bed, nearly falling asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, plunging into a deep slumber. The next day, military training continued, shifting from the monotonous standing posture to slightly more dynamic formations and turns. Surprisingly, Liang Zihan appeared utterly deflated or perhaps temporarily subdued, refraining from throwing any obstacles in Liang Qiubai's path. This afforded Liang Qiubai a rare period of relatively pleasant training. Of course, Liang Yunqing's occasional piercing glances, laden with scrutiny and a hint of admonition, still sent shivers down his spine. Time sped by amidst the cadence of commands and the sweat of exertion. Finally, on the afternoon of the 14th day, with the scorching sun baking the plastic track, the military training culminated in its final examination, a grand parade. The joint formation of Class 1 of Finance and Class 2 of Business Management marched in synchrony under Liang Yunqing's crisp and commanding voice. Their steps a testament to countless hours of rigorous practice, a formidable tide of camouflage surging past the grandstand. 1, 2, 3, 4. United and striving forward. Striving for excellence. The resounding slogans pierced the air, echoing across the playground, infused with youthful vigor and a sense of collective honor. Despite the tumultuous 14 days filled with challenges, sweat, extra drills, and personal grievances, in this moment of overwhelming collective pride, every individual cast aside distractions, fully focused, presenting their best selves and most vibrant spirits. As Principal Chiu's resonant voice announced the successful conclusion of the military training for the 2025 cohort at Jiangxing University through the loudspeaker, the playground instantaneously transformed into a roaring sea of jubilation. The deafening cheers, whistles, and shouts soared into the heavens. This was a euphoric celebration of liberation, as well as a collective farewell to this unique experience, interwoven with pain and growth. Liang Qiubai, massaging his achingly sore shoulders, glanced at his equally fatigued yet exhilarated friend, Chao Mengpang, who wore a goofy grin, a fleeting glance towards Liang Zihan, who still cast a vengeful gaze, yet beneath it lay a flicker of relief from task completion. Finally, his gaze settled at the forefront of the formation. Liang Yinxing stood tall and regal, her ethereal beauty momentarily shedding the stern facade of an instructor, her lips curving into a subtle yet profoundly genuine smile of satisfaction, sparkling under the sun. It's finally over. Liberation. Freedom. Liang Qiubai sighed deeply, as if shedding a colossal burden. Tomorrow. No, starting tonight. I shall indulge myself and reclaim all the joy I've lost. The alluring voice of little Gua echoed in his mind. Ding. Strong relaxation demand detected. Recommended destination. Sister Liang Curson S. Xinhua Time SBA. Top-notch techniques. Ultimate enjoyment. And the best part, family is free. Don't miss out. Liang Qiubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stroked his chin. That makes sense. There's no time like the present. It's happening tonight. I must get a massage. My old bones are on the verge of collapse. Resolute, he swiftly broke away from the jubilant crowd, heading towards the dormitory. Brother Bai, wait for me. Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Chao Mengpang panted, chasing after him and seizing his arm. Brother Bai, where are you rushing off to? Liang Qiubai halted, grinning widely. Fatty, tonight I'm taking you to a splendid place to unwind. A massage, a soak, to rid ourselves of this military training stench. Are you in? Chao Mengpang's eyes lit up. A massage. Brother Bai, is that for real? I've never been to a place like that in my life. Is it expensive? I don't have any money. He rubbed his hands together, excitement mingling with trepidation. Fear not. Liang Qiubai proclaimed grandly, almost choking on his bravado. Come with me. I guarantee you'll experience what royal-level enjoyment feels like. Money is not your concern. Really, Brother Bai, you are my true brother. My benefactor. Chao Mengpang exclaimed, his excitement rendering him speechless. Half an hour later, in Dorm 207, the pair rushed through their showers and donned relatively clean and presentable attire. Liang Qiubai retrieved the car keys from his drawer and, with a flourish, tossed his head back. Let us go. I'll take you flying. Another half an hour passed, and a sleek, commanding black Cullinan came to a steady halt in front of a brilliantly illuminated, architecturally stunning building on the city's south-most bustling commercial street. A massive neon sign flickered with elegant artistry. Xinhua Time High-End SBA and Health Club. Sister Liang Curson's enterprise was nestled within. At this moment, as dusk descended, the commercial street buzzed with activity, surrounded by luxury brand boutiques, as well-dressed urbanites navigated through, the air thick with the sense of wealth and fashion. Wow, Sister S place is quite impressive. Very upscale. Liang Qiubai marveled at the opulent yet tasteful SBA center before him. Little Gua promptly chimed in. Host. Liang Curson's Xinhua Time spans 8 levels. B1 to 4F is the core SBA area, encompassing various massages, therapies, and treatments. 5F to 8F comprises leisure and entertainment zones, including tea rooms, a reading bar, a small cinema, a gym, and a rooftop garden restaurant. It's fully equipped, positioned as high-end, and attracts a bustling clientele year-round. So comprehensive. No wonder business is booming, Liang Qiubai realized, as they pushed open the heavy glass door. A refreshing wave of mixed aromas of essential oils and soothing music enveloped them. The interior decor exudes opulence, with marble floors so polished they reflect one's image, and crystal chandeliers casting a mesmerizing array of colors. The air is imbued with a soothing fragrance that invites relaxation. Isn't this just too extravagant? Chao Mengpang stammered, taken aback by the resplendent surroundings, nervously tugging at Liang Qiubai's sleeve. How much could this possibly cost? I can barely afford a bowl of beef noodles. Rest assured. Liang Qiubai reassured him with a calming glance, declaring, as my guest, you won't have to spend a single penny. As they approached the bright and spacious front desk, the impeccably groomed and well-trained front desk supervisor cast a glance at Liang Qiubai, momentarily startled before her face blossomed into an exuberantly warm, almost reverent smile. As she slightly bowed, young master, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. Her voice rang clear and melodious, distinctly cutting through the tranquility of the lobby. Chapter 73, A Call to Arms Against Injustice. Qiao Mengpang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape in disbelief. Why, young master? Brother Bai? Why, you? Liang Qiubai nodded calmly, addressing the front desk supervisor. Yes, I've brought a friend to unwind. Just a simple full-body relaxation massage for two will suffice. Of course, young master. Right this way, please. The VIP room number 3 is ready for you. The front desk supervisor promptly grabbed her intercom, her demeanor exceedingly courteous. Liang Qiubai then turned to the still-dazed Qiao Mengpang, patting him on the back. Fatty, don't just stand there in shock. This is my sister's establishment, understand? Relax and enjoy. Well, what? Brother Bai, this is your family's place. I'm so envious of you. Qiao Mengpang finally snapped back to reality, his face flushed with excitement, his gaze toward Liang Qiubai brimming with admiration and a desire to be associated with him. Inside the spacious and comfortable VIP room, soft lighting illuminated the space, accompanied by soothing light music and an aromatic blend of essential oils wafting through the air. Liang Qiubai and Qiao Mengpang luxuriated in a temperature-controlled foot bath, sighing in contentment. Two skilled and attractive female therapists were diligently tending to their shoulder and neck relaxation. This is delightful. The therapist's techniques are indeed impressive. Qiao Mengpang squinted his eyes in bliss. Liang Qiubai, too, relaxed with his eyes closed, thinking, finally, the soreness from military training is dissipating. However, this serene atmosphere was soon shattered. Despite the soundproofing of the room, a cacophony of ear-piercing roars and insults erupted from the corridor outside, clearly penetrating the door. Get your boss here. Right now? Immediately. Look at the rubbish therapist you've hired. Her skills are atrocious, and her attitude is appalling. I want to file a complaint. Make her pack her things and leave. Compensate me for my emotional distress. Followed by a quavering voice from a young woman, barely able to suppress her sobs. Sir, I'm terribly sorry. I truly did my best, but your demands bullshit. What demands? I'm paying, so I'm the boss here. I expect a proper massage. Did you deliver? I feel worse than before. Bring me the manager. What is going on out there? It's quite noisy, I assent it. Liang Qiubai frowned, disturbed by the interruption. The voice of his system, Xiaohua, bore an excited tone. Report, host. Scanning complete. A customer dispute is occurring in the corridor. A gentleman, weighing an estimated 250 pounds, is extremely dissatisfied with the service provided by a female therapist and is making a scene to lodge a complaint. Service not up to standard? What specifically is lacking? Is it the technique? The pressure? Clarity is required. Liang Qiubai pressed. System analysis of body language, vocal tone, and emotional resonance indicates the core conflict. The customer, having developed an attraction, demanded services beyond the scope of a typical massage, and upon being firmly declined, became enraged and retaliated. Xiaohua struck at the heart of the matter. What a scoundrel. A total disgrace. Liang Qiubai felt his temper flaring. Bullying someone on my sister's turf? Harassing female staff? This is intolerable. Fatty, I'm going to check it out. Liang Qiubai abruptly stood from the foot bath, wrapping himself in a towel. Huh. Brother Bai? What's wrong? Qiao Mengpang looked bewildered. Someone's causing trouble outside, bullying our therapist. Liang Qiubai explained as he pulled open the room door. Upon hearing this, Qiao Mengpang quickly scrambled up. Wait for me, Brother Bai? With an air of indignation, Liang Qiubai flung open the door, but the sight before him momentarily stunned him. In the corridor stood a man so large he nearly blocked the passageway, resembling a moving mountain of flesh. His weight was undoubtedly over 250 pounds. His corpulent body barely clad in a precariously stretched white towel, which quivered with every passionate roar he emitted. He was vehemently berating a young female therapist, who wore a light uniform, appeared frail, and with tear-streaked eyes, trembled in fear. Useless. Are you deaf? Get your boss here. Right now? I want everyone in Jiangxing to know about the garbage service at your establishment. What a disgraceful therapist. His thick finger nearly poked the therapist's nose as he bellowed. Unless I get her fired today, I'll change my name. The therapist, head bowed, wrung her hands tightly, her shoulders shaking, her voice laced with despair. Sir, I beg you to see reason. It was your insistence. What did I insist on? Huh. I insisted you give me a proper massage. Did you do that? I'm in agony. Bring me the manager. Oh my goodness, Xiaohua, look at this hefty fellow. Liang Qiubai observed the erupting mountain of flesh before him, feeling the oppressive air of arrogance emanating from him, his heart racing. Perhaps we should just return to the foot bath? A gentleman resolves disputes with words, not fists. Host, are you seriously considering retreating? That is not like you. When you witness injustice, you must act, especially on your sister's turf. Can you tolerate this? Where's your sense of justice? Your martial skills? Go for it. Show him what you've got. Xiaohua fervently urged. Taking a deep breath, Liang Qiubai recalled that this was his sister's establishment. Gritting his teeth, he forced a congenial smile. Striding forward to shield the almost collapsing therapist from the suffocating barrage of insults. Good sir, let us calm down. A peaceful demeanor fosters prosperity. Liang Qiubai's voice was steady and resonant, attempting to overpower the man's fury. I'm a long-standing member here. If there's an issue, let us discuss it. Why take it out on a young lady? The hefty man abruptly turned, his jowls wobbling as he scrutinized Liang Qiubai, who appeared almost like a naive youth in his bathrobe, his expression rife with disdain and impatience. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Don't block my way. I demand to see the boss. If she is not out of here today, I'll change my name. He waved his hand, creating a gust of wind, attempting to shove Liang Qiubai aside. Sir, the manager is quite busy and can't just drop everything at a moment's notice, can they? Liang Qiubai stood his ground, the smile on his face dimming slightly, his gaze turning steely. Let us talk this out. Please tell me what specifically about the therapist's service has displeased you. Is it a matter of technique, pressure, or attitude? There must be a basis for your complaint, correct? As he spoke, he subtly signaled the terrified therapist to step behind him for protection. Chapter 74, The Arrival of the Sister. Discuss it? The hefty man erupted in laughter, the sound piercing the air as he raised his voice, spewing saliva. Discuss it with her? She is not worthy. During the massage, the practitioner was inattentive and perfunctory. I have spent my hard-earned money to enjoy myself, not to endure frustrations. Moreover, he paused momentarily, a fleeting expression of sleaziness crossing his face, swiftly overshadowed by a more tumultuous anger. It was unacceptable. He must be dismissed. Compensation is imperative. Otherwise, this matter will never be resolved. He brandished his fist, attempting to intimidate Liang Qiubai with sheer force. Little Gua, provide me with solid evidence. Did that repugnant fat pig just engage in inappropriate behavior? Liang Qiubai felt a surge of fury within. Host judgment is astute. System analysis complete. The target displayed multiple intentions of inappropriate physical contact during the massage, all of which were explicitly rejected and evaded by the technician. Currently, 87 of his anger stems from embarrassment, and 13 is driven by extortion. The evidence chain is intact. Little Gua promptly provided a professional assessment report. Liang Qiubai understood the situation fully, and the last vestige of his feigned amiability vanished completely. Oh, inattentive? Perfunctory? Instead of retreating, he advanced a step closer, exuding a palpable intensity forged by military training, compelling the corpulent man to instinctively step back. Brother, mere words won't suffice. Our establishment is equipped with 360-degree high-definition surveillance. Shall we proceed to the monitoring room and review the footage? Let us see exactly how the technician was negligent and what reasonable requests you made that required her attention. Let us allow everyone to judge. Surveillance. The fat man's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes flickering with panic, his bravado visibly diminished. Yet he still attempted to sound defiant. What surveillance? I say it's unacceptable. And that is final. Who do you think you are? If you're not the owner, then stay out of it. Don't meddle. His bluster was merely a facade, as he tried to mask his insecurity with a louder voice and coarse language. I am not the owner, Liang Qiubai replied, his voice calm, yet piercing through the fat man's bellowing with an icy sense of authority. But I will oversee this matter today. He pointed to the female technician behind him. She is my friend. I know her character far better than you do. And you? His gaze sharpened like a blade, scanning the fat man's greasy form and the scanty towel he wore, his disdain and revulsion unmistakable. With your ostentatious appearance, you should be a person of some dignity when in public. Is it fitting to bully a young woman who earns her living through skill merely because of your size? What will people think when this gets out? HM. The final HM rose in pitch, laced with sarcasm. You little bastard. How dare you insult me? The fat man was rendered crimson by Liang Qiubai's words and piercing gaze, particularly stung by the remark about his appearance. The overwhelming humiliation and his fury ignited his aggression. You're courting death. He completely lost his composure, leveraging his bulk as he violently raised his massive hand, akin to a giant fan, and swung it towards Liang Qiubai's face with the ferocity of a tempest, determined to smack him into the wall. Watch out, Bai Gu! Chao Mingpeng shouted in alarm from behind. Liang Qiubai's eyes sharpened suddenly. He reacted swiftly, opting not to confront the blow directly. Instead, he deftly stepped back, his body twisting at an awkward angle like a willow branch, evading the impending strike. With a resounding slap, the fat man's mighty hand struck only the air where Liang Qiubai had just stood. Overexerting himself combined with his unwieldy frame sent him careening forward in a massive stumble, flailing like a fallen beast, headed straight for an embarrassing faceplant. Ouch! The fat man cried out in terror. Just as disaster loomed, A cold, authoritative voice, imbued with undeniable pressure, resonated through the corridor like a glacial spring. Stop. Who dares to cause chaos on my territory? Every action froze instantly. All eyes were drawn to the source. There approached a young woman, elegantly clad in a meticulously tailored cream silk ensemble. Exuding an air of sophistication and competence akin to a fashion magazine cover star, striding confidently in high heels. Her makeup was flawless, her features bearing a resemblance to Liang Qiubai, yet with less military rigidity and more of a formidable aura characteristic of a business elite. She was none other than Liang Qiubai, the third miss of the Liang family, owner of the spa. Trailing her were two towering security guards, clad in black uniforms. Their muscles bulging and expression stoic, resembling two moving iron towers that exuded an immense sense of intimidation. The fat man, on the verge of falling, witnessed the arrival of the main figure, and particularly the two menacing security guards behind her, and his overwhelming bravado deflated like a punctured balloon. He scrambled to regain his balance, disregarding his dignity, and hastily pointed at Liang Qiubai to lodge his complaint, his voice tinged with a whiny desperation. Boss, you've finally arrived. You must take charge. This brat and this garbage technician, they conspired to bully me. Look, he even tried to hit me. Almost pushed me down. Just look. He gestured towards his unscathed self, attempting to twist the narrative for sympathy. Liang Qiubai's beautiful eyes glinted like icy stars, coldly scanning the fat man still whining for justice, her disdain and contempt unmistakable, as though she were observing a repugnant mess. She could not be bothered with pleasantries, merely waving her hand casually, exuding an undeniable authority. The two towering security guards, like precision machines receiving an order, advanced immediately, their large hands clamped onto the fat man's greasy shoulders, unceremoniously lifting him as if he were a ragged dog, dragging him swiftly toward the exit. Liang Qiubai watched in astonishment, his mouth agape. Wow, third sister is formidable. Her approach is so bold, so domineering. A direct physical removal. How have I not noticed this fierce side of her before? Little Gua's voice chimed in mischievously. Host, a friendly reminder. While it's entertaining to watch, be cautious not to be caught in the crossfire. Third sister is currently in full command mode, and you don't want to get too close lest you be thrown out with him. Go away, you ominous harbinger. Liang Qiubai rolled his eyes internally. Meanwhile, Chao Mengpang was utterly captivated by Liang Qiubai's queenly presence, his chubby face displaying awe and infatuation, his gaze fixated on her, as if she were his ultimate idol. Chapter 75, The Italian Canon? What are you doing? Let go of me. Do you know who I am? The fat man screeched, struggling with all his might. His voice a cacophony of rage. You black-hearted establishment. How dare you treat a customer like this? Just wait. You'll pay for this. He squirmed with increasing ferocity, attempting to leverage his weight against the security guards, but it proved futile. Their arms were as unyielding as stone, expressionless as they continued to drag him toward the door. Liang Qiubai, you filthy witch. Don't think you're impressive just because you own a shabby establishment. The fat man, finding his threats ineffective, resorted to vile insults, his voice twisting with agitation. And you, that little bastard. Liang Qiubai, right? I'll remember you. You dare to ruin my plans. Just wait. He turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on Liang Qiubai and Liang Qiubai, brimming with malice and madness, almost hysterically roaring. I'll call someone right now, if you have the guts. Don't run. Today, I will definitely dismantle your shabby establishment. You'll learn the consequences of offending me. You're finished. Just wait. This vitriolic and threatening roar reverberated through the opulently decorated corridors of the spa, eliciting a number of curious and fearful heads to peek out from the cracks of other private rooms. Liang Qiubai listened to the unbearable insults and threats without flinching, her gaze growing colder, as if she were looking at a pile of repugnant refuse. She couldn't even muster the energy to glance at the portly man again, calmly instructing the security guard in an unmistakably authoritative tone. Throw him out. Be sure to keep it clean. Don't dirty the carpet at the entrance. Yes, Ms. Liang. The security guard replied, exerting force as he almost dragged the cursing and struggling fat man swiftly towards the exclusive exit of the VIP passage. The fat man's curses receded into the distance, ultimately cut off by the heavy fire door, restoring the corridor to its previous tranquility. Though the echoes of his threats still lingered in the air, Liang Qiubai watched the direction in which the man had vanished, clicking his tongue. TSK. What a pathetic fat man, leaving with such bravado. What a loser. Host, based on the analysis of energy fluctuations, it is highly probable that he is not merely bluffing. Trouble may indeed be on its way. Xiao Guo's voice chimed with a hint of excitement at the impending drama. Afraid of him? With third sister around, we're perfectly fine. Liang Qiubai felt remarkably composed, turning to Liang Qiubai with a beaming, ingratiating smile. Qiao Mingpeng finally snapped out of his daze. Looking at Liang Qiubai with awe. Third sister, you're simply magnificent. Liang Qiubai shot Liang Qiubai a disapproving glare, her previously cold demeanor softening somewhat, tinged with exasperation and affection. All right, enough flattery. You just finished military training and already caused trouble. Hurry back and lie down. Waiting for someone to block the door? Despite her words, she showed no sign of anxiety, clearly unconcerned about the fat man's threats. She turned to the frightened female technician, Xiao Lu, her voice gentle. Xiao Lu, were you scared? Go rest now. As I mentioned earlier, you'll have a paid leave with a doubled bonus. Today's incident will be handled well by the shop. So don't worry. Thank you, Ms. Liang. Thank you, young master. Xiao Lu expressed her gratitude with a deep bow before leaving, accompanied by another supervisor who had rushed over. You two, Liang Qiubai pointed at Liang Qiubai and Qiao Mingpeng, head back to the private room. If you stir up any more trouble, I'll throw both of you out. Her face was stern, yet the amusement in her eyes was unmistakable. Understood. Third sister. Liang Qiubai exclaimed, swiftly pulling the still giddy Qiao Mingpeng back into the private room, closing the door behind them. They both let out a simultaneous sigh of relief, collapsing into the massage chairs. Brother Bai, that was a close call. Your third sister is too fierce, Qiao Mingpeng remarked, feeling a lingering apprehension as he touched his chest. But do you think that fat man will actually bring someone here? Liang Qiubai waved his hand dismissively, eyes closed, relishing the moment while waiting for Master Wang. Relax, fatso. If the sky falls, third sister will hold it up. Besides, that fat pig, who he brings 1T even be enough for third sister's security to handle with one hand. Come on, let us enjoy ourselves. This is what life is about. Despite his bravado, Liang Qiubai still muttered a warning to Xiaogua. Xiaogua, keep an eye on the outside. If any blind fools come, give me an early warning. Received. Host, enjoy your SBA. This system will ensure your safety. Xiaogua assured confidently. Outside the private room, Liang Qiubai quietly instructed the duty manager who had rushed in. Her gaze sharp. Notify the security department to heighten vigilance. Also, investigate the background of that individual from earlier. I want to see which deity dares to act recklessly on my turf. Her tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. She elegantly adjusted her blazer, as if she had merely dealt with an inconsequential matter, before turning to head towards her office. The spa soon returned to its former tranquility and comfort, as though the recent commotion had never occurred. After more than half an hour, Liang Qiubai and Qiao Mingpeng felt utterly relaxed and rejuvenated, having been pampered thoroughly by the top-notch service. The two, satisfied, changed back into their clothes, preparing to head home. Just as they reached the lavish lobby on the first floor, a nonchalant yet sharply edged male voice drifted from the direction of the front desk. Oh, Miss Liang-san. Such grandeur. I never expected my incompetent dog would offend a great Buddha like you. Liang Qiubai's voice remained cold and composed, betraying no emotion. Li Yunlong? I didn't realize this man was under your command. Why aren't you in Kuan City, enjoying your fiefdom? What brings you to Luo City? Li Yunlong? The Italian canon? Xiaogua. Who is this pretentious person? From Kuan City? Liang Qiubai pondered to himself, while subtly pulling Qiao Mingpeng closer to the front desk, ready to watch the unfolding drama. Xiaogua's voice brimmed with gossip-fueled excitement. Ding. Target scan confirmed. Li Yunlong, the sole heir of the Li family in Kuan City. Nicknamed the Jade-Faced Yama, as given in the underworld, with deep-rooted connections in both the black and white markets of Kuan City, a genuine local tyrant. This individual appears cultured, yet is cold-blooded and vengeful. Danger level high. At the front desk stood a tall, slender young man clad in a meticulously tailored pure black handmade suit. He possessed striking features, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze bore the sharpness of a hawk, directly confronting Liang Qiubai. It was none other than Li Yunlong, the eldest son of the Li family from Kuan City. Not far behind him stood the very fat man who had been thrown out not long ago, now dressed in different clothes but still wearing an expression of resentment and disarray, glaring at Liang Qiubai and Liang Qiubai with a predatory intensity. Chapter 76. The arrival is not friendly, and the friendly do not come. Li Yunlong wore a duplicitous smile, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. I came to Luo City, naturally drawn by its splendor, hoping to discuss business and forge friendships with esteemed families like the Liang family. Upon my arrival, I heard that my incompetent subordinate had offended the third miss and was shown the door. TSK, Miss, you really showed no mercy. Li Xiao, you must stand up for me. The fat man immediately seized the opportunity, pointing at Liang Qiubai and Liang Qiubai, embellishing his complaint that they were far too arrogant, especially that young man. Silence. Without even turning his head, Li Yunlong's voice, though not loud, carried an icy chill that immediately silenced the fat man. He turned to Liang Qiubai, his smile unwavering. Yet his eyes bore an evaluative gaze with an imperceptible pressure. Third miss. My subordinate's ignorance of the rules is a reflection of my poor management. However, even if he is erred, in light of my Li Yunlong's standing, should he not be given a chance to explain rather than being unceremoniously thrown out? After all, a proper explanation is only reasonable, don't you think? An explanation? Liang Qiubai lips curled into a chilling smile, her aura emanating confidence as she showed no fear of the implicit threat. It's quite simple. Your man, in my establishment, attempted to coerce my employees into providing services beyond the agreed-upon scope. When refused, he became irate, resorting to tantrums and foul language, severely disrupting our operations and threatening the safety of others. I didn't call the police. I merely asked him to leave, already showing considerable regard for the influence behind him. Is this explanation satisfactory to you, Li Xiao? Her words were clear and powerful, each syllable striking like icicles, underscoring undeniable facts and her formidable confidence. At that moment, Liang Qiubai and Xiao Mingpeng approached. Li Yunlong's keen eyes, akin to a scanner, swiftly honed in on Liang Qiubai, appraising him from head to toe, the smirk on his lips deepening with amusement. This must be the illustrious young master Liang Qiubai of the Liang family. Indeed. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you, after so many accolades. Pleasure my foot. Liang Qiubai retorted without a moment's hesitation, his tone brimming with impatience and disdain for such hollow pleasantries. This unabashed rebuttal caused Li Yunlong's smile to falter momentarily, a fleeting glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Yet, with his profound composure, he swiftly regained his facade of insincere elegance, as if the previous embarrassment had never transpired. Little Melon, this fellow has traveled all the way from Kuanqing to Luoqing just for business discussions? Who would believe that? What is his true intention? Liang Qiubai mused, his instincts on high alert as he regarded Li Yunlong's duplicitous grin. Little Melon's voice brimmed with excitement as it discerned the underlying plot. Host. You've struck the nail on the head. System analysis reveals that Li Yunlong's primary objective is not merely commercial collaboration, but rather clandestine contact with Liang Zihan. The two parties seem to have reached a special collaborative intent. The visitor bears ill will. For those with good intentions, do not come. Collaborating with Liang Zihan? A wave of alarm coursed through Liang Qiubai. What scheme is this rascal concocting now? And he's roped in Li Yunlong, the cannon? Host. This intel is particularly explosive. Little Melon's voice turned solemn. Li Yunlong has indeed come to Luoqing with both funds and ambition. But this collaboration is not merely a front for Liang Zihan. He is the true core and orchestrator. Orchestrator? Liang Qiubai was taken aback. What does he intend to orchestrate? Collaborating with a wily fox like Li Yunlong? Precisely. The project is called the Shadow Matrix, positioned as a provider of high-end cybersecurity and data solutions. However, this is not Li Yunlong's concept. It is entirely orchestrated and spearheaded by Liang Zihan. Little Melon elucidated swiftly. Liang Zihan aims to seize control of the core secrets of Luoqing's elite families, hence he collaborates with Li Yunlong. Upon realizing he could gain access to the core secrets of Luoqing's prominent families, Li Yunlong bit the bait. Moreover, the Li family, as a powerful entity straddling both the legitimate and illicit sectors, possesses a vast hacking organization. Liang Qiubai gasped in astonishment. What the hell? To control the core secrets of Luoqing's elite. What madness is Liang Zihan plotting? To become the Shadow Emperor of Luoqing? Host, you are correct. Little Melon's voice bore an icy edge. As a reincarnator, Liang Zihan is acutely aware of all methods conducive to his advancement. Thus, he intends to utilize the guise of the Shadow Matrix to infiltrate the core databases of all top-tier families and major enterprises, pilfering their most unsavory commercial secrets, illicit transactions, political collusion, and even personal damning privacy. With such control, it would be akin to holding the lifeblood of Luoqing's upper class in his grasp. When the time comes, he could orchestrate the downfall of any individual at will. Those who ought to comply would have no choice but to bow in submission. As for Li Yunlong, Little Melon continued, the Li family of Kuanqing is a long-standing power in the south, entrenched in both the legitimate and illicit realms. With deep-rooted foundations, they are particularly notorious for harboring a cadre of elite, ruthless hackers known as the Shadow Fangs. These hackers specialize in performing the Li family's dirty work, espionage, extortion, sabotaging competitor systems, and even assisting in money laundering and illegal transactions. Liang Zihan's interest lies precisely in this sharp Italian cannon concealed within the shadows of the internet. He successfully baited Li Yunlong, dangling the enticing prospect of sharing Luoqing's elite secrets. Li Yunlong is to provide top-tier hacker resources, the Shadow Fangs, vast funding, and some hardware support, while Liang Zihan, leveraging his reincarnated memories, will oversee the selection of infiltration targets, intelligence value assessment, and operational command. The two are in collusion, each fulfilling their own needs. A shiver coursed through Liang Qiubai, as if icy fingers gripped his spine. Damn, this is 1,000 times more perilous than running a black market or engaging in extortion. This is an upheaval of the entire order of Luoqing. That scoundrel Liang Zihan, in his quest for power and revenge, has truly lost his mind. With Li Yunlong, the mad dog, wielding the shadow fangs as a weapon, will he not run rampant in Luoqing? The confidential secrets of the affluent clientele at my sister's spa, along with Liang Group's business intelligence, are at stake. Just as Liang Qiubai's heart churned with tumultuous waves, overwhelmed by the enormity and danger of this conspiracy, Li Yunlong had already redirected his gaze from Liang Qiubai back to Liang Curson. His insincere smile deepened, imbued with a cat-and-mouse mockery that suggested a mastery of absolute power. Chapter 77, Maintaining Ecological Balance? Miss Liang, it appears we have a misunderstanding. My associate has indeed acted inappropriately, and I extend my apologies to you and your staff on his behalf. He inclined slightly, maintaining a low posture, yet his eyes shimmered with unabashed arrogance. However, in the spirit of commerce, harmonious relations foster prosperity. He is, after all, my guest, and having suffered indignities in your establishment, it is my duty as the host to seek redress. Otherwise, how would it reflect on me, Li Yunlong, in Kuanqing and Luoqing? How could I continue to lead my brothers in our endeavors? He deliberately emphasized the word brothers, hinting at the formidable power backing him. He shifted his tone, veiling his words with a thinly veiled threat and a hint of boastfulness. How about this, Miss Three? If you could grant me the courtesy of allowing him to return, apologize properly, and enjoy the highest tier of your services complimentary, we could consider this matter resolved. In the future, my new venture, the Shadow Matrix, will undoubtedly rely on the Liang family's patronage, especially with someone like you, who possesses the most elite connections and invaluable secrets of Luoqing, as our prospective partner. After all, in this day and age, information equates to power, and safeguarding that information, well, we are professionals at that. His final words carried a profound implication, sweeping over Liang Curson, and casting a provocative glance at Liang Qiubai, as if to insinuate that their secrets might be as transparent as glass before them. Upon hearing this, Liang Curson pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes sharp as icicles. Coupled with Liang Qiubai's inner thoughts, she initially trembled but quickly regained her composure. Her aura did not wane in the face of his threat. Rather, it intensified, exuding an oppressive presence akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Li Xiao. Her voice was as frigid as the Siberian wind. In my establishment, face is reserved for those deserving of respect. Your associate harassed my staff, insulted my brother, and threatened to demolish my establishment. Do you truly believe he is worthy of my courtesy? Or do you think your face, Li Xiao, can outweigh the rules I have established? Can it surpass the laws of Luoqing? She stepped forward, the sound of her high heels striking the ground like a war drum, her gaze seemingly piercing through Li Yunlong's facade to the dark ambitions lurking beneath. As for an apology, that is unnecessary. My establishment does not welcome individuals of his ilk. He is permanently blacklisted. I speak with conviction. And as for your new venture in Luoqing, Liang Curson paused, her tone laced with a knowing insight and unabashed disdain. Shadow Matrix? The name sounds quite impressive. Li Xiao, inform your associates that the waters of Luoqing are both profound and pristine. Not just anyone can create chaos at will. To think one can hide behind a facade of safety while engaging in underhanded tactics, invading the privacy of others, and attempting to exert control over them? Beware, for the ground may give way beneath your feet, and the one to drown will not be others, but yourselves. The threshold of the Liang family is not easily crossed. The privacy of my esteemed guests, under my watch, will be safeguarded by the formidable strength of the Liang family. Your concerns, like a cannon from Italy, are unwarranted. Want to play with fire? By all means, come forth. Let us see whether your fangs are sharper than the shields of the Liang family. These words struck like the sharpest of javelins, utterly shattering Li Yunlong's facade of reconciliation and directly exposing the core of his prideful trump card, the Shadow Fangs, and the malevolent intentions behind the Shadow Matrix. Li Yunlong's complexion instantly darkened to an ashen hue. His mask of feigned mirth shattered completely, replaced by an expression rife with shock, fury, and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Liang Curson not only comprehended the Shadow Matrix, but also seemed to possess knowledge of his concealed ace, the Shadow Fangs. The sensation of having his trump card laid bare ignited within him a profound sense of humiliation and a flicker of unease. The rotund man behind him quaked in terror, his legs trembling as though they might give way beneath him. Liang Qiubai, standing nearby, was swept away by a tide of exhilaration, his blood surging with excitement. Third sister. How magnificent. You even called out the Italian cannon and the fangs. Strike him down. His admiration for Liang Qiubai reached its zenith. However, third sister seems to have insight into the collaboration between the Li family and that scoundrel Liang Qiubai. It appears she has devised a strategy to address them. Host. Did you not previously assert your prowess as a hacker? Why not lend a hand? Me? Little Melon, are you jesting? A being of my caliber cannot simply intervene. It would disrupt the ecological balance, you know? What if I faced environmental sanctions? Little Melon's silence seemed to carry a palpable sense of exasperation. As Liang Qiubai listened to the murmurs of hackers and ecological balance, a subtle smile crept upon her lips, as if an idea had taken root. Although Chao Mengpeng lacked technical acumen, he understood from Li Yunlong's thoroughly exposed and enraged demeanor that third sister had achieved a resounding victory. Li Yunlong's gaze turned venomous as he fixed it upon Liang Qiubai, his chest heaving with agitation. Never before had he felt so thoroughly bested and so vulnerable in front of a woman. After a few seconds of heavy silence, he forcibly suppressed the fury that threatened to erupt, his voice emerging through clenched teeth, cold and laced with malevolence. Very well, Liang Qiubai. You have the audacity. Today I, Li Yunlong, shall remember this debt. We shall see. I hope your shield is as sturdy as you claim. We will keep a close watch on you. He turned sharply away from Liang Qiubai, his gaze, filled with venomous disdain, piercing through Liang Qiubai. And you, Liang Qiubai? Soon, you will learn that in Lo City, there are fires not meant for you to witness. Some murky waters are not for you to wade through. Cherish your remaining carefree days. The final words dripped with unabashed menace and foreboding. Having said that, he ceased his prattle, abruptly gesturing with a fierce hand, bellowing at the rotund man. Useless. Let us go. Then, like a wild beast in retreat, carrying the weight of explosive anger and deep-seated trepidation, he stormed out of the spa. The rotund man stumbled along, clumsily trailing behind. As Li Yunlong's menacing figure vanished beyond the door, the lightness on Liang Qiubai's face evaporated, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Our Liang Qiubai, alongside the shadow fangs that control the secrets of the affluent, has had their fangs exposed by third sister. This enmity has escalated tremendously. Chapter 78. Another 5 million in compensation. Liang Qiubai's gaze fell upon Liang Qiubai, her mind racing to devise a response to the potential threat posed by the Li family. Should Kor's secrets be divulged, it would spell disaster for the Liang family. She resolved to immediately consult her elder sister, Liang Mulan, to discuss countermeasures. Liang Qiubai, feeling the weight of third sister's scrutiny, shrank back slightly, timidly inquiring, "Third sister, why are you looking at me? Follow me." Without further ado, Liang Qiubai seized Liang Qiubai's wrist and pulled him along with decisive authority. "Wait, third sister, where are you taking me? My classmates are still here." Liang Qiubai stumbled, futilely struggling against her grip. Just as he protested, Chao Mingpong's unmistakable booming voice penetrated the crowd. "Rest assured, Brother Bai, go with peace of mind. Go with peace of mind. You fat fool, do you think I'm heading to the gallows or to be reincarnated? If you can't speak wisely, then just be quiet." Liang Qiubai fumed internally, but his protests fell on deaf ears. In the blink of an eye, he found himself thrust into the passenger seat of Liang Qiubai's sleek sports car. Liang Qiubai swiftly entered the vehicle, pressed down on the accelerator, and the engine roared to life as they sped toward the Liang Group headquarters. Liang Qiubai stole a glance at Liang Qiubai, whose chiseled profile was set in concentration, and his heart raced. "Little Melon, where is third sister taking me? Host, are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? This road, even with your eyes closed, leads nowhere but to the Liang Group." "The Liang Group? What business could require me to be forcibly recruited?" "Host, I'm not criticizing you, but your reflexes sometimes seem to take 3 laps around Lo City. How could you miss something so blatant? The Li family troubles have come knocking. Dog system, you've crossed the line. How dare you insult the host? Do you think I won't uninstall and format you into scrap?" Little Melon made a comical face in the void, sticking out its tongue. A barely perceptible smile graced Liang Qiubai's lips, clearly having overheard the banter in the back seat. Minutes later, at the top floor of the Liang Group, in the president's office, Liang Qiubai curled up on the oversized sofa like a quail, facing the formidable presence of his elder sister, Liang Mulan. Liang Qiubai sat beside her, her expression grave. "Elder sister," Liang Qiubai began straightforwardly, "the Li family's sudden incursion into Lo City clearly targets us. We must take precautionary measures, especially regarding cybersecurity, to prevent them from employing nefarious tactics to steal our core secrets." Liang Mulan lightly tapped her fingers against the rosewood table, her gaze sharp. "I've reviewed the materials you sent. The capabilities of the hackers employed by the Li family remain uncertain, but the risk is indeed present. While our defensive barriers are robust, we cannot guarantee absolute security. It is prudent to fortify our protections further. Precisely. Liang Qiubai nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their focus shifting to Liang Qiubai, who was engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Liang Qiubai signaled to Liang Mulan with her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Mulan fixed her gaze on Liang Qiubai. Sixth brother. Huh. Liang Qiubai looked up in confusion, his phone still illuminated with a game interface. What is going on? Why the sudden call out? Host, this is the crucial moment. Pay attention. Little Melon urged. I have a task for you, if you are willing. Liang Mulan's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. A task? What kind of task? Liang Qiubai's instincts flared with alarm. What on earth is happening? Why is this my concern? Though I'm proficient with computers, it's merely a hobby. A professional hacker team? What a farce. Wait a moment. Didn't you previously boast about being invincible in the realm of coding? Little Melon interjected. Do you really believe my bravado? Little Melon, is your comprehension skills being taught by a physical education teacher? Liang Qiubai wore a pained expression, struggling with his predicament. I possess no skills. How can I manage a team? How can I assist my family in fending off hacker attacks? This burden is far too heavy for me to bear. Liang Mulan and Liang Qiubai exchanged glances, a flicker of understanding and amusement dancing in their eyes. They were fully aware that the only truly reliable entity was the enigmatic figure known as Xiaogua. If you agree, I shall offer you a reward of 5 million. Liang Mulan leisurely proposed, presenting the ultimate temptation. What say you? Absolutely. Liang Qiubai's mouth outpaced his mind, the words spilling forth almost instinctively. It was only a moment later that he realized, nearly biting his tongue, and his voice wavered as he exclaimed, Wait. No. Big sister. I cannot. I truly cannot. I am utterly incapable. Oh no. My imprudent mouth. The moment I heard 5 million, it sprang open like a jack-in-the-box. Xiaogua, help. If I botch this up, she will surely stew me. The pot will have to be the largest one available. Rest assured, host. Xiaogua's voice brimmed with a breezy confidence. You need not worry. Mere Earth hackers are no match for me. With just a thought, I could incapacitate them all, leaving them kneeling and singing conquered. Ah, truly, Xiaogua, you are magnificent. I shall follow you henceforth. Liang Qiubai straightened his back, infused with newfound assurance. Big sister believes in you, Liang Mulan remarked, observing the rapid shift in his demeanor with a knowing look. Liang Qiubai immediately donned a sycophantic yet self-assured smile, thumping his chest with conviction. No problem. Big sister. Third sister, leave it to me. I will ensure our network security is as impenetrable as a fortress. Not even a mosquito shall penetrate. Just watch. Very well. Specific arrangements will follow. You may return for now. Liang Mulan waved her hand. Understood. Farewell, big sister and third sister. Liang Qiubai, revitalized, scampered out of the office, his back radiating an unbounded yearning for the 5 million. As the door closed, Liang Qiubai frowned slightly. Big sister. I can't shake the feeling that this fellow remains utterly unreliable. His rapid change of expression was akin to a Sichuan opera performance. Liang Mulan lifted her teacup, sipping calmly, her eyes reflecting an understanding of the situation. Do not fret, third sister. His reliability is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Xiaogua can perceive the movements of the Li family. For it, this small matter is likely as effortless as breathing. We need only the results. Let us hope so, Liang Qiubai murmured softly, gazing out the window. Outside the gates of the Liang group, Liang Qiubai strode briskly along the street. Illuminated by the glow of street lights, the air imbued with the fragrance of wealth. Chapter 79. A small task to hone skills. Xiaogua. Why do you suppose big sister and third sister are so intent on recruiting me for this task? Do they genuinely admire my talents? He asked, beaming. They place their faith in the formidable power behind you, the illustrious Xiaogua. Xiaogua replied with an air of self-importance. Of course. Your remarkably thick skin and your explosive motivation upon hearing of money are also indispensable assets. I thank you, but that praise sounds rather grating. Liang Qiubai rolled his eyes dramatically, yet the allure of 5 million evidently overshadowed his desire to complain, and he quickly became invigorated, eager for action. No matter. For 5 million, I shall take off right here and now, becoming the uncrowned king of the hacking world. Xiaogua, let us go home. The stage is yours. I shall handle the exclamations. Certainly. Host, please secure yourself. The Knowledge Infusion Express is departing. Xiaogua's voice brimmed with a mischievous cheerfulness. 2 hours later, in Liang Qiubai's cluttered rental room, filled with figurines and snack wrappers, the relentless clatter of keyboard strokes finally ceased after an hour and a half. The sound had surged forth like a tempest battering a tin roof, reminiscent of a multitude of excited woodpeckers working simultaneously, nearly igniting sparks from the keyboard. With a dramatic lean back, Liang Qiubai slumped into his computer chair, releasing a tremendous sigh of utter satisfaction. as if he had just completed a marathon. A manic. All-conquering smile spread across his face, his eyes glinting with an unsettling brilliance, as though he could pierce the very essence of the digital realm. Ah, what a rush, he shouted internally. I feel immensely powerful. The code before me is no longer a tedious string of characters. They are vibrant streams of life, roaring rivers. Firewalls. To me, they are but delicate layers of gossamer. The Li family's pathetic hackers? Huh, mere chickens and dogs, easily extinguished with a flick of my finger. Host, Xiaohua interjected. A hint of astonishment lacing its tone. I must commend you. Your prior knowledge in computer science is indeed solid. This cognitive enhancement has yielded an absorption efficiency far exceeding expectations. I have always stated that I am a one-in-a-million genius. Previously, I merely lay low, like a dragon concealed in the depths. Liang Qiubai exclaimed, brimming with confidence, as if his very forehead were aglow. And now, oh, I feel as though I stand atop the pinnacle of the world. The Li family's shadowy underlings? Merely feral dogs hiding in the sewers. And with a mere flick of my finger, I can render them all lifeless, kneeling and singing conquered. Host, Xiaohua's voice bore a tone of exasperation, tinged with a hint of concern. You have not merely soared. You are breaking free from the gravitational pull of the Earth, hurtling into outer space. Shall I arrange for a psychologist, or perhaps a cold splash of water, to bring you back to reality? Cool down. For what purpose? Liang Qiubai exclaimed, excitedly swiveling in his chair. One must seize the joyous moments of life. I shall revel in my triumph. What can you do about it? Huh, I now feel invincible. With code at my fingertips, I possess the world. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua fell into a prolonged silence, diligently searching the database for emergency protocols regarding the host's potential mental inflation due to knowledge overload, quietly calculating how many virtual bricks it would take to bring him back to reality without damaging the hardware. His maniacal laughter echoed in the small room, exuding an air of triumph, as if all creatures great and small were rising to newfound heights alongside him. Liang Qiubai stumbled upon a sinister interface filled with cryptic websites. Host, this does not look particularly legitimate, Xiaohua's voice tinged with caution. Huh. Liang Qiubai scoffed disdainfully, his fingers flying over the keyboard, his gaze condescending. I am no longer the naive fool of yesteryear. Even if this is a den of thieves, what of it? My defense system is impregnable. How could these digital minnows hope to breach it? Indeed, host, your firewall is unparalleled. Xiaohua immediately switched channels, lavishing praise. Liang Qiubai scrolled through the myriad of task listings on the screen, suddenly halting as his eyes widened in surprise. Oh, this one is intriguing. He licked his dry lips. Catching a cheating spouse? The target is clearly defined. Hack into the phones of the mistress and her husband to retrieve chat logs, plus real-time location of their hotel room. TSK, this employer is quite adept. Wow, and it's an urgent request. As his gaze swept over the dizzying string of zeros at the end of the commission amount, he jolted as if struck by a high-voltage current, nearly losing his grip on the mouse. 10 million. He inhaled sharply, a surge of ecstatic elation rushing through him. Holy cow. This is a genuine wealthy lady. This far surpasses the meager running fund I've scraped together at the Liang family pit. It's like gold bricks falling from the sky. I must take this on. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Qiubai's finger, propelled by an overwhelming force, slammed down decisively on the left mouse button. The crimson accept commission button on the screen flickered to life, as if transforming into a grand gateway to a mountain of gold, swinging wide open before him. Done. Liang Qiubai rubbed his hands together in excitement, his face a mask of barely contained, almost twisted joy. Xiaohua, did you see that? What is efficiency? What is the art of making money? That 5 million from the older sister is nothing. Here, 10 million is being delivered right to our doorstep. What does it mean to be a chosen one? This is it. Heaven is serving me a feast. Host, you are magnificent and imposing. God blocks you. Kill God. Buddha blocks you. Kill Buddha. Xiaohua immediately chimed in, showering him with praises. Just a mere task of catching cheating lovers before you. The newly minted digital deity is but a trivial matter requiring only a flick of your finger. However, Xiaohua's voice subtly faltered, laced with a hint of barely perceptible hesitation. This wealthy lady is so generous with her money, but the target hotel is the top tier, Yunduan International in the city. And I've heard their security system is military grade, not to mention those 2 target phones. Tisk. Liang Qiubai impatiently interrupted Xiaohua's unwarranted concerns, his chin held high, eyes brimming with unwavering faith in his own abilities. Xiaohua, your perspective is too narrow. I have undergone a complete transformation. The firewall of Yunduan International? To me, it is nothing more than a piece of tissue paper waiting to be pierced. Phones? They are my own backyard. I can stroll in and out at my leisure. Watch me achieve swift success. Tonight, I will ensure that 10 million is securely in my pocket. He excitedly rubbed his face, as if trying to infuse all his ambitious aspirations into his very skin. With only a fervent desire for vast wealth and an inflated sense of his identity as a hacking deity reflected in his eyes. In the next moment, his fingers danced across the mechanical keyboard like phantoms, the keystrokes falling like torrential rain, each line of cold, complex code emerging like unsheathed blades, piercing with unmatched sharpness towards the distant target. Chapter 80. The young master of the Yi family plays extravagantly. 10 minutes later, as his fingers typed the final command on the keyboard, Liang Qiubai let out a triumphant whistle. Done. 10 minutes. Merely 10 minutes. The phones of that couple were laid bare before him, an unprotected fortress. The chat logs were instantly dragged out, laid bare on the screen. Baby boy. I've booked the room. Trojan. Girl. I'm about to arrive at the hotel. Trojan. What the heck? Liang Qiubai glanced quickly, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. This is utterly nauseating. Baby. Trojan. I might just throw up my last meal. Ugh, he dry heaved at the air, turning his face away in disgust. Host. If it's too painful to look, don't. Hurry up and focus on the task. ISNT 10 million enticing? Xiaoguo reminded him timely. Yes. 10 million. The wealthy lady's 10 million. Liang Qiubai snapped back to reality, forcibly suppressing his discomfort, and swiftly packaged all the unpalatable chat records. Then, with nimble fingers, he effortlessly locked onto the real-time location of the two phones. When the coordinates clearly indicated a top-tier hotel in the capital, he was nearly thrown from his chair in shock. Holy cow! The capital. No wonder the payout is 10 million. So it's a wealthy lady from the capital. My apologies. Host, stop indulging in internal monologues. Move quickly. Xiaoguo urged. Hey system, can't I take a moment to appreciate the feng shui of the capital? Silence and watch me work. Liang Qiubai retorted, yet his hands did not falter. Tap. The sound of the keyboard intensified like a downpour. 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. The screen instantaneously switched to the live surveillance footage of the corridor at Yunduan International Hotel, the high-definition camera serving as his eyes. Liang Qiubai's eyes widened as he quickly scanned the footage. Suddenly, two entangled figures entered his view. Holy cow! He couldn't help but curse, his eyes nearly popping out. This couple, are they that impatient? They haven't even touched the room door yet, and they're already all over each other in the corridor, kissing and hugging, groping and squeezing in broad daylight. Do they have no sense of shame? Host, your indignation is quite sincere. You're observing quite attentively, aren't you? If you're so capable, why not turn it off? Xiaoguo quipped accurately. What do you know, Xiaoguo? Liang Qiubai argued with a nonchalant demeanor. I'm precisely locating the critical scene, gathering decisive evidence for the wealthy lady. Professionalism, you understand? As he spoke, his eyes remained glued to the screen. Why the saucers? Oh, they've gone in. Seeing the two finally push open the room door and disappear inside, Liang Qiubai inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoguo, you mustn't learn from this. Be like your host, a righteous and pure system. Xiaoguo's silence was deafening. Liang Qiubai swiftly took screenshots of the chat records, location information, and key segments of the corridor surveillance, particularly highlighting that painfully eye-catching prelude. Encrypting the package and sending it with a single click to the employer, the wealthy lady. In less than a minute, a response arrived. Wealthy lady, good. Send me the account number. I'll transfer the money immediately. Liang Qiubai, all right. Thank you, sister. If there's ever a job like this again, remember to seek me out. With a cute dog emoji. As soon as he sent the account number, the phone chimed with a crisp notification. Liang Qiubai eagerly opened the banking app, gazing at the dizzying string of zeros following his account balance, his mouth stretching into a grin that reached from ear to ear. Wow, the speed of this transaction. The wealthy lady's power is terrifying. 10 million. Host, Xiaoguo's voice took on a serious tone, interrupting Liang Qiubai's silly grin. I just conducted a deep scan of the man's facial features and related information from the surveillance, and the results are not promising. Not simple? How not simple? Tell me more. Liang Qiubai, intrigued, crossed his legs. To report to the host, after multiple database cross-references. That man is likely the son of the second branch of the Yi family in the capital, Yi Mingyuan, named Yi Shuheng. Yi family in the capital? Liang Qiubai was so astonished he nearly bit his tongue. The Yi family that can shake the ground with a stomp? Even more powerful than our Liang family in Luoqing? Exactly, host. The Yi family is the foremost family in the capital, deeply rooted, with tangled influences. Their overall strength far surpasses that of the Liang family. What? So impressive. Liang Qiubai clicked his tongue, then revealed a rather lewd smile. But this young master, Yi sure knows how to play. He is quite the extravagant one, rivaling that Sun Yu. Birds of a feather, Ugh, scum. Host. The key point is that Yi Shuheng has the capability to trace who hacked into his phone. We might be in trouble. Xiao Guo's voice carried a clear warning. TCH. Upon hearing Xiao Guo's warning, Liang Qiubai not only exhibited no signs of anxiety, but instead erupted into laughter, his nostrils flaring as if they could reach the ceiling. The mere Yi family? What of the foremost aristocracy in the capital? Before my unparalleled, celestial hacking prowess. They are not but paper tigers. Attempt to uncover my identity? They might as well be searching for shadows. As he spoke with bravado, his fingers danced across the keyboard, striking it with such fervor that sparks seemed to fly, the sound echoing like a symphony. Xiao Guo, today, I shall enlighten you on what constitutes the true wall of size. Witness as I demonstrate the ultimate defense in real time. The rhythm of his typing resonated like a drumbeat, the screen erupting into a dazzling cascade of codes shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Liang Qiubai's expression was one of intense focus, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, muttering incantations akin to ancient spells. First level, initiate the phantom veil. Global IP nodes will shift randomly, traversing vast distances, impervious to pursuit. Tracking, let them eat dust. Second level, construct a quantum encryption tunnel. Keys auto-update 10,000 times per second. Even if the Yi family summoned NASA's most advanced technology, they would still be left counting stars. Third level, deploy the hourglass of time. All traces of operation will vanish in real time, leaving no remnants. Perfect invisibility, concealing both merit and name. Fourth level, the ultimate strike. Chaos Hive entrapment system. Any fool daring to pry will be met with a barrage of false addresses, misleading information, and a complimentary deluxe virus package. I guarantee they will wander the labyrinth of data until their minds unravel, questioning their very existence. His excitement mounted as he spoke, his fingers nearly blurring into shadows upon the keyboard, the defensive system model on the screen growing ever more intricate and spectacular. A myriad of runes, glowing in a haunting green, symbolizing absolute protection, ultimate concealment, and reverse contamination, pulsed with a formidable aura that Liang Qiubai found reassuring. Chapter 81. Return to Simplicity. Mission accomplished. Liang Qiubai concluded with an exaggerated flourish, striking the enter key with great force. The screen erupted into a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to a cosmic nebula, only to swiftly recede, leaving behind a minimalist system interface, as if the preceding spectacle had been but a mirage. Reclining comfortably in his gaming chair, he seized a colossal bag of potato chips, crunching into it with abandon, the fragments cascading like snowflakes. Stardust barrier activated. The wall of size is unassailable. The Chaos Hive stands ready. Xiao Guo, even if the Yi family were to gather the nation's cybersecurity elite and procure extraterrestrial technology, do they think they could grasp even a thread of my being? Let them shed a few layers of skin first. Attempt to breach my defenses? Perhaps in their next life. My firewall is impenetrable. Not even a speck of quantum dust can seep through. Host, while your rhetoric remains characteristically flamboyant and artistic, Xiao Guo's voice carried a hint of electronic exasperation. I must concede, from a purely technical standpoint, that this Stardust barrier defense system's logical complexity and encryption strength surpasses the mainstream level of our era by several magnitudes. Especially the entrapment and contamination mechanism of the Chaos Hive, which is quite insidious. Indeed, one need only look at the architect behind it. Liang Qiubai beamed with pride, his hair almost lifting with elation, oblivious to the chips that had slipped between the keys of his expensive mechanical keyboard. This is strength. Once the task is done, I fade away, hidden in both name and deed. I am the Shadow King of this digital realm. The monk sweeping through the torrents of data. Yi Shuheng, give him a century, and he would still be clawing at the walls outside. However, host, Xiao Guo interjected coolly, your potato chip remnants are presently enjoying a delightful encounter with your cherry MX red switches. What? My faith. My beloved keyboard. In an instant, Liang Qiubai transformed from the Shadow King back into a flustered, internet-addicted youth, scrambling to retrieve a brush to clean the keyboard crevices. His earlier air of superiority shattered into fragments. Meanwhile, in the capital, within a luxurious top-floor suite of Cloud International, Yi Shuheng was preparing to rendezvous with a new companion when his phone vibrated violently, akin to a death knell. It was a call from his father, Yi Mingyuan. As he reluctantly answered, his father's thunderous roar erupted from the receiver, accompanied by the frantic cries of his mother, Lu Jingwei. Yi Shuheng, you wretched spawn. Immediately. Right now? Return to me. What have you done? The entire high society of the capital is abuzz. You have sullied the Yi family's name beyond redemption. Your mother is on the verge of a heart attack. The photos, the videos, the records of your rendezvous. They've all been sent to my email. Who have you angered? Yi Shuheng's face drained of color, as if plunged into an abyss. He forcefully pushed away the bewildered woman beside him, hastily opening his email and cloud backup. Indeed, an anonymous compressed file lay quietly, and upon opening it, he was met with irrefutable evidence. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. He forced himself to regain composure. Dialing an encrypted number, his voice twisted with rage and fear. Hello, old K. I don't care what method you use. Immediately. Find out which bastard hacked my and Xiao Li's phones. Who sent these cursed materials? I want him in pieces. On the other end of the line came a voice, heavy with suppressed shock. Young master, we have been tracking the situation from the outset. The adversary's methods are exceptionally sophisticated. The IP has been jumping erratically between global nodes like a phantom, making it impossible to pinpoint the origin. The encryption method of the data flow is unprecedented. Its strength unfathomable. We barely attempted to breach the outer layer before triggering several insidious traps, resulting in the loss of numerous top-tier servers. And we received a myriad of forged clues pointing to Shadow International and the Zhao family. It's as if the adversary has melted into the sea of data, completely vanishing. We presently possess no valuable leads. Useless. A bunch of incompetent fools. Yi Shuheng trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot. And he smashed his expensive custom phone against the marble floor. With a sharp crack, the device shattered into countless pieces. Search. Continue searching. Dig to the very depths, if you must. Dare to mess with me, Yi Shuheng? I am the lone heir of the Yi family's second house. I will make him wish for life, but find no escape. His voice brimmed with venomous fury. Yet deep within his eyes flickered an unprecedented flicker of ineffable dread towards the unknown enemy. To possess such ease in obtaining this evidence, and to render a top-tier tracker like Old K powerless, could only be the work of an extraordinary individual. At this moment, Liang Qiubai's meticulously constructed stardust barrier operated silently and efficiently, like the most loyal guardian, firmly isolating the wrath and precise pursuit emanating from the Yi family. The Shadow King, Liang, concealed in both merit and name, was blissfully unaware of the storm brewing miles away. As he delicately picked at the remnants of potato chips lodged in his keyboard crevices with a toothpick, while savoring the dazzling figures reflected in his mobile banking app. Oblivious to the tempest far off, he knew only that the speed and magnitude of his wealthy benefactor's financial support was truly exhilarating. Having finally cleared away the last remnants of chips from the crevices of his keyboard, Liang Qiubai tenderly blew on his well-worn cherry MX red switches. Satisfied, he reclined back into his chair, his fingers idly tapping the desk, his gaze sweeping over the radiant stardust barrier defense system model that hummed quietly. My wall of size and chaos hive are nothing short of masterpieces. As he gazed at the screen, his satisfaction grew. Just leave it on the computer. What if it crashes one day? Ugh, I dare not even think about it. I must back it up. I need a safe haven. With this thought in mind, Liang Qiubai sprang into action. He yanked open the drawer, sifting through its contents, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. At last, he unearthed a seemingly unremarkable black metal USB drive stamped with the logo of a tech store. You shall do, he proclaimed, holding the USB with a look of disdain. Though you may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, your sturdy metal casing barely qualifies you to bear my stardust barrier. Host, are you certain you wish to utilize such a mundane vessel to store the transcendent artwork you speak of? The voice of Xiao Gua carried a barely perceptible electronic tremor, as if suppressing a laugh. What do you know? This is an example of great concealment amidst the commonplace. A return to authenticity. The more ordinary, the safer. Liang Qiubai retorted defiantly, puffing out his chest. Moreover, my code is the essence. The vessel is merely a shell. The soul is what truly matters. Do you understand the concept of the soul? Ignoring Xiao Gua's mockery, he inserted the USB into the port. His fingers danced across the keyboard with a focus akin to that of a sacred ceremony. Come forth, my precious creations. Phantom trails, quantum tunnels, time sandglass, and chaotic honeycomb. Relocate obediently. He murmured incantations, as the complex runes and data streams representing the defense module began to be systematically extracted, compressed, and encapsulated using his own intricate, multi-layered encryption method. Core directive, soul imprint. Bind host biological information. Any unauthorized operation will trigger the chaotic honeycomb's self-destruction and reverse contamination protocol. Trying to steal? You won't just be blown to bits, you'll be thoroughly disgusted. A cunning glint flickered in Liang Qiubai's eyes as he commended his own security measures. The encapsulation process lasted approximately 5 minutes. As the progress bar reached 100, a faint glimmer of blue light, reminiscent of stardust, flickered across the surface of the unremarkable black USB drive, only to vanish completely thereafter. All set. The portable version of the Stardust Barrier, codenamed Star Key, has officially been born. Liang Qiubai carefully detached the USB drive, weighing it in his hands as though it were a rare treasure, before solemnly stashing it in the innermost compartment of his computer bag, covering it with several crumpled sheets of draft paper. Now we're secure. Even if the computer bursts into fireworks, my core technology remains intact. He patted his computer bag, brimming with a sense of security. Chapter 82. Surely my sister isn't eyeing my underwear. With my Stardust Barrier integrated into the company's security system, I need not fear the shadowy minions of the Fong family. One strike, one defeat. A devious grin curled at the corners of Liang Qiubai's mouth, as he envisioned Li Yunlong and Liang Zihan colliding against an impregnable wall, their comical frustration evident. Host is formidable. The firewall reigned supreme. Xiaoguo's flattery descended like a timely rain. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was the following morning. Golden sunlight filtered through the curtain seams, playfully dancing upon Liang Qiubai's slumbering face. Thanks to the 2-day weekend following military training, coupled with Jiang University's generous grant of an additional 2 days of respite for new students, Liang Qiubai was snuggled deep within the embrace of his soft bedding, breathing evenly, engaged in a fierce match with the King of Dreams. Suddenly, a series of crisp yet assertive knocks at the door shattered his reverie. Old Six, rise and shine. The sun's already up. The voice from outside belonged to his sister, Liang Mulan, whose tone was laced with a cool authority. Liang Qiubai groggily responded with a muffled sound, akin to a hibernating bear disturbed from its slumber, reluctantly prying open his heavy eyelids to reveal only the blurred shadows of the ceiling. After a brief pause with no response from inside, Liang Mulan twisted the doorknob, discovering it unlocked. Her brows knitted slightly. She pushed the door open, intending to physically rouse her lazy brother. At the moment the door swung open, Liang Mulan's piercing gaze met Liang Qiubai's, who was just struggling to awaken, bare-chested, clad only in a pair of flamboyant beach shorts. An electric current of awkwardness crackled in the air. Liang Mulan's sharp eyes, which usually discerned the minutiae of the world, were now inexplicably drawn to the exaggerated cartoon patterns adorning her brother's shorts, freezing in place for a full 2 seconds. Goodness! Liang Qiubai jolted awake, instantly clearing the fog of sleep as if doused with icy water. In a flurry, he grabbed the nearby air conditioning blanket, wrapping it around his lower body like a zongzi, his voice pitchy with embarrassment. Sister, must you scrutinize so closely? You can't possibly be. His eyes widened in horror, as if his innocence had been sullied. Liang Mulan's exquisite, icy visage flushed with an unusual warmth, her cheeks turning scarlet. She quickly averted her gaze, feigning composure as she exclaimed, "Nonsense. I wasn't looking." Yet, her voice betrayed a hint of barely concealed fluster. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully suppressed her rising embarrassment beneath a veneer of cold indifference, turning back with a frigid tone as though the earlier incident had never transpired. "Hurry up and wash up. We gather downstairs in 10 minutes. Accompany me to the company." With that, she strode away in her high heels, her footsteps brisk, and slammed the door behind her. Once the door clicked shut, Liang Mulan leaned against the cold door panel, finally allowing herself to exhale deeply. Frustrated, she pressed the back of her hand against her burning cheeks, muttering softly, "Liang Mulan, have you lost your mind? How could you stare at that brat's shorts?" Stamping her foot as if to crush the inappropriate thought, she hastened to the bathroom, in desperate need of cold water to extinguish this sudden blaze. In the room, Liang Qiubai, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a catastrophe, patted his chest in relief. Heavens, I nearly lost my innocence. My sister's gaze is far too terrifying. Not daring to linger, he sprang from the bed and dashed into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Liang Qiubai, now dressed and groomed, appeared in the living room downstairs. Liang Mulan was seated on the sofa, cradling a cup of coffee, her expression calm as still water, as though the morning's awkward moment had never occurred, save for her slightly flushed ears, which betrayed a hint of residual emotion. Liang Qiubai stealthily made his way to the dining area, unexpectedly encountering his long-absent parents, Liang Jingchuan and Lu Jiaoyi. "Dad, Mom, good morning," he greeted, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Good morning, Qiubai. Did you sleep well?" Lu Jiaoyi replied with a gentle smile. "Yes, it was fine." Liang Qiubai pulled out a chair, settling down to tackle the breakfast before him. A rare sight. Have these two deities finally remembered the way home? It feels as though the last time I saw you was in a past life. He mused inwardly as he munched on his bread. Hey, host, Liang father and Lu mother were off traveling the world, enjoying their time together. Xiaoguo chimed in, providing timely clarification. Ah, no wonder. So I was the only one left behind. Liang Qiubai thought, feeling a tinge of sourness. Another 10 minutes passed, and Liang Qiubai had fastened his seatbelt, seated in the passenger seat of Liang Mulan's sleek black vehicle. The car glided smoothly out of the villa area, merging into the city traffic. Observing the rapidly retreating scenery outside, which did not seem to lead toward Liang Group, Liang Qiubai turned his head in confusion. Sister, aren't we headed to the company? Liang Mulan gazed ahead, her slender fingers delicately tapping the steering wheel, a barely perceptible yet profoundly meaningful smile gracing her lips. First, let us check the progress at the LY07 plot, then we shall proceed to the company. LY07. A jolt of surprise coursed through Liang Qiubai's mind. Xiaogua, is that the piece of land? He, reporting to the host, indeed, it is the coveted site you have been yearning for. Moreover, Xiaogua intentionally prolonged the moment. Construction has already commenced. Construction? Holy cow, so fast. Liang Qiubai felt his sandwich lose its allure in an instant. Damn system, why didn't you inform me of such a significant matter earlier? Are you trying to lead me to ruin? Calm down, host. Xiaogua hurriedly soothed. Your elder sister is taking you to the site for inspection. Besides, she is still unaware of the secrets buried below. What good is her ignorance? Liang Qiubai fretted like an ant on a hot pan. The crux of the matter is, how can I stealthily acquire those exquisite relics from the Ming dynasty hidden beneath the ground? Well, Xiaogua hesitated. There are currently no reliable strategies available in the database. Oh no, Liang Qiubai lamented internally. The system is failing me at a critical moment. Think of something quickly. Xiaogua mischievously suggested. Host, why not be honest with your elder sister? Perhaps charm her a little? Plead with her? She might just be generous and grant you a piece or two. Plead. Liang Qiubai exploded, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Absolutely not. I, Liang Qiubai, am steadfast and unyielding. The word plead does not exist in my vocabulary. To lower myself to beg, over my dead body. I would rather. At that moment, Liang Mulan merely smiled faintly. Chapter 83. Host, where is your integrity? Liang Qiubai's lament, elder sister. I beg you to save me a piece later, if you would be so kind. Echoed hauntingly across the vast construction site, sounding exceptionally clear and absurdly pitiful. After listening to Liang Qiubai's previous narrative, Liang Mulan surveyed the LY07 plot, which had begun to be leveled. Upon hearing this plea, she halted in her tracks. Slowly turning around, her icy gaze precisely locked onto Liang Qiubai's face, which was straining to display a woeful expression. Holy cow? Host, where is your integrity? Whereunto you adamant about never begging? Xiaogua's voice blared sharply in Liang Qiubai's mind. This slap in the face arrived far too swiftly, quicker than the speed of an excavator. Silence. What do you know? This is called strategic maneuvering. A wise individual recognizes the times. Liang Qiubai roared internally, yet maintained a sincere plea upon his visage. Elder sister, look, such a vast expanse of land, and beneath it, well, I mean, once the project is completed, there will surely be some odds and ends lying around, right? I only wish for one piece. Just one. A keepsake would suffice. Liang Mulan did not respond immediately. She tilted her head slightly, her scrutinizing gaze akin to a searchlight, seemingly penetrating Liang Qiubai's clumsy little schemes. Sunlight cascaded upon her exquisite profile, casting shadows from her long eyelashes, obscuring the true emotions lurking beneath her gaze. Just as Liang Qiubai felt increasingly uneasy under her piercing stare, Liang Mulan parted her crimson lips, her voice laced with a teasing chill. Oh, a keepsake? She took a step forward, her high heels sinking into the soft earth, leaving distinct imprints. Liang Qiubai, is this truly what you desire? She deliberately elongated her tone, her eyes sharpening. And you even specify wanting just one? A pang of anxiety struck Liang Qiubai. This is it. She is not inclined to give it to me. Damn system. It's all your fault for suggesting such a terrible idea. Host, you were the one who caved in so quickly. Xiaogua bears no blame here. Liang Mulan, hearing his unvoiced thoughts and noticing his flickering gaze, which seemed on the verge of perspiration, let out a cold snort inwardly. Thinking to hoard it for yourself? No way. She extended her hand, adorned with an exquisite watch, and gently pinched Liang Qiubai's chin, compelling him to look up and meet her gaze. That gesture exuded an undeniable authority, making Liang Qiubai feel akin to a cat caught by the scruff of its neck. The Liang family's possessions. Liang Mulan's voice was soft yet crystal clear, imbued with absolute authority. Do you need to plead for them? Liang Qiubai was momentarily taken aback, an explosion of ecstatic light igniting in his eyes. Is there a chance? Does elder sister mean? However, Liang Mulan's next words swiftly brought him back to reality. But whether or not I grant you something, when I choose to do so, and what I choose to give, is entirely at my discretion. She released her grip, disdainfully brushing her fingers against Liang Qiubai's clothing, despite not actually touching anything. Her tone reverting to its usual chilliness. Now, cease that pitiful demeanor and accompany me to observe the construction progress. What a letdown. My sister treats me like a hamster. The items belong to her. Whether to bestow them upon me is entirely her mood. Liang Qiubai internally lamented, yet outwardly could only muster a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Yes, elder sister is indeed wise. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby, accompanied by exclamations. Stop! Quickly halt! We've unearthed something. A solid object, not a stone. Be careful. Don't damage it. Liang Mulan and Liang Qiubai simultaneously turned their heads. They beheld an excavator-s bucket suspended in midair, below which, in the freshly dug pit, several striking hues, starkly contrasting with the earth, revealed themselves. Porcelain. Though caked in mud, the smooth glaze and faintly discernible blue and white patterns still exuded an extraordinary aura under the sunlight. A figure resembling the foreman was excitedly waving his hands, directing the excavator to retreat cautiously, while several workers gathered around, carefully clearing the surrounding soil with their hands. Liang Mulan's pupils constricted, her reaction swift as she strode forward with elegant, rapid steps, her high heels navigating the mud with grace. Liang Qiubai, meanwhile, felt as though he had been stepped on. My treasure! A cry lodged in his throat as he scrambled after her, his heart racing. Ding! Target item detected. Ming Dynasty buried porcelain, partially unearthed. Xiao Gua's prompt echoed with a hint of excitement. The pair reached the edge of the pit, watching as the workers cautiously cleaned away the soil, gradually revealing several porcelain jars and vases of varying sizes. The largest stood about half a meter tall, its form antiquated and substantial, the blue and white glazed deep and vibrant, adorned with intricate lotus vine patterns. Though much of it was still covered in earth, the luster accrued over the years could not be entirely concealed. Nearby were several smaller plum vases and jade pots, each similarly embellished with exquisite blue and white designs. Are these antiques? The foreman rubbed his hands together, astonished and delighted as he looked at Liang Mulan. Ms. Liang, look at this. All the workers' gazes were fixed on Liang Mulan, filled with wonder and anticipation. Liang Qiubai's breath quickened, his eyes glued to the mud-covered, yet gleaming porcelain, particularly the largest jar. This is it. Just imagine how much it's worth. Elder sister. My dear elder sister. Quickly promise me a piece. Just that big one. No, the smaller ones will do. He couldn't help but tug at Liang Mulan's sleeve, whispering in a tone only they could hear. Elder sister, look, a keepsake, his eyes brimming with intense insinuation. Liang Mulan paid no heed to Liang Qiubai's subtle gestures. She stood at the edge of the pit, looking down upon the porcelain re-emerging into the light, her expression devoid of elation, instead imbued with an unusual gravity. She scrutinized the style and embellishments of the porcelain, her brow furrowing slightly, accompanied by the assessment from the little assistant. After a brief moment, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number, her voice calm and clear, imbued with an unmistakable air of authority. Ji Yuan. Immediately contact the Municipal Bureau of Cultural Relics and the Archaeological Research Institute to report our situation here. We suspect that during the construction of the LY07 site, we have unearthed ancient relics of significant historical value. Ensure that the most qualified personnel are dispatched without delay. She paused and added, simultaneously, notify the security department to dispatch a team to seal off the site. Until the professionals arrive, no one is permitted to approach, including our own company personnel. Preserve the site. Not a single item is to be disturbed. Understood, General Liang. I will take care of it immediately, came the efficient response from Ji Yuan on the other end. Hanging up, Liang Mulan surveyed the scene, her gaze sweeping over the excited yet bewildered workers, finally resting on Liang Qiubai, who stood frozen as if struck by lightning. A slight smirk graced her red lips, a smile that, to Liang Qiubai, was infused with a chilling sense of control and a hint of mockery regarding his futile aspirations. As for the memento you desire, Liang Mulan's voice was soft, yet pierced through Liang Qiubai's last flicker of hope like an icicle. We shall discuss it only after the state has completed its assessment and confirmed its value and ownership. Lao Lu, remember, we are lawful merchants and, above all, law-abiding citizens. What lies beneath the ground cannot be taken simply because you wish to. With a thunderous sound, Liang Qiubai felt as though the very fabric of his inner world was collapsing, accompanied by the little assistant's silent expression of condolence. Chapter 84. Yes. Long live the elder sister. Liang Mulan's declaration of lawful citizenship extinguished the last flicker of hope in Liang Qiubai's eyes. He stood rigidly as he watched the well-trained Liang security swiftly erect the bright yellow caution tape. The workers were escorted away, their curious gazes sweeping over his dazed visage. It's all over. The family heirloom has become a national treasure. Little assistant, do you think if I charged in and grabbed that large jar, I could make a successful escape. Host, friendly reminder. Success rate is below 0.01, and consequences include being personally handed over to the police by the elder sister. Do you wish to confirm execution? Confirm my foot. Liang Mulan listened to her brother's anguished thoughts and the unreliable system's sarcastic remarks, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. This little scoundrel certainly dared to dream. She seemed oblivious to the two almost palpable glances of resentment directed at her from behind and attentively listened to the security captain's report, maintaining her composure. General Liang. The personnel from the Bureau of Cultural Relics and the Archaeological Institute said they would arrive within half an hour, Yi Ji Yuan reported. Good. Liang Mulan's voice was steady, though her mind was simultaneously processing the cacophony that was Liang Qiubai's background noise. That jade vase is so exquisite. That entwined lotus jar is so imposing. And that little bowl, it looks perfect for serving soup. They're all mine. Mine. TSK, even planning for soup? The corners of her mouth barely suppressed a downward curve to avoid revealing a trace of amusement. The waiting period felt interminable for Liang Qiubai, who despondently squatted on a stone. The little assistant silently scanned, projecting the porcelain's image and analysis. Late Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, highly valuable to him. Don't show me. The more I see, the more it aches. Liang Qiubai lamented inwardly. Half an hour later, the expert convoy arrived, led by Professor Wang. Liang Mulan stepped forward to offer a succinct introduction. An unexpected discovery. The site has been preserved and undisturbed. Professor Wang, gazing at the revealed porcelain, exclaimed eagerly. General Liang, your swift response and proper handling are greatly appreciated. He led the way to the edge of the pit. The experts commenced their professional duties. Liang Qiubai could only stretch his neck beyond the caution tape. His heart repeatedly squeezed. It's all mine. At that moment, a young team member, while clearing the large jar, called out to Professor Wang. Professor, this jar has an inner chamber. It sounds like there is something inside. Upon hearing this, the experts were invigorated. Liang Mulan also raised an eyebrow, while Liang Qiubai's explosive thoughts echoed in her mind. An inner chamber? There is something inside. Oh my gosh, is the real treasure within? Dog system, quickly scan. What's in there? Gold, jewels, or a treasure map? Host, energy is isolated. Unable to penetrate. Closer proximity required. Oh, the heavens do not forsake me. Elder sister, hurry, let them open it and take a look. Liang Qiubai instantly revived. Jumping to his feet, Professor Wang cautioned, the inner chamber structure is intricate and must be opened without damage in the laboratory. General Liang, this discovery's value may far exceed our estimates. Liang Mulan nodded. Preserving the relics is our top priority. We will fully cooperate. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the excited and frantic Liang Qiubai, along with his inner cries of there's a chance. Elder sister, hurry and ask. She added to Professor Wang. However, provided that safety is ensured, if what is inside turns out to be items of a more personal nature or non-core relics, would your side consider handling them at your discretion after research and registration? Professor Wang understood, glancing at Liang Mulan and then at Liang Qiubai, whose desire was written plainly on his face. He pondered, rest assured, General Liang, there are protocols. If such items are indeed found and do not affect the research value, Liang S., as the discoverer and landowner, has the opportunity to apply for retention or symbolic repurchase, pending approval. There's a chance. Elder sister, did you hear that? There's a chance. Liang Qiubai's mind erupted with excitement, and he looked at Liang Mulan with an unprecedented depth of longing and hope. Liang Mulan smiled gracefully at Professor Wang. Thank you, we await good news. She turned and walked toward the exuberantly bouncing Liang Qiubai, who immediately donned a sycophantic smile and rubbed his hands together. Elder sister, did you hear? There's a chance. A chance for the things inside that inner chamber. Liang Mulan halted, looking down at him, listening to his inner cheer of yes. Long live the elder sister. She slightly parted her red lips. Liang Qiubai. Here. Liang Qiubai stood at attention. Do you desire a memento? Liang Mulan's tone rose slightly. Yes. I want it so much. You're the best, elder sister. He nodded vigorously. Very well. Clear and decisive. Liang Qiubai rejoiced. Long live. Yet, Liang Mulan's tone shifted, her gaze as sharp as an icicle freezing his smile. However, there are two conditions. Speak. I would brave a mountain of knives or a sea of fire for you. He thumped his chest, though somewhat timidly. First, Liang Mulan raised a finger. Until the results are in regarding the inner chamber and what you wish to find inside, you must keep your mouth shut. If you dare to let slip a word or entertain any ill intentions. Her unfinished sentence brimmed with threat. She thought to herself, especially do not let outsiders know that the thing in your mind, called little assistant, is prying. I guarantee. I'll keep it tighter than a clam. I swear on my life. Second, Liang Mulan lowered her hand, crossing her arms, her gaze sharp as a knife, as if she intended to dissect him. In truth, she had already heard the answer but wanted him to say it himself and observe how he would spin his tail. Tell me, how did you know something lay beneath the ground? LY07, an ancient storage from the Ming dynasty. Don't give me any intuition or dreams. I want to hear the truth. She deliberately emphasized the words the truth, laced with a barely perceptible mockery. She was curious to see what this little scoundrel would concoct. Boom. Liang Qiubai's smile froze entirely. The air thickened, leaving only the sound of his heart pounding like a drum. It's over. The ultimate interrogation. Dog system. Help. What should I say? If I say I have a system, would the elder sister think I'm insane and send me for electrotherapy? Host. Stay calm. Come up with a plausible story. An ancestral treasure map? Stumbling upon ancient texts? Little assistant frantically suggested. Liang Qiubai gazed into the eyes of his elder sister, which seemed to possess an omniscient quality, as cold sweat drenched his back. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt constricted. How should he articulate his thoughts? This interrogation appeared far more arduous than presenting something to the state. Liang Mulan did not rush him. She merely observed his struggle with quiet intensity, relishing the sight of perspiration trickling from his brow into the dust below. As he mentally scrambled to concoct justifications with Xiaohua, an inward smirk curled on her lips. Go ahead, I'm curious to see what you'll fabricate. This performance is far more entertaining than any auction. Chapter 85, Is it reliable? Liang Mulan's gaze, which seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of the soul, remained fixed upon Liang Qiubai, an invisible pressure enveloping him like a heavy mist of mercury. The cold sweat upon his forehead coalesced into rivulets, cascading past his temples and splattering onto the construction site's loose earth, creating a small, darkened spot. It's over, it's over. An ancestral treasure map? How cliched. Ancient texts? Sister will undoubtedly inquire which text. It's hopeless. In his mind, two little figures clashed furiously, while Xiaohua screamed, Host, hurry up and speak. Just make something up. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Just as Liang Qiubai felt he was on the brink of suffocation and was prepared to blurt out a wildly implausible excuse, something akin to I dreamt it. An epiphany, or perhaps desperation, struck him, and a barely plausible excuse sprang forth. Yes, it's a book. Liang Qiubai suddenly lifted his head, his voice wavering with tension, yet striving to maintain sincerity. Sister, it's a book. Recently, while rummaging through the study at our ancestral home, I stumbled upon a particularly tattered book detailing local customs. Inside, there was a very vague, hand-drawn map fragment. It marked a spot, with the words Ming Cellar scrawled beside it. And from what I gathered, it's likely near the LY07 plot. I was curious, thinking it might be something buried by ancient people, and lo and behold, it turned out to be true. He spoke in a single breath, his heart pounding fiercely, his eyes reflecting a blend of hope for leniency and trepidation as he looked at Liang Mulan. Yes, customs, ancestral study, fragment, perfect. Surely, Sister wouldn't actually make me find that non-existent fragment, right? Liang Qiubai internally commended himself, while simultaneously cursing Xiaohua. Damn system. Useless when it matters most. I have to rely on my own wits. Host, this excuse is riddled with holes. Xiaohua lamented in despair. Liang Mulan listened to her brother's absurd confession, coupled with his oblivious self-aggrandizement and blame shifting towards the system, nearly stifling a smile. Customs? Hand-drawn fragments? Ming Cellar? This little rascal's imagination appears to have reached its limit. She could almost hear Xiaohua throwing a fit in Liang Qiubai's mind. Oh, Liang Mulan elongated her tone, her scrutinizing gaze tightening rather than easing, now laced with a hint of playful curiosity, as though she were enjoying a poorly executed yet amusing one-man show. The ancestral study? Customs? Hand-drawn fragments? With each repetition of a keyword, Liang Qiubai's heart skipped a beat. Which customs text? What is the title? Where's the fragment now? Oh no, here it comes. Sister has indeed asked. Liang Qiubai inwardly wailed. The title? Who knows? The fragment? It was long ago gnawed by a rat. Yes, the rat. He steeled himself, forcing a look of remorse and distress. The title, I believe, is Jiangdu Old News Recollections? Yes, that's it. It's incredibly worn. The cover is nearly gone, and the fragment is in even worse condition. He thumped his chest, exclaiming, that day, I was so excited while flipping through it that I accidentally knocked over the inkstone next to it. The ink spilled everywhere. The fragment was already fragile, and once soaked in ink, it turned to mush. I cleaned it for ages. I was afraid of being scolded, so I didn't dare to say anything. He spoke, lowering his head in guilt, as if genuinely repenting for his carelessness. Liang Mulan observed him, her expression a mixture of incredulity and amusement. A rat nodded. And it became ink-soaked and ruined? Surely, this should suffice to placate her? Sister Wu Ti actually delve through the ancestral trash for a non-existent scrap of paper, would she? Her patience was being tested like never before. This little scoundrel's lying skills, akin to his business acumen, were virtually non-existent. Jiangdu old news recollections? It's been ruined by ink. Liang Mulan scoffed internally. Quite well, Liang Qiubai, you have certainly caught my attention. She chose not to expose him immediately. That would be too mundane and might scare away the little entity named Xiaoguo in his mind. What she needed was control. To make this little rascal understand that no matter what secrets he harbored, he could not escape her grasp. So it is. Liang Mulan finally spoke. Her tone devoid of discernible emotion, returning to her customary frigid demeanor. Indeed, he ought to be penalized for carelessly damaging an important clue. Liang Qiubai abruptly lifted his head. A flicker of hope for leniency glimmering in his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by terror at the prospect of punishment. However, Liang Mulan shifted her tone, her gaze sweeping over the distant expert team cautiously packing the batch of porcelain, including that layered jar. Given your discovery, I shall consider it a partial offset. Liang Qiubai exhaled a sigh of relief. As for the remaining penalty, Liang Mulan's gaze returned to Liang Qiubai's face. Imbued with an undeniable authority, you must ensure the matter of the Shadow Fangs is handled properly. Shadow Fangs? Huh, a piece of cake. Liang Qiubai's lips curled into a confident and slightly cocky smile. Moreover, I've brought a secret weapon today, the Stardust Barrier I concocted last night. I'm just waiting for those little minions to run headfirst into it. Host is magnificent. Stardust Barrier, illuminating the universe. Shadow Fangs, trembling in fear. Xiaoguo immediately entered fan mode, shouting slogans with fervor. Upon hearing this, Liang Mulan subtly arched her slender brows, observing Liang Qiubai's self-assured demeanor. Her fleeting glimmer of hope was swiftly eclipsed by a more intense concern. Is this lad reliable? Heaven forbid he makes a grand proclamation only for his fabricated barrier to backfire, converting into a catastrophic virus bomb that wipes out decades of core data amassed by the Liang group in a single keystroke. That would be quite the debacle. With a bemused huff, she suppressed the storm of doubts swirling within her. Stand up and cease with these fanciful pretenses. She regarded the still kneeling Liang Qiubai, who was striking a pose of loyalty, her temples twitching slightly in annoyance. Now, immediately, return to the company with me. Leaning slightly forward, her piercing eyes locked onto Liang Qiubai, each word imbued with immense gravity. The fate of the Liang family rests in your hands. Liang Qiubai, heed my words carefully. As her crimson lips parted, she issued a chilling warning. Should you falter, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Understood. Liang Qiubai sprang to his feet with a nimble leap, the earlier bravado of loyalty now replaced with an exhilarating eagerness to unleash his prowess. Xiaoguo, arm yourself. Let us confront those oblivious Shadow Fangs. They shall experience firsthand what it means to face a technical dimensional strike. What despair truly feels like. Received. Host exudes dominance. Xiaoguo is fully charged. The firewall matrix is prepped, always poised to present the enemy with a delightful surprise package. Xiaoguo's electronic voice resonated with a rhythm as exhilarating as the beating of war drums.